Can they both
so are you saying it's true that
I'm saying that Lisa's tone was accusatory.
Decision.
I said Lisa's tone was accusatory.
Before he makes a decision.
Listen, I don't like. You're going over my head right now. I'm not even hearing what you're saying. Okay, you're saying that everything he does is an accusation. You're saying everything he does is an accusation.
Starting the war. That was accusatory. Zelensky. That was accusatory. That's what I mean. You feel me?
So I'm not gonna confirm or deny that, Deborah. What I'm saying to you, that has nothing to do with what my question to Lisa. All right, I asked Lisa something direct. All right, I haven't been following it. I'm happy for Lisa to inform me, bring me up to speed with what's going on. All right, but it's like if you're asking these leading questions, you have an agenda, you have a thought. It's not just like, okay, we're trying to exchange ideas. You already have an idea in your head.
That's not true. Right. That's exactly right. He is going into different cities.
Lisa's saying he's exactly right, and you're saying that's not true, Deborah. I'm talking about Lisa. You're saying that's not true, Deborah. And he's saying, and Lisa's saying
it's not true. You're projecting. You're on the stage already projecting. You're projecting.
You can't speak for her, Deborah.
You just said is literally what he's doing by going into the different cities. He literally already has a thought in his head that's not true. And all the crime that he's claiming, all of the crime that he's claiming.
Anthony, he's trying to subjugate the blacks. He's trying to make you relegate all of you to second class.
Literally doing exactly what you accusing Lisa of doing. That's exactly what he's doing. What you accuse Lisa of doing. It literally is what he's doing.
All right, so Deborah, you can't speak for Lisa. Lisa's quite capable of speaking for herself. All right, so I was having effective communication with Lisa, and I would love to continue.
No, it wasn't effective. That's why I jumped in. It wasn't effective.
That sounds like another accusation.
Yeah.
But as I was saying before, I saw
you know what? I'm not gonna admit or deny that. Is that how that goes? Did I say the right words?
Not the way I would have said it. You're trying to mirror what I said.
You said. I wanted to say what you said.
What I said.
I'm not going to admit or deny that.
Okay, Anthony, the way I phrased it was okay, I don't care how you took it, but I'm asking. What we're doing here, you're late for class. We're going through his quote-unquote press conference today where he showed his ass. And during this press conference, I have corrected Omari how many lies since we've been in this room? Every time he opened his mouth, every fucking one, I have researched and showed him to be a goddamn liar. Right there, every fucking one. I've given you all kind of even research, even poll numbers. I've done everything, okay? This is what we do when the MAGAs are in the room. I don't mind doing it. Because that way I'll let you guys know that I read and I know what I'm fucking talking about. And if I don't, I research it.
Sounds racist.
So Lisa, right?
So we
Lisa,
got
you said I came late to class, right? So Lisa, you said I came late to class. I don't know what lies you pointed out. All right, and I'm not asking you.
The replays are on.
Cool, and that's cool. I'll check out the replays. Thank you for letting me know that.
Okay,
now, as it stands right now, we're here right here now. Let's talk about it.
Okay, let's talk about it.
What is it?
So
go ahead. You got
so the question was, because he was on today's press conference, we're playing segments at a time, right? We got to the segment where he said, he started talking about the kids that he dispersed, okay? And the way he's talking about your kids, your people, is really very disgusting. We talked about
your people. Who's that?
I'm speaking of people in these neighborhoods that he's considering are the reason why Washington D.C. is a fucking hellhole, a crime hole. You ready? I'm saying, instead of talking about these kids as kids, he put them in a category saying, and I broke up some kids, a gang of kids they ran back to where.
Why is the white man not changing the battery in your?
If you don't be quiet, Jack, you're gonna be asking that question in the chat.
My name is Jacques.
Whatever, Jack.
Smoke detector is beeping.
Well, Lisa, can you just tell me real quick how many wars did he stop?
Well, hold on for a minute. We get to that. Hold on. Can I finish? We get to that. So I just asked, since he mentioned that he had cleaned up Washington, D.C. and dispersed the homeless camps, I just said, where did the homeless go? And you said I'm being accusatory for whatever reason I do not know. So that's the question right now, Anthony, and I'll play the clip in a minute. So that's the question.
All right,
it's
so
simple.
Lisa, and my answer is really simple. I haven't been paying attention to that DC situation like that. I have no idea where the homeless people are. I genuinely wanted to know if you had a thought about where they are, and did you have anything to substantiate whatever your thought is about where they are. That's all. Not like this is not rocket science.
Okay, my thought is I listened to the homeless people that he dispersed, and I was listening to some clips. They're all on the trains. Their items have been removed. Some of them were thrown in the trash. Some of them, if you had money, were put into storage. I don't know if they got all their personal papers or whatever, but they've been removed. He said that he was going to send them to get help for their mental problems. He said he was going to send them to rehab, and if they didn't agree to those two, he would send them to jail. So I guess none of that was true because they all seem to be riding the trains all day.
All right, so
you know they didn't go to the trains by themselves versus they were taking to the trains.
Listen, bro. You know, and this is what's crazy to me, right?
They didn't take them to the train.
Lisa's boyfriend, Gavin Newsom.
What is
Lisa's boyfriend.
Tell me about my boyfriend. Go ahead.
Yeah. So Amari, Lisa's boyfriend, Gavin Newsom, has spent countless dollars, good money, on the homeless population in California. Let's ask him how that's working out for him. I want you to go look at the amount of money that's been spent and look at the results. All right? She's got all of this smoke for Trump. All of this. And I would love for her to come up with some kind of solution to this problem. But of course not. Why would she do that? She just wants to castigate Trump. Trump derangement syndrome personified.
So you guys ever listen? I know you guys listen to the Sunday morning shows when Kristen Welker or somebody asks a question to these MAGAs and they can't answer it.
They ask the question.
They can't answer it. They say, I hadn't read about that yet. I don't know anything about that. I hadn't heard about that yet.
Okay.
And then they come back with some bullshit. That's what
he been talking about Deborah, Anthony has been talking about fucking Washington, D.C. for 2 weeks. This nigga is lying. Okay?
I know it.
Lying.
But that's what they do. And he does it so well. I mean, he takes those old ass crackers on there.
I don't know who they be trying to
I haven't read on that yet. I don't know anything about that.
You can't claim Trump derangement syndrome when he's in office and he's actually doing these things, right? Like you can't claim you're deranged when he's using his executive power to use military against American citizens. That's not deranged. That's a fact.
How's he using the military? Go ahead, Anthony. Go ahead. I'm sorry about that.
It's a fact that it's deranged. What the hell are you talking about?
Oh, Mari, you be lying just like fucking Anthony. Just say y'all liars.
I'm not lying.
Brooklyn.
I just lie a lot.
Brooklyn. It's okay, right? Like
Anthony, you just said
you lie down a lot. You lie down.
No, Brooklyn.
You lie down.
Washington, D.C., you lied and said that you haven't heard anything about it when you've been in all these conversations about
You're
Washington,
repeating
D.C.
yourself.
with us.
You're repeating
a
yourself,
liar.
Brooklyn.
There's nothing else you can say. You can't combat
You're
that.
repeating
You're
yourself.
a liar. That's a fact.
Okay. All right. So Brooklyn, here's what's up, right? I'm an imperfect human being. I'm fallible. I make mistakes.
Yeah,
Okay,
liar.
Cool. Yeah,
Liar
okay,
who
cool.
lies.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
So Brooklyn, all right, no problem. I won't participated,
Not
bitch.
presidential if you're president.
Lisa, you see that? You see how you removed that other chick, right?
Stop
You see
crying.
how you removed that other chick?
Stop crying. Free speech. Free speech.
I said nothing about Washington, D.C.
That's how you can't defend it. Maybe tonight you
About it,
don't
we're pop
feel
stars.
like
Nothing
defending
about
it.
Washington,
all of
D.C.
these conversations about Washington D.C.
I
for
said
the past
nothing.
week.
Which
You're a
conversation did
liar.
you hear me
You're
say
a
anything?
liar. All of them. We've been in rooms with
Okay.
you talking
Yo,
about
but-
the kids
yo,
in
pull it
D.C.
out on
Talking about
replays.
the homeless
Pull it out
in
on
D.C.
replay.
You're a
Pull it
liar.
out.
You're a
Pull it
lying
out.
liar
Pull
who
it out.
fucking lies.
Pull it
You
out.
lying bitch.
It's on replay. Pull it out on replay.
Nigga, stop talking to me. I'm
You
done with
pull
you.
it up on replay.
You're a liar. I'm not the only person
Pull
that
it
you
up
done
on
sat in this
replay.
room
It's like, yo,
with,
Brooklyn,
stupid.
it's okay. Brooklyn, it's okay. It's all right. Pull it up.
Okay, y'all, let's
Pull it
move
up.
forward and try to get through this. And then I'm glad you're here, Anthony, and you got your backup crew, which is great. And Notorious is a good. Notorious and Amari are being good, whatever's, and they've been hanging in there for hours.
Good,
So
whatever.
hold on for a second. Hold on.
We're ending it. We're starting by ending it in DC. And that we have the right to do through federalization. Okay, let's go. Get to say exactly what this is?
Of course. So, as you've consistently identified, sir, cashless bail policies are a key driver of the disorder we see on city streets all over America. Catch and release system allows criminals to keep going back out onto the street and reoffending. What this executive order does, it charges your attorney general with identifying jurisdictions all over the country that have cashless bail policies, and then it withholds or revokes federal funds and grants that are flowing to those jurisdictions to ensure that we're only supporting the people who have reasonable common sense policies around crime.
So what area does it cover?
Potentially anywhere that has a cashless bail policy. So some of the largest cities, some of the most left-wing states in America have adopted. Illinois would be a great example.
Yes, sir. Oh, they have a great cashless. You don't even have to go to court sometimes. Illinois, I love that state. It's a great state. It's run so badly by Prescott. They threw him out of the family business and he becomes governor. Now he wants to run for president. I don't think that's going to happen. Okay, we'll sign right here, right?
Sir.
So important. And this isn't Republican, Democrat. This is, and by the way, most Democrats agree with us. But this is just, we got to bring our country back.
Can you pause that real quick? Because that was important.
I am. Hold on. I want to make sure he don't say anything else dumb before he goes to another one.
It's a big one.
Also on the issue of CAC,
Oh wait, hold on.
this is a DC-specific executive order. In addition to the measures that we're taking that are quite similar to what we're doing around the country, in DC in particular, the objective is holding as many criminal defendants in federal custody and subjecting them to federal charges as possible. That means that they'll be held pre-trial in federal jail as opposed to just being cut back out on the streets due to a cashless bail policy.
And we have the roots. And by the way, the prison they have in DC is horrible.
Oh wow.
It's horrible. People were subjected to live in that dog trap for so long, so unfairly. We have stories you'll be hearing about them. Prison is horrible. Okay.
This is an executive order that contains a number of additional measures relating to crime and law enforcement in Washington, D.C. It charges, for example, your Secretary of Defense with establishing specialized units in both the D.C. National Guard and the National Guard units around the country, specifically trained and equipped to deal with public order issues. It charges all of your various federal law enforcement agencies with hiring additional personnel to allow them to surge personnel to Washington, D.C. to deal with the current emergency here. It does a number of other things in that space, and it also asks the Attorney General to look at D.C. Metropolitan Police general orders that have currently impeded law enforcement efforts in the city, and to potentially look at unwinding those that are stopping the police from doing their job effectively.
And are we going to ask this to be codified by Congress, one of these things?
I think we could potentially, yes, sir.
I think so. I think we should.
Okay. Y'all try to digest that.
Can I get a second, Lisa? Okay. One thing you missed about, so I want people to go back. I want people to go back and hear. He said this is not and again, please rewind it. He said this is not a Democrat or Republican thing. I didn't get a chance to catch everything he said, but it sounded like he was trying to tell the people that this was not targeting Democrats. I've been in this room all day, and y'all
Fuck what he said.
it was targeting. No, just get out your voice feelings right now.
Who gives a fuck what he said?
Just Omari said that he ran you off. That's what he said.
Amari ran in here. Look at Amari. Amari look like off-duty drags.
That's what he said.
I look like off duty. Okay, cool. Anyways, like I was saying,
I'm not gonna lie.
but no, think about what he just said. You going based on what the man says today, right? That's you just taking the word, his word.
Who goes off what he says but you?
Lisa, and this whole room has been about what he said. So
No,
I
it's
know you
not.
late to the party.
No, it's
You know what I'm
not.
saying?
Amari, I
I
was
know you
thinking,
No, it's not. Homegirl.
where did you get your statement from? So we can go ahead and
Because maybe Lisa, he said that when he signed it, he said this is not about Democrat and Republican. Maybe
Okay, but he's a liar. Everything
And
he
your
says.
moist ass believe that with your stupid
why y'all
ass.
pushing the
Greasy
goalposts?
ass nigga.
You think this is about Democrats agreeing with what these executive orders are reflecting? You think this is a bipartisan issue? If it is, put it towards Congress like you said you were going to do and see what happens. This no bill thing, this is really crazy here that you know why that was put in place in the first place, don't you, Amari and Anthony and where's your other boy?
I mean, I know his name is Notorious, but I know what they told people what it was for. But I believe they took advantage of it. I believe they took that situation and they made it so, like, for example, people could commit higher crimes and still get out on bail. And it was bad. Look, there's no one. Business owners all over the country are fed up. I'm sorry, shop owners, they hate the crime, especially in California. That was a big thing. That's why Governor Newsom, he had the fucking bill. He's like,
His name is fucking Newsom, stupid. Stop trying to be funny.
Newsom had to change the law, and he was like, okay, he's right. He even said his own podcast. At least you got to play his podcast with it. You know, I'm agreeing, you know. And then now he's back to the old Gavin Newsom. He was like, yeah, you know, he was too tough. You know, I was a target one day. He tell a story. I was a target, and a person stole him and his family. And the cashier told him, you know, the reason is because the governor, because she didn't even know that was the governor right in front of him. Because the governor of the state is too relaxed on crime.
Bro, get off your
Offense
knees.
to that. He took offense to that.
Get off your knees.
Y'all
I'm talking about Gavin
guys
Newsom right now.
don't see what's going on. You don't see what's
Wait,
happening here.
Isn't Trump 34 convicted felon?
You guys
No,
are
he's
not
never-
following
Why are you worried about
the
Newsom?
breadcrumbs.
Trump's a
You
felon.
guys are not
Lisa's
following
talking.
the breadcrumbs.
Trump's a
You're
felon.
not following the breadcrumbs.
No, he's not.
You're not following
He's
the
a convicted
breadcrumbs.
felon.
Oh my God, you're not.
Hey,
following
dude, shut the fuck
breadcrumbs.
up. Lisa
So
talking, bro.
he basically, okay, so what's happening is that he's going into these cities. He's going into these cities. He's starting to bring in the National Guard and arm them. All the cities he's going into just happen to be black cities because that's the only place crime's happening. And now, once he arrests these people, there's another executive order saying that there will be a no cash bail issue. Y'all are not following the fucking breadcrumbs. What is going on? So once you arrest these people or us, you're not going to even be able to get out. You know you don't have money to get out. That's why he's going against this. Why choose this now? Why choose this now? Why going into these particular cities? So once you're in, you're in. You're in. And then you can build yourself out. Y'all are not following the breadcrumbs. And then the MAGAs are thinking, oh, this is great. This is great. It's not great because you're going to start picking up. Our children are no longer children. They're going to be tried as adults. And then when they go to jail, we as parents can't afford to bail them out because there's no cash bail. It could be any fucking thing. But he always used murders. You murdered 3 people and you get to go home and you never come back. That's what he said. Who in the fuck gets arrested for triple murder and is let out on the streets? Can you put that case in the chat for
I've
me?
never heard that before.
Play the fucking clip. That's what he said. So this is setting said, this is a fucking cinch where you cannot protest. Y'all don't see it. They're sitting around talking about this while we sitting up here defending. They're sitting up making plans while you sitting up here making excuses. They're sitting up trying to eliminate a whole fucking group of people or demoralize them and demarginalize them while we're sitting here trying to make excuses for it. He started. Everything fat black women make me say, the crimes run by Democrats are crime written, and they all happen to be black. Oh, they all happen. And I went back and gave you guys the states and the statistics of who are the top offenders in violent crime per capita. And you still will say, oh, you know, right, niece, you're right. That's right. Whoa, wow, he's way off. Never once, I don't care how I dig, what I do, what I play, how many articles I pull up to prove you wrong, you still won't admit that there is a fucking agenda going on with this administration. Why aren't none of you niggas on the cabinet?
We said that.
Except for one. Why aren't you did? You agreed?
No, we said that he's going at the. How many times I said the word? Get his lick back.
Making half of this stuff
No, go ahead.
Lisa's literally making half of this stuff up.
What the
I thought you didn't know anything. Hold on. I thought you didn't know anything about it. I thought you hadn't been paying attention. You didn't know anything about it. That's what she's talking about.
I'm talking specifically about the statement she
You
just
just said
made.
you didn't know anything about it.
I'm talking specifically.
A liar.
She said something about
A liar.
black women.
You just said you hadn't been paying attention and you didn't know anything about it. You lied. No, I don't have to try. You fall in the trap. I think that's the setup for your big ass. You fall in there. You a liar. You just said, I don't know anything about this. I haven't been paying
I said
attention.
that I didn't know
And now you just said she a liar.
She said.
How you know she's lying if you wasn't paying
Yo,
attention?
what are you talking? Yo.
That's what you just said. You said that. Nobody prompted you. What? That's not what you just meant. That's not what you
What are you
mentioned.
talking about?
You're a liar, bro. God damn. I see why you support him. I see why you support him. Because you a big fucking liar. You're a big fucking liar.
Cool story. No problem. Cool story.
I know, because you're a liar.
Lisa.
I always will.
Not too much on him. Not too much on
Everything on him, and it can be on his phone.
Lisa, I just put in the chat. There's 100.
Shut the fuck up, Anthony. I don't give a fuck about nothing you talking about.
Okay, so what are you talking about? Cypher, come off the mic. What are you talking about? Oh God, Nan's mic is broken.
Liar.
Cypher put in the chat.
162 murdered by offenders out on bond in Harris County in 2021. I put that in the chat because you said that there's people that don't do that.
Again, I'm in Harris
No, I
County.
did not say that.
Your niggas, the links in the chat.
This is what I said, Cypher, and let me repeat again. He said.
Oh, what's up to you, Lisa? By the way,
Huh?
I was just giving you greetings. I was just being polite, giving you greetings.
Oh, thank you. Donald Trump said it. I ain't said nothing. I'm just repeating what he said. He said that because of this no cash bail system, that triple murderers. He said it. Do I have to go get the clip? I've been doing this all night, and Amari, I'm really sad that you're not backing me up on letting Anthony say everything I said was a lie.
There's too many people talking.
Every fucking time.
I never said that everything you said
I
was a
said you're
lie.
right.
Let me tell you, Donald
I was
Trump said it.
10 seconds.
He goes, how does a triple murderer get arrested for killing 3 people and let back on the street? That's what Donald Trump said. And I said, when has that ever happened that somebody who's killed 3 people or let back out on the street? That's what I said. That's what I said.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you barely, Lisa, because you had like 5 people talking in the background. So I couldn't hear you. But if I may, I'd like to hear you one more time. No, I was listening. It's like literally 5 motherfuckers and you know, Brooklyn's like 5 people in one talking.
Yeah,
where somebody said, as a former bail bondsman and I live in Harris County, I wanted to know what was said about the Harris County bond system.
It's in the chat. It's in the chat, but let Lisa talk.
Let me repeat
No,
what I
I wanted you to read.
Ray, I'm gonna let him say that because he's calling me. He's trying to challenge what I just said. But what I said was I didn't say it, Cypher. This is what Donald Jinks Trump said. He said that because of the no cash bail system, that triple murderers, people who have murdered 3 people, have gone in and been released back on the streets without any and never to come back again. I will pull the clip if I have to, but you guys heard it, and I don't feel like going backwards. It's almost 1 o'clock.
If I may respond to Lisa,
Hold on,
can I
right
respond to
quick before
Lisa?
you respond to her, because you posted something that she didn't say. She was talking about people being released on bail that weren't murderers. These people that you posted in this chat, they may have been killers, but they weren't convicted of killing in that incident. They were convicted of something else. So technically, you were wrong. People do not get bail.
Brooklyn,
No
get out the way, babe. Get out the way. Let me finish what I was saying, Lisa, though.
So I don't know what
Here goes a hamburger.
That's stupid.
Here goes a hamburger. Let me talk to
No,
Lisa,
bitch.
okay?
No, bitch.
So
Check
this out,
Because
Lisa.
they're in your mouth. No,
Yeah,
it's a dick
got
in
you.
your mouth now.
Got you.
Because you lied
All right,
too.
got you.
You were lying
All right.
with the rest of these lame
Well,
men.
no. You just in the way. You blocking Lisa's beautiful.
Okay, well, take the dick out your mouth.
One thing that we know, my love, is that Trump do be talking shit, and sometimes he misspeaks like everybody fucking else. I'm not taking away from your point. But shut the fuck up.
Misspeaks.
So look.
Yo, the link is in the
Yeah, you
chat.
too,
There
goofy
are
ass
people
nigga.
getting out
So
with
check this out.
without bail
Murder.
for murder. It's the link of murder. The link is in the chat. The link is in the chat.
Okay, but they let Trump off for 30
So I was.
So check this out. It don't take 1 million people to come off mic. The next one of y'all that come off mic while someone's talking is getting dropped to the fucking goo. Figure it out. And Anthony, shut the fuck up because you keep interrupting every time somebody says something. And you're not saying nothing productive.
The link is in the chat.
So Lisa, to the accidental point of what I heard, right? I was talking to Lisa.
Cypher, go ahead and
So
complete.
can I
This is
finish?
getting ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, but they gotta, there's a lot
Okay,
of
they're
interruptions.
mute now.
So
Go ahead.
Lisa, thank you, love, appreciate it. So Lisa, I understand where you're coming from in terms of the optics, right? But let's look at what the other solution would be. Like, if you're committing murders and crimes, and it has been gone down, like in the last few days, nobody died. And I spoke to one of the guys that's, part of that whole little situation with the troopers and shit. Not the troopers, but the military and the National Guard. They have like non-lethal weapons and they can't arrest. They only assist in their arrests. And there's been 500 arrests, no bodies, and crime has gone all the way down. It's just really a show of force and intimidation to reduce violent crime. Now, we all know that Trump elected the same woman. He appointed the same woman he pardoned in his first term as the pardon czar, who has released a lot of, tens of thousands of people, and the majority of them have been our people. Now, to say that we'd be upset about a man cracking down on violent crime and not introducing the retroactive or neo 1994 crime bill like your boy Biden did, which still has the unwavering effect to this day, I think it's like we got to step back and look at the whole thing. I know he's a scapegoat. I like Trump for 2 reasons. If he's bad, he validates everything that people say. If he's good, then he's actually doing something that he was appointed to do, and that works for us too. So either way, I see us as winning if we know how to leverage this nigga. But we have so many people in their emotions with biased program decisions given to us by white supremacist leftists and or conservative motherfuckers. Either way, they're 2 wings on the same racist white dragon. We got to understand that we are at war, and some of us are part of that extension of white supremacy on both the right and the left.
Okay, so Cypher, you're wrong.
Okay.
I don't know who told you. But let me.
I wanted to.
me address him real quick when you talk about the non-lethal weapons, right? So I can look at the Milper message with their orders. So the weapons that they're carrying right now are M4 rifles and M17 pistols. Do you know what an M4 rifle is?
Yes.
You go from semi. You can go from semi to verse with the M4 rifle. I don't know, where did you get this non-lethal shit? So tell your National Guard friend that he's a dummy. He's a liar because their orders actually say M4 rifles. So those are for the fucking privates. Those are for fucking privates.
Do you know that?
You don't know. I know what an M4 is.
Yeah,
I know
but do
what
you
an
know
M4
that they have?
is. I know the trajectory of an M4. I know the fucking. I know what an M4 is. Wrong female, bro.
So do you know that you can switch out their whole chambers?
No. There's no such a switch out. No, it doesn't work like that in the military, bro.
Okay, so
stop.
I'm sorry,
Go
man.
ahead and
Listen.
stop. I'm gonna explain to you.
Yeah, I understand you want to. I know you got the green bean self-esteem, love. I'm just having.
No, it's not about the green bean self-esteem. It's about the fucking.
It is absolutely
that. On stage and say they kill somebody.
Yeah. He was on the stage earlier. He was on the stage earlier, and he was on the stage in another room today.
They have an M4.
So but you don't know what the ammunition is. You don't even know what the ammunition is.
Are you fucking crazy?
So tell us. Is it in the orders?
With the fucking M4 with soldiers for fucking 14 years. You fucking clown. I've been a company commander. I've been a battalion commander. And you gonna fucking tell me I don't know what a fucking weapon is? You
are you on disability for emotional instability? Are you okay? Did you take some fucking meds?
No, because you're dumb. You're sitting on
stage. Are you suffering from trauma?
Nigga, aren't you from jail?
But you can't have a respectful conversation, man, because you're unhinged.
Aren't you
You're definitely unhinged.
But you're a liar. So what's next for you?
No, I'm not a liar, man.
You're a liar. You're a liar.
I'm definitely not that.
Okay, so then
I'm not
they're not carrying legal weapons.
And listen, man, I just asked you this. I mean, because if you understood any of this shit,
what's the name of the nigga that said that he ain't carrying a lethal weapon? Tell me his name. Because I can look at the manifest. You tell me the motherfucker's name. Tell me his name, bro. Because he lied to you.
He don't exist.
Tell me his fucking name because you're sitting up here lying on
put it in the chat. And now go take your fucking medications and talk to a goddamn woman.
JP.
See, something wrong with niggas like you. Yeah, and no fuck, nigga. I'll dominate your ass in jail. And I'll go to fucking presence, nigga.
Did you just say you
Go back to jail. Go back to jail, homie.
He's a liar. He's a liar. He's a fucking liar. He's a fucking liar. Then for him to sit on stage, where is fucking Haitian? For him to sit on stage and say that they can adjust their weapons. Let me tell you something. You will get a fucking UCMJ action if you to fucking do something to fucking even change something in your weapon. Do you know during the war, soldiers were fucking ordering shit on fucking SAMs in their computers, right? They were ordering shit through the supply system. This is against regulation. So while he's sitting up here talking about there's a thing that you can do, he's a fucking liar. Anybody that's in this room that has any type of military background, they will tell you this shit. We changed the entire system with our ordering process because soldiers were sneaking things in using alternate NSNs. So I know for a fact he's a fucking liar. When he sat up on this stage saying non-lethal weapons, we don't have nothing called a non-lethal weapon. We have fucking dummy weapons. They ain't running around with fucking plastics.
Well, the moment he said non-lethal weapons, I knew he was full of shit. Because, like, why would the military have non-lethal weapons? That's not a part of their job. But I would still like a specific example of a murderer being set out on a cashless bond. I've never seen it. I worked for a bail bond company for 4 years. Here in Harris County, that has a cashless bond system. And if I could explain how that works, it is of certain crimes under certain degrees, meaning a prostitution charge. The prostitutes get cashless
I'm going to ask you guys nicely. Do not drop 212. You drop 212, and either I'll drop the stage or I'll boom the room. Don't do it again. Thank you.
And don't drop Ray either, she said. Y'all didn't hear that.
Who's 212? Because the only people that's up here with the green bean are the people that know who 212 is.
I really don't know.
So I know April wouldn't do it. I know for a fact Patty wouldn't do it. I know for a fact Dap wouldn't do it. I know for a fact Deborah would never do that. You wouldn't do it, Lisa. Neither would Big Culture. So I don't know. I don't know why you would think of any of these.
No, because she got dropped. Yeah, I'm sitting here doing hair, and all of a sudden she got dropped. We're not even touching the phones.
But earlier today, Lisa, I got knocked out all the way out.
Oh, okay.
It's the app. It's the app.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
None of these people up here, all of us know who 212 is.
Okay. I appreciate that because we're doing hair. That's why she's even on the stage.
I did. I literally got kicked all the way out. It just shut down.
Okay.
Hold on.
Welcome back to chaos.
Can I say something else real quick? No.
Lord, I had a long problem.
Okay. Thank you for coming.
How bored and lonely you have to be to get kicked off stage and then start talking shit in the chat. Boy,
because people don't like when they get caught up in their lies. He sat on stage and said, I know somebody.
Man, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about on every fucking mention. So
you don't know what you're talking about, bro. You're a fucking liar.
You need to learn how to cook. When he told me he would dominate me in jail, when he said he would dominate me in jail, I clutched my damn pearls. He said it. He's like, I'm talking to you in jail. I clutched my goddamn pearls. I was like, oh, no, you won't.
Hey, Lisa. So,
I'm
Lisa,
listening.
so if you look up, under Google, if someone talks about it,
wait, hold on. What now? If I look up to Google and do what?
He just said it.
Can someone charged with murder get released without bail? The AI, under Google's Gemini, it'll give you a response. It says, yes, some jurisdictions, particularly those that have enacted no cash bail policies, allow individuals charged with murder to be released without bail. Although this is a controversial and highly debated issue, as exemplified by recent actions in states like Illinois and New York. In other places like Colorado, there are ongoing efforts to create constitutional exceptions to the right to bail for first-degree murder charges. So it's not as far-fetched as you were implying.
But it didn't happen, and it's not going to happen. You saying that it's a possibility.
And if you ask AI a certain question in a certain way, it'll give you that answer, clown. Y'all gonna die by AI.
It's like saying something is a possibility.
Because you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know how to prompt AI.
Right, cool.
If you ask it a question like that, it's gonna answer it that way, clown. Go take a class. How about that? Go take a class.
My bad. I'll take a class, Deborah. My bad. I'm sorry,
So
Deborah.
as I was saying, it is feasibly possible, but it is not going to happen. There are regulations and things, but you saying AI said it could happen, but there's no examples of it actually happening. I never thought a felon could be president, but it happened. So I guess it's a possibility.
Hypothetical isn't a fucking answer.
AI said it, so that's it. Yeah, okay.
He's not a felon.
Well, New York and New Jersey. Well, just for some facts, because Anthony just likes to make up these sweeping theories. New York and New Jersey, they don't even let you. It's not even you don't even get recommended for bail for violent crimes. And even in the states that there's no such stipulation, you still have to go through a judge, and a judge is the only one who can, let you in or out. And if you see on your very link that you sent, it says that it doesn't happen often, and a lot of times it's accidentally. Y'all don't even be reading. You just be so thirsty to prove a point, you won't even read it.
That's what I said. When I saw the link, I was like, these niggas obviously didn't read the shit and don't know nothing about the criminal justice system and how it works.
At all. And it's sad.
I've literally seen people
Can we go back to my point, Lisa?
I literally saw somebody with a
Okay, so in Memphis, Tennessee, a man charged with 3 counts of attempted first-degree
That's
murder.
anecdotal. That's anecdotal. It would have to happen in mask. I keep telling you about
released
that.
from jail.
That's anecdotal. Okay, you're reading news. You're reading news. This doesn't mean anything. You're saying one man, 2 people, a guy. Like that's unless you can show me where it's happening in mass, then that doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Link in the chat. I want to read that article. I want to research
A deer grew with teeth growing out his ear. Does that mean that that's what's going to happen to all deer? No. I sold a car one time. Am I a car salesman? No. Y'all don't do this with nothing else. But when, let's look at, there's a man in Memphis, and look at this man in Alabama. These are anecdotal. I can tell y'all never touched a school.
Touched the school.
But these are the same people that be throwing out fucking statistics all the time. They don't even know how to read them.
Look at this, a man in Memphis here. Let me read this man in Memphis. And look, there's 2 guys in New York. Like y'all sending anecdotal instances. Show me where something
That's
is
all
happening.
you do is talk about
That's how you create law. Once something doesn't happen one time and you create and codify it into law. Y'all are slow. And that's why you failed as a politician, goof troop.
I was one of the link in the chat to that case. I would love to see a murderer.
Who's a failure?
Omar, you failed.
Convicted felon is president. Does that mean it's gonna happen
You got
again?
the wrong black man. Weirdo. I never ran for office.
You did.
You
You did. Yeah, because you couldn't get a momentum moving. Ain't nobody forget, bitch.
What are you talking about? Man, this is
Man,
Nobody. I never ran for office.
Okay. I know you didn't, because you didn't get enough momentum, but you wanted to as a Democrat.
What? My God, what is this man talking about? Crime kills.
Look how you look, bro.
Look how you look.
What was your mother doing?
You the same.
Look how you look, bro. Like everybody that does this, y'all all have the same look. Y'all all have the same look.
I'm not even trying.
Y'all either out of shape, busted in the face, or just sad and lifeless, or dumb.
I'm not even have another conversation.
I know you can. You can. You're not even on my level, bro.
You want to have a conversation about men look? We're not gonna go there.
I know, because you could never have the conversation because you're ugly.
I'm not.
I know. That's never a conversation that you can have because you're not. You got beat with the ugly stick.
You sound like a little kid. That's a little kid.
You still ugly. That doesn't change.
Let me be ugly.
I am.
I own it.
You have to. You have no choice.
You
have no choice, monkey.
Make you feel better?
No, it doesn't.
You feel better? Okay.
I get a jump scare every time I look at your PTR. But I'm just saying, this is the overarching thing. That's fine. You seem a little out of your body about it, though.
Yeah, I don't want you liking me.
Come on, y'all. Let's move on. Come on.
Okay, let me finish playing this part so we can finish this out. This is taking us all night. It's literally taking 5 hours to get through a 30-minute clip. Okay, hold on. Here we go.
I sound like someone jacking
There's
off.
no auto pen that can do that. It's not a good signature. Seriously, is that a good signature? Who can write like that? Nobody. I don't know. That's the other thing. I assume we're looking at all auto pens here. So, because the person that ran it said he spoke to it briefly twice about nothing. That means that all those pardons that he gave to some very bad people, very unpatriotic people, very evil people, it looks to me like those pardons are worthless. Because number one, you shouldn't use an auto pen very specifically. But if you do, it has to be a very good reason. And they have to know that the president wanted it. The president didn't want this. The president didn't know he was alive, okay? He never approved any of this stuff. He wasn't for open borders and all the other things. He was never for open borders. I've known Biden a long time. He was never for the sharp. He was never in favor of open borders and all of the other things he did to destroy our country. Let's go.
Okay, so let's talk about this. See your hypocritical president. He just said he pardoned a lot of bad people, unpatriotic people. Didn't this motherfucker just pardon everybody from Jan 6? Am I wrong?
1,500 people.
And he's worried about a fucking auto pen because he's sitting up using a fucking giant crayon to write his scrabble. And he's blaming, he didn't know where he was half the time. It's like, are you crazy right now? When you were calling, you were going to Alaska, but you said you were going to Russia. You asked where a person was you played golf with on Saturday, and he was sitting right across the table from you, and literally in your eyesight, you have to lean over to look around the same person you played golf with. Let's just go on and on, because you guys are making the craziest ass argument, and then when we start putting up facts and actually his own words, we still get pushback, and I don't understand that. Now, whoever Biden pardoned with the fucking auto pen, don't matter if you do it an auto pen or electric pen or pencil, number 2 pencil, they're pardoned, but you pardoned every fucking motherfucker that went to our Capitol and shit on desks, beat the fuck out the cops, tried to break down the doors and kill Nancy Pelosi. They made an actual, what do you call that thing where you hang people? I forgot. They built it.
A noose.
No, it wasn't a noose. What do you, it's a gallows. Isn't it a gallows?
They did the whole thing.
The whole thing. They had Bob the Builder.
Chanted, hang my pants. They chanted, hang my pants, our goddamn vice president. These people crazy as
Crazy
fuck.
than a motherfucker.
They
built
will
a
excuse
whole
me.
gallows.
More crazy than the Democrats bringing on the Supreme
And
Court.
y'all got on to that too.
Them rowdy ass white folks just like that, on a tour. They were just looking at the White House. You know how white folks get, they just get rowdy.
And Democrats tried to shoot Trump, so I don't want to hear this.
Yes.
Republicans trying to show
We wouldn't have been.
Lisa, can I
Go ahead. We wouldn't have been.
Oh my God, keep doing that. You're just embarrassing yourself.
We talking to Trump.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I'm only asking Lisa.
What they say, never
That nigga ears
That's
stick out.
true, Alexander. They
It's
had
DC.
They had somebody laying in a cornfield. Wasn't there something outside the golf course trying to take his ass out?
The ears in a ponytail.
Okay,
So,
nothing.
Lisa,
Yes,
Lisa,
sir.
the DC National Guard is carrying firearms, including their service pistols, for personal protection as of August 2025.
We know
The use of
this.
lethal force being a last resort,
that what we just
while their
informed you?
deployment includes
Oh,
enforcement presence.
After he said there was non-lethal weapons.
I'm not
weapons, but my friend
I'm not even being disrespectful.
That's how stupid
I'm not even
you
being
are.
disrespectful.
No.
That's fine. Okay, I like to
I
finish.
am being disrespectful because you just told me I don't know what the fuck.
I'm not being.
After I
And
told
you
you
said the bitch is
after I
like,
told you that they are carrying lethal weapons, but the homeboy told me they weren't, right?
And she was a bitch in the comments. Now you're not
They
disrespectful.
are.
Right.
If you read
Yeah,
one of the
she was a
regulations,
bitch
it's
in the
called AR.
comments.
And
It's
he
called
tried to
AR
have sex with me.
750-1 when it comes to fucking modifying fucking weapons, right? The big lie that you said. So let me go ahead and read it to you. Operators and crew members, because I went and looked up the regulation, the Army Material Maintenance Policy. Operator and crew members are prohibited from making any modifications to weapons or equipment. So I don't know what fucking lying ass soldier told you that. Or you're the fucking liar. You are a felon, right? Felons lie. That's why your ass ended up in prison. Fucking liar.
That's why you like Trump.
Please don't let Pencil Dick back up here because I felt really.
And your mother is still a 30, you hoe ass, bitch ass nigga. The fuck you talk about? Don't think that you're gonna get away with talking about my girl Patty, because bitch, you could get stalked.
Why is this freaky Stephen
for all the fuck
Ross
fucking liar. You lied. You sat up on stage and said, I know a guy. Who the fuck do you know? Then you put JD.
Because he's a liar.
He's a liar.
This nigga lie all over the place. He gonna tell you next that he traveled all over the world as a felon. And he got all of these different companies as a felon. In all of these different countries as a felon. Nigga, suck a dick.
Well,
you used to doing that.
Nigga lied to you in the room. He lied to you. It's a lethal weapon. Every weapon that we have in the military is fucking lethal. You are a fucking liar.
What is never mind. I'm gonna get to it because why would a gun is lethal at all times unless it's never mind. Even a stun gun, if you have cardiac issues, could be lethal. Yeah, really. Okay. So the White King, I'm inviting up y'all to go take your medicine because I'm inviting up the White King.
Who?
And I'm also the White King.
Who is that?
And we
Who's the
also
White King?
the White King. And then the White
It's the
King.
same racist boy from the other time. He's not gonna come up though.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, let them keep talking. They will lose again. Why not let them fail again? Okay, we lost like one time. Y'all make it a national tragedy.
That's twice actually. We lost twice.
White.
They lied about it so long, they confused.
He doesn't speak outside of racist places because
Is this a real white
He
person?
said the ammunition.
he sounds like Raven
What do you
Simone when
think
he
a
talks.
5.56 round is? You fucking
I've never
clown.
met you, White King. So
What is a
No,
5.56
it's that-
round?
It's another. You do know who he is.
Niggas in fucking Iraq got killed with a 5.56. You're a dummy. What makes that non-lethal? What's going on here? And they gotta carry 40 rounds.
Imagine talking about Democrats and you can't even vote, boy. Shut up. You don't even get a chance to. You don't even get to partake in this. You were a bad boy, so you don't get to vote. Talking about the Democrats, you leaving. You ain't leaving shit, bitch. You can't vote.
I think it's funny that on his profile, he got our vote to be recorded on club. Let's go stop somebody. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking idiot.
He said non-lethal rounds. Lord Jesus.
okay.
Today's been a good day, y'all.
Anybody ever been shot with a 5.56? Y'all
Been
ever
shot
seen
with
anybody?
it.
People
I've been shot with
people
it.
have died with a 5.56.
Yeah, you can die.
Like, go down Rage. They shoot motherfuckers with that shit. Dumb.
I've been shot with a 380. Them bullets hot. They burn.
Matter of fact, stop by my house and we can just sign a waiver saying you wanted me to fucking show you how it feels to get shot with a 5.56.
When you gonna tend to his wound, you tend to his wounds after.
Yeah,
I'm sick of stuff.
I ain't no medic.
We are legally required in the state that I live in. If
I'm
you see
very
somebody
good at
hurt, you have to give them.
I know
Oh, you are?
but
So
we
you
gonna
can-
let some
okay.
maggots go on.
So we
No,
gonna
I'm
let's
very
shoot
good
next.
with gunshot wound ciphers.
Let's go. What
I
do I sign up?
was
What do I sign up at?
I say you. Okay, so here we go. You
Didn't
guys
you
talk
say you
about
was
flight.
married, Amari?
Yeah, but I'm not. Yeah.
I'm so.
Amari, behave yourself.
April. That's what I'm talking about. See what I said earlier, April?
You said you had a wife.
Don't be that person at the club that come in the.
You said you had a wife earlier.
I say that.
Hold up, April. Amari tried to call you out earlier today.
Oh, Deborah,
Talking
snitch.
about what did he say? Now he trying to kiss your ass now, but he called you a white something earlier. You were white. You were perpetrating.
Don't worry about him, April. His ears is in a
You are one of
ponytail.
those white people perpetrating something.
Lisa
And I defended you against this guy.
And April attacked that actually.
This
Two-faced.
nigga heard the body
Two-faced,
in Iraq.
Amari. You two-faced. Yeah, you two-faced. You ain't right.
Where you get them big ass long ass ears from?
I have no idea who his ass is.
He said basically he was one of those white people.
She was Nelson's wrong.
You don't want to repeat it. I know you can't stand on that shit you said. You said it out loud.
Deborah, let me tell you why he doesn't like me. Because Nelson didn't pay him as much attention as he paid me. Okay, that was the problem.
No, I just think I think your type of whiteness is bad for black people because you do everything you can to make black people.
Here you go, Amari. We told you not to go there, but you got in the car anyway.
See, because
let him go.
What they do is they gaslight the shit out of black people.
Because I know who I am.
Exactly.
It's the miseducation of Negroes.
Ask him, did he get his ears from his mom?
She's the type of professor. It's like that's like a white professor that where you're sitting class on you get
Hold on. I got another shiny object. Sarah, can you please come up? Please, because I'm getting ready to finish this other thing about burning the flag. Come on up, Miss Sarah, because you're saying improving public safety is not a war on black cities. DC is safer today because of his decisions. We appreciate it. War is violence and chaos. The exact opposite of public safety. Okay, so Sarah Russo, please come up, my dear, so we can discuss it, because I don't know how that's a solution by bringing in a temporary Band-Aid for an artery that's been severed. So come on up, we'll talk about it, no problem. So, come on up. Okay, so now let's move on to burning the flag while Sarah's coming up, because she's going to educate you guys.
The president didn't know he was alive, okay? He never approved any of this stuff. He wasn't for open borders and all the other things. He was never for open borders. I've known Biden a long time. He was never very sharp. And he was never in favor of open borders and all of the other things he did to destroy our country. Let's go.
Lastly, so this is an executive order on flag burning and charges your attorney general.
Would you listen to this? This is flag burning. All over the country, they're burning flags. All over the world, they burn the American flag. And as you know, through a very sad court, I guess it was a 5-4 decision, they called it freedom of speech. But there's another reason, which is perhaps much more important. It's called death. Because what happens when you burn a flag is the area goes crazy.
When you burn a
you
flag,
have hundreds of people that go crazy. You can do other things. You can burn this piece of paper. You can, and it's when you burn the American flag, it incites riots at levels that we've never seen before. People go crazy. In a way, both ways. There's some that are going crazy for doing it. There are others that are angry about them doing it.
Have y'all seen a riot from the burning flag?
Yeah, Lisa, you wouldn't believe how many the flags they burn here just in one day. You would not believe it.
Wait till they burn money. You think the flag's something?
Where prosecution wouldn't fall afoul of the First Amendment and instructs the Department of Justice to prosecute those who are
Send your money to me, water, I'll burn it.
And the penalty is going to be, if you burn a flag,
Okay, listen.
1 year in jail, no early exits, no nothing. You get 1 year in jail. If you burn a flag, you get, and what it does is incite to riot. I hope they use that language, by the way, did they? Incite to riot. And you burn a flag, you get 1 year in jail. You don't get 10 years, you don't get 1 month. You get 1 year in jail, and it goes on your record.
This seems very like
immediately, just like when I signed the Statute and Monument Act. 10 years in jail if you heard any of our beautiful monuments. Everybody left town.
Everybody left town.
And that problem after that is very amazing. We stopped it.
Well, if
But
everybody
this is
leaves
something
town, how
that's,
would you have a
I don't know, in a certain way, it's equally as important. Some people say it's more important. Because the people in this country don't want to see our American flag burned and spit off. And by people that are, in many cases, paid agitators. They're paid by the radical left to do it. You talk to these people, they don't even know half of them. They don't even know what they're doing. They say, I don't know. They gave me money to do this. I see the same things that people do. There are people trying to destroy our nation. That's not working because I think our nation now is the most respected nation anywhere in the world. By far. You saw that with the European leaders on Friday. You saw that with NATO, where they agreed to go from 2% no pay to 5% fully paid up, trillions of dollars paid, where they respect your president to a level that they jokingly call me the president of Europe. They call me the president of Europe, which is an honor. I love Europe and I like those people. They good people like me. Yeah, you've never had a case where 7 plus really 28, essentially 38 countries were represented here the other day. 38 European countries were represented. European and other countries were represented. It was a great meeting.
Did he have 38 different
The
leaders
country's
there?
respected again. I say it all the time. 1 year ago, our country was dead. Everybody said it. It was a dead country. We were not going to survive. Now we are the hottest country
We're not
anywhere in
gonna
the world.
survive a year ago?
It's an
What the fuck is he talking about? This man is crazy as hell.
Oh my God, this is
For
okay.
real. If Bob
He,
was
yeah,
here,
man,
he
he
was
just
here.
created a law. He just made something a law without Congress.
Correct.
Okay? And then he said, use the words, what did you say? I fucking forgot now. Inciting a riot. Put that in the law. This is crazy. You can't just sit up there and sign an executive order.
After he incited one of the biggest riots this country's seen, like you cannot make this shit the fuck
You
up.
can't make
And then, but what's sad is that
slow people in
you
the
have these men that like Omari that like are bigging this up, like no fucking self-respect, no pride at all.
Y'all are living in the golden age.
It really is greatness, though. It really is greatness. Hold up. Hear me.
I'm
Hear me.
Okay, everybody mute up because you're getting ready to educate us at midnight.
Yeah, hear me out real quick.
Educate us all.
Okay, we may not know who the pedophiles are on the Epstein list, but at least we'll know that the American flag is safe.
Why is the American flag?
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a whole ball right here.
Are you trolling?
I'm definitely trolling. Come on.
Okay, because I was about to say,
You know,
about an hour.
the flag is safe around Trump. He'll make laws and try to save the flag, but what about the kids?
Ain't said shit about the
Where's them
homeless.
files?
Nothing.
The flags are safe, the kids
homeless,
ain't.
No kids, no nothing. Just come on, y'all.
Lisa, there's also
ahead,
something. Lisa, there's something interesting that I wanted to tell you too. I mean, not only did he, have the United States buy into Intel, but he's planning on doing it with other companies. Do y'all know what the technical definition of the United States or a country owning a company or owning part of a company is? Do you actually know what that, for the conservatives, do you know what's communism? You know that's what you accuse Democrats of being communist, socialist, Marxist. You know that's actually what that. Are y'all actually educated on what that is?
Okay, he's gonna own Intel 10%. Who cares?
Yeah, that's communism.
That's a big deal. That's a big deal.
I think that's an amazing deal.
And
I think that's a big deal for America.
And Amari, I was waiting on somebody to come in and talk about this chip that he put in the big, beautiful bill that only he and his family can take advantage of.
Communism.
But I'm not going to speak on something I don't know 100% about. It was basically CEO, and I know you guys hate for me to say the lady C, and God damn, who was the other person? Then that was some interesting shit right there. And it's right in your fucking face that they're going to ingratiate their family and themselves on the back of our country. So,
they made $3.5 billion since being in office, leasing the family. Just so everyone is aware, this family is making billions of dollars while all of you are going to stay poor.
It's like a Google this.
Jobs until you retire.
And you're gonna stay poor, not me.
Omari, I'm talking. You're not above me. You're below me. You're not. I'm talking. Right. So when it comes to that, dictator is North Korean. Stay on mute, or you get shit. Or we're gonna shoot. Thanks. So yeah, you're in North Korea now. You have to understand that things are different, right, Omari? We have a man in office who can now write laws at the stroke of his pen. He's not signing law, right? He's not signing things in law that have been voted on by Congress. He's creating laws. This is going to continue. And Scalia, one of the most staunchly conservative Supreme Court justices in the history of the fucking bench, he sided with the liberals and others that this is a constitutional amendment. He is a textualist. You know what a textualist is? I mean, conservatives pretend they are, right? Like, we have to go by the text of the Constitution. It's not a living document, right? He believes in textualism. So it's funny that someone that is literally, who is as horrible as Scalia,
could agree this is a part of the First Amendment, and the rest of you commies, because that's what you are, you're communists. You want to side with this North Korea Kim Jong-un bullshit. You want to be in Russia.
Don't forget Putin. Yeah.
Why don't y'all just move? Why don't y'all just go live in North Korea and get ate by dogs?
Matt, they said they
Can I
want
get a chance to respond, please?
No.
dictator. They want a dictator.
They want a
Matt.
dictator. 20% of Republicans proposed and said they want a dictator.
Trump said it early on in this
Yep.
clip.
Yeah.
He said that people want a dictator, so that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
Does anybody? One of you guys in here, one of you smart people, we're gonna talk about the stable coin because that's what it is. The stable coin. Yeah, not tonight because I got a fucking headache right now. Just trying to go through this. But maybe we can do the stable coin tomorrow. And any of you guys who are aware of what it is, how it works, why Trump put it in the big bastardly bill, y'all can come in and talk about it tomorrow because it was just blew my scalp off. And unfortunately, I'm gonna have to invite C. C is a smart woman, but she talks really fast. She has a lot of information. Listen, the girl blew my scalp off. Was it Saturday or Sunday when she came in here and it was an accidental?
Who is Steve?
Okay, it was an accidental conversation, but it just was. And then TC was in it, so I know all them people y'all can't stomach, but we gotta invite them in and to talk about the stable coin.
Is he the one that's on the drugs or Socrates?
I was here and I didn't see that. But
I think it's
Oh, you want to know? I'm no, for real though. For real though.
I seen it.
That wasn't true.
I didn't interpret it in the same way. I would say that.
Wasn't the stable coin though? Wasn't that part of the Genius Act?
Yes.
Was it
Yes.
We're going to do it tomorrow, though.
Yes, we're gonna do it tomorrow because we have to have a fresh stage and a fresh, topic. No, this is some serious shit right here, people. This is not just fly by night topic. This is some serious bullshit. I could barely comprehend what was going. Oh, you know who it was? It was Sweet. Believe it or not, I'm not saying anything that about Sweet.
It was TC, Sweet, and C.
Not at all. It was Sweet, C, TC, and somebody else. And I just almost died.
Yeah.
And they
I
said
just want-
that C was intelligent based on that.
No. She knows this stuff. It's one thing, I know the delivery might not be palatable, and I said that to see that you have to slow down. You have to take your time. You cannot get emotionally invested to the point where you're on tears, and and then you have to just slow down so we can absorb the information. But yeah, she definitely had the information. That's one thing that's a fact.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw that part in there though about the Genius Act. That way, in case anybody wanted to read up on it, because I think it's hard to get all the way through like the Big Beautiful Bill. It's like 900 pages, so it's easy to miss it. Yeah, but the Genius Act is a lot more digestible.
Okay, cool. So the sun's coming up tomorrow. We'll have a new topic tomorrow. That's what it sounds like. Y'all gonna be all right?
Are you gonna be alright? Are you gonna be alright with your dictator?
Hopefully,
Are you gonna be okay?
Hopefully, he gets shipped to Africa and Uganda.
Or something? But Omari, will you be okay with your dictator in chief? Is that what you?
Yeah, he's supposed to.
Are you gonna be okay?
He's crazy.
Queen, I'm sorry, I misspoke.
I never used the word that. I didn't say I'm crazy for being a dictator. That's not true. Don't put words in my mouth.
You must not have parents that are from.
Remember, if you're above
Your
yourself,
parents must not.
I
But your parents must not be from like the South or something. They must be from like another country.
Why y'all think I'm some foreigner?
I got a question.
It's like giving. No, it's not.
So my grandmother.
Let me say why.
Fayetteville, North Carolina.
You may not. Okay, so you have people in your family who lived through Jim Crow. You have people in your family that lived through Jim Crow.
For sure.
And you don't think that nothing is wrong in this administration.
I have no problem with this administration.
You're an idiot. I mean, like, I don't know.
my shit. I'm not part of this administration.
Amari, no, all kidding aside, Amari, all kidding aside, so there's kidding aside, Amari, you and me, seriously, you just said something that really, now I won't be able to sleep, Amari. You said you don't find nothing wrong with this administration. You and I are just going to have a private room. Because I just want to talk to you with nobody else around, so we can go back and forth. Because I want to. That was the most disturbing thing I've ever heard from a black man in all day.
No, but Lisa,
You don't see nothing wrong.
no, but Lisa, he's a liar because the first day that I met Omari, he was on here talking about he doesn't believe in everything that Trump did. This nigga did the biggest 360 in a matter of a week.
Yeah, but I explained that Elon
know
Musk.
you are a liar too.
I said Elon. I didn't like.
Yeah, that's how I know he was gonna run for office.
Yeah,
He switched
I
from
never.
Democrat.
Stop. You're
He
I
wanted
put
to
that
run
on-
for
I put that on my
You're
face.
a liar.
No one ever talked about running for office. Stop
You
with
know
bullshit. You
that.
making shit up. You making shit up now. Now you just trying to get.
That's a shame. And it's like,
Not you, man.
and the bad
And
part
you
about
follow all right.
It's not
Omari,
You do, and you can't get no momentum. That's what you're saying. If I'm lying, you was lying. I'm just going by what you said.
Stop putting me and Christian in the same.
The scary part about that, Amari and Notorious and
you and Christian are
the
the
rest of
same
you guys,
person.
is that we can't, you know what, we have enemies among the midst. Because, you guys are black men, and I'd be the first person to let you in. I would be the first person if all shit came down and you were trying to find a safe place to be. I would be the first person to open my door to you, Amari, not knowing that you are an enemy in the ranks. You're making me distrust and question black men's motives. Before I let
I will open my door first.
I'm not trusting black men because you're saying some of the most ludicrous shit against your people. All this stuff that we're talking about is affecting us as a community. And you said, your own words, you don't see nothing wrong with it. You know that the emphasis are behind no cash bail. You gotta know. You gotta know the fact that he's sending in troops into black cities. He's not denying it. He's not trying to hide it. And then he's calling them incompetent. Since when is somebody like Wes Moore? Have you read his pedigree? It's nothing about him. He's more qualified than fucking Obama. And I love me some Barack, all right? But Wes Moore, you got the audacity with your small hands and your swollen ankles and your bone spurs and your mushroom-shaped dick. All of this has been confirmed. You call it and your grades that no one can find. That's just stuff that right now is off the tip of my head. I'm not gonna go back too far. You're gonna call a man like Wes Moore incompetent? You letting a white man disrespect another black man who you know is more qualified than the motherfucker talking about him and anybody else. You see how much we gotta be better all the fucking time, and then when you exceed and supersede everything that they ever fucking did, you're still called incompetent? This is what I don't fucking understand. You have to, Amari, and so do I. Every fucking day, I gotta reinvent myself as a professional in my field. Just because when I walk my little tight ass into a room with all Caucasians or anyone else that's not black, I'm always looked at with a question mark. Oh, here she is. And then once the day is over, they're hugging me, kissing me. If I go to another fucking job that I've been to before where I had to literally prove myself, I had doctors looking at me sideways when I come in and say I'm doing anesthesia. Then after I've done a exceptional job, because nothing about me is marginal. Nothing. After I do an exceptional job, I'm starting to get hugs. I'm starting to get, oh, I can't wait. Can we put you down as a favorite? Then when I show up the next time to the same facility, the same people that were giving me the side eye because of my skin color are all hugging me. I'm gonna start taking pictures because you guys think I'm just blowing this shit out of my ass, but I'm gonna start taking pictures. I even got MAGAs hugging me at jobs. I'm gonna start taking pictures of the actual fucking situation. So Amari, for you to say you don't see nothing wrong, nothing. It's just such a fucking disappointment coming out of black men's mouth.
Can I rephrase it then?
Intelligent. Okay, go ahead.
So what we talked about today, I'm just gonna stick with today, right? I did have a problem with the people they let go during Elon Musk when he bought the chainsaw out. I talked about that. I didn't like that shit. Really, that shit pissed me off. I didn't like that shit. Right. I don't like people trolling, people losing their job. I think people, like you said, we talked about earlier, people are trying to feed their family, they're trying to survive. I didn't like that. Okay, second thing I really didn't like. I don't like the fact that when he says, well, if this war didn't start, when you're the president now, your job is to try to end it. Not worried about the incompetent president that he calls. And again, he talks about everybody. You brought up Westmore because he's black. But if you go back and listen to his tapes, he brought up Newscomb, Pritzker. He talked about Biden like a dog. He talks about everybody. But we want to make it about race.
No, I'm not making it about race. I said all the policies. I used Westmore because he is black. But if you go over the policies, who else wants to erase slavery out of a fucking museum? Who else wants to stop teaching slavery? Who else wants to say affirmative action and DEI are the cause of this country going under when you know what affirmative action was put in place for? You know what DEI was put in place for, okay? You know that. And you have, as a black man, been able to benefit. You can't tell me you haven't.
I think LBJ Howard, if you look at his speech, they don't have quotas anymore. Like, they got rid of that shit, right?
You're trying to get rid of the Voting Rights Act, the rest of it. We have literally set a white article 2 left. This is ridiculous. Oklahoma City is a city with a Republican mayor and a Republican city council located in a deep red Trump plus 34 state, has violent crime at the rate of 25% higher than Chicago's. I'm not sure why that is not on the list. I actually understand why. That's not a black city. What's a black city to him? Chicago, D.C., where the populace is black.
Oakland.
It's not a Democrat.
Oakland.
He's attacking Democrats.
You know exactly what you're fucking doing.
He's attacking Democrats who are attacking him.
No, that's not true. Oakland. Why would you choose Oakland?
Because you see what happened. Like, if you look at what these people are saying, if you look at even your local news, you look at these.
If he said San Francisco, it would have been different. He singled out Oakland.
Literally black.
Oakland.
Out
of all the fucking cities in California, Oakland.
He's going after Democrats.
And that's Democrats?
And black. That's what he's going after. Black.
Okay.
He's going after Hispanics too. I mean, you got the Home Depot. So
disingenuous right
we're
now,
not gonna
sir.
play your stupid
No, I'm not.
What has he done to white people? Has he done anything to anybody white?
Why would you expect him to go after white people? He's going after Democrats. The governors in states are white.
You said this morning that white people got fired too over the black women. See, you just
Yes, that's right. We're not talking about fire. We're talking about
You think that's right? You think that's right?
We're not talking about that. We're talking
We're
about the
talking
governors.
about it.
The governors of these states are white. He hates them equally.
Do you want?
They keep going on TV and they keep trolling him. Keep pressing your name on your mouth and stop trolling him. He will not fucking mess with you.
So now nobody can
He's not messing with Michigan. He's not messing with Michigan. He's not messing with Big Rich. He's not messing with Big Rich. Why is he not messing with Big Rich? Big Rich came to the White House and she played the game. Detroit with the president, he won't come out.
Detroit is on the list. Hold on, y'all are not listening. Detroit is on the list. What is going on?
I didn't hear him say Detroit now.
No, Detroit. No, there's a list online that's already been circulated from inside the fucking White House. Everyone's already talking about this. I know you don't know what politics you don't study.
Well, I said he was talking. I heard New Orleans on the list.
He's already listed.
I didn't hear about Detroit.
Populous city.
Remember Lisa asked you about
Black
Detroit?
people are at. Yes, that's what. You're not saying that. He trying to come after black city people where black people are at. He's arming these people, and you are going to see about certain black folks dying, I'm sure.
We'll see that. When that day comes, we'll talk about that.
Hold on, I'm not done. He said when he ran, he wants to get caught. Full immunity, dude. He wants police officers to have full immunity, so when they shoot and kill your black
when that happens,
you're
we'll talk
not
about
going
that.
to jail. You are a monkey.
We're 12 days into DC and nobody got shot and killed.
You need to go song and shoot and dance.
So we're 12 days into DC and no black people got shot and killed. How about that? How about that?
How about
12 days and no niggas got killed.
All lives matter.
Wait, whoa. 12 days and nobody got killed. Okay, nobody got killed. Are we looking at the suburbs, or are we only looking at the places where the actual guards are? I've been trying to look that up because they said that crimes are still being committed in the city.
No, we're talking about the police. We're talking about police are not going around shooting people on sight. Like this is the way this got mad. This motherfucking crybaby,
you
fucking chicken little motherfucker. You chicken little motherfucker. Shut up. Wait till you chicken little. I'm tired of the chicken little bullshit. The sky's falling. Motherfucker, it's an emancipation proclamation. He's saving black people from Democratic Party policies because y'all motherfuckers, black people are dying by hundreds a year. More black people are dying because of your policy, because the party you sent their dick policies. It's your fault. You are the enemy of black people because you allow these policies to happen.
Mamari, when you guys do get in, okay, so this is not the first time Trump's been president. So did he wake up today? Did Ronald Reagan, after he lost his marbles and y'all still supported him, did they not know that there was crime going on? So why all of a sudden now that it's a focus for Trump? He was in the White House before. Washington looked the way it looked 4 years. What did he do those whole entire 4 years? Did it not matter to him at that point in time? And what the Democrats are doing, and like I said before, I don't want to see another person die, white, black, or whomever. Violence like that, murder, it's not acceptable. That's why there are laws on the books that if you commit those crimes, you're probably going to end up in jail for the rest of your life.
And Trump that, Lisa. He's telling you the Justice Department is not pursuing cases where black people are killed by police officers. And Omari's black ass is on face.
And that, folks from party that had
what?
Yeah, that's what they
abortion. You had an on-site abortion at the DNC. That's the party you support.
Wait a minute, on-site abortion clinic. Are you going crazy right now?
They were giving vasectomies and abortions. That's the party that they support. You're responsible for killing more black babies and more black people.
Oh my God. Hold on here.
Lisa, I have a question.
I'm trying to figure out what cities. I'm trying to answer
the question. In Kentucky, Lisa, they were the Justice Department, Bondi. They were trying to have they were trying to tell them not to basically give the police officer any charges. They were trying to figure out how to get the charges dropped against the people who killed Breonna Taylor with the no-knock warrant nonsense. This is the stuff that Omar supports, stuff, right? He supports the racist Justice Department, reversing what Biden was pursuing, which was that man to go to jail, so that the person that murdered a black woman in her own home is going to get off. That's what he supported. The judge basically said, I'm listening to the DOJ. I'm going to pursue this man. This man should be in jail, right? I'm going to pursue this indictment. This is the shit I'm talking about. They want the charges dropped. You support
a party that allowed homeless people, 20% of the population in California, and you support
Let him land, Omari.
That's what you support. Homeless people. There's no black immigrants.
Exactly. Let me crash my plane on you.
No, you cracked your plane.
Stop talking. You live in a sundown town. You don't care about what happens.
I live in a sundown town.
Yeah, you don't. I'm going to make sure you know you live in one. You live in a sundown town.
Right.
When you drive
I'm
out,
about to go outside right now.
You're a fucking good. Drive out. Stay out a little longer. I want to see what happens to you.
Yeah.
You don't care about what happens to black people. You are literally a coon. And it's sad because people
follow me on Instagram now. I don't
black
like
people died under Trump's administration. We know what happened with George Floyd. We know what Trump said about it. Not a damn thing. They didn't give a fuck about what happened to George Floyd. They blamed 10 fucking walls and all this other nonsense. You have to understand, you don't care about black people. We're not.
Oh, you're cycling.
Take the bullshit excuses about how, oh no, they're just going to Democrat cities. They're going to no. They're going to black populous cities. They're not going to red states. They're not going to Memphis, one of the most dangerous places in the fucking country, St. Louis,
with you. That's the way he operates. If you don't know the game, then you don't know the game, and you don't. Then that's the fucking.
You're okay with
I'm not
that?
playing the game with him. Play the game. Be like big.
Okay with that?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I have a question.
You're okay with the leader
I'm okay
acting
with
like
that because you know what?
You're literally
Because
just
you know what? Like I'm okay with the Democrats
Wait, hold on,
talking shit.
Mari.
You're okay with getting on your knees and fucking sucking Trump's dick. You're okay with that?
Okay, Madison, you're next up in spirit. Go ahead, Madison. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It's okay. I have a question because from what I heard, it was glazed over. I didn't hear the rationalization for the removal of Black history and also this administration's affinity for the Confederacy. And so, and it's not just Black history, by the way. It's really fucking white history because this is about the bullshit that they did. So what is the rationalization for that, Omari?
I don't know. I don't believe there's no rationalization for any of or for removing. Hold on, because you weren't in the room, loser. So when you were in the room when I said I don't believe they should go back and change the names. And Lisa, you get back. I did say
You
I didn't
didn't
like
say that part.
Thank you. So Matt,
I'm
you
only
did.
telling the truth.
Okay, so I didn't ask about belief. What I asked was the rationalization. What is the
I don't know.
reason?
I don't know. That's the white Republicans.
I'm not done. I asked you a very direct question because you seem to have an answer for a lot of things.
Right.
And so what do you think as a thinking person, and I'm sure probably a critical thinker, what do you think the rationalization and the reason is for that?
I believe this is what I believe. I believe they think that their culture, regardless if it's, Robert, Lee, whatever, they believe it should not be changed, regardless that the union whipped that ass of these racist motherfuckers. I don't know. That's what I've heard them say. I think it's dumb. The union, we are the United States of America. The Confederate got their ass whooped like they deserve to get their ass whooped, and there should be no names anywhere from the Confederacy. Anywhere in America.
So I think that Trump is doing the removal, which was the first part of my question. And why do you think he's uplifting the Confederacy? Why would a person?
Because, okay, so I gotta find. Look, I can't. I'm not gonna try to speak for every crazy person.
You already have been.
Understand, right? But I'm just talking about certain things. No. I don't. Because there's because if I hold on. Because I can only speak for things that I can just go based on.
Let off the hook.
What? A murder left off the hook? What are you talking about?
Yeah, I just named that Flames Death and Blondie had her DOJ try to get the charges dropped against the man who murdered Breonna Taylor, and you were shucking and jiving.
I didn't even hear you say that. I must have.
Yeah, you did.
That's wrong.
You did hear me say.
Did I respond to you? Did I respond to you?
Yeah,
okay, you was yelling at each other. So I'm gonna answer you right now. I think that's wrong. Breonna Taylor. So the Breonna Taylor, the person, is going to be let out from that Breonna Taylor case.
They were
you could maybe tell me.
Drop the charges.
You could tell me why are they? What was the reason behind it? Because this is the first time I'm hearing it. You're the one that said it, crackhead. So tell me why, crackhead. Why did you say that? You said the crackhead. But we're talking about Breonna Taylor. We're not talking about Trump.
Go outside, like I said. Go outside.
I live in Southern California. I can go outside anywhere I want to go. No, I said they asked me my family. I said my family's from Fayetteville.
Go back there and go outside.
I'm not going to motherfucking
I want you to, but it's a safe place though.
No, I don't need to go to no motherfucking Fayetteville.
You're not in the blue state.
Weirdo.
That though. What's going on about the blue state?
I need to go back to Fayetteville.
And that wasn't racist.
Okay, guys. Okay, come on. Let's.
Yeah.
Let's reconnect this.
You a pussy.
Thank you.
My grandmother's from Fayetteville.
Yes.
But that's what I was asking, right?
Because Brooklyn questioned my origin.
You didn't even say Fayetteville, right, nigga? The fuck you
I'm not from there. I said my grandmother. I'm from
Fayetteville, bitch. It's not hard to pronounce.
I found another article here that kind of like helped me a little bit. So your boy said as of 2:00 today, he just decided that there is some truth to what he's saying to this takeover of blue cities. He admits the truth So in this article here, and it's from Yahoo News, I don't know if you guys appreciate that or not, but it says President Donald Trump is so obsessed with punishing Democrats that he's pretending red states don't have a crime problem.
Can you read that again for the people in the back, please? Read that one more time, because I did say that. Read that for the dummies like that.
Did you say pretending?
You
okay,
never
so
that's
what?
about him talking about Republicans having a crime problem.
Can you read that again for the dummies like that, please?
No, I'm reading this article. So President Trump is so obsessed with punishing Democrats that he is pretending red states don't have a crime problem. While speaking to reporters today, or yesterday, Monday, the president balked when asked whether he would consider sending the same National Guards troops to Republican-led states that are experiencing high crime rates. Sure, his answer was sure, but there aren't many of them, Trump said. If you look at the top 25 cities, he's lying again, just about every one of those cities is run by Democrats. So then they go on, like we do, and fact check. In Newsweek's recent list of 30 U.S. cities with at least 100,000 residents that had the highest number of violent crimes against people, 16, more than half of those cities, were certifiably red states. Those include Tennessee, Ohio, Arkansas, Texas, South Carolina, Missouri, Utah, Oklahoma, and Louisiana. 4 of those states are among the 6 who actually had the audacity to send National Guard troops to Washington, D.C. So they're going to leave their own crime-ridden, like he wants to call them, murder, hellhole, murder alley, or whatever he calls Chicago. These 4 of these states, which have the highest number of violent crimes against people, had the audacity to gather up some of them and send them as National Guards to Washington, D.C.
Can we call Matt a liar?
No, I'm not a liar. You're a fucking.
Because he said he's going after black state. 54% of black live in the South. So he would then, in theory, go to those southern states if he's going after blacks. So you got caught. You're a dummy. I checked you again. Checkmate. Sit this shit down. You come up here. You got checkmate by me. Everybody heard you. Thank you. Thank you for attention to this. You got checked.
Go ahead, but I'm mispronouncing your name, Blue.
Yes, nice to
Go
meet
ahead, Blue. Nice to meet you too.
It's a pleasure to be invited up on the stage. I
Thank
love
you. I'm gonna add you back and then turn in your ticket, Blue.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I'll do that now. I have a question. When you said 31, I just want to make sure I heard correctly before I say something. Did you say 31 cities?
It said in a Newsweek recent list of the 30 U.S. cities with at least 100,000 residents that had the highest number of violent crime against people. 16 of those, more than half of those cities, were certifiably red states.
Okay. I believe that Donald Trump, even though those cities are red, the war on black cities is because black cities are high in real estate. They have a lot of value in the real estate market. Meaning, I'm from California, so I can only speak for California. There used to be a part of the neighborhood called the East Side. The East Side was anything east of the 110, like it was on. So one side of the 110 was called the West Side, and the other side of the freeway was called the East Side. The East Side, when I was growing up, you rarely want to move there. I mean, people did buy homes and they owned homes over there because they were easier to get because people didn't want to live on that side of town. Now, it's a lot more white people who have moved over there, and they're pushing the blacks and the Spanish out of there, and the rent used to be cheap on the East Side. Now, the rent is $2,800 for a 2-bedroom house, $3,000 just to be on the East Side. And I said, well, why? Because the East Side takes you straight to downtown LA. You can drive straight down Broadway and get straight to downtown LA. A direct shot. As opposed to when you lived in West LA, you have to hop on the 405 to the 105 to the 110, be in all that traffic. Well, they push it. So black cities a lot of times are in areas where it's easy to get to, downtown areas, straight shots to the water. They're kind of, the cities are kind of like surrounding the water. San Pedro used to be cheap too, even though it was right on the cliff and you can overlook the water. It used to be cheap. I'm talking about $1,100, 1 bedroom, beautiful places, big. Now that same 1 bedroom is going for $2,900. The 3 bedroom that I had that was $2,950 is going for $4,000 now. It's because certain areas that black people had, they're not using the real estate the way that white people want them to, how the way white people want to use the city. Like on Crenshaw is a very popular street, long street that goes from Torrance all the way to Wilshire. So it'll take you all the way towards Beverly Hills. One street, but most of that street hits in the inner city in the hood. Well, they done pushed all the black folks and all the black folk business that was on Crenshaw, pushed them darn near out, and put that train that goes smack dead in the middle now. So I believe that Donald Trump is trying to push and attack black cities because he knows, or he believes, that black people are not utilizing the real estate in a way that he feels is profitable.
Well, they're trying to reverse white flight, is gentrification everywhere, because they moved away from cities to try to get the hell away from us when we fought to try to live there. And so they're just trying to, it's all reversal. It's all regression. They're trying to take it back to where it was. I mean, it's all so very evident. It's like, I don't even understand the rationale. Like, not to be able to answer the question, why would somebody want to eradicate black history while simultaneously uplifting the Confederacy? Is one fucking answer for racist reasons. And it's the same reason for everything else. If you know, I've always been told the way you do one thing is damn near the way you do everything. So you prove the case that this is what he's doing, and it applies across the board. And of course, it's not just us. It's everybody, but it's always been us, you know. And so it's like to have so much cognitive dissonance where you just won't even admit it. It's just like crazy town to me.
Yeah, that's what I'm
on. Do you know that? Do you know that that it's very rare, if not ever happened, that a president would remove a federal chair governor, a federal board governor,
never happened,
and trusted that? It never happens before. You want to know what's not surprising? Is that woman was the first black woman in that position. And so she was removed.
Her position didn't end. Her term didn't end until 2038, by the way, though. And
Lisa.
His tribe, which is not true.
You're next, Centurions.
He created. Yeah, he never created. He just created this accusation, by the way, because he wanted to cite he wanted to specifically cite the amendment, saying, "Oh, see, well, I can do it because he just says I have to accuse her of something. So I can accuse you of doing something that's illegal, that you murdered someone. I'm writing a document. I'm accusing you of murder, and now you're fired. I have no proof. I have no person you murdered. I'm just saying something that I wanted, that I'm accusing you of, and now I can fire you.
And because you're a black female.
Ever. Yeah, it's a rape. But this is what Amari doesn't understand. All of it is right in front of you. It's a black person gone. You're going to blue states, blue cities, targeting black people, saying they're the criminals, and we're cleaning up the city. And what about the red cities that have black people in them? Oh, you're not going to target them? I wonder why. Because it's a red city. Of course you're not going to go there. You're going to go to the blue cities. You're going to go to the blue states. You're going to say we have a problem in Oklahoma, a place where not that many niggas even fucking live, has a worse crime rate. I read it, 25% worse crime rate than Chicago. And guess what? It's a Trump plus 35 fucking state. It's a red state, a red city, a red fucking mayor, a red city council. You're not there. It's actually listed as one of the worst. But it's not going to happen. This is all of this data, all these basic fundamental facts that we all understand to be true. These people will never understand it. That's why I'm not going to try to convince them. I'm going to just wish what needs to be wished on them. I hope that you suck on this administration. That is all you deserve to get. Your
chicken little.
So,
you know,
real quick, can I say something real quick?
Wait
Can I
a
get my-
minute, Notorious is next. Go ahead, Notorious, and then you can go. Whoever said, can I say something? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
This is a real interesting argument, and this is not my thought, but they brought up an interesting thought. Do you guys remember when the woke white liberals were tearing down all of white history? Remember they tore down Thomas Jefferson, Lincoln, Christopher Columbus, right? Weren't you guys at one point trying to erase white history because you said that the body of the man's work doesn't matter? Similar to M.L. King, like some of you nuts on here. Oh, M.L. King slept with a white woman.
This is a bad argument.
Of course it's a bad argument. He's retarded.
So you try to...
Let me engage with you.
No, won't you be quiet for a second and listen, right?
And by the way, go ahead and land, Notorious. And by the way, 149 people voted, and they all agreed that Trump will lose if the election was held again today. Go ahead, Notorious.
So you guys were perfectly okay with tearing down every single statue, even though some of those men created the document that you so wholly stand by, right? The Constitution. And then now you're upset that you feel like Donald Trump is tearing down Black history. Do y'all see the hypocrisy?
I'll ask to engage first, okay? Because Notorious.
That was an interesting question. Go ahead, girlfriend.
It's white history, right? Yeah, that's fine. But where else in the world do people celebrate losers? Because everybody that statues were being torn down were actual losers or liars like Columbus. So where else? And traitors. So where else in the world do people who are losers, liars, treasonous, and what else was it? Traitors get celebrated?
I'm so glad that you said that, because you guys are so quick to cut me off, but it worked out.
I knew you were going to set them up with that trap.
So in turn,
I didn't cut you off. I waited.
So in turn, you guys wanted to put up that loser George Floyd, who was a criminal, whose body of work wasn't so pretty, right?
He doesn't
run
any government, nor does he have a fucking.
So you were carrying on.
Do you hear this stuff? It's not the same. You're not. This is a false equivalence.
You wanted to cheer.
This is a false equivalence. This is not the same.
Statues who got torn down that created the foundations of this country because they had a black slave or they slept with a black woman, right? You tore their statues down and wanted to put up George Floyd as a statue, or crackhead as a statue.
So a black man got
murdered.
Did that happen?
It happened. George Floyd got a statue right now.
Okay, you still aren't answering my question about the losers, traitors, and treasonous.
No, they are.
Because I don't understand what the fuck, like what?
They tore down.
Ain't nobody talking to you.
Brooklyn, they tore down like 160 statues, I think, right? And you're sitting here telling me that all those men were traitors and liars?
Yes.
Is that what you're really trying to say?
Yeah,
I think they took down Thomas Jefferson.
Yes, I'm
Are you
trying
saying
to
Thomas
say that.
Jefferson
Yes.
was a traitor and a liar?
Notorious. They got
He was a rapist.
like the water.
He was a rapist.
Of the world.
You know,
He was really a rapist. He was a rapist.
But you know what's a trip about people in general? Not all. So if this doesn't apply to people, don't attack me for it. So many people voted for Donald Trump even though they knew he was unethical. They already knew that how he ran the last time. They knew that he had problems with his ethics. So to sit here and have a debate about a man who already shown you he's unethical and you voted for him, that's why, the reason why white supremacy is more so prevalent again, we reactivated. It wasn't just us as in blacks, but the Spanish people and immigrants, all of them. You know why? Because the white folks said, for you, knowing that you were going to go hard about deportation. You were going to go hard about crime. You were going to go hard about this and that because you already said you were going to do it and we're already doing it. They already know you're a Twitter tweet fiend. They already know that you play with little kids and that you was attached to Jeffrey Epstein and they still voted for you. They already know that you pushed the wife over and probably killed her. They already know that you're a multi-felon, right? And they voted for you. So white supremacy feels as though even though they already knew you were so pro-white from the last time, and a lot of white supremacists liked them from the last time and they re-voted you in, they want Ku Klux Klan. They want us, you know what? Now we're going to go hard because we gave him the power to do so. So we can't sit here. This is what a lot of black people, Spanish people, what they do is, I want Donald Trump because I don't want a nigger woman as a president. I'd rather take my chances with someone who I know what he's about. Well, now look at it. So at the end of the day, there's a lot of y'all who voted this man in. And it don't matter if you don't like what I'm saying, if I don't have the stats and all the education that you guys may have. I know one thing, you voted in somebody who was already a thief, a crook, and who didn't have a good character. And you re-voted him in. Not you. I remember I said Arthur, the people who applied for it, baby.
Honey, it's about Omari and Notorious.
Waking up.
Thank you, Blue.
Thank you, Blue.
Thank you, Blue.
Me and Blue get along.
That was a good.
And I don't mind her. I don't mind what she said. It is what it is. I voted for who I voted for. She voted for who she wanted. But Matt, but we do know if we look at history, we can look at the suffering the last 4 years. Because you know what? People didn't vote for Biden or Kamala because they didn't like them. They didn't feel like everything you're saying. They thought President Trump was bad. And that is the fault of your party.
Who was suffering?
No, that's the fault of you. It didn't have nothing to do with Kamala,
you
Biden, or
people voted based on where they were. People voted Trump in. Millions of people felt like they were suffering. Millions of people. You know what? 77 million people. You can call us all the same thing.
9 billion people.
And you guys put you put all your chips on white men and white women and backfire.
No, you know what? A lot of black people do that though. You know, y'all might not like them.
I said millions, Haitian.
A lot of. Okay, go ahead, Haitian.
Millions of people felt like one of the things that always made me feel sad is when I saw as when you saw that black lady who was interviewed on MSNBC with another group of black people from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and they said they can't even be able to afford it. They don't even know to feed their family.
And they're not going to be able to now even more because of tariffs.
You think people are suffering right now?
Wait, people are still suffering. Yes.
You don't think more
so you have to get
Trump policy?
But I think Trump policies a year from now, you're going to see the economy. You're going to see things go down. You know that
Donald Trump. Wait a minute. I think
I'm already getting close. I got a 6.7 mortgage rate.
I need to know if y'all know.
My mortgage rate is going to be cheaper by
real quick. You guys know that Donald Trump is going to be sending out American prisoners to Africa, to Nigeria.
We're sending American citizens. We're sending the immigrants.
So no, it's not.
He's sending American prisoners out of the country. He's deporting American citizens.
He said he wants to, but that's not going to pass. You can't do that.
It's already started. He already started.
Okay.
No, this real.
Tell me how it's American. Hold on, time out. No. Let's rewind. Okay, tell me. Okay, why are we talking about? Hold on, Blue.
Go ahead, Blue.
Hold on. Shut up, Matt. Shut up, Matt.
Shut up. You let talk.
Because you're not gonna. You're gonna make a statement. Show me Americans right now. We're talking about all these.
Okay, hold on, y'all. Don't do that. Y'all, everybody can't talk at the same time.
But Deborah, he made a statement.
to shut the fuck up.
No, you shut up because we told you that he's going after Democrats and you said blacks, but you don't even talk about more black people live in the South. More black people live in the South.
Okay, y'all go on mute. Y'all go on mute.
Yeah, it's blue turn.
Exactly.
Let blue finish because you cut out.
Thank you guys. He's sending out American prisoners to other countries, and he's building a relationship with international countries with other countries so that they can exchange labors. So he's exchanging slaves, Americanized slaves. He's reading
North Korea.
But he's doing it with prisoners.
Someone just said North
who
Korea.
already lost their rights. Okay.
That's what North Korea does.
Because a lot of prisoners lost their rights. No, because what you guys don't understand, what I'm trying to explain, I'm getting a little nervous, right? What I'm trying to explain is that he's starting something because he felt as though Americans had the opportunity to have structure, and they didn't have it. They showed weakness when they, and I'm not saying I believe in this, I'm saying what I believe he thinks, okay? I believe he thinks that you guys voted in an old man who was shitting on himself, who was farting on the stage as a U.S. representative at the top, the highest power that you can get. The gays running around in public, cartoons having homosexuality, homosexuals that became to be more popular than being a heterosexual. It was almost like if you ain't gay and if you don't like gays, that you really was shunned for it. Now he's saying, oh, now the transgenders, they get to be in the bathrooms with everybody. He were in America the way you wanted to, and you did, and you had no structure. Now he's like, thank you for voting me back in. I don't want little black kids knowing about. Hold on, I'm telling. Let me just explain something because I feel like the spirit is telling me to say this but this is how I feel. Now, if you don't like it, you can respect it and be quiet.
Christian nationalism.
Okay. Anyway, all I'm trying to say, marriages from transgenders, from how we want to spend our money, how we want to do this and that. We voted him.
Okay, 30 seconds, Blue. 30 seconds.
Yep. People voted him in.
You got 30 seconds.
Okay, people voted him in, and now he's wiping away slavery because he don't want other little kids to know what America used to do, and now he's restructuring it, and you voted that shit in, so shut up and just deal with it.
Blue up in here. Cooking, boy.
You
might be mad too. You mad too.
We just heard that America. So this is breaking news. We just heard from Matt and my friend Blue that there are Americans who are.
I'll give you my address because you in Cali, and I'll beat your ass on Clubhouse Live. I'm not.
Okay.
No problem.
You trying to fight? Okay, that's some weird shit. Okay, cool story. Anyways, I'm not talking to you, but I'm gonna talk to you like I continue to do. Matt, M-A-T-T.
Okay, Amari, if you're gonna go ahead and say what
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I was talking to this guy named M-A-T-T said that Americans are being sent to other countries right now as we speak, and this is the guy that you guys call your truth. This is your person that speaks truth. I need him to drop those receipts of Americans right now being put on airplanes from Folsom or from whatever prison, from wherever prison that these federal prisons. No, because you're lying.
Yeah, he's right,
man. I'm gonna let you see.
Oh no, I'm not debating with a monkey ape that should be killed. I'm not talking to this.
See, now you go there because you just got checkmate for the third time from everybody.
You can go to shut the fuck up.
I'm your motherfucking kryptonite.
You're not
nigga. Oh, with the hardy art. Mods? Wow.
Oh, absolutely.
Matt should go to the goo.
I don't give a fuck.
He's a liar.
There's no Tory. Shut your slow ass up, you white bitch. Look like you're fucking about your ugly ass. With your fucked up comb over. Nigga, shut your gut.
Time out, y'all.
Wait, did you really think that
he about to
was really him?
He's about to go ride.
That's Dave Chappelle. You remember that the
All right, Matt, I'm gonna bring you back up and let you go.
It's still fuck notorious because he's slugged. But anyway, my point is this: I don't need to prove anything when everybody knows this information. I don't agree with half the shit Blue just said in her last submission, but she was obviously agreeing with me as well. This is already happening. People already fucking reported we're American citizens. I don't fucking care what the fuck you dumb, slow, madness think. You are not logical. You're not intelligent. Google is right in front of you on your T-Mobile track phone you use to sell drugs. None of you are real people. You're all losers that run around dick sucking on this app, trying to get attention because you're pathetic in real life. You work at Dollar Tree. You're a broke ass nigger. That is what you are. I'm gonna disrespect the fuck out of you. You like white men who call you that, Trump? I'm gonna call you that, bitch. You over here disrespecting George Floyd, who was murdered, talking about they erected fucking monuments in his name. They shouldn't have erected statues. You are a fucking pathetic excuse for a black man. I would spit on you in your face if I saw you and beat your black ass if I saw you. Like I said, don't say my name, monkey, or say it in my face in real life. I'm in Cali, you in Cali. I will beat your ass. Dead ass, on my mom.
Oh, man.
Now do you see why men are leaving the party? Right? We don't want to be adjacent with men of such.
And I don't want to be adjacent with primates. You are a
and never
you want to be adjacent with men such as Donald Trump. That makes a lot of fucking
adjacent with men.
That tells us everything we need.
You can be adjacent with men like Matt. M-A-T-T.
But you cower to a man that doesn't know you and wouldn't spit on you. Y'all are weird. A man that has child sexual allegations. Yeah, this is done. Like sticking his fingers in women's vaginas unannounced. Yeah, that's the type of thing that he gets done. You niggas would rather hate a gay black man and suck a white man's dick.
Okay, that's not a black man. No, I never heard a black man.
Trump called you an anyway.
I never heard a black man.
Everything, all the things y'all have said have been coonier than anything.
Because the heart he argues for women and men.
That's what you are.
And so, Omari Axelrod.
Can I say something real quick? Like, it's super obvious what y'all doing. Like, y'all know, first of all, everybody know that it's certain people that's gonna go off on you. You go low, they gonna drag you to hell. You going low and poking the bear, and then you fucking running and screaming and crying like bitches. Like, stop fucking playing with me. Don't play in my face. No, don't play in my face, Omari, please.
No,
I see exactly. No, it doesn't matter. Because you're provoking Matt. You're provoking him, and then you playing in my face like Matt is attacking you. You too notorious. Y'all saying real stupid shit. And you know they're not going to fucking take it easy on you. They're going to say,
it's not my fault these people are on him.
But when they go off on you, I'm not taking it personally because I know where it's coming from. So don't involve me. Don't ask for my help. No, it's coming from your ignorance.
No, it's coming from their ignorance.
You're the problem. You're the problem. Yes, because they can.
Like he's packaged crazy.
But you know that they will, though. You know that they will. That's the whole point. You're doing it on purpose. So stop playing in my fucking face.
I'm not even playing with you. I'm talking to Matt.
You are, though. Do you see what I'm saying? Okay. Go off, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's just he can go off. These are the types of degenerate. Hold on, monkey. Right now.
They were.
Shut up, bitch. I'm talking.
But the hardy are racist.
I'm masked up. Fuck up, bitch. You are nothing but a low ass, dirty fucking. You are a coon ass bitch. You don't deserve.
All right, guys, let's move the mic around. Let's move it around. Maury, if you like Matt, you gotta hit him in the back channel. Sorry.
Yeah, Maury, you can shut the fuck up at this point because you're trying some shit and you about to get dragged to hell for real. Next person.
Slavery, like racism. Come see me in real life.
Let's move the mic
I'm seeing in real life. Can we hear from Arthur? Because Arthur's like Can you get your other white friend back? He's being a racist.
I'm gonna say one thing, Omar. Like, so.
That's what I'm
That
saying.
is not that bad.
Doesn't sound like them.
It does.
It sounds like a Mennonite.
There were
Articulate is a better
there were
person.
young kids that were deported because their parents were sent away. So yes, U.S. citizens have been deported. They may not have been in prison. You want to qualify it, whatever, but U.S. citizens have been deported. They were young children because their parents were sent away, but they were born here and they were sent away. That has happened.
Correct.
Agreed, right? But they said prisoners are being shipped.
Okay,
Arthur, they said that, right? Did they not say that, Arthur?
Mark, what I'm
It's
saying
been
to you is that
proposed.
American citizens have been deported.
Prisoners.
No, they said
Just because you're a prisoner and a citizen,
prisoners
doesn't mean
have
you can
also
just take
been
your ass and put it where they want.
proposed.
Lou literally said, and Matt co-signed it, that prisoners are being shipped to other countries to serve
But
their time.
it does. You see, stop playing with me. I'm not about to keep fucking playing with y'all. Y'all niggas, y'all think this
Brooklyn, they said it. Why are you sticking
Cause
up
I
for
know
them?
that I heard them also say, citizens, you're fucking
Dumbass nigga
idiots.
named
Stop
Matt that
playing.
said that dumb shit.
No, it wasn't. You're lying. Stop doing that.
With the white face and the black
I can't
mask.
take it. I'm about to crash. This shit is. They lied. They want us to crash on this. Please, what it is.
But in all seriousness,
Nigga, you're a crash dummy in real life. Shut up.
Why don't you come see me?
This is
this is a tactic that the Democrats usually use, and people have game and understand now. Like, so what Arthur just said was partially true, but when you actually put it into context, I know what Casey's talking about, and I believe that the parents were illegal, but the child was maybe an anchor baby, and they all had to go.
That's literally what I just
they
said.
didn't want to
Don't say anchor baby. No, Matt.
So it's absolutely asinine to think
asinine.
you're going to
Interesting.
report. You're going
With an ER.
This is what I'm talking about. This is why we love you guys, right? Because
It's just y'all have Play-Doh for brains.
You don't have any talent.
Y'all just aren't smart.
Creative.
And Notorious, you know you aren't intelligent. This is why you start doing this.
About Donald Trump in the same way.
What's funny is
But Notorious, you know you're not smart.
You have no discipline.
The only reason I have respect for you, Notorious, is because you know when your dead end is reached. You stopped banging with the folks a long time ago because you know you can't bang. You know you're not that sharp. You know that. At least you know your limits. You get bucked at night and in the morning, and when you in the room by yourself, you know you don't have the capacity to do this.
Defending session for the rest of the night, though. Seriously.
Go ahead, Flyboy. Go ahead.
What's funny is Trump
Yeah, Notorious, you know you don't have the scruples to bang with anyone like that. And all of these things you're doing, you know I still run circles around you. I have many times. And you know your limits. That's why you chat bang now and you pick and choose. And then you do stuff like this. You know you don't have any type of wit to bang with me or anyone else for that matter, Notorious. The only time you get bucked is at night. That is it. And this is it's not I'm not even saying nothing negative about you. There's no level. I'm not done. When I'm done you can. Look, you so mad because you can't put a sentence together. I understand. It's okay. I'm still gonna say what I gotta say whenever you're done doing that. So anywho, like the same type of person that you just keep meeting. So Omari is a version of Notorious. Excuse me, sir, we're not arguing. You just have to let me finish. You just have to let me finish talking. That's all you gotta do. I know your barbaric ass doesn't know how to. I don't know anything about. Why would anything that you do bother me, Notorious?
You know my
I just really care about black people, and you don't. You choose to play coon and tap dance and do these things. And excuse me, Omari. I know that that's your sister.
joined at the hip, but I'm not talking to you right now. I'll get to you in a second.
No.
So in real life, I can speak for Matt and I. Both run circles around you professionally, intellectually, socially, on all those things. So this is not a personal argument. It's about what's going to happen to the people that look like all of us.
$8,000 this year.
Notorious, you got a kid, so you should be worried about. You should be worried about. You should be. And I care. And Notorious, I care about your kid and what life is gonna look like for him. And you know, if he gotta get stopped and frisked and fucked with just because he's a black kid living, that's what I do give a fuck about. So no, we're not the same, and it doesn't bother me. It bothers me to see that you, as a father, don't have the foresight to see that your kid is gonna be the one to suffer. Fuck how you feel. It's your son that's gonna suffer from this shit.
It bothers the shit out of you, and this is why you just went on this 10-minute rant about what I said, and you're just lucky that
you need to give the
spaces, right? So you're always in your safe space, so they're going to drop me to the bottom, or they're going to mute me, or 10 or 15 people.
I've never dropped you.
Boy, you ain't no motherfucking threat. Listen, you know my position, and that's
why would it bother
Nobody
you?
even dropped you, Notorious.
Nobody dropped you, Notorious. Like, nobody's scared of you. You are literally the least threatening person on here. That's why everybody allows you around, because you're mild mannered. Like you're like mild shannon. Like you don't bother anybody's stomach.
You're doing it again.
You're American
You can't
cheese.
control yourself, but you say I can't keep up with you, but yet you can't control yourself.
You can. Look at you. You all out of body. It's 2 a.m., man.
Oh no.
I guess Notorious. You know I've been gathering you since
I am not going to change my position.
You don't need to. You don't need to change your position. You aren't intelligent enough to change your position. I worry for your children.
Welcome to the stage, Mr. Hawkins. Mr. Hawkins, hi, how are you? Do you want to add something to the conversation? Hi, Mr. Hawkins. Welcome. Okay, welcome to the conversation, Mr. Hawkins. What would you like to add?
He only has 5 followers. I think it might be a troll.
This is some troll. Yeah, he sounds drunk or something. I don't even understand.
Well, a drunk staggers through at least once an hour.
No. Oh my God.
Okay, so
this. I just want to say, I'll be quiet. I promise. I just wanted to add clarity on what I was accused of. So Blue was naming that prisoners and people are the discussion about people who are deported, they're being deported as citizens. To be clear, Trump is planning, he's already discussed it on our talk to El Salvador, to take our prisoners and ship them there. This is already something he's widely discussed. Secondly, U.S. citizens have already been deported. To make sure those statements are clear, I've said them. I hope everyone heard me. That is
there's no
here.
after
hold on. Hey, talk. I know he doesn't use his listening ears, because I don't know what kind of mutants, I think mutants and turtles don't have ears, but that is what was said. That is what I'm saying. But we can go ahead and move on to these scoundrels.
Yeah, I'm glad you cleared that up. Thank you.
Yeah.
You needed to.
You need to clear.
Okay, so we got 2 people on the stage. We have Mr. and Get 'em Gone. Would you like to add to the conversation? Thank you.
Pass at me, Omar.
I'm just gonna more so go towards the title of the room, Trump World Black Cities. I mean, it's definitely going on right in front of our faces for sure. When I came in the room, I heard somebody say he's targeting the blue cities and not the red cities. I'm in Memphis right now, the most dangerous city in America. This the first city he should have came to.
Yeah.
Any city. This the first motherfucking city, but you know why he ain't come here? Because the whole population filled with black people. He want this shit to keep going on, and he not gonna come here. He gonna go to Chicago though, where your own business and stuff. He gonna go out there though. He gonna act like he is shit, anything. But that's all I had to say.
That's an interesting twist that we haven't heard.
He didn't go to your city,
I like that.
because of the Republican governor you had. That's why. Just to put that in perspective. I don't even think you should go to any of these cities.
Hey, you was not from Chicago, dude.
I'm from Chicago. I have a 312 phone number, so please shut the fuck up, bitch.
So,
I'm sorry. Hey, where was that guy from?
Number one city first before I go anywhere. You feel me? I ain't finna jump my head to this city with this much crime going on, and he see going on, and he see. I mean, he see what's going on. It's all black people, man. I mean, it's all black businesses over here. You feel me? He ain't worried about me.
Is the mayor black or white?
So you better make America great.
The mayor, he black.
He black?
Yeah.
And y'all not on the list?
Yeah, he black.
Because there's a white governor of the state that he's in.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't care about states he doesn't care about cities within states that are red, where there are red governors that kiss his ass. I mean, you have states that have worse crime than DC and all these places that were sending their fucking National Guard to DC. Like, it's hilarious. Like, when you look at the data, like, DC is at a fucking, I don't even know the years. There's so many different years lined up low. And you go into DC. Chicago, when I just named Oklahoma City, 25% more crime than Chicago. But a Republican governor, Republican mayor, Republican city council, you ain't in that. It's clear what we're seeing. I mean, I just think it's funny that, you have individuals who, want to, protect, defend, excuse. We all know what's happening. It's stupid, but it's clear as day, and I don't really know why it's a big mystery, because if this is mystery, this is some Scooby-Doo shit. This is fucking pedestrian, which we have 2 pedestrians on stage.
Well,
I'm sure they'll know more. I like that.
You Dora the Explorer asked me also.
Listen here. You walk to work.
Listen here. Yo, we know why. Yeah. There's no mystery. Okay? Yeah, y'all motherfuckers keep.
No one Hitler. None of that. Well,
they keep. The governor, they keep doing that. They keep saying that they keep criticizing his immigration policy.
You can criticize people in the United States, especially the president. When has it been illegal to criticize the president?
He doesn't like the sanctuary cities and states policies. He doesn't like it. So he's flooding the zone. They said it.
He's a petty little baby.
That's what's gonna happen. It is what it is. This is where we
are. These are your patriots, your men, you're so masculine. That bend and fold for any white man's tantrum. Oh, he doesn't like this. So that, like, who gives a fuck what that motherfucker likes?
He can't
violate what your bitch ass like. Oh, he doesn't like it. Y'all keep messing with him. Bitch, you are a pussy. When the shit goes down, your bitch ass is gonna be out of luck.
He's coming up and he's telling you
he doesn't like this. Like, look at this. Listen. This is who is fighting to protect the black community. Who is fighting to be.
I'm not fighting.
They fold at the sight of a fat ass, funky ass, fake ass.
There's a lot of y'all on stage that are. Can somebody help me out? Yesterday, I heard it, but I didn't get to research it. I've been really busy. Can somebody tell me about him talking about he stopped 6 or 7 or 10 wars? Can somebody speak to that? Wait, I can't hear y'all.
That's a great way to wind down.
That's another one of his lies. He gonna put that big funky fat orange ass.
But what is he talking about? Do we know the 6 or 7 wars that he's talking about?
Did he stop?
Can I answer?
I think it's the memory ass.
Hold on, you guys. Time out. We got someone who's offered to answer the question. Thanks, Anya, for coming to the stage. You can answer the question.
Thank you so much, Lisa, for having us speak. I love your spaces. But I just want to say this. When it comes down to presidents and warfare, and wars that are happening, we personally will never know how many wars did they stop or participated in until it's on the big screen. So I'm not saying that he has stopped many wars, but I personally believe that, some of his actions, just like previous presidents, have either stopped or started different types of wars. I mean, the same thing happened under Obama. A lot of his actions that actually were peaceful to American people, started wars in other countries. I'm not trying to paint him out.
This is not even true.
Okay, my question is about Donald Trump right now. It's not about Obama.
Yeah, I was trying to answer, but
find out why is he saying that and why no? I want to know. I'm serious.
Yeah, I was trying to answer.
J.D. Vance, because J.D. Vance repeated it yesterday on Meet the Press.
Deborah, I just want to name something.
Yeah, okay.
Let learn, you guys.
You can't land because a lot of these liberals, act just like the Republicans that they hate. Period. You hear that? That's true. That's.
Lisa, I'm gonna say it to you like that. This is an idiot. This is what it's talking about.
They didn't even hear me finish, and they're so triggered. Oh my God! What the fuck? Yeah, but what?
I asked a specific question.
Yeah, no, I was, but Deborah, I didn't even get to finish.
That question right now, I'm not asking for you to go into.
Lisa, you didn't even hear me finish. I didn't even say. I used him as an example.
I don't want to hear you finish. You're gonna go to Obama.
No, I was going back to Trump. Right now. Yeah, I was going back to Trump.
It's okay if you don't know the answer. It's all
yeah,
right.
No, I was actually. Why?
The question I asked.
Okay, this is nasty.
I'm right now.
Can we speak or what?
Let's let people land. Let's let people land. Let's let people land. If he doesn't answer the question, then we will go back and we will reiterate that the question wasn't answered. So Ion said he was going back to Trump. I didn't even hear it, Ion. So go ahead and land.
I'm sorry, Elisa. I will go back to the position of what I had. Was that, when it comes down to warfare, that intel is specifically between government officials, and it's very sacred. It does not go to congressmen or women. It does not go to, senators. It goes specifically to, the person who is in charge, which is the chief of war and the chief of.
You have people who work in the military on stage. You're fucking dumb. You know what the Senate Intelligence Committee is?
This is so sad. I'm so. I don't know what is This is so sad. I'm so sad. This is.
Can you just let Ion land and then I'll tell you what Trump thinks?
I go to, because people are telling me that, there are people who are in warfare or who've been in, the army. They don't even know. They're the dogs. Okay, baby, go. That's the decision. All right, and we also have to understand that there are different parts of. Okay. Can I finish? Just so that you speak it.
No, let her go. So she can disrespect. Let her go so she can disrespect all y'all. Y'all fought for this. Let her go. Let her talk.
There are different parts.
That's what she's going to do is disrespect all y'all.
There are different parts of people who work for the Army. So since when we are in warfare, that doesn't always look like the whole Army going out there and fighting. There are situations, but level 1 doesn't even know anything, even though that they're still in the Army, period. So when it comes down to how many wars he had probably stopped, we don't know about them. And this has nothing to do with me being a Trump supporter, because I'm not. I advocated for Kamala. So I know that you're going to allow people to spin that narrative. But Joe Biden had to do the same exact thing. And let me bring it back to Trump, because I know that's triggering. With presidents, they negotiate different types of things when it comes down to different types of scenarios. So when he speaks in codes and says that he stops different types of wars, I'm not saying that he did not or did, but it is possible that he may be talking about some things that he have done with the president and other people behind the scenes to prevent certain situations from happening. It is not always wars with America. It could be from Trinidad and Jamaica. It could be from India and Colombia.
What's Trinidad and Jamaica's army?
It's an example, and it's a silly example. You see,
y'all want to know what a faggot look like? This is a faggot.
Wow.
You don't even understand.
This is
girl, fuck you. I know
this
what
is
you
both sides.
Wow.
These are.
Fuck you, faggot.
Oh my God. I just want to be clear. These are.
I muted the stage. Okay. It's really. It's 2:00 in the morning.
Hopefully I get to finish one day.
I asked the question
I
about
don't even remember the question.
Are largely opportunists, bro, and they're not true believers, bro. Like those that are true believers.
So he gets to finish, but I don't get to.
No, you don't get to finish. That's why I muted the stage. I don't even know why Get 'em Gone is talking.
Bro, these niggas.
Go ahead. Hold on, Get 'em.
And I take away Donald Trump Congress, bro. We gotta vote this nigga away. Fuck this nigga, bro. We gotta do what we gotta do. We gotta
Okay,
take our country.
thank you for that. Thank you. We voted out. Okay, so go ahead and land, please, Ayan. I didn't even remember.
Thank you. I'm sorry. And I'm glad that April's about to take it away because she's going to make more sense of it because, like, the argument that is being made that a president behind the scenes can't stop wars is crazy. And I think that there's a lot of... I'm going to tell you what this exposed, and I'll wrap it up. This is... Hold on. Excuse me. Why? Y'all, I have left... I want to be clear. Wait, hold on.
Say what you gotta say.
Ooh.
Shut the fuck up, Quinn.
Yeah,
Shut
I
up.
want to be clear.
Shut up, bitch.
I want to be
say what the
clear.
fuck you gotta say.
Every time somebody who
Fuck you,
talks
ho.
bullshit that I don't like, the simple thing that I did was leave the room, and I came back.
Don't give a
But
fuck.
this room has been
Say
so
what the fuck you gotta say, you
disrespectful
dirty
and
ass
so
faggot.
scary. And I'm being called a faggot by a gay that has AIDS. That's great. Have a good night. Lisa, I appreciate you. Enjoy your night. And I hope you enjoy your aid.
What's going on?
Okay, guys, I'm really, you know what? Okay.
So, Lisa, I want to clear something
Now
up.
at 2:00 in the fucking morning, what do you want to clear up?
So are we at war with these motherfuckers or not? Because y'all be wanting people to be nice. I don't know. I'm not being nice to no motherfucking right winger.
It is 2:00 in the morning.
Well, so okay, the smoke stands at 2 too.
This shit
The
don't
smoke is
matter.
always up.
Y'all get tired.
It don't matter what time it is.
Y'all want to be nice and jiggle and grin. I don't understand. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Let me know.
Hey, I can give it now.
First of all, I'm not giggling or grinning. I'm actually over here holding my guys.
No, but you always want the Trump support. This is what I noticed. You always want to like make a way for them to speak. And then if somebody addresses them, right, I got you. But if somebody addresses them, you jump on the people that you supposed to be on the side on. So I'm just trying to figure out what's up. Like this is why it's divided right now. This is why it's divided right now because we see this thing on TV. Everybody want to be friends with motherfuckers. They want to kill you. Like all I'm saying. I'm just trying to see if we want to have all these other hard conversations. We want to have all these. But this person can interrupt me. It's all crazy to me. But you won't say nothing. But as soon as I interrupt him, it'll be a problem. It's 2:00 in the morning, you guys. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
And it is 2:00 in the morning.
Right, but you don't say nothing to them people.
Okay, listen, I've been talking to Amari for like 12 hours. Some people get fucking tired of arguing, and I'm one of those people. When it gets to be 2:00 in the fucking morning, and I have to be at work at 6, then it's because I'm tired. That's what it is. That's all it is. So if you guys want to talk and argue and scream all night long, have at it.
It's not talking. We were having a conversation. You came in. So
That
this is gonna be
conversation.
we were, but you don't like when nobody say nothing back to your maggots. That's it. That's what's it.
trenches.
Who else is named April on the stage right now? Is there another one?
My mom's name is April.
Okay, well, go get your mama and tell her we're having a conversation, me and her.
Okay, I'm gonna go get a shovel.
Okay. Cool. Deborah.
Yes, ma'am.
They're saying that he had 6 wars in 6 months. That's him. What he posted on True Social, and he had some pre-wars that were about to break out. So add like I don't know. He's up to 10. He says, but the ones that we can figure out are disputes between Armenia and Azerbaijan, the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda, Iran and Israel, India, Pakistan, Cambodia, and Thailand, and Ethiopia and Egypt. That's his 6 or 7. You know,
But what did he?
I don't know what he's done. Nobody knows what he's done. We have to go dig it up.
He heard about a trade. I'm sorry.
Hello?
That's tree. I apologize.
You can't even get a word out.
He's a MAGA. He can talk. That's how that is.
I interjected because I think Lisa said, what did he do? He herded them. He stopped them from going to war because he was going to tax them and stop the trade. I'm not MAGA, but I'm just being truthful. Young was trying to explain that, but you guys let him finish.
Y'all said that he stopped wars that we don't know about. This isn't true. These are lies. Y'all just make up stuff. And when somebody try to correct it, then you the bad guy. I don't get it. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
It's okay.
Why? Because why, Tree? Why do you need to talk?
Brother,
you don't know what you're talking about. And this can be proven. I'm about.
Hey, let him cut himself. Let him cut himself. Let him talk. We gonna let him just say I'm done.
We heard so much. It's just like what this is to him. I have come here more live.
All right, then go on mute. Let me speak. Go ahead, Tree.
Oh my gosh. Y'all tired of hearing people?
Is the question?
We gotta get both perspectives so we can help them. We can't leave them in the blind. We can't just. We post to. See, they don't. Like I said, they brainwash. We supposed to get them out that water. You see, they drown. We trying to get them before they sink. For real. So, bro, just lift your hand up and give it to me, bro. I'm gonna pull you up for sure. Cause y'all tweaking hurt.
So, as a military vet, there were skirmishes and that were going on that slowed down and skirmishes that sped up, of which most of that list the young woman read, he had nothing to do with at all. With India and Pakistan, with Azerbaijan, a lot of that is just noise. It's just noise, and he was trying to posture himself and put himself in the conversation. There may have been some trade things going on, but as far as stopping skirmishes, no. As someone who's been to war, no. And I was in intelligence, so no.
Catalyst, and you don't know anything before the ion though, Catalyst, because you're what was it? You're level 4 or something, like level 1, and I guess it's an intelligence, and he doesn't know anything. And Haitian, Patty, no one else served also knows anything. Ion today, there is visible wars that we never will hear about and starting the end. This is retarded. Go ahead, continue, Catalyst.
There are things that take place as far as skirmishes and fights and shootouts. There are not all out wars, but there are things that have taken place when I served that the American public never knew, or until 30 years, 40 years later, things will be found out. Now, as it relates to this Trump and a war on black play, this is not just black people. This is the Nazi Germany, 1930s.
Disagree with me, Mike.
This is
This is exactly why we gotta pull them up. Like, we can't have shit like this.
This is post 1930s with the Weimar Republic, which devolved because of liberalism, as far as in their shattered economy and the way the Nazis circumvented their ways to power in the 1930s and ultimately the 40s. This is the exact same playbook that the Heritage Foundation and the Heritage Foundation has put people in position inside the Trump administration to exact same playbook that happened in the 1930s and 40s. It's about anything that is pre-1964, really pre-1865 ideology of what the United States ought to be like. So it's any human being that is not white, how they define it. And if they're Jewish, they get a pass because they run a lot of the monetary system. But any human being that's not white and heterosexual and nuclear family, how they define it, if you look what took place from 1619 to 1776, the foundation of this country was formed. 1776 to 1865, it was the Holocaust of African enslavement that built this place free. From 1865 to like 1877, right before the Missouri Compromise, Reconstruction period. So black people got some rights, especially with the first Civil Rights Act of 1866, Section 1981. It was another 99 years later, to 1964, after 100 years of almost 99 years of Jim Crow, black codes, and the stripping of black people, rights, wealth, the whole thing. And in 64, Civil Rights, 65, Voting Rights Act, 67, Fair Housing Act, 68, the first affirmative action put into place by Lyndon B. Johnson, and all the things that took place in the 70s and 80s. It's no surprise that the Supreme Court Justice of the United States was in the Reagan administration, hated the voting rights, hated civil rights. He's now the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. And the first week that Trump was in office, the first thing he goes after, which is the power base, the crux of the black community, is the voting rights, the last piece of Section 2, because it's already the legs of Section 4, and I think 5 have been kicked out. And they're purposely trying to go after Section 2 by bringing up this case from Louisiana and in Alabama in October, which it was already settled with the redistricting play. So they're trying to get
when are we going back and change? When do we go back and change? Can you give us a guesstimate of when we're going back and change?
It's been drawn. You know we're gonna change.
So this is a massive Heritage Foundation pipe dream to place the United States back into a pre-1865 era. This is what I call neo-Confederates. I wrote a paper on this. I'll post in the chat. But this is what's been going on systematically, trying to get black people to fight amongst themselves. Look at those Spanish people over there. Look what's happened. It's the exact same thing that took place during the Weimar government when it was dissolved in Germany in the 1930s, which led to the Third Reich. It's the exact same process, ladies and gentlemen, in my humble opinion.
Oh my God! Thank you, Kitover. Go ahead, Brooklyn. You can go first.
Catalyst. Let me ask you a question. So to that, right? Do you see how the attacking the majority black cities? Do you see the connection in them trying to like basically move inside of the cities back to the countryside, closer to the farms? And it seems as though we're going backwards instead of forwards. Do you see that?
I see that this is an attempt to divide and conquer. I talked to my 82-year-old mother yesterday and asked her about this. And she said, son, this is the same thing your dad and I fought in the 60s and 70s. And she said, her last words we got on the phone was, freedom is not free. You and the younger ones in their 20s have to stay on the front lines, inside the courts, on the streets, inside the boardrooms, inside the political action committees in D.C. It's a multi-pronged approach, young lady. It's not just city and country or black and white or straight and gay. It's a multi-pronged approach. And if these individuals can get us to fight amongst ourselves to divide and conquer, they've already won.
And then we have people stage in particular, when asked, did he agree? Like, he basically agrees with everything. Like, Trump is doing nothing wrong. The only thing that he thinks Trump did wrong was associate himself with Elon. But now that Elon is gone, everything is right. All of the things that he's doing in DC, all of the amendments that he's going back on, and all the laws that he's making is right. And so I asked that said person, you know, basically, is his family, did his family ever go through civil rights and go through Jim Crow? And he claims that they did, but his actions and the things that he trolled us with doesn't
well, young lady, what happens sometimes, young lady, some individuals are not aware of history and have a critical understanding and analysis of what took place and what is still going on. And this is not
He's 47.
It's not a political ideology. It's about understanding history and what took place and what's going on at a very macro level and how it can affect and how it is affecting Black people at a micro level.
At 47, though, you would think as a Black man, supposedly, your parent gone through, you know, like they went through, his parents went through Jim Crow. It wasn't just his grandparents, his parents did. That's crazy.
Sometimes, this is not an excuse, or I don't know this person at all. What I found out and observed is sometimes parents have not told their children what they went through because of their embarrassment of what took place and how far they had to fight to get to where they were. Not saying that, and not passed on that valuable information, showing them the path and the playbook of how to keep winning. My parents were revolutionaries, both my parents. So they taught my sisters and I how to navigate, how to play chess inside the boardroom, on K Street in DC, in New York on Wall Street, and on the West Coast with media. So how to navigate and learn that how to go through that entire gambit, keeping one's eyes on the prize and looking to make sure that we shape the narrative to control reality by owning and controlling platforms and systems and monetary systems to make sure that's always that's our forefront. Always control, shape narrative, control reality. And bringing along as many Black individuals who are conscious to and believe in that. We were never, ever, ever African Americans. My father hated that word. That was the Jesse Jackson made up word from the 1980s. We were always Black or Negroes. It was never African American because Negroes had power. Black people had power. African Americans have no power and never had any power. So it's always about power first because I was taught that money always follows power. Power never follows money.
Blacks have power? Did I miss something?
Yes.
What are Black people?
Okay, that's a whole nother.
Describe that.
Yeah, that's a whole conversation.
What do you mean by that?
The Deacons of Defense, the Black Power movement, the Black revolutionaries. There was a whole group of individuals that came throughout the 50s, 60s, and 70s. I don't know, maybe parents didn't share that information or didn't teach that or pass it down.
Well, maybe they just didn't agree.
It's not called Black people, bro. I'm not even gonna get into it, but y'all got.
Okay.
Yeah, that's another room.
Yeah,
all together, Black versus African American versus. Come on.
Yeah, the point is when we, independent of our gender and ideology, move as one people.
Okay.
We get further faster. That's all.
Okay, that's reasonable.
What can we do to April,
y'all guys still up?
this guy's job, yeah.
People work.
I'm here, but Mike ain't working. But I ain't gonna be here much longer after this sleep. Oh, they gotta go to work in the morning. Oh, well,
Actually, it's morning.
Well, it's already morning where you're at, Lisa. Yeah, that's right. It's only 1 o'clock here. Sorry, my bad, y'all.
My sister-in-law up to all hours of the night. It's gotta stop.
Countless, welcome to the stage. I'm glad you came up, and your addition to the subject, you and Ashton. Okay, so who's next? Where you guys at with this?
I'm going to sleep.
I am. So can I just play this one last thing?
You can
We didn't
play.
even,
Yes,
you know, let me tell you something. We didn't even finish a 30-minute clip. How long have we been on? This is crazy. I mean, 30 minutes and we haven't finished it. We got 20 minutes into 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6, 7. I don't even remember when we opened. Okay. No, it's just a little bit actually. It's on to the subject. No, it's not 30 minutes. We were just doing it in 5 minutes increments. But it's to the subject of Trump's war on black cities. So this is something I guess we'll have to pick up tomorrow and keep going. But it's definitely a war on black cities. No matter what Amari says, no matter what Notorious, Anthony, all the different people been on the stage tonight, you cannot, in any good conscience, think that this is not a war on black cities. You just can't. And what I'm going to do tomorrow is do my due diligence. I will research this even more. I will keep digging in and keep coming up with pushback to you guys' arguments, because it's better when you have facts. And while you were talking, April Pooh, I went back and I found an article from the BBC, and it's talking about how many wars has President Trump really ended. So I'm not going to go through this whole thing, but I'm just going to quantify, because I know you brought up Israel and Iran. The 12-day conflict began when Israel hit Iran on 13th of June. I forgot what year that was. Anyway, so that's one of the wars he is talking about. He was going to end the Israel and Iran wars. None of that has happened. As a matter of fact, it's gotten worse. And how he's going to explain this under his watch, we'll never know, because he's calling he's calling the Ukraine and Russia war Biden's war. But it's still going on in his presidency. So I don't know what the hell he's talking about, but they're not giving him credit for ending a war that's still going, Israel and Iran. Then you go on to Pakistan and India. India played down the U.S. involvement. The talks regarding secession of military actions were held directly between India and Pakistan. They said President Trump had a shit ass to do with it.
Lisa, this another thing too, Lisa. We're getting the facts off of BBC. We can't do that here.
Okay, so
BBC
we can't do that here.
With Donald Trump.
Oh,
we gotta realize that.
Wait. The BBC is from what, sir?
The British BBC.
Yeah,
what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Yes, they have known, or have been known, trying to side with Donald Trump.
But they're not siding with Donald Trump in any of these articles.
But this the thing, though. He stayed wars that he stopped. Right? This the topic. Wars that Donald Trump stopped. Is this the topic or not?
That is what I just said. I said,
exactly.
Okay, so how does that tie up with the BBC agreeing with him when they're just doing the total opposite in this whole article?
This the thing, though. The BBC has been known, like, I'm not siding with nobody that has been known to support this man. Like, I'm not believing nothing that come out their mouth.
Now, what Lisa's saying, they're not supporting Donald Trump in the article she's reading and any of the research that she's doing here. There's nothing in the articles that she's reading that says that they're siding with Donald Trump. So I would say for what she is reading, we got to go with what is now. I don't know about back then or whatever. I'm a kind of person that looks at brother right now, and you guys to look at the right now and what she is reading in this current moment. You understand what I'm saying to you? Follow me. You understand? You got 3 seconds. You understand what I'm saying?
Hey, I'm telling you right now, the president was gonna get us caught up. I'm telling you right now, he's the face of the media because it's the British media.
No, brother, we
They
can't
want
go
America
back.
on the face. They want what Trump talked about. They have to. That is exactly why they want us to conversate like this. That is exactly why.
No, the president now. I mean, I don't get it, brother. I don't. I mean, you would make it 3 seconds in my house.
I see why.
3 seconds. 3 seconds, brother. You make it 3 seconds. It doesn't make sense what you're saying. The lady sat there and read information, and you say that it is siding with Donald Trump, and nothing that she read. See, brother, me and you would have a real difficult time living in a house together because I'm not like other women. I give you 3 seconds. You got 3 seconds or 30 seconds. It doesn't make any sense, brother. Explain what it is that you're trying to accomplish by telling a lady what she is reading sides with Donald Trump. Brother, I can't help you on that. On the double, please explain why you said that to that lady on the double. That don't make any sense, brother. That kind of stuff makes me upset. Why did you say that on the double? Why? Why did you say that? On the double.
Go. I had to give a little bit. I don't need nobody telling me what the fuck to talk. But anyways, like I said, I'm not siding with no media that has been known to side with this man, gang. I'm not doing it. You just throwing this shit right back.
You didn't have to cut her off.
I respect your decision, get them. Don't let them try to flip you.
That doesn't make any sense. Brother, the lady reading the article, look, she understands what she read, and apparently.
Just like Fox. Fuck all that shit.
Well, brother, the article is not. You gotta understand something. Whatever's up in your head, you guys to take your head and sit there, and you guys to listen. The lady read an article, and none of it sided with what Donald Trump or whatever. None of that sided with any of that. You guys to be listening to the current and to the now. Nobody can predict the future, and no one can go back in the past and whoop, grab it and fix it. So unless you can grab and fix the past, I suggest you sit down. If we're talking about the future right now, that ain't gonna work either. We're talking about the current and right now. And so at the end of the day, she is reading what is now. If you don't like it, I don't know what to tell you, brother, but you wouldn't make it in my house for at least 1 hour. You could make it here. I'm just gonna tell you because I ain't that kind of person. You got to get it right. And what she read is correct. She and that article is not siding with anything about Donald Trump. Do you understand what I'm saying to you, brother? Because this kind of stuff, I've been sitting here all night, and I'm sitting here listening to you, and I'm like, oh, no. Those comments don't work, brother. Double up. It makes sense. Do you understand what I'm saying? On the double, that makes no sense to me, brother, at all. Sorry, brother. Fix that. You got on the double. Fix it. Tell me what you're trying to do. This makes no sense. Go. Makes no sense. Come on, brother.
Hey, Ashley, can I build with it real quick?
Yeah, because he don't make no sense
No,
to me,
I
man.
want to ask. Why don't Lisa finished reading what she was reading?
Crazy.
Okay, so I'm sitting here. I got a few more minutes on the clock. Debbie and April, I'm twisting my hair down so I can lay down. So anyway, look, the Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo. Do you know that was agreed upon in August 2024? Now, why it went to the White House to talk about it with Trump so he could take credit for it is because Trump said that he would help increase trade between them and the U.S. So, of course, they're going to go. They're going to show up, and they're going to pretend like Donald Trump was the one who brought that years-long hostility to an end because they were going to get something for saying it. But that was actually respect for the ceasefire agreed between Rwanda and the DRC in August 2024. Okay, so the next one that he's agreeing that he solved was the Thailand-Cambodia one. Let's see. On July 26th, he posted on Truth Social, I'm calling the acting Prime Minister of Thailand right now to otherwise request a ceasefire and end to the war, which is currently raging. A couple of days later, the countries agreed to an immediate unconditional ceasefire after less than a week of fighting at the border. So the reason that they did it is because both are heavily dependent on exports to the U.S. All right, so it's always something like that. So do you think he helped solve a war that wasn't even raging for a week? Then we have Armenia and Azerbaijan. They said in March the two governments have said that they were ready to end their nearly 40-year conflict. Let's see, how did that happen? Let me go down and read a little bit more. The leaders of both the countries said Trump should receive the Nobel Peace Prize for his efforts in securing peace, which was announced in the White House on August the 8th. I think he gets good credit here. The Oval Office signing ceremony may have pushed the parties to peace. So I don't know about this one. This was questionable. If you guys thought that he ended a war that's been going on for 30 years, after both of the leaders said he should get a peace prize, what came out of that? What did they get? Next one is Ethiopia and Egypt.
They didn't get terrorists.
Oh, that's what that was. Okay, thank you. Ethiopia and Egypt. After 12 years disagreement, Egypt's foreign minister said on the 29th of June the talks with Ethiopia had ground to a halt. Trump said, if I were Egypt, I want the water in the Nile. He promised that the U.S. are going to resolve the issue quickly. So then the bottom line to that, he's using that, but they said no formal agreement or deal has been reached between Egypt and Ethiopia to resolve their differences. And I think this is the last one, Serbia and Kosovo. The two countries signed an economic normalization agreement in the Oval Office with the president, but they were not at war at the time. So that's the end of it.
They have been in war since the 90s.
Did Trump say he wanted the Nile's water? He wanted water out of the Nile?
He said that.
Yes.
It's going too far with the person.
This is what's funny.
It would be him.
Zion is trying to say what cleared up. Yes, there are conflicts that happen that we don't talk about or know about for a while. They're not wars. These people are going to declare wars on national television. There's no war that's happening. You don't hear about it. But that's not how the world works. Like, we have access to other countries, and they're on centuries for reporting about what happened. So it's just stupid to me that people legitimately can try to say, to especially veterans who are on the stage, that we don't know about quote wars that this person could have resolved. Thank you, Lisa, for reading all that. For educating reports. You know, Notorious was one of those special needs child that were in all the little smoking classes on that little short bus. So it's good when you are able to just cite sources, give them information, but watch this. They're not going to believe it. He's still their war editor-in-chief. Y'all know that this name has been changed to the Department of Defense to the Department of War. He's changed the name. Anyone go here?
Are you serious?
Yeah, he's doing that. He announced it today. Changing the Department of
Man,
to the Department of War.
a lot of this stuff is done by executive orders, and a lot of this stuff praying to God, Lord Jesus, before our country sinks like a ship. I am serious. We got to get this right. Hopefully, come the primaries, we start to take control of what we need to, because once we have control of the House and that kind of stuff, man, we ain't finna help pass Donald Trump's agenda. He literally is going to be a lame duck president if we can take control come the primaries, because all this other kind of stuff and high prices and all that, even his own party said they didn't sign up for this. They go to town hall meetings. Donald Trump, some of the people who speak on his behalf have been yelled at, all kinds of stuff. I don't know if people watch some of these live town halls on some of these Facebook Live things. They'll have like little cameras. It's horrible. It's so horrible what the Republicans are doing. And they will continue to be called out, I believe, by their own constituents And that's a good thing that some of their constituents are speaking out. And they need to continue to do that and say, hey, these high prices, you promised low prices. You also promised to get us out of war. We end up in wars. All these things coalesce together to say this isn't going to work. Sorry, the word of the day is coalesce, and Donald Trump cannot do that, cannot bring us together, it's just a really bad look. I'm sorry, y'all. This is embarrassing. Really bad.
That's one of the purposes of having the rooms where we have other people in the rooms who disagree with us, who are on the other side. If we just like give information to one, we're not gonna be able to save everybody, and we're definitely not gonna be able to change everybody's mind. But when I have conversations, sometimes not on here, with people in real life, and we're just chopping it up, maybe over lunch or some drinks or whatever the case may be, they be like, what? I didn't even know that. Is that true? And then I'm like, yeah. And they look it up and they're like, I didn't even know that. I don't agree with that at all. This is not what I thought. This is not, he said this and this is that. Clubhouse is a whole different animal, because you're not sitting in front of anybody. No one's believing nothing no one says, because everybody on here are purportedly liars and whatever. But I thought this was a productive room. We got a chance to talk with people who don't agree with me, who don't like, and then I got some people to admit that some of the shit that was going on, they didn't particularly agree with. So maybe when you go in the voting booth and no one's looking, you don't have to answer to anybody except for yourself. You'll just say, this is not right, and I'm not agreeing with it, and you'll just vote. You vote with correct information. That's all I'm thinking.
Yeah, so I heard you say something about housing. Is that because of Donald Trump? Did you say something about housing? We couldn't get housing. It's hard for black people to own property.
No, I never said that.
No, I said Ashton.
Oh, Ashton. Okay, go ahead, Ashton.
Yeah, look, it can be for a lot of reasons, redlining, other reasons why it can be difficult for black people to own, have, or keep property and those kinds of things. And you should know the basic stuff that, the black dollar doesn't stay in the community like it should for various reasons, and that would create a stable tax base.
That's not true. Stop saying that. That's not true. That's a myth.
Some of it,
No, it's just false. That's false. Please stop spreading those things around about your own people. That's not true. Everybody can go look this up. That's not true. That's not true. That is a myth. That's not true, Ashley.
Okay, well, I'm gonna move on from that. But at the end of the day, brother, black people, and they have to be supported. Okay, I'm gonna move on from that kind of stuff because I don't know. I guess I don't know nothing. But I'm gonna move on from that because it's not true. But that was a statistic done here in my area, and they said the tax base in some of the poorest zip codes, that kind of stuff has to change. And I do blame the government, for some of that, and that's not on the Democrats. A lot of people want to say, well, the Democrats aren't helping, and no, a lot of this stuff is affected by some of the Republicans and the laws that they pass, especially here in my state, where money is not put into the poorest communities in our state, from the way the schools are set up here to all of that stuff. And I go to these meetings here and I see these statistics. I'm not speaking, sir, for all states or where you live. I'm just saying
it's not true anywhere. It's not true anywhere. It's not true anywhere.
I guess I don't go to the meetings, bro.
It doesn't matter. Y'all listen. Propaganda is how we got into this mess, and y'all gonna let it get us again. I'm so sorry, but y'all gotta wake up. Y'all are still playing this deep in the game. Y'all are still saying stuff that's gonna shoot your people in the foot. That's just not true. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. That's just not true. And we as a people should be better and do more research to know, and so we can stop spreading that type of shit. This is what gives these people the ammunition to do shit like that. They can't keep $1 in their neighborhood. That's not fucking true at all.
And I moved on from that, and I understand that, bro. I'm just telling you what was in the meeting here and what they said. I'm not talking about that be reflective for all of America. I'm just telling you what they said here in the community, and that more investments need to be made in some of the poorest communities. That doesn't just include
so that has nothing to do with our president. That has nothing to do with the Republicans.
Yeah, it does, because he sits here, and yeah, it does. Yes, it does.
It is an issue within our community that
I blame it on his
we have to address this with our black people. We don't take care of
it's
our
not just a black people issue.
Look at the hoods, man. We don't take care of our neighborhoods, man. Look, like, come on, we gotta come together.
But that's not just a black folks issue, just like Republicans say that, you know, it's mainly black people taking Medicaid and all this. I go to these meetings here. There are a lot more Caucasians on these benefits and that kind of stuff than it is black people. There's only 13% of us, but yet we get blamed for welfare and accepting it and all this other kind of stuff. And those statistics right there are just right on the money.
And that's why I corrected you, Ashton, because that not to say that you was wrong. I corrected you because those are things that they tell us to make us, you know, dig our own grave. So us black, me too, I'm guilty of it too. Black people have been walking around for the last 10, 20 years saying that shit. Oh, $1 don't last in our neighborhood. Turns out that's not even true. $1 lasts the same amount it lasts in a Korean neighborhood, in a Jewish neighborhood. We don't. That's just not true. So I'm not saying it to just be like, oh, you wrong. I'm saying it as black person to black person. We got to look into these things better, because when you say that, another person says it, and then you saying that in front of some racist white person, that gives them the ammunition, the backing, and the ideas to do things like this. So I'm not trying to, like, I know my tone may be harsh or whatever, but I'm not saying nothing bad about you. I'm saying as people, we gotta do better. When we have to have, like, better faith in our, like, come on, we not that bad. Like, we can't keep $1 in our neighborhood.
I'm not using it to blame us, sweetheart. I'm saying that sometimes the system down the street here, a lady said, hey, this used to be filled with all black people and stuff like that. And she told me, you know, and that lady in her 80s said all this stuff left because of the white man, right? Redlining our people out of opportunity. Literally, when they built the highway through this area, it literally dissected the poorest communities from, you know, your rich and upper class or whatever. And so I feel like a lot of that stuff also affects people. Before the highway, they used railroad tracks to slice through the poorest communities in America and divide people, right? And so that kind of stuff affects people. And that's what that lady was talking about, is that the regentrification of our communities, a lot of times black people are being pushed out to the outskirts while white people or others begin to come back into the cities and all that other kind of stuff. She did a study on that, and around here you see the really precipitation of people coming back into these major cities, and that's probably all over the country. But she did a 30-year study, and she saw how this stuff has affected us. So I go to stuff where they're doing studies and they show the progression and all of this kind of stuff, and how some of the poorest communities are still affected, including their tax bases. She did some math on that as well, and the math shows that the money does stay there. You're right, but we're not getting enough of it. Maybe I should have rephrased that. I'm sorry to say that. I'll modernize that a little bit. We should be getting a lot more of that. Our poorest tax bases should be getting a lot more money. Instead, South Lake Carroll and some of these richer school districts, their tax bases balloon. And I just don't think that's fair. And I just think systems like that need to be uplifted to try to help black folks, minorities, and others, including better investments in businesses, is also what she said, that there needs to be better investment in minority-owned businesses. And under the Donald Trump administration, when I went to the City Hall meeting, they're telling the city of Fort Worth that they can't have any DEI initiative programs, that the stuff has to say everybody. They can't talk about, you know, the African American Center for blah, blah. You know, it was a lot of stuff I learned in that meeting, and the policies that Donald Trump is enacting, my friend, the guy down there that's rooting for Donald Trump, brother, you best sit down somewhere and go find you a country rocking chair and go sit down and think what's going on. this kind of stuff sits up here and it's affecting people in cities and how they cut their budgets. Because if you don't comply with Donald Trump, that lady said on that stand, we don't get no funding. Brother, how do you like that? How do you like the fact that a city is being told if they don't get rid of certain programs that they get their funding cut? That lady, you think that lady lying, brother, the Republican brother that keeps saying that he likes Donald Trump and his policies, and if anybody in here likes his policies, I'm mad at you. Because you're not sitting, if you are, you're not speaking out about the stuff being cut because your lives aren't affected at this time. That lady didn't lie up there. Republicans, do y'all have an answer for what I'm saying? That doesn't make sense. Why are cities having to cut their programs in order to comply with this man that y'all root for? Republicans on the double.
It says forward actually has to do that for federal funding, and the council voted for that. And
Donald
Trump administration, exactly. Trump administration influenced it, of course, but exactly like I said, $300 million of federal funding that they was losing if they didn't shut it down.
How is that fair that the city of Fort Worth could have lost funding for food programs, housing assistance, and etc. that was on that list? Brother, this is not cool, okay? This is a city that has a lot of money, all of that, and even Dallas was really upset on the news because they're having to capitulate with this man saying we're going to cut your transportation and other funding to make you comply. This ain't the America I know. This is not cool, dude. This is not okay. And the city is, they're doing what they need to do and just put everybody on this stuff. That way they're in compliance, but they shouldn't have to do that, brother. That's not okay. And I hope you're not accepting of cities having to cut lunch programs.
I'm not accepting nothing. I'm just stating facts here. As you go, I just want to make sure everything you say is, facts. People here listening to you.
But I was there. I was at brother, I go to these meetings all the time. And that lady ain't sitting up there lying. They're having to capitulate to what Donald Trump is telling them to do. And I'm telling you, I don't think it's fair. Same thing with my church and other places. We no longer do business with the government. Why? Because we sick of it. We sick of being told, well, if you don't capitulate to us, we're not going to feed people. We're not doing that anymore. Same thing with somebody else that runs a business. We just won't do business with the government. This is America. We don't have to do business with a government that seems like a tyrant. You understand? Tyrannical is the word I'm looking for. That is how Donald Trump acts. Does he act like that to you, brother? You better wake up before it affects your life. It's affecting your life, right? At the grocery store. It's affecting your life at the gas pump, right? It's affecting your life in other ways maybe that I'm not mentioning, but fill in the blank. It's affecting your life. You got to get your head on right, brother. That doesn't, brother, let's get it right. I'm dead serious, man. You're making me upset. Let's get it right.
Who exactly is she arguing with? Because I know it ain't me.
You don't want to keep talking to us.
I don't know. She must be lost.
No,
wait, hold up, you guys.
I'm not lost. I'm talking to you.
Okay, so
no, I'm not.
I'm sorry. My hair nation. I'm almost done. When I finish twisting it down, it's a wrap. Because I have to twist it down to go to sleep. Otherwise, I'll be looking like a slice of bomb in the morning. But what I'm just trying to say to you and everybody who's still awake and with us, the whole point of this room today was to show how Donald Trump is ruling by either revenge or he's withholding federal funds that he knows that these states need. If you don't do what I say, if you don't do how I wanted it, he did that with the colleges. He took their funding away for research, for whatever they needed the funds for. Even a school as prestigious as Harvard was going to have to bend the knee. You know what I'm saying? Harvard University, okay, please, and every other university that he went to attack. You run your school the way I say, or I'm going to take your funding away. You run your city the way I say, or I'm going to take your federal funding away. Okay, everything he does by what do you call that, you guys, when you make someone do something, or else presidency, or else. retribution tour.
Right. It's a retribution tour, and it's also a revenge tour. If you get in his way or don't say the right thing, what happened to that person who said, "Oh, they didn't really get all the bunker busting things over in was it Iran? Yeah, that person's gone. This lady's gonna be gone, or the black lady that he's trying to get rid of. The other, it's I'm sorry, go ahead, Sal. What?
Yeah, but Lisa, you can't have it both ways. Like, you guys were so accepting when, like, Letitia James tried to send a ex-sitting president to prison. You know what I'm saying? Like,
did he commit a crime?
All of these charges were trumped up. They were bullshit, right? He had like 91 counts.
No.
You guys were perfectly okay.
Why are you so bound up in him that you
91 counts?
Yeah, he had 91 total. Like,
why?
Remember he had a case in Florida, he had the Alvin Bragg case, he had the James case.
I don't care.
Several cases.
Why do you care about him so much?
So you guys were okay.
No, you guys. Why you guys care so much about him?
Take down the sitting president. Right?
He wasn't sitting.
Ex-president. You tried to disrupt his campaign.
Right. Disrupt his campaign.
It was a fair
He's been campaigning since 2016. We tired as fucking hell. Don't nobody care.
But you guys were okay with that. But now you're upset.
Why should we be okay if somebody's being investigated? If it was fine,
now he's coming back for retribution. So
that's what he's supposed to do. Lisa, this man crazy.
If those people didn't do anything wrong, right? If they didn't do anything wrong, just like you asked me about a stop and frisk.
You're not making any sense.
We call these collective comments from Texas.
Because that's dirty. I'm not worried about it.
Sending 19 people.
I don't have alcohol in my car. I'm not even worried about it.
Sending 19. I guess 19 states. Like this affects people who
He ain't worried. He won. He won every case.
No, he did not win every case.
Even this last one, the one just a couple of days ago got unraveled. And this
it's
last
not unraveled, sir. It's not unraveled. All it was no, he still has 32, 34 counts. The only thing that
that's gonna get dismissed as well. That's
okay. Well, so be it.
Because he's present right now, notorious. Like the
ridiculous. No, because he gave him 34 felonies for a signature, like a paperwork.
That was a jury of his peers, too, y'all.
Yeah, but you're saying out of 90 something, right? So like
out of 91.
If you're recognizing that this is a retribution toward, and this is all because of retribution as to what he felt, it's still
retribution is what you call it. We have to get these corrupt
that's
out of government.
Trump
not in government. If they can't govern
corrupt too.
They cannot govern with integrity. They should not be in the position.
You think Trump has integrity?
The dude with 94 counts. Do y'all see how asinine this is?
Yeah,
34 counts, but law and order and integrity. Like, bro.
It was a jury of his peers. It's not like one judge.
Lisa, go back and look at that case. You see what the judge did. You'll see. It's going to get unraveled. You're going to have a look about it.
So you're just saying a jury of his peers works for us.
No, I'm saying that the shit was rigged and it's going to get undone.
And so the jury couldn't see that. The jury.
No, I'm saying when you go back and look at the case and you look at the special instructions that the judge gave the jurors, it's going to get unraveled.
You get special instructions every time you're a jury. Have you ever been jury duty?
No.
You get special instructions, and they usually tell you what's in the parameters of what you can convict for. Same thing happened with old boy. That's how he got off.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that it was just.
No, yes, it was 34 counts. So none of them. So out of 90, you said it was 90. So he didn't know. They just picking on him.
for 90 charges.
I'm saying you have to be able to prove it and have the evidence.
They did.
They did in a courtroom, brother. This is not a circus. They went to a court, brother. People like yourself and others make me upset. They went to a courtroom. The guy was found guilty in a courtroom. What else do you want from the people, brother? Y'all be saying some down the road country ass stuff that don't make no sense at all. I'm dead serious, man. I don't understand it. You got to get your mind right, get your head up on your shoulders, and look straight ahead. Brother, what are you saying? A courtroom. Say it with me. A courtroom, and he was convicted by peers or a jury in that place. Wake up, Republicans. Wake up. Donald Trump don't have morals either. Donald Trump ain't perfect either, but y'all sit up here and denigrate other parties of other people, but your house ain't right, and your glass house is see-through as well. Don't chunk stones at someone else's glass house if your glass house ain't stable, if your foundation ain't right. Right now, the Republican foundation is very shaky, and your house is still see-through. Clean up what's going on in your party before you sit up here and denigrate someone else. It's really upsetting, and it makes me really, really angry for y'all to sit up here and talk about other parties. Get your house right. Get your glass house in order.
Ashton, I don't want you to get too worked up now. Donald Trump only been in office like 6 months, okay? So, you know what I mean? I want you to balance it out. You know what I mean? You got like another 3.5 years.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my God, this is insanity. I don't even know, if it wasn't for the entertainment factor of the crazy shit, it would have been over a long time ago. But I'm just letting you guys know, this is not what you hired him for. Notorious. I'm sure he didn't go to the voting booth and go, I'm going to vote in Donald Trump so he can go in and start taking revenge on everybody who did something to him. You went to vote for him if you did indeed vote because you had tangibles that he said that he was going to bring to fruition. And it hasn't happened. It's happened for those of us or those of you who are well off, who don't depend on any social programs, who don't depend on your government to be there to correct things. But yet and still, you don't mind him throwing down the hammer. He's already just dissolved everything that most people look forward to as far as like our health, as far as like our schools, as far as like all that's been eliminated. You don't have any problem with that, but you're okay with the retribution, the revenge tour. The retribution tour. We didn't hire him for that. Nobody. Who gives a damn? Do that when you're out of office. Don't come into office and spend all your time trying to get back at people who you felt did you wrong. You're running a country. You said the hottest country in the world, but that's not what you're doing right now. You're telling all your MAGA people that that's what you're doing, but you're not doing that. You're going after your enemies, and you're trying to enrich yourself, enrich your friends, enrich those who don't need any money. It's just crazy talk right now. So if you guys are okay with it, hell, that's you. I'm not trying to convince anybody tonight. I'm just giving you facts.
Could I say something really quickly? I think people actually did vote for the retribution tour because when people straight up, because when
you don't have enough money to pay your bills, but you're worried about who Trump will get back in. That sounds crazy.
I mean, it's stupid as hell, but I believe that people did because of the fact that, like, when you talk to people who are pro-MAGA, and there's not a lot of people in America who are, right? But the people who are pro-MAGA,
yeah, only like 80 million. Only like 80 million.
I'm talking about in the fact that, like, his approval rating is dropping extremely low because of the fact that
his approval rating is about 90% of his base.
Oh, come on, Notorious. We just went over the approval ratings by all the polls. All. And then we aggregated it because Omari wanted us to. So that is not true. His approval ratings are plummeting. Go ahead, sir.
So it's just kind of like when people voted off of hate and they're like, oh, you know what, we'll get them back in he doesn't even know what retribution looks like. Like he wants to go after people, James Comey, and that's retribution, right? Because James Comey had a huge decision to make with Trump. But it also goes to this idea of putting 19 military guards in 19 states, and now you have Texas, who National Guard. You're gonna have to see for the first time ever how Republicans are going to handle being treaded on when this is the party of don't tread on me, right? You're gonna have to see people in Chicago, and obviously Baltimore, DC, all that stuff. People
did you say the National Guard is coming? You said from Texas to what? You kind of broke up. I didn't hear that second.
Yeah, it's 19 different states is where he's deploying the National Guard, right? And that's to help ICE. It's to help ICE. So the thing is, what's crazy is that when he's in your communities with the National Guard, and we look like idiots on the world stage because we're getting quote unquote invaded, right?
We feel safe. We feel safe when the National Guard is.
I'm not done whining like slave, bro.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is we look dumb as hell. We look stupid as hell because the world sees it for what it is. The world sees that he's a man with low self-esteem, and now he has to act like this person who gets to have fun with America and gets to send people off and with all these raids and stuff like that, and people can see it for what it is. Like, he's a man that has little integrity, low self-esteem. This is why South Park, constantly makes fun of his small dick or whatever, but it's true. Like, these people, Mussolini, Hitler, like these people who go on who have sycophants and they start coming to power. It's because you start to see that these people truly don't care about anything but themselves. And the thing is when it comes time for him to face any sort of actual justice, because he got 34 counts, but then what happened? He went and he served as a public official for President of the United States. So he didn't really get hit with anything. The dude's making millions of dollars, or billions of dollars, meanwhile, in the government. So, he's making billions of dollars. So for all this to be
Obama, you went wrong. Obama, you really went wrong.
Right. Okay. For all this to be, this whole thing about, now he's on retribution tour. He's actively disorganizing neighborhoods. He's doing the tactic that people were like, this is never going to happen. I've sat on here in this app for years. For the last 2 years, we listened to how Project 2025 was nothing that, was not connected to Trump. These motherfuckers are sitting at his side, telling him exactly what to do. So, I just don't want to hear all the wait and see when it comes to Trump's own 34 felony count, because the thing was, like Ashton said, it was his peers. These are American citizens. These are people that, trying to say that it was waxed and, into the Democrats and all the Democrats did this. Bro, respectfully, we have never seen a person take this much executive power and do this much harm in a single, this is a couple months of his presidency. And to think that the midterms were supposed to be, free and fair, then Texas wouldn't have gone and started redistricting out of nowhere. So then guess what? California's got to crack some knuckles and go, they're gonna act like this. We're gonna do the same thing. He's causing irreparable damage today. People that care about the Constitution, that are constitutionalists, they're like, I'm constitutionalist. I don't believe what Trump is doing is right because they believe in the Constitution. This whole due process thing of having an actual due process for litigation or for kicking people out of the country, they don't believe that this is even what to do because of the fact that you're watching a president in real time dismantle the other branches of government. He's going after DAs, he's going after judges, he's going after people that don't agree with him. So that way he, if he wants to, can just do whatever the hell he wants. So if that's people's version of a better America, enjoy that better version of America. But when it's not Latinos, when it's black people, when it's white people, it doesn't matter. When if you do something, if you post a tweet or share a meme about the vice president and you're not able to get locked, you're not able to get back to your home, he's got Kilmar Abrego Garcia going to fucking going to Uganda for what? If that's not a joke, if you think we still look like a normal, reputable country, while Kilmar Abrego Garcia goes to Uganda, even though that's not the country that he's fucking from, excuse my language, then sit with that. But by all means, this is not normal.
Yeah, that's a disgrace. And other countries are looking at us. You're right. They can see us for who we are. And all these other people who are standing up agreeing with him, you guys are the clowns. All the people who stand behind him and give him the dictator's celebration before they can even say a word about why they're there. They got to bend down and kiss him and kiss his dick. This is embarrassing. This shit never happened until Trump got in office. Nobody had to say, Obama, you're the greatest president we ever had. Thank you for coming and saving America. And I'd like to say that, come on, what the fuck? But you guys are okay with all these shenanigans, and you're normalizing abnormal fucking behavior. This makes no fucking sense. This is a democracy. He is not a fucking king. We don't have to praise him every time we want to get up and say something. We have to preface it by praising him and letting him know that if it wasn't for him, no, nothing would have happened. He said this country was dying.
Lisa, how, even if you're the press, like, what happens, Lisa, that, like, when people say, when there's White House correspondents or actual journalists, and he, instead of saying what I did was wrong, or you're correct or incorrect about that, he demonizes a whole network, and then wants to be on them in the morning, like with Fox News. Like, he demonized Fox News. There's no news source right now in America that any of these people want to, and I'm just saying, even for Trump, nothing is credible. Everyone's a liar. We're told to believe that everyone's a liar. Don't believe the sources. Don't believe the journalists.
That's how you become a dictator. We're gonna listen to the what was it that she said, the 10 steps. We're gonna listen to Miss Leachback having all kind of brain issues at this point in time. At 3 o'clock in the morning. Stacey Abrams. She broke it down masterful. And I guess we have to begin like Michael. I don't know, I didn't see him tonight, but like Michael said, we should listen to it at least once a week to see how Trump is playing in our face and how he is getting ready to set us up for dictatorship, for fascism. We need to listen to it because this is unheard of. I mean, nothing we've seen in this country where you have to praise a demon before you get ready to start speaking on what's going on with the country. It's craziness. And they know this man does not even have the mental fortitude, the background, the education, the experience to even do what he's doing. There are people with batteries in his back, first of all, whispering, we need to get rid of all these people. Well, okay, next thing you need to do is do this. Next thing you need to do is bring in the National Guard. The next thing you need to do is do this. Trump would rather be sitting around playing golf. You notice he ain't been on a golf course because they told him, you got things to do. You are working for us, the Heritage Foundation. You have a job to do. So they can get their whole program in place, he is their puppet to get everything in place. You don't even know half the time what the fuck he's talking about. He goes, well, what is this for? So the man said, oh, this is a executive order that's going to stop cash bail. Oh, yeah. It's like, it's your executive order. You should be telling us what it's for. So here we go. And it's all a plan. It's all a plan. Take these people into the cities, take away cash bail, any way for them to worm out. Janine, what's her last name? Shapiro. Saying that all teenagers starting at age, 14, will now, have the possibility to be tried as adults. So all this is working in tandem. Y'all just wait and see. Sending people all over the fucking world. Do you know Uganda said they hadn't even been contacted about Abrego Garcia? They hadn't even been contacted. They're like, what? What we gotta do with this?
That's wild. I don't don't think like when people are on the stage talking about how this is just like a new normal that Americans somehow have to endure blows my mind, because I heard even someone was like redlining isn't really that bad. Like it's not what they make it out to be. So
and neither was segregation then.
Right, and it's just wild because like even the dumb white people on this app still know that that shit was fucking terrible, and they know what it did to like people's communities. And the fault to say to Ashton, and I'm just gonna say this really quickly, that she's lying. You know, like people are still being affected to this day, and the white people, the dumb white people that voted for Trump, know this. Some of them, not all of them, but they know that. So it's just like, fuck.
Yeah.
It's just.
Look, they know, and the Republican folks on here know, and at the end of the day, I'm not lying. A lot of meetings I go to, some of those meetings are 4.5 hours and stuff. I don't just sit up here and say just blabber stuff. I get my information from the city of Fort Worth. I get my information from 80, 90-year-old records. Some records are even older than that. I have to go to microfilm. A lot of that stuff's not on the internet. So a lot of things I look at, you probably won't find it online because they don't want it online for various reasons, because they still want to preserve some history they don't want to be altered. So yeah, going down to your county records and find out about a lot of this stuff and redlining and how it affected people. So no, I'm not lying. You know, the guy's right, and so I just tell the truth about a lot of this stuff and how it affects your life. And you go down to the city meetings and they sit up there and tell you what programs could be cut if we don't comply with Donald Trump. It's really, really horrible. You know what I mean? And one lady said, had a shirt on that said "comply now." You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, it was pointing at the word "now." You know, so that's just not a good deal. That people have to feel like, you know, they don't comply or else, right? Question mark. That's not good, man. That's not the society that we want to live under. This is not. People are not in jail. We are in America. We're not, you know what I mean? We're not in countries where we have to be told to comply or else. So no, Americans don't have to endure this bull crap of a mess. We don't have to sit up here and just say, woe is me. We can sit up here and make the right decisions and have the power and fortitude to vote these people out that don't have our best interests. And a lot of Republicans, some of them have even spoken out again about their own party and what they didn't sign up for. And if you can't even listen to your own base of people, they'll find a way to make sure you don't get in office either. You better wake up.
Thank you, Ashton. Lisa?
I'm good. Yeah, let's close this down because all of our moms are sleeping. Thank you.
I wanted you to see what's in the back.
Oh,
so,
what's in the back?
In the back channel, so you can know. You're so nice to people all the time, but this is the shit that you get.
Oh, is it that?
Ashton, I'm talking to Lisa.
Wait, are you talking about Telegram or my back
I'm
channel?
talking about the chat over here.
Oh, okay. Let me go to the chat because I don't put my glasses on, guys.
She wants to be her last time in here today, I guess.
Who?
See.
Wait a minute. You got to be kidding me
No,
right
I'm
now.
not really kidding you at all. You say
This
you're part of
Candace.
the problem. You let your room ramble on with ignorant detergents. I'm not. Peeps for years.
Okay.
Press data, just all kinds of good.
Okay, so first of all, okay, see, I gave you, hold on, you guys, hold on, because this might be C's last time in this room. See, I don't know what's wrong, and I think maybe you should talk to your physician about adjusting your medication. And I'm not saying this to be mean, but before you came in here, I gave you nothing but praise. As a matter of fact, I was telling everybody to make sure they came back because I was going to reach out to you so you can come in here and talk about the stable coins against everybody. If you don't have any interest, then don't come. See, seriously, you're to me. I'm talking to now a person who is not even a fucking adult, is a child. No one put your finger on the button and press 420. Nobody. You chose to come in here, and I'm only telling you this because this might be your fucking last time, and I know you don't care.
It is her last time. It is.
Yeah, Because I'm the one telling everybody that you had a very good presentation on Saturday about the stable coin, that you were very intelligent, you had all this information, and I wanted you to present it to the room. And then you stumble in here at 3 o'clock in the morning and try to tell me about how my room is a piece of shit. Well, you know what, see, I agree with you. For even allowing this conversation to happen between you and me, I'm a piece of shit.
I'm gonna tell you right now, the club let out, and he's gonna let out is because didn't nobody take her home or take her to the Waffle House, so she up in here and crying and carrying.
Okay,
Right.
so anywho,
You can't
yeah,
save
I'm gonna have
them
to
all.
fix that.
You
Yeah.
can't save them all. You're not
You just can't
Captain
be nice.
Sailor.
You can't
You are
be
not
nice.
Captain Sailor.
I tried.
Trump needs to go after these black cities. They're horrible.
Hey,
Oh, okay,
bring
really?
your ass in here tomorrow.
Deja, you right in the middle of one. So.
You
Maybe you'll be the first one to fucking go. Yeah, I mean, that's retarded that you would say that about your own people. So there's a lot of self-hatred going on. I understand it. I don't appreciate it, but I understand there's a lot of self-hatred. It's like me going into a white room. Yeah, these niggas need to be hung. I don't understand that, but you do, and that's all that matters, okay? So whatever sickness you're suffering for, I got somebody for you. I'll give you a recommendation so you can go get help. But see, I told you about these black men. They come into here and they say the craziest, stupid-ass shit about their own people, about their own communities. Just crazy.
Ain't no such thing as a black community. It's horrible.
It's no such thing as a black community. It's no such thing as a black community. Okay, there's no such thing as upstanding black men then. And you're part of the problem. And you're part of the problem, Pedro. You're part of the problem. You're the black men that we need to exterminate. You're part of the problem. You're part of the problem. You're part of the problem. So you and your family don't live in a black community. You and your family, all of them. All 12.
We don't do black.
Okay, so you're black. You black. You got a get out of jail free card. You black.
Let me break this down to you.
You black. You don't have to break shit down. You came in here and said we don't have a community. That is so disgusting. That is so disgusting that you guys working for. That is. You hell. So where you live? 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 I don't want to live. Where you live?
Listen.
Where you live? Where you live? Where you live? So if you don't live in those cities, shut the fuck up. You can't talk on shit that you don't know. You can't talk on shit that talk on your own city. Talk on your own city.
I'm being honest, but if
you're being honest. No, you're not. You're a provocateur, and you came in here.
But if you let me finish, I'll break it down to you.
I don't have time. It's 3 o'clock in the fucking morning. Nobody want to hear you come in here talking about black people don't have community.
Isn't that your topic? Trump on black cities. I'm telling you, it needs it.
No, it doesn't need it.
It does.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. You're the problem. You are the problem. And you guys, black people, you guys need to exterminate people like him. If you guys want to hate people, if you guys want to shoot people, this is exactly who you need to get rid of right here. No, sorry. But you're a criminal. You're a criminal to our community.
How? Tell me how.
You are.
Tell me how.
Okay, you coming in here saying the
How
most
does that make me a
ignorant
criminal?
shit you can possibly think of. You are the enemy. You saying that black people don't have a community. You came in here to say that.
Give niggas up.
Oh, and lock
Take
you up
away
too.
them black bitches, EBTs, and they Section 8.
Wait.
Please don't
Don't come in here calling black women bitches.
Are they
See,
bitches?
this is the kind of niggas y'all need to exterminate right here. This is the kind of niggas y'all need to exterminate.
No, I'm not a nigga.
You are.
Y'all fighting to maintain bigotry.
Well, here's the
You're
deal.
fighting to maintain fucking
That's
cookery
right.
and
They just
ignorance.
love niggas. Shit don't matter.
Yeah,
Your time
and
is up.
take
You
your
can try.
tattoos off. It's late. Take your tattoos
You're about to
off.
lose your house.
Relax. Take your tattoos off and relax your cords and
You
calluses.
can't keep
You
that fellow
are
no more
the kind of people that need to be exterminated.
to your apartment.
Apartment, you dumbass
Lisa,
I don't have a fucking apartment.
don't let that
Okay?
You describe
I'm not here to I just trying to show you his fucking ignorance. Now he called me a bitch. Then he tells me I live in an apartment. And that's the bitches you dealing with.
I didn't
Don't
call you
include
if
me in that shit. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you
No, I
did.
didn't call you black. I said black bitches.
Okay, so I'm
If
black.
you subscribe to black bitches, then
No,
that's on
if you
But I
sit
did
up
call
on
you
the
a color
stage
gal.
and say black bitches, there's no
I
such
said
thing
color
as a
gal.
black bitch.
No, I
There
called
might
you
be
color
some
gal.
white bitches, but there are no black bitches.
I
This
called
is
you
the kind
color
of
gal.
motherfucking niggas that
But
you
I did
got
call you a
tearing
porch
down the black
I
family
did call
and
you
the
a
black
porch
female. He came in here and automatically
I know,
started
I
calling
called you a
black
porch
women
monkey.
bitches and said that we live in motherfucking apartments, even though we're out earning, out educated, your dumb black sleazy, slow-footed, slew-footed, slow-talking ass.
That's a
I don't
lie.
know what the fuck
Pull
you
out the
doing.
data.
No, you don't make more money than my fucking 15-year-old
Listen,
daughter. So you need to shut the fuck up because you come in here and
I
talk
got
about
more money
how
than
we
you
don't
and your
have no
15-year-old
fucking community. Fuck you. We do have community, but
No,
you're
you
the
don't. Ain't no
problem.
community.
You're the problem. You're
No,
the problem.
it ain't nothing. Ain't nothing but Central ain't hoes, housing fellas.
That's where you live. That's your experience.
Baby.
That's your experience. You know more about it than I do.
Listen,
You know more about it than I do. I didn't even know what Section 8 was until it got ready to cut it out.
It's just I told you so.
Like, I mean, just coming here saying we don't have no fucking community, all black
You
bitches
don't.
living in
Where's the
apartments.
community? This
And
is
where
why
you
y'all
living? In
poverty.
the attractive
Black women have the lowest wealth, have the
Oh,
highest
black
debt.
where you are.
Are not the most
God.
educated.
Black women have the lowest wealth. Black men have the lowest wealth.
No,
If you want
black
to be
men make more
accurate,
than black women.
black
Go
men, you have the lowest wealth.
No.
You can't get hired.
Google it.
Nobody
Average white man,
respects you
average black
out
man.
of nowhere. So I don't know what you talking
Average
about.
black woman got less than
The average black woman out earns and is out educated.
That's a lie. Everybody know that's a lie. How
I do not need to Google.
The
I
average
know that
black
is
woman
fact.
makes
When I walk on the
40,000 a year.
campus,
The
I
average
do
black
not
man
see you.
makes about
When I walk on
48.
the campus, I do not see you, sir. I do not
Black
see
men
you.
make more
You
than
is
black
not who I see.
Somebody sent this devil from hell over here. Girl, do not. He's crazy as hell. He came over here just to troll, talking all kinds of crazy shit out of his mouth. Please. Him and C probably locked up family right now. Him and C probably
No, we don't have to fact check what I'm saying because this, you know what, April, first of all, we don't need to fact check what I'm saying. This shit is always about facts. You just stumble in, off of Coon Road, and then you want to come in here and talk about we don't have community and black women bitches.
Lisa,
between you and C, there's nobody in the audience that needs to marry, okay?
I'll go and come in here.
Okay,
late at night, the club let out.
Listen.
I don't know, maybe C turned it down. I really don't know at this point what's going on.
Listen.
We'll take
Black
him to
women
the
don't know. Stop.
fucking,
If you want to have it, just be honest. No, this is correct.
This is why I'm somewhere. This is really why. This is teaching me that there's enemies
Black women
in
are
the
poor.
fucking camp that look like you. There are enemies in the camp. There's some, and it's mostly, if you guys notice, I'm sorry, black men, because you know I love you. You know I
No,
do.
they don't. Y'all
But
hate black
you
men.
shut the fuck up.
You
don't come. You ain't been in my room. You don't know what the fuck is going on in here. But there's some of y'all that are enemies in our fucking midst. Okay, and we need to root them out, find out who they are, and we need to exterminate them. Point blank and period. You don't deserve to draw breath after the shit that you said about blacks. And you blacker than black. You blacker than black, and you gonna come in here and tell somebody they don't have a community.
Do you see my PTR?
Nigga, nobody wants you in the community. That's the problem.
Look at my PTR.
And you're mad.
I'm whipping niggas.
And you're mad. And you're mad.
I'm whipping niggas. I'm not mad.
Did he say I'm whipping niggas?
I'm ready to become my friends.
Oh, you're white. Oh, you're white.
Listen, these people are sent over here. People are sent over here on purpose.
I'm not white.
Sent by their local.
No, you're confused.
Black people
You're
always
not white.
Please listen. This man was sent over here by his friends. Maybe they're gonna cash app him so he can go get some fucking Waffle
house here in a minute. You can't take these people serious. This is some foolishness.
It's all these black women.
They sound like he just sitting on a food court all day. Go get your life, clean out your system, focus on your broken lungs, and have a good night, sir. And I can't help it because you know black woman wants your crusty ass dick. So it's not my problem.
He's gone.
It's not my problem. Okay, next before we hang up.
They coming here to do this to you.
That was C's man, girl. That was C's man.
That's why I told him, go get your wife. But he's never been here before.
Because the trolls were set on you, honey, from these people who have their little vendettas and their little issues. What the hell is C coming here hot like that?
I don't know why she
won't
won't
fucking be back.
She will never.
I will stand at the door like it's the gates to hell, okay, and keep her down. I'm sure we best believe that. We tolerated her crazy, fucking psychotic ass up in here, just going off like a fucking shotgun every time she would open her mouth. And she comes in here. You be the only one who tries to stand for her, and then she come in here and starts some shit. Fuck her. And whatever troll she drags in here with her. This is ridiculous. These people are crazy.
All right.
That's the barnacles on these maggots. That's their barnacles.
Yeah, and it's just, I don't even know how you cretins crawl out of your coffin and get out and start talking this late at night about your own people. It takes a real degenerate motherfucker to talk about their own people. These people come out of black vaginas, black wombs. They get out. They're raised by black women, and they come in here, and the first thing they want to call us is bitches and apartment dwellers. I mean, I ain't got no more. I am so fucking sick and tired of this shit. But y'all, come in tomorrow if you want to pick up where you left off with your bullshit. And I'll be ready for you. But right now, I'm fucking tired.
He's I'm gonna send you to this spot. You can get you a back rub or something.
I get back rubs all the time. I was just at a spot this Saturday listening to Steve's motherfucking dumbass when I shouldn't have been listening to her and giving her accolades, and then she gonna come in here. That's why I don't be coming in. It's like, you know what? You guys can suck my pussy, okay? Because I don't give a fuck if you come in here or not.
The applications are going to be flooding the back cabinet.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Shit.
I'm just tired. You know what I mean?
Around the block, girl.
That was a damn fucking lie.
Michael said, when?
Michael woke up down there in the chat. Where you at,
And Michael,
Michael?
you didn't even come on stage tonight and help me with these tree huggers. I can't believe it. This is crazy.
No, but they do that to trigger you. Like I'm telling you, they live for that shit. They really do.
They do.
They really live for that shit.
Collected this motherfucker.
He's not collected. He's too stupid to know how he's. When you're dumb, there's an air of calm. There is an air of calm that you can have because you don't really know anything. Like nothing bothers you because you don't. There's no sense of urgency with anything when you're fucking idiot.
That's true. Like the trio.
Right? No, Jonas can tell us. He's a fellow idiot. He can tell us.
Yeah, you missed all the action earlier. You want something too?
Oh no, I don't normally. I just talk about it.
Not
I
a
talk
couple
to them.
motherfuckers already.
I was just saying you're a fellow idiot, so you can probably speak dumb. We don't have too many people in here who can talk dumb, so you can speak dumb.
Yeah, what would you do without me, right?
I would probably have great conversations, and I wouldn't have anybody to call a fucking idiot. It is a thing of wonder, is it not?
It's such a waste of
time. It really is. Unfortunately, you are not a waste of talent because you have none, and you're not that bright. So we don't have to worry about that.
Get on this app, talent every day,
and you get on this app and never waste an ounce of talent because you're not talented in any way.
I'm
mistaken for talent.
Baby mamas, right? That's what you say, right? Yeah, I'm a
No, you're absolutely right. I completely agree with you. You'll never waste a day on this motherfucker.
I get it.
Notorious, everybody agrees you're simple.
Yeah. In y'all rooms, for sure.
No, you're stupid in the other ones too.
You're simple as MAGA.
But I'm so glad you guys do have a safe space, and I'm glad that you allow me. I'm glad that you allow me to come into your safe space.
The Notorious, I come in your space, they space, red space, blue space. I pumps through. I don't give a damn. Only thing they can do is kick me out. You know, anytime I get let up on the stage, I'm about to throw the fuck down. So next time you have one of your echo chambers, invite me. I'll come read everybody in that bitch.
I'm going to invite you.
Yeah, please ping me in the stories. I apologize.
I will not come because I don't waste my talent. No talent hacks.
I know you're not going to come.
I would not come. I don't cast my pearls before swine, sir.
You're not going to have a
I love danger. Make sure you invite me.
I'm going to.
Lisa subjects you to us here because she's doing fucking charity work. But other than that, we wouldn't ever come into contact with you. Because you are a mental midget among cerebral giants. And you are a cerebral, you are a
classiest reading ever.
mental midget among cerebral giants. You are consistently and persistently out of your league in this conversation. All the time.
Well, we're welcoming our new team member, Brittany, and she's going to come back tomorrow because we're going to pick this conversation up. I got some stuff that I have to research.
What the hell is
It's
Dan?
nothing that... Who?
Dan been up here for 72 hours, and it wasn't even crashed out
Dan
by
alone. Dan belongs to 212.
Oh,
so those are
okay.
young
Hey,
people.
Dan.
Those are young people.
I'll be nice now.
Yes,
I was like, this person has the best mind control in all of Clubhouse.
Well, some of it's embarrassing that the young people have to listen to old heads just be completely ignorant. And I wish and I was telling them, don't say nothing because if somebody says something out of the way to you, I don't have to motherfucking lose it. So don't even say nothing unless we're talking about stuff that doesn't deserve somebody being disrespectful. Because we just had somebody come on stage and was so fucking disrespectful to black women as a whole. Just like, why would you even open your mouth and say what you said? He said he was black, but then he wasn't black. I looked at his profile, and I'm telling you, he had somebody whipping a black man, and he said that was him.
I went through his pictures, and it was appalling.
I know him from another room. He's actually cool, and he's a black Spanish dude. Don't pay him any money. He was trolling.
What you mean he's actually cool, and he came up and said black women are bitches?
Lisa. He was trolling.
Oh, he was trolling.
Dan, why you say quiet while he was trolling?
Exactly. Why don't you just speak up? Because I was about to light his ass up, and I said, it's way too late. It's way too late for me to go to sleep with this type of
I did speak up. I said he was trolling.
Yeah, he did say that.
Oh, I didn't hear it. I'm sorry, Jack. I did not hear you.
Because you was going in. Lisa was too busy trying to read the riot act. That's it.
I swear to God. You guys, I love my people. I go out of
Wait,
my
sorry.
way
I'm at work,
for my
guys.
people.
That's why I told you already. I'm at work.
Yo, Dap, is he a real life dummy or was he just playing one on TV?
He's just. I'm gonna put it to you this way. He a hood nigga. That's it.
Oh, well, he's stupid. Okay, got it.
Well, that's why he knows so much about Section 8 and all that shit. I didn't know, and who's living in apartments and all that
He
shit.
probably ran from Anthony over there.
And he must be from the West Coast because he said you live in an apartment. It's like, what are you talking about right now? So anyway, but he didn't have to come in and try to, disrespect me or put me down or nothing like that. That's not a way to influence people and win friends that I'm aware of. So he's welcome to come back so I can finish my roast. You can reach out to him in the back channel and say, she said, come back so she can welcome you appropriately to the 420. All right, you guys. It's always a pleasure hanging out with you guys. some of us who have to go to work. If you're down in the pink section, please turn in your ticket so we don't have to go through a whole bunch of shit as far as like trying to ping you in for tomorrow. We're trying to be a little bit more consistent as far as being open every day at the same time so we can get through this. But not all night. I said that earlier when we first
I'm gonna
opened.
have to just start coming in here and escorting you to your room and leaving some warm milk and cookies on the bedside table.
Please not cow's milk.
Get you some moisturizer, so in a bottle of water, and let you just relax.
But you guys
and then
had
I'll
fun,
come in
didn't you?
here and I'm gonna raise holy hell. But I
You
tell
can
you,
raise holy hell.
She won't never grace this
Oh,
thing.
she'll never.
That bitch won't ever see the inside of
Oh, what does she do this time?
No, we were
playing. She in the back channel talking all kind of shit about Lisa.
Oh, I saw that crazy.
No ma'am, no fam, no
But
family, no
Quinn, it was just, I was in here protecting her before she even came in because believe it or not, Quinn, we're going to try, maybe you know something about it as well. But there was a conversation that was had on Saturday, and it was in reference to stable coins. It was her, it was TC, it was Sweet, it was...
Oh, you had the crazy person section. Yeah, I remember that.
No.
CEO.
Check it out. CEO. Okay, but check it out. When she first started talking, because she talks in such a rapid fire way, and her voice has a shrill to it, I wasn't really paying her any attention. And then when Sweet came and started talking, I said, okay, it's time for me to really check out. But then they started talking about this big beautiful bill. I'm sorry, Sweet. Big beautiful bill. And then they start talking about the stable coin that's included in the big beautiful bill that only the Trump family can take advantage of. It's actually written into the bill. So I was like, what? So we started listening to him, and then TC came on the stage and said, this is the most intelligent conversation I've heard on Clubhouse in a while. So actually, C knew what she was talking about, but her delivery was just abominable. It's like, C, let somebody else say something. But her data was correct because we were fact checking her in real time, and everything she was saying was correct about this particular stable coin. I don't know if anybody else knows about it because now we can't have her in here.
But she pisses people off because she doesn't stop talking. Like even if she hears
Right.
it, she doesn't stop talking. But I believe this very earnestly, I think C has an undiagnosed or diagnosed condition. Hyperactive. She doesn't, and it's probably on the spectrum in some way. So I try to give her a little grace, but it's for people who don't have that condition. It's very difficult to deal with. No, I agree with you, bro.
And then she's been in here tonight.
No, she was just. I just saw her. Did y'all see the message I sent earlier? I said I was over there in the degenerates room. The Trump, I think it's the Trump campaign or something like that. Matt Cool is running the room. I got to see him and Beaver on stage, and they actually sound like they look. It's kind of crazy, but I mean, what they sound like in the chat, they like complete fucking morons. But they.
I don't even get pinged into that room because I erased them from my list, and C's gonna be the only one on it now. But how come I don't get a chance to come into the room?
Well, it's in the hallway. That's the only way I see it. I don't know.
Oh, it's because of Matt. Yeah, I had him blocked. Yeah, okay.
Because he was talking shit about your kids.
He is not a funny person. He sounds like a fucking idiot. Like when he talks, he sounds like an idiot.
Wow, I just want to come in just to shake the shit out. I know they're gonna throw me out. I know that.
I just went in to listen.
Oh, girl, they throw me out on jump. There's that white bitch. There's that liberal white bitch.
They have a couple of resident Negroes too. Notorious, is that part of your clan?
Notorious not in there. Come on.
Oh, don't you believe that? I'm sure he goes around this. I'm sure he goes around the generals every now.
Yeah, I'm going to invite you over. I just followed you. I'm going to invite you over there.
Lisa, don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm not talking about Lisa.
I'm going to say, Notorious, you feel
Oh, me? Oh, no, you don't have to invite me, sir. Yeah. Why would I like to go?
Yeah, no. So you and I can go back and forth.
We've done that in a year before. You're not bright. We figured that out.
You're not gonna have your cheerleaders.
Oh, sir, listen. I don't. Listen, there's no cheerleading necessary. I think you're an idiot in a room with you and I would tell you this very thing. In a room with just you. Well, listen. What does it matter? I can do that here.
Talking a lot.
My dog. Listen. I don't mince words.
Pseudo intellect.
Me?
And
Why?
talent.
Why?
You don't have any talent nor creativity.
Oh, you're just saying that because I said it to you.
Typical.
But no, Tori's for real. You are stupid.
Yeah, I know. I'm a pig, you know.
Like, no bullshit. Like, all bullshit aside, you're really not smart.
Follow me, though.
Well, sir, won't do that. Won't do that. Please don't follow me. I'm asking.
No,
please don't do that.
Follow me back so I can think.
No, I won't do that.
We're going to settle it. We settle it.
We settle it. We close the room out now, Lisa. You're like, why would I follow you? You're like, no fucking body. Why would I follow you?
Notorious, please ping me into your next room, and this time I will act appropriately. I apologize for landing on stage.
I just make fun of you, like, because you're stupid.
I apologize.
You're fun to make fun of.
No, Notorious has been actually a good sport the whole night. He's actually stayed on this stage, I guess, 8 hours maybe. And
where else is he gonna go? He's a man with no country. Nobody want to be around him, stupid motherfucker all the time.
I'm gonna pay you. I'm gonna give you a chance, buddy.
He's been out on a day pass, Lisa.
I hope you're gonna be able to ping your cheerleader.
Sir, listen to my mouth.
We might kick him out, though.
Glenn will never ping anybody into your space, but
you are beneath me, and so are your MAGA degenerate
I'm not have a space. I'm just gonna ping you into one of the spaces that I go in.
You are beneath me, and so are your MAGA degenerate friends.
Yeah. Yes, it's so sad.
That doesn't sound
it's
like
so
a winning
sad that you guys are hyper-focused.
None of you have ever accomplished anything in life, and nor will you. Your sole claim to fame will be another old white guy who's terrorizing other people. That's your claim to fame. And that's going to come to an end, and you're going to go back into the fucking rocks.
You know what's crazy? Is that we're only 6 months in.
I know, and it's going to end soon. Don't worry.
I don't even know if you guys.
You'll be quiet next year. You won't say this.
next year he's gonna be like, I don't know who these people
Listen,
are.
motherfucker, I'm rich. I don't give a fuck about that. You're poor.
Got another 7.5.
I don't give a fuck about none of that. If you want some real shit, he's fighting for me, not you.
Here's this shit.
Stupid.
Are you ready?
7.5. 7.5.
Yeah, 7.5. For
Yeah,
sure.
for sure,
I'm
gonna have to prop his.
See, this is the kind of stuff you say.
You have not noticed how bloated
maybe
your
11.5.
orange pool is.
You really are.
We saw his hand today. We saw his hand today, Notorious, where he was trying to hide it from everybody. Maine's, look, he's got so much water in him. He's got more water than him than in an Olympic pool. I'm not
Wait a minute, who is this?
And they giving this man.
Oh, yeah, they told us today, Quinn. I tried to see it. Okay, we've been trying to get through a 30-minute press conference of him signing executive orders, and we didn't make it through in 5 hours because I was playing 5-minute increments. But I was looking at his hands. They're saying that his hand is, what is it, April? What does it look like? It's been.
Look, Lisa, it looks like it's been.
I didn't get a chance to see it.
Okay, listen, it's all bruised up because he's been getting IV injections of Lasix, some kind of, the stuff that, for lack of a better word, water pills. Like old folks used to talk about water pills. This is actually intravenous.
He's got really bad edema, doesn't he?
It's not. It's venous insufficiency, but his
Venous
kidneys are
insufficiency
involved.
has something to do with that, didn't it?
Because the fluid is not leaving, okay, like it should. So Lisa, the main one,
yeah.
I'm not kidding you, it looked like a cartoon that was so big. I'm like, this man is about to go floating down the river, okay? He is so full of fluid, it ain't even funny. They can't get it MAGAs to get it together. I need them to take a deep breath because they're going to have to shove off and say farewell here pretty soon. Ain't going to be no 2028 love. It's not going to be no 2028.
I didn't realize he was 80 years old.
I'm just saying.
No. This is actually concerning. This is actually concerning because he's 80 years old. His heart has been beating. How many beats per minute per day?
You can only do so much KFC.
Right. And it's tired.
Yeah, I heard he's got a really poor diet.
Right.
Because the sodium is probably through the charts, which will also help you have these problems with attention. He's not able to flush the system.
He's got to get some exercise. He got to move his legs.
He ain't going to, oh no, he can't complain. The only exercise he can do is lifting one cheek to the other and take a shit. That's about as good as he can get right
Can you just envision Trump in some shorts running the track? It's not going to happen.
Lord,
It's not
thank
gonna
Jesus, no, he can't. They can roll him down the track, and that's about it.
Well, the good thing about it is that we have plenty of other
We know
leadership
about your,
that
we know about your
pick up that
They know
torch.
this shit's coming to an end.
We know about your Dementors, Notorious. We know about your pack of Dementors.
Because when you
We
think
know.
about
You
when you
just,
think about
you
the
just love
term
all of
MAGA,
them. You love all of them. MAGA don't care nothing about J.D. Vance. Don't come up here trying that shit.
I'm just
Be
talking
for
about
real.
the term.
Be so
When
real.
you
They
think
surely
about the
don't care about
term
Mike Johnson's
MAGA,
with the
Can we ask, since before I go to sleep tonight, Notorious, darling, are you inclined to vote for J.D. Vance? Is he somebody that you'd be
The
interested in
couch
supporting?
lover. Mr.
yeah,
Couch
if
lover.
Gavin Newsom is the Democratic candidate, I damn sure will vote for
He likes Gavin. Listen, J.D. Vance is even going to vote
Yeah,
for
we're
Gavin.
not
Okay,
gonna
he's
sit
going to
around.
cast his vote for Gavin.
We're definitely
He
not
just
going to
ain't
sit
told you
around
that
and
yet.
let Gavin Newsom destroy the country like he has
Gavin
California.
Handsome is going to be your
Have
next
to.
president, love.
And I know you
Gavin
have great
Handsome.
hair, baby, but that ain't enough.
Gavin Handsome is going to be your next president.
Maybe the
love.
ladies will vote
Get ready
because
for
he
it.
has great hair.
Get ready for Gavin
But I
Handsome.
don't care about
You
great
got
hair.
to
But I'm
do
just
it.
trying to figure out when you guys say that about California and he's such a
They're
horrible
jealous,
governor.
girl. It's
Now
jealous.
that it went from the fifth largest GDP to the fourth, and that kind of destruction, I need
Yeah,
to
but
know.
that has nothing to do with Gavin Newsom.
So who does it
Yeah.
have to do with this?
Well, listen, I'm going to send
It
you a
has to do
video.
with Trump, Lisa.
And you
That's
can
Trump.
see,
It's all
you can
Trump.
see all the terrible things that he's done in California. I mean, listen,
You can't tell
listen,
somebody.
run it.
You can't
We
tell
want you to
somebody
run it.
else the
He's gonna- he's
state
gonna
of their the
worse
state
than
that they
worse
run
than
has the fourth largest GDP in the world,
He's
not just the
gonna
country.
worse than Kamala did.
But see, it just doesn't make sense.
Like you know, there's nothing he says makes sense. You got to consider what you're talking
They're
about.
in love.
So he doesn't know what he. I would be surprised that even if Notorious even knows what GDP means. So it's just it's a huge. All Notorious is sharing with you is his silly worldview. That's all. It has nothing to do with anything sensible.
GDP stands for Gulf Donald's penis, okay? In Notorious world.
The
That's what
Democratic Party is going to go through a.
Yeah. You don't know anything about party anything. We've asked you questions. You don't even know anything. You're just repeating dumb shit.
Destroy your party.
You don't know what you're talking
You guys are
about.
going to go through a company.
You don't. Did you even
And
vote?
the sooner that you get started.
No, I don't remember. I think you remember.
So you
I think I remember us saying that you didn't even vote.
You heard it here
He's
first.
got the GDS.
You are going to completely rebuild your party, and you're finally going to get.
That's normally what people do after they lose elections.
You know, the Democrats don't worship one person. They don't worship people like y'all do. Y'all get
But what's really funny is April's. He's actually reciting things that every party does after they lose elections. They all reevaluations of what they're doing and how they're approaching.
Go through a company.
So what's really funny is you can always tell when people lose a lot because they are surprised when they win, and this is what they do when they win because they're not accustomed to winning. So they don't realize that at some point they've had this experience before and they'll lose again. Now in his instance, they've lost more than they've won.
You got to tear down and rebuild.
No, that is profound, Notorious. Do you know that happens after every election? No, you don't. Because you don't know shit. Because you're just repeating what the racist whites tell you.
Is that
That's
what
all
Donald
you
Trump
know.
did when he lost? Is that what Donald Trump did when he No, he just cried in 2020. Did we do a complete rebuild? No. Of course you did. MAGA still. Because you just have to rebuild of what? You don't govern. There's no reason to rebuild. You're not governing. Still the same vision. It's a populist movement with a bunch of dumb fucks like yourself. So it doesn't need to rebuild because there's no expectation that there'll ever be any government.
You're sitting on this stage calling Elon Musk
For 12 years.
Oh, that's how they pay
It's been
for
going
it.
for 12 years already.
Is that Elon?
No, years what? It's been going for 12 years. MAGA is an organic movement.
Listen, MAGA is going to need.
That's been going for 12
you know
years.
We're going to make sure.
In a free and fair election.
You know how mental illness lasts?
We had a free and fair election, and Donald Trump and MAGA rose to the top and beat and demolished everybody. And you guys are pointing your. This is the way that they convince themselves. No. This is not mental illness. This is just stupid. So mental illness is what C has. Notorious is just stupid. So it's just he just doesn't know. Like Notorious is symptomatic of most Negroes who never had any education. Yeah,
He don't want to get smarter. He just want to stay on Trump's nuts, and I can't figure it out. That's what I need to figure out.
Well, I mean, he's symptomatic of what we've allowed to happen in this country. Unfortunately, there have been children we've left behind.
When you say that Donald Trump has developed a cult of personality, because these people, they're not too bright, first of all, and second, they get so fixed. I don't understand the fixation on a person you've never met, will never meet.
Sure you do, April. You know what that's about.
I don't get it.
I'm telling you what you know what it's about, April. What it's about is you found someone who's. But why do you love Barack Obama?
Because he was one of our smartest presidents.
He was.
Right? One of the smartest that we've had or probably will ever have. He did things in a way that made sense, right? He used logic. He used command of the law. He knew the laws of the land. And no way did he try to circumnavigate those and enrich himself and be a filthy freaking piece of shit. That's basically, I mean, that's the baseline we have.
Well, what you're talking about are governance principles, but there's no expectation from people like Notorious that there's ever going to be any governance when it comes to Republicans, i.e. conservatives. None of that. There's never an expectation of governance. What they get drawn in by is the populist talk, the movement, the fact that this group of people, he sounds like they do. That's the allure. He's saying dumb shit, and they're dummies too. Now, he's kind of cosplaying, even though he's not that bright. But what he does have that they don't have is access, money. But that for them doesn't matter because in their estimation, there's nobody else they can relate to. The other people are smart. They're interested in governance. They're interested in actually putting policy forth that will actually benefit people like them. But they're not smart enough to understand what's actually happening to them. What they want, and simply this, is they just want people that they think look down on them to suffer. That's all it is. That's why Notorious is in this room. He doesn't have anything in common with the people on the stage. Everybody here is kind of smart. What the hell is he going to do in here? He's here to do his level, what he can do in terms of tormenting people. That's all he can do. And sound like he's a smart person, even though to smart people, he sounds like a fucking idiot. But he doesn't care about that. He's just here to torment. That's all. So that's what he sees in somebody like Trump. He doesn't have anything in common with him. What he does have in common with him is that he tortures people that he doesn't like. That's all. It's not rocket science. It can't be for people who aren't bright.
You're right.
That's all.
You're right, Quinn. Because if you weren't in here earlier, they talked about how Trump is out to get his revenge. Like it's a good thing. Like that's a good thing to have a president on a revenge tour, which is wild to me. But yeah, that's what they were happy about.
It's not rocket science. We just make it more complicated than it is. It's not anything like it's not anything complicated. It's just stupid people aligned with stupid people. It just so happens that he has, meaning Trump, he's been in a position where he can, where they think he's very charismatic, and that he can talk, and that people pay attention to him. So that's really the extent of it. Now, once he's gone, Notorious is going to be singing a different song. Now, he probably won't because he's too proud, but I mean, there'll be nothing to sing because they'll be back to the normal. Well, they still out there, but they'll be back to the other buffoons who have no personality.
Can I say this though? This is what frustrates me, and I just want to clarify these things. I don't know. There was a lot of lies spread about me in here. I'm not a Trumper. I'm definitely. I was 100% a Kamala supporter. I spent even the time that I had on this app, opening rooms about Kamala. But to double back, this is why the Democrats lost, because they think that this is personally about Trump. It isn't. If we think that Trump is smart enough to do anything that it's crazy. There's a huge army of people backing him that I don't hear nobody in the Democratic Party. Fuck the people who are in the fields. I'm talking about the congressman, the congresswoman, congressmen, the senators who are Democrat, anybody who's in the Democratic Party. To have a discussion about Trump is 100% deflection, because he doesn't have the mentality or is equipped to create these plans. We know that his chief of staff, is very organized. I mean, she's the same chief of staff that, was under, what is the name? Rogan. We know that there is something orchestrated that's going on here. So I don't know why, I hear Democrats who went to college, who understand things, know that this president, has no political history, and that he's a puppet for a bigger picture. And I get really annoyed when Democrats don't want to have, I'm going to say Democrats, because I would say, people who have liberal ideology specifically don't want to have the conversation. And then, they get upset because their party didn't win. And then they start to sound like fucking crazy ass Republicans. That's bothersome to me, because at the end of the day, the reason why, people voted for the other side is because they were uneducated. So why not spend the time in educated? And I feel like, this people really betted on Kamala winning just because who she was. And we know that that's not what elections are about. So I'm saying, let's have more strategic conversation. Let's stop the bullying, because at the end of the day, you get mad at Republicans, because they're bullies, but then you become the people that you hate. That's weird. And I'm glad that Lisa opened spaces so that, both parties can actually have a conversation, because what you're starting to see, that there's a shift in Republican ideology. And if you would stop trying to say, I told you so, because that's not needed right now, you would actually be able to understand that a lot of us agree politically when we drop the parties. Because at the end of the day, none of those motherfuckers actually really 100% care about us. It's the individuals who get into the parties who actually want to do the work. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ion. I appreciate that. And that goes for both sides, because most of the people who say, I told you so, unfortunately, are these MAGAs. I never once said, I told you so. They get it, I told you so every day. That's why we lost. That's why we won't win. I mean, somebody has to win. We underestimated, maybe we underplanned. I don't know what it was, but we lost. And I'm okay with that, because now we're trying to figure out how we won't ever let this shit happen again in life. This kind of dictatorship, is something that nobody, even these fucking MAGAs, didn't perceive that was going to happen. And now it's a Heritage Foundation. You're right. It has nothing to do with Trump. He's just a puppet for them, and they're getting their whole agenda just about trying to get it accomplished before he has a what, and he's no longer here. But they're trying to get as much as this plan accomplished. And they said that they have got, 85% accomplished? I don't know what the rest looks like. But we could go with that one day and try to figure that out. But, the rooms don't end well, because people want to argue over facts, and they want to be heard saying nonsensical shit. But that's what we're going to talk about. That's what Clubhouse is for. That's why we're here. I don't do relationships.
Agreed.
And I don't do gender wars. So that's why.
And I also agree, like, one of the biggest things that I had a problem with, which is today, I was watching now I'm starting to watch the news. I'm becoming old, y'all. I'm becoming like my mama and daddy. One of the first thing I do is go to that motherfucking news just to see what's going on. And then I heard that the president of Mexico and her senator having a debate and having a conversation about how Trump is trying to infiltrate, Mexico and sending troops over there to support them. And I'm just like, that's not what America signed up for. I don't give a fuck what side you want. Nobody's not.
Well, absolutely signed up for that. There's some of us did. Those who voted for Kamala didn't, but those who voted for him, absolutely signed up.
What I'm saying is that was none of his promises was not to support Mexico's, go into Mexico and help them with the cartel. And that's completely 100% deflection from what it is. I'm saying that was not one of his on the line promises, and that he should be held accountable for. And any Republican, I don't give a fuck who you are, or conservative, should never be comfortable with a president orchestrating plans to support another country just because.
The people that made
with the resources of America. I get what you're saying, Quinn, but I'm saying the principles
right,
of a Republican.
So they make these decisions based on
No.
So they're not making
I'm saying
to your point, Trump is not the one making these decisions. There's Curtis Yarvin, there's Peter Thiel. They are the people behind the scenes that are actually running this. We know that. The only people that don't know that are MAGA people. So that's why we make fun of them. Because they don't know anything. We saw all of this coming. We knew that there was a bumpy ride involved. We knew the possibility of electing a populist and one who is being supported by people who are technocrats who actually want to run a shadow government behind a fucking idiot and use him to do that. We know that. That's not rocket science. We understood that was going to happen. The reason we make fun of the idiots like Notorious and the other goons is because they make.
You see, when I say that, it gets back to being personal. But for me, it doesn't. Notorious doesn't have any power over what's happening in DC. So why is the discussion people's lives are being impacted daily? We don't have time to even have a conversation and debate over what is true. I get that we need to have an aha moment, but Notorious will have his when Trump will, come through and raid his neighborhood. It's the same way that the Latin people, and it's sad, are having their aha moment. It's the same way the Arabs are having their aha moment. It's the same way a lot of the Palestinian supporters are having their aha moment. I'm sure.
I gotta disagree with you on this one. If they haven't had an aha moment before now, it ain't gonna happen. There are some people that are so dug in. Now, even this is what I believe, and I know this is true. No matter what happens to Notorious, he'll never change his mind. They could come and raid his home today, take away his people, confiscate his home, take away all his belongings, and he would be on here later on in the day talking the same shit that he's talking right now. You want to know how I know that? Because he has bought in so heavily, at least via the things that he was saying. He would never admit that because he wouldn't want to give people he wouldn't want to give people the satisfaction of saying I told you so. It's that important. And I'm not just talking about him. I'm talking about people like him. They are all the same. They are a hive mind of people who prioritize the exact same thing. That's why we make fun of him, because the same things are going to happen to him, even if they haven't yet. We all have shared destiny. It's going to happen to most of them. There are just some of us who are going to be more prepared than the others. That's all. That ain't lost on us.
Sister wife, you got a little bad love.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to run you. I didn't mean to run y'all.
No, you're fine.
I'm glad Ion came back and said what he had to say. Appreciate him coming back. Appreciate Quinn went through with the idiotic comments of all the idiotic people, and y'all tolerating it. So listen, you
I'm
guys.
on Justin Matt's side, okay? I don't give a fuck about these Trumpers, maggots, whoever they are. I do not care. They are my entertainment, and I'm never going to try to talk them down from anything again. I'm not going to try to talk them with facts because it hasn't made a dent yet. You can't make a dent, right? If people want to talk with Republicans who have some misgivings, who don't like Trump, who didn't vote for Trump, let's talk about what we can do to try to get the House midterm. Other than that, there's nothing the MAGA can say to me or I can say to them that would enrich either one of us.
And here's the last thing. You don't need any Trump and Republicans to win back the House or the Senate. What you need is enough people to go out and vote. That's the reason why Kamala lost. If you really want to know the truth, it's because the apathetic people just didn't go out and vote. For whatever their stupid fucking reasons were that they're staying hopefully quiet about it right now. That's the bottom line. The reason why she lost is because there's an apathetic swath of people who did not get their asses up and vote. It had nothing to do with dominance. It has nothing to do with their agenda. Their ideology is dying. It's not very popular, even before. It is simply that a segment of people who normally vote did not take their asses and vote. That's all it was.
Well, there was people who did go and vote, dumb bitch ass white women who don't have fucking make me want to strangle every last one of them. They don't give a
Lisa did April just bounce? Did somebody
the app threw me out.
Oh, wow.
It threw me out of the room. Yes, I guess that's what it was. My ass had to go. Yeah, traitorous, lying ass bitches. That's who they are and will forever be.
I never thought that they was actually getting down. They always.
You know, Quinn, I was hoping. I was thinking this is it. They're gonna have to stand up for themselves and bitch asses.
They don't care.
I don't hear nothing from them. They don't give a damn because they know that they're gonna have what they need anyway, regardless. And they don't care about anybody else. It's just some fucking performative bullshit on social media. After the election, they talked about these goddamn bracelets they made. Okay, listen, stop. I just want people to know I'm one of the safe white women that shut the fuck up. How about that? How about not trying to go make a bracelet? Now you're identifying yourself, stupid ass. I can't. I just cannot. It's the first stupid fucking thing they did. So 6 of one, half a dozen of another. It's what it is.
They definitely played it, but we can't just put it on white.
We can, but I can't. I'll put it on. I'll put it on my people. I'll put it on my people when they need it. And I do give them smoke. People go around this app saying
they deserve it.
I don't go into. I do not go into white rooms around this app because the only thing in there is MAGA. I've never seen anything with MAGA in those rooms. I don't go where they are. Why would I do that? If I want to just pull my hair out all day talking to a pack of idiots. No, I'm not going to do it. In my real life, in the women I really know, I don't have no MAGA friends. The people who were MAGA, goodbye, see you later. I don't do that.
The people who really perplex me, if we're really talking about it, people who really perplex me are it's the apathetic people, like the people, and that's a mixed bag of people, and it's generally progressives. Let's just call it what it is. Yeah. The progressives are
libertarians.
They are the 125%. They are completely ideological. And I agree with some of them. I mean, to me, as far as I'm concerned, I think somebody said that on here before. They're blue MAGA. As far as
but here's the thing. At some point, you have to understand that it's not about everything you want and everything has to be 100% what you want. When we're facing some shit like this, like Notorious keeps saying, well, we have J.D. Vance. Look, we know the demons that you have. We're well aware of the demons waiting behind Trump. Okay, I almost would rather Trump somehow weekend at Bernie's make it through this rest of this time because what's coming behind him is so much worse. It really is.
I think to Quinn's point though is that maybe the reason why we lose is because of the progressive, like, you know, I think that kind of makes sense when, like, because it's crazy over here in Oregon, and you have people, and I'm just gonna say it for what it is, right? There's people like dressed up with cat ears. I don't know if anyone has met the white people with cat ears.
I have not.
People with
okay, you're in the matrix. You're in the matrix, brother. I don't know if you got a real bar. You're in the matrix. Big time.
And wear headphones because they're autistic.
You gotta repeat everything you said from the beginning. You were in the matrix the entire time. Yeah.
Damn it.
Yeah, you check your red bar. I don't know if you can see it. Yeah.
From the fifth time.
I'm sorry. Yeah, we keep starting it up. I'm sorry.
No, you're okay, Glenn. You're okay. We've been on all day with this craziness, but I'm always going to ping you in.
No doubt.
We have a room. We need some smart, intelligent people in here because Lord, today was wild. But my sister wife can't keep staying up all night.
Yeah, you gotta go take care of people, don't you, Lisa?
She does.
Yes, I do. And
she gotta take care of herself.
Yeah, me first. Yeah. But the thing about it is that when you guys come in here and you're so intelligent and we have these great conversations, it's hard to let you guys go. Because tomorrow is going to be idiocy. So Quinn, you have to stay out of the rooms down the hall and come in here early so you can help with the good fight. Because the struggle continues. This is always going to be continuing. And we always have to have people who can stand up against the nonsense and against the ignorance. And maybe I'm serious when I say maybe we might reach somebody. Y'all never know what people are thinking. Y'all never know who you might have reached tonight just by being intelligent, bringing the facts, keeping things relevant, and making sure that people understand the truth. That's all we're trying to do. That's it. And I guess if you keep saying the truth, that you might reach somebody. Come on now. The minister believes that every time he gets up in the pulpit.
I am just going to point out, see, again and again, every time I say this.
Well, I mean, she's the fucking one that comes in and is an instructor, and you have to know the difference. Like I said, every time the minister gets in the pulpit, he's hoping he can save a soul. Is that not right?
Sister Wild, I love you because of your optimism and your ability to fight and your ability to listen to these people. And I applaud you, and I'm always going to be back here behind you, backing you up.
I appreciate you.
But I'm going to cuss the motherfucker out. I'm just going to cuss him out.
And you do what you do. You do what you need to do. But am I right when I say when the preacher gets up in the pulpit, he's trying to bring somebody, he's trying to convert somebody, he's trying to save somebody, he's opening up the doors of the church.
These people are not coming to the altar call.
I'm still disappointed about not hearing about the white folks and cat ears.
So I'll lay down real quick. There's white people.
There you are. See, he's lying. He got the matrix.
I got the bar again. So,
yeah, you got the bar, man. It's the white woman.
No, it's just not for me tonight.
The matrix is gonna take it.
The matrix is not for me. The algo is looking at me like.
Maybe you need to drop it till back.
Yeah, I should just quote it. We're gonna have to instead of Free Palestine, I gotta say something else.
That actually came through clear.
See, that was all clear, see.
That's crazy.
I started talking about the white women, and you came in with the cat ears, and they on us now.
Why can't you say it right now? You can.
That's right now. So like there's cities, right? And cities have a whole bunch of.
That's crazy.
You did say cities and not cities.
They got a whole.
Yeah, you keep going in and out when you start talking about that. I'm starting to
not just but it's not cities. So they have a disability, but they also are they're also ADHD, autistic, and all that stuff. And I think that that's like when people look at Portland over here in Oregon, they look at these people and go, "What the fuck, man? Like, what's going on with them?" And to my, I think just the point that Quinn was driving home is like, what is this thing? What do these people actually hate about that one side? And I think that when you're looking at this person who's like got blue hair, they're all
No, you're on.
And then
You're still going in now.
you're like, bro.
Ooh, they got you, bro.
Just
You
keep
sound like the
smoking.
radio. Like we're tuning it back and forth on
It's
radio.
crazy.
I'm thinking Max
They're
Headroom.
gonna say something clear.
Yeah, just if they get you every time you start getting good, they get you.
And then pop, pop, pop.
It's gonna
But I will tell you, you're absolutely right. Some of the people they represent a group of people that they think is changing their America. It's an America they don't recognize.
The cat ear people. I'm telling you. The cat ear people.
So the cat ear people are people with disabilities?
No, it's layered. I'll run the whole Substack on it. I promise.
You'll have
Honey, that was about the most matrix version I could come up with from what I can hear.
I'll write a Substack and I'll invite you all to read it.
Yep, I agree. I know what you were getting.
Oregon?
Yeah, Oregon.
He was using them as an example.
I was like, my baby's in Oregon. What is going on?
Oh, Ramon, you'll find out.
He's just saying that they represent a group of people, and please correct me, that these MAGA people think that represents America.
Right.
Those people don't look like the America that they want to live in. People do whatever they like to do.
Even if you're talking about transgender, like if you're, somehow if you're progressive, right, or somehow if you vote a Democrat, you also believe in that like people when they say birthing person, like shit like that, like
So they're othering people.
Right, or othering, right. So there's something that was really funny in this, like there was this article that came out and it was like, hey, Democrats need to start using, like they need to start talking like humans again and not talking like we're at a summit in, Genovia trying to explain, how the transhumanist intersection of the ideology of woke, like just shit like that, So I think people like when they hear birthing person or they hear all these different things, they get super. They're like, yeah, that's not what the hell we are, and some of it is just transphobia. Some of it is just people hating people, and but all of it, some of it is just it's new.
Yeah.
And I think that people need to give it a lot of credit because, it's like I'm not even gonna pull the gay card, right? But I think that a lot of people get really like when it comes to like they think that everyone who votes a certain way also believes that XYZ ABC is just on the board, right? So I think that we have a lot of messaging to do in that regard. Because the truth is that if we were to say, all right, well, all MAGAs obviously don't care about the Constitution because of the fact that y'all are redistricting lines in Texas illegally. Like we could make that point, but it also, I think, to April's point though, it's not like some things you just gotta take with you. But the thing is that when Democrats run under this umbrella of all, that's a hard thing to. It gets complicated because everyone doesn't fit with they're supposed to be.
This is what MAGA Republicans want, though. They don't
right.
want
Well,
us to all. They say let's all get together. They don't want all of us. They all want
absolutely not. No. But I'm saying that coalition building, takes more than just saying the right word and calling someone the right pronoun and being like an ally. Like now if people say ally, you're like Jesus Christ. But we were really talking like that for a while.
Well, I would put it this way: say the Christians should never have to tell you that they are Christ-like. You'll know them by the fruits, and that's how it is. So a real ally would never call himself that in the first place, and you wouldn't have. That's centering. That's trying to get some backpats. That's trying to, those people. That's bullshit.
I'm not gonna lie though, I felt for a little bit of that bait in 2016. You know, like.
Well, we live and learn. Seriously, we live and learn.
The bottom line is.
And I'm not backpatting myself either. I'm really not backpatting myself.
Well, you're right.
No, go ahead, Quinn. You're good.
No, I was just saying that the reality is that you can. I'm trying to figure out the best way to say this. Some of the shit is weird. We can call that what it is. Some of the things that have happened with the party have gone, and I don't even want to say party. Some of the people in the party and some of those narratives have gone too far. They're even ridiculous for some of the most ridiculous people. It has, but the reality is that is what America is based on. It is not supposed to fit into into whoever you, if you're MAGA or if you're from the left as well. Your ideology is what you think America is not supposed to fit into everybody's version of what that is. If the people have the right to live as they would like to, that is exactly what people on the left are saying. Now, is some of it too have gotten wacky and ridiculous? There is no question about it. It has gotten ridiculously to the point where we look at that and say, okay, we believe in your right to live as you will, but this is going too far. But I'm only saying that from the aspect of my personal view. You can do whatever you like to do. I don't have to do that. That is the beauty of America. You can do what you like. You can be whatever you like to be. I think I remember most of on the episode of Bill Maher, he was talking about what they asked Paul Robeson, asked him if he was they asked him if he was a communist. He said, yes, I'm a communist because that is my right as an American. So as ridiculous as that sounded, but he's absolutely right. So I mean,
Bernie Sanders or
Is that communist?
well, Bernie Sanders almost would be not communist. I'm sorry, I'm thinking
Socialist.
be a socialist,
They're varying degrees, and that's one thing that we do also enjoy is the fact that we do have varying degrees of being a Democrat. I mean, we're not all super left, and we're not all what because it sounds like a pejorative after a while. It's like, you're a liberal or you're a left.
The woke. Yeah, but that's what. Oh, sorry, April.
Republican-O-Matic its own because we don't come back with a message in their face, and that's complicated. They're stomping on this stuff. Stomp this shit out because you can only deal with a bully a certain way. If you're nice to a bully and you try to think that the bully's gonna jerk your ass down that highest road and beat your ass into the mud. This is what it is.
They go to don't kick them in the nuts.
And it's ugly to have the bully back, but they can go with them.
That's why I'm here for the Gavin Newsom trolling. But I also think that a lot of Democrats are thinking that that's the only way to speak now is in not hyperbole, in sarcasm and satire, and it sucks because you have a person.
The only thing we're gonna do other than crying about it is better than crying. I'd rather make
absolutely
about it.
Absolutely.
People get mad at me sometimes in the chat for making me jokes, so I don't care. That's how I handle shit. That's how I process. And a lot of times they're fucking clever, so then.
But it is interesting, the conversation that people have. And listen, I understand why those people feel that way, but you cannot infringe on the rights of other Americans anymore because you don't agree with or like the ideology. And so the ideology is what you like as long as it is not putting other people at risk. You're not denying anyone else their right to exist.
God forbid I say that that's exclusionary, Quinn, then I'm a woke leftist, you know, like
you think that
they want you to feel that way. You know what? My family's a military family. We all know it. different people in our family served. And I used to have my little flag in front of my Jeep. My Jeep I no longer have. But it took me a long, long time to say, you know what? That is not their flag. I'm going to keep I don't fly one on my car or anything like that. But for the longest time, I was letting the U.S. flag stand for MAGA and all that bullshit that they have, even back to the Tea Party. And then I was like, no, because I grew up with my family. When I tell you my family served, they served. And I even knew the protocol for what to do with you. Oh, Lord, let the flag touch the ground. No, you better dive underneath it. That's pride. Right? You burn it. You do burn it if it touches the ground. There is a time for burning the flag. And also, if people want to, that is their free speech. Donald Trump didn't fight for you to be able to or not be able to do that. We won't go into his. We know he's in.
Well, that's been a subject for far longer than he's even been in. Well, longer than he has been at Twinkle and his daddy's eye.
Do I want to see people do it? No, I don't. But it also doesn't bother me because it is a representation of our country, but it's also a piece of cloth. It also represents to a lot of people
their right.
Right? There's lots of interpretations of that emblem. So the moves to restrict people and exact revenge and all these things, we know what those are. We know exactly the words for it, and we know the people that he admires, the men he would like to be like, right? He even acted like Korea having a problem with comfort women, that topic with the Japanese. He's like, Japanese want to move on. Yeah, I guess they do. I guess they would like to do that, right? You can't erase. There's restitution made, apologies made. You can't erase what you did to people. And South Korea happens to care about that. So, and he speaks of things like that with you could tell he had no idea what that meant, what that was about, because he ran it over like he does everything. It's crazy. It absolutely.
You just went from one day to the next. You never know what's going to happen. And it's just, that's the nerve-wracking part. I mean, you expect it to be dumb stuff, but...
Yeah, it's not anything clever at this point, but it's sad to see that people, I mean, I don't know. I think the midterms, I think the fact that that there's 19 states that are going to be called up for, troops in their own state, I think that's a wake-up call for, hopefully, a lot of Americans.
Yeah, my state's one of them. I mean, I'm so aggravated with my governor right now. I'm a dick.
Well, my sister wife is not going to close the room.
Yeah, good night, all. I will talk to you on Sunday.
Good night.
All right, baby. Have a good day, man.
Thank you guys for coming, really. Lisa, hopefully you're asleep. Well, I think my sister-wife is asleep, so I'm going to go ahead and tell you guys good night. Thank you for coming. Please come back again. Visit Politically Correct. Our good friend Patty, Mel, and First Lady, their room. We know you know where it is. And we will see you again when the 420 opens here on Clubhouse. Good night.
بعد مگه هادی و سینیا با هم یک کار انجام ندادن؟ فقط هادی مشکوکه. جدای از اینکه یک بوده هرچی که میخوام باشن شهرم هادی. نظرم خودت مشکوک بودی. میساقم قبل خود اعلام موضع میکردی خوب بوده. سودا فهمید هادی مشکوکه. مهندسیش فهمید سودا تو بازی مشکوکه. فهمیدی آزار بهنود محمد تو بازی مافیا باشن. شما مافیا نباشه. زمانی به این حرف میزده که حداقل سینیور هادی سودا محمد سیش یه دونه معرفه نرمال انجام میدن داشت استاندارد انجام میدن میخنگی توشون شهروندی توشون مافیا پایین از میساق هم مشکوک بود نکس باشه
آقا عرض ادب و احترامم به نودم. خیلی خوشحالم دارم از مافیا بازی میکنم. انشالله از اثبات. ببین رفقا، من به تنهایی میانگین سنی رو بردم پایین، چون من 2000م. از وجود من اگه تو بازی نباشه میانگین سنی تو میره بالا، آخرای بازی نفس کم میاد. ببین محمد، من این بازی داداش بسته بودم قبلش، به دروغ نمیگم، بسته بودم قبلش بهت موضوع دادم بکنی بیرون. این میثاق کسی که میخواد باعث شه تو اعصاب روانت خراب شد، چون منم که میدونی این کارو دوست دارم. خواست اینجا دنده بده، پس من تو با هم میریم میثاق رو تو بازی تارگت میکنیم. خودت مشکوکی تو نداداش. تو به نظرت اگه باید ریتم بازی داده باشه، هادی کار اشتباهی کرده، خودت باید بری بعد خودت یه طرف اینجوری بندازی دیگه. نمیتونی با همون فایت اتیوبی خودت بری هادی رو تارگت کنی. میثاق رو باید اثبات میکنیم بیرون انشالله. نیکس.
سلام، روزتون بخیر. خوشحالم بازی میکنیم. مرسی خانم خیلی بازی رو میکنیم. مرسی از قدر احترامتون. عوضیه من چیز بگم، بذار اصلا به جوزف بگم. جوزف، 2 نفر یه جریانی شروع کردن. جریان از روزبه شروع شده، هادی ادامه داده. یه اتکر داشته این 2 نفر به نام سورنا، محمد سیش رفته این سورنا رو زده. حالا وقتی که سورنا برای هادی میاره اشتباه هست، چون سیت 2 وقتی رو اون جریان ادامه پیدا میکنه آز شهروندی داره. مطمئنم اگه چیزی بگم مثلا این صحبتایی که دارم میکنم با این ذهنیت که محمد سیش داره، احتمالاً از محمد سیش تارگت میکنم، چون ذهنیت محمد سیش برای مافیای سورنا اینه که سورنا خواسته با این حرکت خودش رو شهروند بکنه، پس مافیا است. من به نظرم روزبه میتونسته مافیا باشه تو سیت 1 و 2 اگه قراره اونجا تارگت کسی بخوره. به نظرم روزبه باید میخورد، ولی روزبه گوش میکنم، ذهنیتم نسبت بهش مشکوک هست. سورنا با اینکه فقط اشتباه آورده، یعنی تو سیت 1 و 2 قراره 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 کیه میسا؟ یه فقط شهروندی هم برای میسا میارم، مثلا میتونم بگم سیت 1 باید تارگت میخورد. جوزف میدونی کیا رو انتخاب کرده برای مافیا بودن؟ کسایی که این جریان رو قطع کردن. سورنا، یکی سورنا رو تارگت کردی که میساق و جوزف 2 نفر رو تارگت کردی. خب یه نفر رفته تو این جریان خلق تارگت کرده، میساق اصلا تو این جریانه هیچ اظهار نظری نکرده. قطع کننده اون جریان محمد سیج بوده با تارگت که به سورنا زده، پس میساق میتونه شهروندی داشته باشه. تو ذهنیت شما اونجا که کسی خلق تارگت نکرده که سیت 1 تا 4 که مافیایی نداشتید، میساق چرا مافیا؟ چون به خود محمد سیج گفت حتما بینتون، محمد اثبات گفت حتما بینتون مافیا هست، یه جریان جدیدی ایجاد کرد. ذهنم یه ذره قاطی پاتیه، یعنی باید بازم بیشتر گوش بکنم. این تارگت همو زدم ولی بازم گوش میکنم نجات کیا قراره برم تو گروه. الکس بفرمایید.
خودت با میثاق دوتایی با هم تو گروهی. قول میدم. سلام، خیلی خوشحالم با هم دیگه مافیا بازی میکنیم. مرسی برای راهنمایی. ببین بله، من توقع داشتم واقعا این آخرش میگفتی مثلا این 5 تا چوب با هم بگیرید بشکنید، مثلا بگید نمیشکنه، بعد بگید نکن یه دونه میشکنه. اینو نگفتی. ببین اثبات جون، قبل من 3 تا مافیا داری؟ آیا اثبات؟
آره با
خودم. پس روز به فردا تو بازی خب به من موضع میدی بین باقری و میثاق میکنم بیرون. یه خودمی هم نشونه آقای اثبات میدم عشق کنم. نه
یه دقیقه منو مت کنید یه لحظه ببخشید بازی میرسه الله. یه دقیقه مت کنید لطفا منو.
بزنیم کیو میکنیم.
منو بیارید بالا. آدما که نباید دیگه در این حد باشن. آقا سلام.
اللهم صل علی
سلام، من اسمم محمد، خوشحالم که باتون مافیا بازی میکنم. من به نظرم هر بازی قوانین خاص خودشو داره. مافیا هم یکی از قوانینش معرفی کردن. پس همتون یاد بگیرید، حتی هر چقدر معروف هستید اسم خودتون رو معرفی کنید. این اصول بازیه دیگه. انقدر میگم که دوباره جا بیفته. چی بخونم؟ ببین باقری، من ببین یه چیزی هست تو حرف زدن آدم ها به اسم موج. من به نظرم موجی که صحبتاتو شروع کردی خب میخواستی توی 30 ثانیه تموم بکنی، ولی هی ادامه دادی، هی ادامه دادی، یعنی کردیش تقریبا تا 2 دقیقه. قبول داری حرفمو باقری؟ چون به نظرم میخواستی توی یه زمان خاصی صحبتات تموم بشه، یهو هی حرف بخورد. این دلیل منه. ولی کشیده خوشگلی به روز بزد، یعنی چکی که به روز بزدی چک جذابی بود. حالا چرا؟ چون خانم پگی گفت قانون خاصی داره، این قانون خاصی داره کلابتون ران کردن. گوش بده. اصلا مگه ما صحبتمون این بود که حرف بزرگتر رو گوش بدیم که هرچی بزرگتر؟ من گفتم احترام به بزرگتر، که روزبه اونو گفت و هادی هم اونو گفت. حرف اشتباهی زدن هر دوتاش، ولی نمیخوام بهشون بگم مافیا. حرف اشتباهی از قبل باز. من یه چیزی به شما میگم، شما خودتون، حالا نمیدونم کیا بودن تو بازی دیروز یا نه، ما فرض رو میذاریم که هیچ کدومتون نبود. من با بهنود دعوا کردم، بهنود چکمالیش کردم و بازی هم تپان شد. چرا میساق امروز بازیشو از این شروع کرد که بین من و بهنود مافیاست؟ چرا میساق جان؟ سونا که حتما تو داداش ما چی رو دیسلایک میدی؟ چی ازش گرفتی؟ اصلا تو جایگاه نیست. تو همون تو 1 و 2 دنبال مافیا میگردی دیگه، همونجا فقط پوزیشنت همونجاست. چیکار بقیه پوزیشن‌ها داری؟ اصلا دیسلایک نبینم رو حرفام. دیسلایک اصلا حساسم رو دیسلایک. میساق که به نظرم حرکتش مشکوک بود. شاید بگم تو الکس باقری مافیا هست، ولی شاید زود باشه همچین چیزی رو گفتن. نمیدونم، خیلی اطلاعی نه. کسی هست ببنده رو شهروندی ما؟ به نظر شما آدم شهروندی باشه تو این بازی؟ تعدادمون کم. به نظر من مافیا هم روزبه، ولی شهروندم نیستم. یعنی مافیا نیستم ولی شهروندم نیستم. یه همچین فیلینگی داری یا نه؟ مافیا هم حتما. مافیا هم حتما. خیلی خوب، جنگ رو میذاریم کلاس A مافیا، سطح 1 لول A پلاس. ساید صحیح بین روزبه و هادیه. تو واسه چی مایک نمیزنی سر هیچ هادی جان؟ تو واسه چی مایک نزدی رو هیچی؟ بریم بازی خوبی باشه.
مرسی از معرفه های جذابتون. من کوچها بر کی اومد بیرون کرد؟ چرا نگفت ما رو گفت؟ آقا یه نفرتون مستاشین بیاد بچه اومد شبه دیگه کسی رو مایک نیاد. ببینم کی به کیه، چی به چیه.
چطوره؟ اسمم دستی کی رو میخواست ریموو کنه؟ من الان ذهنم درگیر میمونه تا آخر بازی. یه 20 ثانیه با هم آشناشیم سرکوچش کنم. میلاد ثانیه رو گذاشته نه؟ خب گفتی چرا چکین و چک آوتش نمیاد؟ چی گفته؟ خب ما تو باز کنن چی بکنم باید که بگم رسیده؟ رسیده؟ روز میشه سر صحبت سنیور انتهای صحبت اثبات به طرف چالش بفرمایید.
چالش رو اثبات بگیر تو تکلیف این بازی رو همین الان روشن چالش رو بگیر ببین اولا که کسی نه دیده نه شنیده من با کارت مافیا بگم با کارت یه مجهولی که صحبت نکرده بازی میکنم به ساید خودم تو تارگت بزنم فکتوش هم میارم به ساید خودم کنم چون اگه اون مجهوله اگه شهروند باشه تو بازی مافیا تارگت کنه که یارم لادر، اگه شهروند باشه تو بازی شهروند تارگت کنه که من گفتم به ساید خودم باز لادرم، اگه مافیا باشه شهروند تارگت کنه که باز جفتی لادریم، اگه منم تارگت کنه که باید بگی منو باقری داریم زرگری میزنیم. پس حرفی که باقری زده قطعی مافیاست، یعنی اصلا شک ندارم که باقری تو بازی مافیاست، نخواسته منو کنه. این از این. حالا آقای مهندس فکتی بخوای بازی کنی که باید بگی تو میساق جوزف اینجا مافیا محمد سیچ اینجا مافیا نشسته، چون خود محمد سیچ سورنا رو تارگت کرده تو یک و دو معلوم نبوده که مجهوله که شهرونده که مافیا مشتری میساق بازی رو اصلا از قبل خودش برداشته رفته تو بعد خودش تارگت زده، جوزف هم مشکوک صحبت کرده دیگه گفته هم میساق مافیاست هم سورنا مافیاست، جوزف هم مشکوک صحبت کرده. پس فکتی بخوای بازی کنی تو محمد سیچ میساق جوزف باید مافیا داشته باشه، کارت خودم حتما باقی بود.
هادی برو. اثبات به اثبات چالش نمیده. اثبات چالش نمیخواد.
نخواست آقا میخوام سب کن همون خیتیش داره بازی شروع کنه همون
حرکت مافیایی نمیبینم. چرا عزیزم؟ به نظرم خواست که موضعش حفظ بشه. احتمالا از سمت یه سری کتک خورده، تارگت خورده تو معارفه. به نظرم حرکت که حرکت شهروندیه. من داشتم فکر میکردم تقریبا همه ترناتون یاد آمد. ترن محمدیه شما تو معارفه چی گفتی داداش که من اصلا تو رو یادم نمیاد؟ داده تو به شما اینم برامون بازگو کن. ببین هادی چالشتو به نظرم به حاج باقر نده، بدی به حاج میساق. ببینم میساق چی میخواد بگه، از اون ترپه به کجا رسید.
آخه حسب به نظر حرکت روز شهروندی
چالش
از به همین خاطر چالش میدم به باقری بعد من صحبت
سفر بازی در
نه ببین روز به بیس مافیای قطعیش باقریه. گفت مطمئنم باقری مافیاست. بقیه رو به این گذاشت. پس تو حرفای باقری رو بشنویم. محمد سیچم برگشت ترم معارفه کلمالی کرد. گفت فکت زیر نباس هادی درسته، خوردن از هادی درسته، یعنی ما رو اینجا رو هوا گذاشت. گفت ولی خودت هم شروعت مشکوک بوده، یعنی خود سورینا هم مشکوک. یه این رفتار مشکوک گذاشته باشم. من که نمیخوام زود قضاوت کنم، چون فعلا مافیا قطعی خودم نگرفتم. ترجیح میدم حرفای شما رو گوش کنم، تصمیم بگیرم ته دست باید این بازی. این جملات آخرت هم من گوشیم جیبم بود، داشتم میشیدم. چرا یه پریدی به من گفتی چرا تو مایک نزدی؟ من گوشیم جیبم بود. من تو روی صحبت کنم سوال کردن از روزبه بود، از من نپرسیدی که گوشی در بیارم به جواب بدم. یه از من میپرسیدی من سوال دوم نه شهروندت دارم اون بعد نه مافیات دارم. من گوش کنم دیگه آقا. من فعلا چیز خاصی نگرفتم. روزبه کاش تکلیفم روشن میکرد. من معارفه گفتم شهروند.
مرسی هادی.
من گردن گرفت خودش بود گفتم شهروند. چون من فان شروع کردم خودم شهروند بودم، رو همین حساب به تو هم گفتم شهروند.
مرسی.
آداش اون چیزی که تو ذهنت بود در مورد من کاملا درست بود. یعنی همین که داری به این قضیه فکر می‌کنی و به ذهنت اومده به نظرم فکت شهروندی بود. آدمی که داشتم معارفه میکردم دیگه هم داشتم پیام میدادم و همین ذهنم درگیر. بذار روزبه تاگیدشو بزنید دیگه. روزبه فهمیده باقری حتما مافیاست، چون من مافیایی بودم که نخواستم کنسش بدم. یه سگانه هم تشکیل داده، محمد سیچ، میساق، جوزه. چون روز معارفه به سینیور گفتم اگه قراره تو یک و دو تارگت بخوره باید سینیور تارگت بخوره نه هادی، ولی قرار صحبت خود سینیور هم تو بازی گوش بکنم. پس هنوز 4 نفر دیگه باید صحبت بکنن. سورینا، محمد سیچ، میساق، جوزه که تکلیف یه عده مشخص بشه. هم مافیا ذهنی میساق تو اون دوگانه‌ای که تشکیل داده بود، هم ذهنیت محمد سیچ تو حضور یک مافیا توی هادی سورینا، همینطور خود جوزه که دوگانه سورینا میساق رو تارگت کرده. پس به نظر محمد اسکات تو بازی حتما شهروند.
چالش میساق بعد من صحبت کنم. شما آقای باقری چالش سردست میخواستی بگی اثبات شهرونده. سردست چالش میخواستی به نظرم لازم نبود واسه اینکه بخواد یه استدلال شهروندی بعد خودش بیاره. شما که مشکوکی. آقا من میساق واسم استدلال شهروندی داره. هیچ دیسلایک نبید. اون پلیری میفهمیم سه چیزا میگیم وارد. چون قبل بازی اتمسفر بازی جوری بود که تو بینون با هم خوب بودید دیگه. یعنی بینون گفت بستم باید بازی کنم قبل اینکه تو نقش بیاد تو بازی. میساق 4 نفر قبل خودش صحبت کردن انقدر یک به یک بوده که بتونیم تو یکشون اعلام موضع بکنیم بازی بگذاریم. که مثلا اومده 2 تا فیلینگ بعد خودش زده، اونم بین شما که قبل بازی بستید با هم بازی کنید. به نظرم رفتار شهروندیش بود. من هادی به نظرم مافیاست. هادی معارفه هیچ تارگتی نزد، نکس داد. امروز بازم نفهمید کی مافیاست. یه سری صحبت‌های پی او وی نسبت به روزبه کرد با اثبات. هادی جان بدات شما پلیری، من انتظار دارم مافیا معرفی کنی، بفهمی یه دیستاک بود. اون سری بهم گفتی من بازی شهروندیم سوپره. شما باید حداقل یه دونه مافیا بگیری تو این جنگ یک به یک. من باقری و هادی واسم
بچه من یه تلفن دارم میلاد تایمتون رو میگیره تا من
روزبه جان حتما یه یک بهت میدم اینو که ذهنت داشته باش تا آخر بازی هم باشم حتما یه یک بهت میدم اینو قربون تو بهت میگم بیا بالا دفاع کن واسمون تا زمانی که تو بازی بهنور احمدی تک امروز میاد تک میره شهروندی مو اینقدر شو میکنم تو بازی ببین سرانا جان من با کارت مافیای پروته از یه حرفا همه کار میکنم تو بازی پس اینو فکت شهروندی نکن بهنور احمدی گفتم بین خودش و محمد اثبات تو بازی مافیا نشسته تو روز معارفه گفت محمد اثبات سیت دهی که صحبت نکرده داداش بریم میثاقو با هم بکنیم بیرون مگه یه پلیر میتونه صحبت نکرده خوشبین باشه نسبت به یه پلیری که صحبت نکرده چجوری فهمیدی محمد اثبات تو بازی شهرونده همین کار آقای الکس وحید رضا کرد با آقای سینیور روزبه تو بازی فردا بهم پاور بده فردا بین باقری و میثاق بکنم بیرون تو بازی سینیور چه گلواژه‌هایی فرموده بود که فهمیدی شهروندی بعد از روزبه پاور میخوای که این دوتا رو بکنه بیرون تو بازی ولی امروز کاری بهتون ندارم دک شهرونده آقای بهنود احمدی تک میاد تک میره تک میاد تک میره بازی رو بستم بهنود احمدی اینجوری داستان هر کی میخواد بهم تارگت بزنه برام مهم نیست خود تک مافیایی تو دک 10 نفره تمام شده رفت
وحید رضا
قرار امروز میساق چون با 8 رای بکنن بیرون همین با 8 رای میکنن بیرون بازی امروز هنوز یه بابا نه سورنا دیسلایک کرده تو اگه می‌خواستی فک شهروندی برای میساق بیاری اول بعد میرفتی خفه خون میگرفتی زیر مایک امروز هم صحبت بکنه بعد بیرون نسبت بگی به خاطر اینکه تو با بهنود خوب بودی این تارگت دادش بگی تو شهروند تو بازی کاراگاه بودی آره بین این تو بازی برو استلام تو بگیری چه امروز می‌خوای بهنود احمدی که تا حالا هنوز صحبت نکرده از روند بازی بکنی بیرون ببین میساق چون با 7 رای میکنه بیرون چون این بهنود دعواها کجاست این آقای سورنا تو بازی شهروند کرده گفته حالی تو بازی مافیا به سینیور روزبه میخواد باقری رو کنه بیرون تو ساید 3 بار بکنی بهنود بره بیرون بهنود در جایی بره بهنود در رای چیزه بکنه بیرون با 7 رای حالا نگاه
وحید رضا همون رفتار خودت الان داری دیگه بقیه رو تحلیل نمی‌کنی که سایت باز شده تو بخوای بهنودم نمیدونم حالا گوش بده روز بده داشت تو معارفه رو زمانی که کردی ورود به بازی امروز این بوده که آقا من پلیر نیستم با یه همچین رفتارایی بخوام مافیا باشم چون چنین اتفاقاتی میفته من معارفه تا چک نکردم داشت چرا برات مشکوک بودم چرا باید پس ذهنت حتی مشکوک باشم من گفتم چیزی که سونا در مورد هادی عبادی گفته درسته هادی دغدغه مافیا پیدا کردن نداشته داشتی هادی جون یه مایک میزنی معارفه دغدغه مافیا پیدا کردن داشتی نداشتی دیگه گفتم سورنا شروعش این بوده که این رفتار رو نکردم من نمی‌کنم پس هادی گفتم سورنا این مشکوک بوده رفتار مشکوک بوده من هادی عبادی قطعی مافیامه یعنی یه دونه مافیا قطعی داشته باشم تو بازی هادیه چون هادی هیچ جوره پوزیشنش زدن همچین حرفایی نبوده هادی عبادی از نظرم حتما مافیاست آقای محمد اسد من معارف سورنا رو تاش کردم داداش در بازی خودت چرا دیسلایک میدی خودت از نظرم مافیایی حتما مافیایی توسط کسایی که دیروز تارگت زدم تارگت نخوردم آره اینم خیلی جالبه من هادی عبادی مافیا دارم کسی از هادی عبادی واسش قطعی شهروند باشه یعنی هادی مطمئن شهروندش باشه پس به من نمیتونید تارگت بزنید حالا این کسی نمیخواد سورنا بعد من صحبت کنم وحید رضا جون شما با صبح به ما تارگت بزن از این خبرها نیست این نتونی فکت بیاری با فکت بازی کنی من ایگنورت میکنم به رمادی میکنم بیرون خودم گردنش گرفتم بالش نمیگیره بیا تو بازی حالا فکت آقای محمد سیش تو بازی سینیور روز به 1 2 3 رو ایگنور کرد گفت بین من تو جوزف تو بازی و باقری مافیا زیاد نشسته هادی عبادی از سینیور روزبه خواست که در موردم اعلام موضع نکردی تو بازی مافیا بود به سینیور روزبه شهروند گفت چرا بهم نگفتی شهروند تو روز معارفه بهت گفته بودم شهروند تو بازی حالا خودت مگه نفهمیده بود روز معارفه سورنا تو بازی مشکوکه که بین دوگانه سینیور روزبه و هادی تصمیم گرفته به هادی عبادی تارگت بزنه سورنا امروز به هادی عبادی هم تارگت نزد گفت میثاق تو بازی شهروند تارگت فورس هم نداشت تو بازی به وحید رضا هم تارگت نزد به بنود احمدی هم تارگت نزد با شهروندی من تو بازی وحید رضا میگه امروز میثاق تو جنگا دخالت نکرده سینیور روزبه رفت کیو چالش داد بهش تو بازی محمد اثبات هادی عبادی چالش رو داد با آقای باقری هیچ کدوم به من چالش ندادن بنود احمدی فشار بزنن تو بازی
سورنا هم امروز اومد منو کاور کرد، یارم نبود که یار کارتش درگیر باشه بخواد بره خود یارشو کاور کنه. پاور میذاش رو بهنود احمدی دیگه، پاورم نداشت. گفت به نظرم یارم شهرونده ولی تارگت هم نمیذارم تو بازی. 1 2 3 محمدیه هیچ کدوم یارم نیستم، خودت هم یارم نیستی، باقری هم یارم نیست تو بازی. بهنود احمدی تک اومد تک رفت. من یه جمله بگم تو بازی، من کاراگاه هم نیستم بهم بگی کاراگاه، که کاراگاه هم بهم مشکوک بشه ریج کنی، ولی بهنود احمدی حتما مافیاست، گردنش میگیرم. 25 نفر تو بهم تارگت بزنی بهنود احمدی حتما مافیاست، میکنمش بیرون تو بازی. از این خبرا نیست. من به نظرم یا جنگ بهنود میساق شهروندیه یا جنگ روز به باقری. من حتما با خط کشی بین جوزف و الکس مافیا دارم. بین آقای محمد سیچ، هادی عبادی، خودم که یه دونه مافیا حتما هست. یعنی تو این سگانه به امروز حل بکنید که خیلی بازی راحت در میاد. یعنی مثل هادی عبادی بکنید بیرون، یه دونه بازپرسی بزنید بین من و محمد سیچ، یا بالعکس هر منو بکنید بیرون بین اینا بازپرسی بزنید. من به نظرم تو بهنود میساق محمد اثبات هم یه دونه مافیاست. یا باقری روز به جنگشون شهروندیه یا حتما توی اگه جنگشون شهروند نمیشه تو جوزف الکس مافیاست. حالا ببین من به نظرم هادی عبادی اثبات اگه شهروندی تو بازی مافیاست، یعنی حتما دیگه اینجا باید چالش رو میگرفتی از میساق یا هادی عبادی. من نوازت کردم، محمد سیچ هم نوازت کرد یا چالشش رو از میساق نگرفتی. من امروز فقط به هادی عبادی.
شما مسعود بعد من صحبت
من صحبت کنم. برای میگیری با برای من از الان بگیر. در صورت مافیا بودن هادی عبادی به نظر تو کدوم جنگ شهروندی؟ آیستون حتما جنگ روزبه و باقری شهروندی دیگه. چالش هادی به کی بوده؟ اصرار داشته که چالش رو بده به باقری دیگه، نه به میساق. پس میتونی بگی تو باقری روزبه اگر هادی شهروند باشه، تو باقری روزبه شهروند نشسته، تو میساق بهنود مافیاست دیگه. خیلی واضحه. چرا نتیجه نگرفتی آسورونا؟ شما که خیلی فهمیدی، باید نتیجه میگرفت. ببین روزبه، من اما هنوز باقری مافیاست. روزبه بدی نمیدونم این مافیا بود دیگه، چالش خواسته هدر بکنه منو شهروند بکنه. روزبه خیلی داره خودشو برد میکنه. مافیا باشه قبول داری گادفادره؟ یا ناتو نیستا گادفادر مافیا باشه. من میگم آقا ول کنید، سر رو بزنید به دیوار، بزنید با توجه به صحبتهای سورنا. حتی تو میساق بهنود مافیاست دیگه. تو میساق ببریم جنگ میساق بهنود جنگ کلاس A مافیا رو بریم آقا ول کن.
خودم قبل صحبت میکنم. ببین آقا سینیور که شهروند نکنیم. سینیور از نظرش باقری قطعی مافیاست. بین من میساق محمد سیچ بازی مافیا هست. من مشکوک‌تر بودم. من کسی بودم که گفتم آقا سودان مشکوکه. سودان کی بود؟ کسی که بین سینیور هادی و فهمید مافیاست. میساق بالا رو ول کرده، پایین گفت مافیاست. فهمیدین من مافیام چه چرا بین محمد سیچ و میساق بازی مافیا؟ میساق فهمیده بهنود تو بازی مافیاست. که بهنود تو بازی مافیاست حتما بس تو بازی چینش باشه. حتما باید چینش باشه. چون این استاد تو بازی میساق هفت گذاشته بود که میگفت بهنود تو بازی تارگت کنه. واقعی از خودش بازی مشکوک بود. چالش داد به محمد سیچ که تو بازی گفت شهروندش نکنید. باشه تو بازی دیالوگ کنید. شهروند نداشت معارفه. چه اتفاقی افتاد سیت 11 یه اتفاق فهمیدیم محمد سیچ حتما شهرونده. وحید رضا الکس که تو بازی مافیاست. استاد تو بازی فهمیده میساق چون ساید سه باز کرد تو بازی مافیاست. اعلام نظر خود نسبت به ساید قبلی خودش تو بازی چی بوده؟ میساق که هفت گذاشتن معارفه فهمیده بهنود تو بازی مافیاست. چی فهمیده اینجا الان ساید سه باز کرد؟ خود چالش میگه به نفر اول ساید میگیره. حمیدرضا که حتما مافیا سینیور دوگانه تو با هم مافیا نباشه آدز نداره دو تا تو هم شهروند باشه. سینیور حمیدرضا آدز نداره با هم شهروند باشه.
حمیدرضا کی آقا؟ بعد من صحبت کنم. وحید رضا رو بعد من صحبت کنم. اثبات ازت بیشتر از این انتظار دارم. داداش به نظرم داری کمکاری میکنی، چون بخوای بین من و میساق ساید بگیری من میساق رو تو باز تارگت کنم.
میساق من حرف من زده 2 بار ترنش و چالشی صحبت کرده گفته بهنون تو بازی مافیاست. روزه براش اسکلت گوشته وحیدرضا گفته تکی گردنت میگیرم به ساید خودم میکنن بیرون. موزش داره از طرف کی میاد بالا، موزش داره از طرف سورنا میاد بالا. سورنا هم باز من میگه شهروند داره برای من حرف میزنه میخوای ساید بزنید تو من میکنمش بیرون. تحلیل داره مافیای میساق، تحلیل داره. باید بگید تو جنگ روزبه باقری یا جنگ هادی عبادی محمدسیش حتما مافیا نشسته که این شورول شو خار مادر زامن کشیده داره شوشهروند تو بازیتونه. پس بیس بازی مافیای میساق جنگ شهروندی نداریم. من خاطر این چالش دارم روزبه یا جنگ تو و باقری توش مافیا نشسته باقری سفتر دارم کن، یا جنگ محمدسیش هادی این که بیدلیل بلند نمیشانش. من فرمت بازی به این شکلی گفتم. محمد دارم بهت مشکوک میشم و داداش اگه شهروندی به خودت بیار. ترن خوبی نبود، انتظارات بیشتری داشتم.
داداش چالشی که هادی به باقری داد خود باقری منو مشکوک نداشته، گفته میخوام تو محمد سیچ جوزف آقای میساق گوش بدم. خب الان گوش داده آقای جوزف و من مافیا دارم. باقری جان رای میدی با آقای جوزف و من دیل کردم با روز یک. جوزف که حتما مافیاست، بیس مافیاییش توی 1 تا 4 2 تا مافیا داره. میساق قبل خودش رو سر داده، فقط منو مافیا داره، اونقدر محکم منو مافیا نداره. سیف مافیاش بهبوده. جوزف فقط من مافیاشم. یعنی این الکس که حتما شهروند جوزف داره تارگتش میکنه، منم شهروندم. 2 تا شهروند برایند روز یکه آقای جوزف میگم احتمالاً چالش نگیره. 2 تا شهروند برایند داشت. امروز یه تکرای میدید آقا باقری، یه تکرای میدید جوزف. از نظرم دوبلی مافیان اینجا، دوبلی مافیان. میساقم شد، میساقم نمایانتون وحیدرضا حتما شهرونده. از نظرم هادی و علکی داری تارگت میکنی محمد سیت سورنا. جنگ من با باقری که اصلا شهروندی نیست. جوزف هم تو اینجا اومده سایت گرفته وحیدرضا هم تارگت کرده. پس اصلا نمیتونی به این جنگ بگی شهروندی. جنگ شما با هادی شهروند.
چالش میدم به هادی.
ببین روز به 2-3 روز واسه همین بازی نمی‌کنم. اونم مخصوصا تو سیتای بالا 1 2 3 بازی کسوشه تارگت‌های مفتی حاجی. پشمکی نشسته بعد ما فکر می‌کنه ما کارت مافیا کشیدیم با 2 تا یار پورم شهروند کردیم، هی سیخ می‌کنه تو پهلوی ما، هی ما رو می‌کنه برای ایگنورش می‌کنه هی رو هم می‌کنه. بابی برو بچه جون دیگه ایگنورت می‌کنم تارگتت نمی‌کنم تو هم هی سیخ می‌کنی خط کشی می‌کنی سیخ مافیاست. جمع کن بابا ما مثل معلومه رو می‌کنم پشمک. محمد سیچ که ریخته زیر کارت مافیا حاجی، حرف نداره واسه گفتن. محمد اثبات حقیقتا تو هم مشکوکی. اصلا تو ترنت دیدی چه باگی دادی، اومدی بگی من مافیام، چالش دادم به باقری شهروند با روزبه دنده بخوره، بعد یهو برعکسش کردی، بعد یهو تهش موندی چیکار. اون سوالی هم که سردست چالش گرفتی در مورد سیچ پرسیدی به نظرم یار به یار می‌خوردش. کش نذار روزبه. محمد اثبات مشکوکه.
تو که رفتی هادی.
آره اشکال نداره برم 2 تا مافیا وصیت کاری نداره که. به نظرم تو خودت باقری سیچ 2 تا مافیاست حداقل. هیچ که نواد سیچ ریخته در دست مشکوکش کردی، خواستی بیای تو بازی هیچی واسه گفتن نداشته، میگه عادی دغدغه مافیا پیدا کردن نداشته راحتی مافیاست. تو مافیا کیه؟ من شهروند که گفتم خودم هیچی نگرفتم حرفاتون رو گوش میکنم با دسته یکی بازی میکنم. من مافیام با 2 تا یار با پاور کارت روزبه که شهروندش کردم، بعد باز من دارم از طریق کارت سورنا تارگت میخورم. میشه بگه همچین چیزی. جوزف هم ممکنه مشکوک باشه روزبه. جوزف چون یه جورایی نقش یار فرضی من بازی کرد، پس یه باید بگی جوزف مافیاست، نقش یار فرضی من بازی کرد. هیچ که مستقیم خود من تارگت کرد. من کارتم یه این محمد سیچ شو مافیاست.
اوکی مرسی تایم نکن هادی جدی میگم. کیا ناراحتن از اینکه من محمد اثبات رو بهش گفتم شهروند وقتی موضع داره دلیل نداره من چالش بگیرم با کارت مافیا بگم محمد اثبات تو بازی حتما شهروند. حالا من مافیا باشم محمد اثبات تو بازی شهروند باشه باید بگم پاور بهش دادم تو 1 و 2 یکی از بازی بکنه بیرون. من نخواستم به روز به تارگت بزنم. بازی آخر یادت بازپرس بود، ما 3 مرحله فکت شهروندی برات آوردیم، تو هی به ما گفتی مافیا. 2 بار ما رو آورد تو بازپرسی، دفعه اول ملغاش و دفعه دوم ما رو کردی بیرون، فهمیدی شهروندی، دیسکاشن هم نموندی. پس اگه میخواد بازیت خوب بشه امروز یه رای بده محمد سی اچ، خودتو ببند به جوزه. آیه روزبه ببین، من به نظرم سیت 1 و 2 مافیا نیست. هادی تو به نظرم تو بازی، هادی تو با ذهنیتی که من رفتم محمد اثبات رو کاور کردم، تو منو مافیایی میدونی که رفتم یار کاور کردم، برای همین داری این چه میزنی محمد سی اچ باقری محمد اثبات. حالا گوش کن، باقری مافیا باشه، هادی و سینیور تو بازی حتما شهروند میشن دیگه. پس باکس سورنا محمد سی اچ توشون حتما مافیا هست. یه دونه مافیا توی میثاق و بهنود بخواد تربیه بکنید، خط کشی سورنا بد نبوده که توی جوزف و الکس باید مافیا باشه. چرا؟ چون الکس تارگت که داره به میثاق میزنه از شهروندی بهنوده، خود جوزف هم اینجا نخواسته تارگت بزنه. پس یه روید محمد سی اچ بره، خودتو ببند آقای جوزف. آقای سی اچ
منو بگیر، منم خیلی وقت مافیا بازی نمیکنم چون نمیخوام با کسی کل کنم داداش. بازی مافیا رو نمیدونم، شاید امثال خودم و خودت خراب کنی. اگه شهروندی با این دیالوگایی که میکنیم، من شهروندم واقعا دلم نمیخوام، یعنی واقعا دوست دارم الانم تارگتت کنم. چون چیزی که من معارفه گفتم اصلا چیز دیگه ای بوده. من معارفه گفتم چیزایی که سورنا در مورد گفته درست بوده، دغدغه مافیا پیدا کردن نداشتی. خود سورنا رو تارگت کردم، نفر دوم چالش گرفتیم منو تارگت کردی. من قبل از شما چی داشتم، از شما چی گرفته بودم تو بازی، بعد تارگت می‌زدم بعد خودم تحلیل کنم دیگه. چالش هم نگرفتم، ورود به بازی نکردم، تو منو تارگت کردی. فهمیدی من اون مافیاییم که ورود به بازی نزدم، مافیا منم تارگتت میکنم دیگه. نکته اول آقای باقری از نظر شهروند هادی اینکه چین ما نشد، میخواد ما رو بکنه بیرون. خودت روزبه تاچم کرده، سورنا گفته بین خودت من یه دونه مافیا هست. با چیزی که به وحید رضا گفتم تو هم همون رفتار داشتی، پس جنگ میثاق و بهنود باید ادامه پیدا کنه. به نظر اینجا یار دارم. مایک بزن دیگه، چرا نه قور میزنی؟ به نظر من آقای باقری معلوم مافیایی. آقای باقری معلوم، چون من تو بازی تو یک و دو مافیایی نیست. یک و دو هم تو رو تاش کردم هم منو. ورود به بازی امروز این بوده با ترن صحبت الانه که کی از شهروند کردن محمد اسفاد توسط من ناراحته. من هیچ کدوم از کارهایی که تو ذهن تو جرم بوده اگه شهروند بودی انجام ندادم. قطعی مافیایی آقا.
حاج آقا باقری هست پشت ما که این روزبه گفتش به جوزف رای میده، چه جوزف رای میدی بره بیرون بازی؟ منو تو بازی مافیا داری؟ بگو سریع، هم تایمم نره. یک و دو تو بازی شهروند داری، اثبات تو بازی شهروند داری، خودم میگم تو بازی شهروندم. خب مافیا تو سورنا محمد میثاق جوزف بهنود خودم کیه آقای باقری؟ چرا مافیا معرفی نمیکنه؟ ببین آقا، این سورنا محمد سیاج گفتن حالی تو بازی مافیاست. لایک نده، قرار بکنم بیرون جوزف جون. الان میکنم بیرون، گوش کن. اینجا گفتم مافیاست. میثاق یک به یک گرفته با بهنود تو بازی، درسته؟ یه سایدم تشکیل شده تو سینیور و باقری تو بازی. خب این یک به من تارگت نزده، خود باقری داره با سینیور تو بازی دیالوگ میکنه. خودم بلند شدم میثاق رو تو بازی گردن گرفتم، گفته نه تو رو کاری ندارم، بهنود باید بره بیرون. این جوزف فهمیده من و روزبه با هم دیگه مافیه. تموم شد و رفت. آقا تموم شد و رفت دیگه. امروز یه رنگی به این آقای جوزف چون تو بازی گادفادری، باقری ناتو شیاده، فهمیدی؟ تو خود بهنود میثاق هم یه میار داری. قرار امروز 7-8 تا رای بکنید بیرون جوزف چون زدی بیرون. میستدی اختر بود.
نزنین آقای اثبات هستی؟
گوشیم خیس شد بچه ها، نزنید.
اثبات میشه یه دقیقه مایک نزنی؟ شاید باک خورده. خب شما مایک بزنی چی رو بخواید بزن؟ آقای اثبات هستی؟ بهنود کلا متوجه نمیشه، میثاق هم که متوجه نمیشه من چی میگم. خیلی خوبه، بزنید مایک بزنید ببینم کی نداره.
گوش بده. به کی دادی؟ بگو. به من میگه بگو. تو بگو شهروند.
آقا چرا فکت بازی رو گوش نمیدی داداش؟ میساق از قبل از خودش فقط منو مافیا داره. آقای باقری 1 و 2 رو شهروند داری، وحید رضا رو محمد اثبات رو شهروند داری، تک مسیرت باید بگی جوزف. مگه من با آقای باقری سایت نگرفتم؟ آقای جوزف برای چی به من تارگت زدی؟ حتما مافیایی داداش، امروز باید بیاد تو دفاعیه. آقای میساق بیس مافیاییش رو کی بوده؟ آقای میساق بیس مافیاییش رو من بوده. بعد از خودش دیکو جنس فکتای میساق رو گوش دادیم، فقط خودش رو داره آنچین میکنه که بگه بهنود تو بازی مافیاست. خودشو با همه داره آنچین میکنه بگه بهنود مافیاست. تو من، هادی، محمد سیج هیچ مافیایی نداره. جوزف و مافیا نداره، باقری هم مافیا نداره. این میساخت شوروله. امروز یه رای میدید آقای جوزف، آقای باقری میاد تو دفاعی، گوش میدید. الکس از نظرم قبله است تو این بازی. الکس حتما شهروند. تک میدید امروز جوزف میره بیرون، دفاعی آقای باقری هم گوش میدید. داداش تو امروز بازی فرق میکنه. امروز من بستم رو شهروندی تو رو من تارگت زدی. این نبوده که مثلا تو بیای منو کاور کنی من گردنت بگیرم اشتباه. من بستم رو شهروندی تو گفتی نه خودت مافیایی، هیچ تحلیلی تو بازی نکردی. این حرفا رو باید موقع ترنت میذاری تو معارفه. خودت جوزف.
ببین آقا من به نظرم عادی با چوسناله خواست خودش رو شهروند بکنه. از تکرار میدید به هادی عبادی. اون گفت اثبات اولش رو من گفت شهروند، بعدش گفت مافیا. همه چالش من تحلیل صحبت‌های سورنا نسبت به چالش ندادنش بود. پس امروز یه دون رای میدید به هادی عبادی. من مطمئنم روز به شهروند میخوای بخورید. مطمئنم شهروند میخوری. حتما امروز شهروند میخوری. تو الان تو پوزیشن نیستی اگه شهروند باشی مافیا بکنی. من مطمئنم خروجی تو شهرونده بود. یه دونه تکرای میدید به هادی عبادی. تکرای میدید میاد میره. چی گفتن؟ الان چالش گرفت چی میگه؟ بگه آقا من سیت 2 3 نشستم دارم تارگت میخورم. خب بعد بیا بفهم جای ما. بفهم سیت 9. بفهم سیت 10. به رفتی داره فک دادی چالش خوردی. تارگت خوردی. دوباره مثال آوردی ما ایگنورت کردی، باز گفتی اثبات مشکوکه. این که معلومه میخواد شب ما رو شات بزنه. آقا پس دکتر ما رو سیو میده. نذارید هادی عبادی بمونه تو بازی. رفتید تو باخت. اینو بهتون گفتم. آره آقا یه دونه رای به ما بدید، یه رای بدید به هادی عبادی دیگه. ایشون فهمید ما مافیا، ما فهمیدیم ایشون مافیاست. برو بیرون آقا، ما هم وصیت کن.
سلام همگیتون. 10 تا مایک کردم حضور لطف میکنید. بهنود جان صدای منو میشنوی؟ علامت کال داری؟ اوکی. 1002 به بعد تخریه پلیر رو مایکش نیاد. رأی یک میگیرم برای روزبه 1001 1002 3 رأی متشکرم. رأی یک میگیرم برای هادی 1001 1002 2 رأی متشکرم. رأی یک میگیرم برای سورنا 1001 1002. اثبات هستی؟ علامت کال پروفایلت. محمد اثبات یه لحظه صبر کن. اثبات هستی؟ صدای منو میشنوی؟ علامت کال داری، یه مایک میزنی. محمد اثبات. محمد بذار یه پیامش بده. محمد هستی؟ یه مایک میزنی؟ علامت کال داشت.
من رای نمیدم بذارید. زنگم اومد اوکی من بگم.
اوکی. رأی یک میگیرم برای محمد سیج 1001 1002 اثبات 1001 1002 3 رای. تک دفاع جوزف. تارگت جوزف بزن رو مایکش.
تارگت سینیور
کاور
همین بستی کاور بذار محمد اثبات
روز به بکوب محمد اثبات بکوب.
خداحافظی کن بابا آقای جوزف. دنبال پلیر مارک داری کاورتو بگیره. محمد اثبات هم یارته. محمد اثبات هم یارته. تارگتات 1 2 الکس بوده. آقای باقری که من گردنش گرفتم گفته 1 و 2 الکس سنتاری شهروندن با محمد اثبات. کجا مافیاشه؟ میساق با بهروز سایه درست گرفته باید تو محمد سیید سورنا خود 2 تا مافیا نشسته باشه. چجوری به باقری گفتی شهروند منو تارگت کردی؟ شو خار مادر. خدافظ. زیر 8 تا رای بیاری محمد اثبات رو هم بازی میکنم بیرون فردا. زیر 8 تا رای بیاری محمد اثبات که شو مافیاس کاورتو گرفته. این پلیر بازی شهروندیش که محمد اثبات انقدر تو بازی یعنی انقدر تو بازی شهروندیش ناتوانه بین این سایدایی که تشکیل شده نفهمیده هیچ مافیاست. رفته هادی عبادی رو نوآت کرده که باقری بهش گفته شهروند، میساق بهش گفته شهروند. نمیتونید آقا رای میدید 8 تا رای میدید جوزف بره بیرون یاد بگیره با کارت مافیایی اینجوری تارگت نزنه. خدا نگهدار.
ما قول میدی کسی رو نکشی روز به جان؟ قول میدی مردونه فردا با من بیای بازپرسی؟ قول بده دیگه. بگو مردونه کسی رو نمیکشم فردا با بیام بازپرسی. آفرین. ببین میساق چه تروریه. من تنها کسی بودم که خواستم تو من موضع دادم. چجوری به من رأی یک دادی؟ آخه ذلیلی با کارت مافیاست. بهش میگن پایه آوردن اسم یه نفر رو نداری فقط رأی میدی. هادی عبادی ببین وحید رضا اینا که بدبخت پولیت میکنن بازی هم میگن وحید رضا خوب بازی کرد. من که دارم به تو میگم بفهم. نمیفهمی متاسفانه. تا 6 تا کارت نبینی شما نمیفهمی. مثلا آقای محمد سیچ هادی عبادی و تو که دارید میرید به بازی مافیا دوتاتون یهو شدید شهروند. به نظرم تو هم آدم ضعیفی هستی نه پلیر آدم ضعیفی هستی. جوزف حتما تو بازی شهرونده حتما دستشو قلم میکنم یه نفر بهش رأی دو بده. دستشو قلم میکنم یه نفر بهش رأی دو بده. بسه دیگه ابله بودن تو بازی مافیا تو زندگیتون بسه دیگه. چه من میخوای باشید.
سینیور ببین چی میگه. سینیور ازش من میساق باقری با هم چین مافیایی. بابا پیگی میگم به این دک نده داداش معلومه. پس میساق و بهنود توشون حتما مافیاست دیگه. رأی یکای من کی بودن؟ سینیور، میساق، بهنود، الکس. این الکس که اصلا نشسته اینجا که بهش بگه تو فقط پا گردن بگه داداش بهت بودم مشکوک بودی. خب یه بهت رأی یکم ندادم من که معلوم تو بازی شهروندم. میساق فهمیده بهنود تو بازی مافیاست. بهنود فهمیده مافیا میساقه. جفتشون من رأی یک دادم. میساق واسه چه رأی یک داداش؟ یه سینیور صد مافیا نبوده. حالا سینیور از نظرش من میساق باقری با هم چین مافیاییم. سورنا محمد سیچ بهنود محمد اثبات یا شهروند میشن. هادی عبادی هم شهروندن. این شهروندا همه رفتن هادی عبادی تو بازی بهش گفتن مافیا که چیکار کنن تو رو با آقای باقری اینا تو شاید گادفادر من آشتی بدن. دوباره خودم چالش گرفتم تو رو گذاشتم تو پوزیشن دو مافیا شهروند. باز برگشتم چالش گرفتم گفتم نه سینیور تو بازی مافیا تو راحت‌تر بفهمی من باقری با هم چینیم. هر چی تو بازی هستی بلد نیستی بازی. هر چی هستی مافیا شهروند بلد نیستی بازی. رأی نمیدید به من. آقای رئیس صاحب داشته باشه دستگیرمون کردی بدون کمد زیر نفس بگیریم.
آقا مرسی. 9 تا حضور بهم میدید. رأی دو میگیرم برای جوزف 1001 1002 3 رأی اتفاقی نمیفته. سورنا زدش من سورنا رو ندیدم. آره من سورنا رو ندیدم پس جوزف شم وصیت آره نه بستش دیدم جوزف وصیت
ببین گوش بده سینیور تو بازی شهروند کاراگاه رفته اصلا گاد اومده گفته آقا اشتباه داری بازی می‌کنی. بازپرس مگه میتونست کسی که بینتون بازپرس مگه میتونه من بگه مافیا تو 10 تا کسی بودم که مافیا بین سینیور و باقری تو بازی بوده بین میثاق بهنود تو بازی بوده با رأی خود همین مدت بوده مهم نیست فردا به چی دارم میگم خب میثاق فهمیده و سینیور تو بازی مافیا فهمیده فقط بهنود رو بازی می‌کنه رأی یکی که بهنود به من داد که نباید میثاق متوجه میشد که من تو بازی مافیا حتما شهرش باید من میشدم پس چیکار میکنه بازپرس حتی اگه منو قطعی مافیا داشت سینیور آقای میثاق با هم یه داخل بازپرسی آز نداره که شهروند نشسته باشه منو میخواد بخونه تهش مافیا نه دیسلاک نه تهش میخواد منو بخونه مافیا میفهمی که آقا پولت میزنم بازپرسی ملغا میکنی سینیور میثاق آز نداره تو مافیا نباشه نه 7 تا تعطیل داداش 7 تا قطعی وصیت شهروندیش میکنم کارت شهروندی میذارم شده بهتون
مرسی بگی شبو بزن به بیان دادی یک ریحانه گفت همه پلیر اهمیت نمیدن موقع رای گیری نکته دوم که تعداد رو گفتم من که سورنا رو دیدم بسته شد بخاطر همین پرسیم نه پیگی بهم پیام دادم پلیرها چرا چیز کردی من خودم 3-1 دیدم گفتم نه اگه سورنا مایکشو بسته بود من از ریحانه پرسیدم پلیرها جواب دادن من اهمیت ندادم نه مشکل نیست شما راحت باشید نه اوکی نگو به پلیرها چیز نکن هم کسی میگه یوتیوبری بالا سر ایشالله که خیر از نیست تأخیری نزنی دیر بیایی یا
کسی باگ نیست. میشه اکتتون رو بزنید
یا نزدم بگی مافیای شهرم
هیچ کدوم نزدم
آقا انتر شعیات بزنید دیگه نه تعویزگاه بزنید فشارشون بدن
کارت به یاکوزایی زده.
خدا خیلی شو بود. خدا خیلی شو.
روز میشه.
یکیشون نیست. یه پلیر نیست. قسمت
خیلی خوبه.
قسمت نیست.
بذار براش لینک بفرستم.
آره تو بازی هم بود باگ. شد بشنم جاش.
نه دیگه جایی چی بشی؟
دارم کاری که کرده رو شکر میکنه.
یک کم دیگه باید میستم نایمت دیگه روز
نایمت بکش.
نه آخره روز میتونم. دیگه منش کن اینم که
اول بکش باتش.
دیروز مافیا دست به یاکوزایی زده واسه هادی بیا در رو کار هست کارت محمد اثبات کشیده شد. خدافظ. کارت با یاکوزایی شده. تشریف ببر پایین.
یا
حق یارت. برو پایین. آقا کارت اثبات هم کشیدم. سر صحبت میشه آقای الکس.
سلام و باسپورس.
بله یادم نبود. استلام میخواین. از روند بازی شما 2 عدد مافیا خارج شده و اینکه بازپرسی هم داریم بین آقای میساق و آقای سورنا. اول میساق صحبت میکنه بعد سورنا. بفهم. میساق صدات نیست اگه داری حرف میزنی. میساق اکتم نذارین آقا. بازپرسیه. کسی اکت اجازه نداره بذاره تو بازپرسی که میساق سورنا. اما مایکتو ببن.
ساید کیکی و جدا
من سنیور رو احتمالاً کیکش میکنم. بازی مگه میشه
حرف غیر منطقی
گفتم 2 تا مافیا بیرونه دیگه. ساید کیکی شهروند میساق صحبت کن.
نصر روز به خودش من چکرم نه رو مایک مثلا
میساق هستی؟
مثلا کلا یه بار کلابتو ببند بیا مشکل داره همسیدی میای باک یه پیام بهش میدی مثلا روزبه رو زیاد نمیشه زیر مایک نگه داشت یه ساقه خروج ورود میزنی بازپرسی رو بریم
میخوای سورنا تو حرف بزن ببینیم میساق ترمتش بس
ببین
میشه؟
نوشته این زبالا یا نوشته صداتون رو میشنم صدام نمیم بجش کن سارنا صحبت
سورنا صحبت کن.
فقط بگم این بازی خیلی سوپر بود. حساب کاور کردم حتما خط کشیم باکس بین الکس و آقای جوزف بود. دیروزم رأی دو دادم از بازی کردنش. من به نظرم مافیا آخر بین هادی عبادی باقریه. اینجا نشسته. میساق آدز یاکوزایی داره فقط اگر میخواید دنگ بدید چون من تو بازی یاکوزایی نشدم. میساق فقط آدز یاکوزایی میتونه داشته باشه چون با 7-8 کارت در یک خودش هم موافق
مثال یه ذره صبر میکنم نایمت ترن دو رو صحبت کنم سارنا دیگه دنگ بگم باشه میشه باشه نباشه که دیگه واقعا دکا ندارم البته
چی شد میساق تونست حرف بزنه؟
نه وایستادم یه ذره اگه صحبت نکرد سارنا ترن دومشو بره بعد ببین اگه محمد اثبات بازپرس نیست برو ببین تایید میده ادامه یا نه اوکی سارنا ترن دوت هم برو خیلی وایستادم بچه
دودی بگیریم و بکنید یه میساق رو بیرون دیگه نیستش بنده خود میگم من بشینم تو هادی باقری یکی رو تحلیل کنیم کی بافت من به نظرم باقری از مافیایی داره چون آقای باقری شما تحلیل منو گفتی درست حتما تو الکس آقای جوزف مافیا هست این آقایی که مافیا بود 1 و 8 میذاشت یعنی شما و روزبه که جو دو بهش ندادی بازم شما از مافیایی داری این هادی باقری دیگه
بازپرس بیاد بگه چیکار میکنه.
آفرین خیلی فیر رام میکنی هم منتظر
اوکی بازپرس ملغا کرد سر صحبت آقای الکس با تعارف چالش بفرمایید.
چالش
بابا شما که زوده براتون بازی مافیا و برید یاد بگیرید هادی عبادی. من پوزیشنم کاور تو بوده یه رأی ندادی با من به مافیا بره بیرون. از 2 نفر اتکر کارتون سورن و محمد سیت شدن. الان سورن و مافیا باشه من تو رو میکنم داداش بیرونم بازی. اگه میشه ما 8 تا فک برای یه مافیا بیاریم نفهمید مافیاست. محمد اسمت شهروند کاورش رو بگیره رأی ندی. شورول دنبال یه فکت براش آوردم ریخت تو دفاعیش. گفتم دنبال پلیر مارک داری کاورتو بگیره. حتما مافیا بود جوزف چجوری رأی ندی. رأی یکای من مایک بزنم باقری و میساق کیک شد چی شد باقری و میساق و جوزف بودن. باقری و میساق شهروندن. چون اگه دوتا مافیا تو رأی گیری من بود من میومدم دفاعی. باقری میساق شهروند.
مافیا کی اون موقع روزبه جون؟ حالا مافیا کیه؟ تو هادی که بهش گفتی دیرو به من رای ندی از نظر سورنا. خب میدونم الان محمد سیش گادفادر یا سورنا گفتی باقری میسم که تو بازی شهروند به یاکوزایی شده. آره روزبه ولی ترنش دیدی تا زمانی که چالش نگرفت تارگت نخورد. تو بازی سه تا سایت تشکیل شده بود گرفته بودش رایت الکس روزبه با هم دیگه یعنی جدی کارت مافیایی ریک توش هستش یا نیستش. باقری جان به نظرم خودت تو بازی مافیایی با روزبه یاکوزایی کنه قراره بکنم بیرون. صحبت
چالش
با من یاکوزایی نشده ولی دارم میگم فکت درست دارم میارم. چرا حیوان خودتو زدی به نفهمی. چرا باقری و میساق اگه توشون مافیا بود من میومدم تو دفاعیه دیگه. پلیر رو
حسی اومد چالش
آقا حسی هم یه رأی بدید به هادی یه رأی بدید به محمد سیچ. سورنا اگه مافیا باشه گادفادر دیگه. رأی یه ذره تأخیری داده. رأی 2 داده. من نمیتونم داداش تارگتش کنم. پاسپورت هم شهروندش داره ملغا کرده. دیروزم با من رأی 2 داده باشه. یه حالی جو باید رأی میدادی. محمد اسفات سورنا محمد سیچ اتکر کارتت بودن. کاورت کردم جوزف مافیا رو تک دفاع کردم. تک دفاعش هم کردنش بیرون. یه 2 ندادی به من. دم شما برو داداش.
آدم رو لجباز میکنی. خب روز به گفتم خودت هادی تو بازی شهروندی. محمد سیچ از شهروندی شما 2 نفر میشه مافیا. سورنا خط کشیش صحیحه. تو خودتو برو ببن به جوزف. کماکان میگی جوزف باقری تو بازی مافیا. ما چند بار ترسیدم از روز میگم شهروند تو به من میگی مافیا. الکس گوش شنوا میخواد آقای وحید رضا. جایی که سیت 9 بلند میشه میگی باقری کیو تارگت کرد. خب گوش میدادی میفهمی دیگه. گفتم محمد سید جوزف سورنا روز داره میگه کماکان جوزف باقری تو باز با هم مافیا. خب من رأی نمیدم دیگه بهشون. رأی میدم به خود روز. حالا سورنا نمیتونه بگه تو باقری و هادی حتما مافیا هست. حالا سورنا تو باید اول بتل تو با خود میثاق مشخص میکردی. باید میگفتی میثاق تو بازی حتما شهرونده. سایدش گرفته با بهنود. خب اینجا خط کشی کردی گفتی توی بهنود آقای مافیا هست. میثاق مافیا هست. بهنودش رفته یا گذاری کرد میثاق میشه شهروند.
خودت اومدی توی بازپرسی با اون خط کشی که کردی مسیر یارامو بهت دادم، باید بگی باقری تو بازی حتما شهرونده. هادی باید بگی تو بازی بازم شهرونده، یعنی بازم باید بگی هادی تو بازی شهرونده. محمد سیاج تارگت بکنه، یعنی تو باکس هادی محمد سیاج تو باید دنبال مافیا بگردی، نه هادی و باقری.
محمد سیاج
مایکش بازه.
جدی باگ مال من بسته است. محمد یه خروج ورود میزنی؟ اصلا صداتون نداری مایک باز.
منم یه شنو
محمد صدای منو میشنوی؟ صداتون نداری، یه خروج ورود میزنی ترنت.
یه سورنا چالش بدید.
سورنا برو.
چالش به تو نمیدم. ببین روز نمیخواد کارت میساقو یه چند بکشه. آی باقری دیروز تو بازی دو سه بار بهت گفتیم بابا به این جوزف تو بازی رنگی نداری رو مگه تو بازی دکتر بودی درسته؟ بعد بینو تو بازی گردن میگرفتی دیگه، اونم تو بازی تارگت نکرد. دیروز تو بازی حالیش تو بازی شهروندت بود، سینیور شهروند بود، به محمد اسفان گفت تو بازی شهروند بگیم آقا مافیا معرفی کن، مافیا معرفی نکرد. الان بعد تو کجا تارگت بزنیم باقری جان؟ تو حالی محمد سیج الان دیگه تمام میشه. میخوای آقا رای ندی یا یه نکس بدی سری کارت سیچو تو سیچو من میساق تو بازی مافیا بوده دیگه، سری یه نکس بدی کارت اینا رو بکشه، منم داره برقام میره.
چرا عزیزم تو سیچو میساق مافیا بوده؟ آقا مگه توی این آقای الکس آقای خودتو جوزف یه دونه مافیا بیشتر نبود؟ تمام شد، معادله حل شد. توی میساق و بهنود یه دونه مافیا مگه بیشتر نبود؟ این معادله هم حل شد عزیزم. الان توی توی هادی باقریه دیگه، من روزبه که رای دو دادیم، شما که دک بهت گفته شهروند.
الان با
تو اینا نشسته چی؟ الان هم سیچ رای دو داده بود، هم آقای میساق رای دو داده بود. تو اینا مافیا نشسته کیک شدن. با هادی وادی بکنید بیرون، رو کال دیگه نمیدونم باقری رو بکنید بیرون، یکیشون شانسی بکنید بیرون ببینید کی مافیاست دیگه. اثبات مگه شهروند نبود؟ آقای هادی وادی گفت اثبات مافیاست، سیچ مافیاست. یه چند پایینه، نمیدونم واقعا چجوریه. سایدا خیلی سری داره باز.
هادی میساق هستی؟ صدا من میشنوی؟ هادی
کچل چالش ندی
آقای هادی بزرش نیام. هادی وادی نعمت
صدای من میاد بچه ها؟ صدای من داری؟
بعد
نوبت من صحبت کنم.
بیا هادی رو کاله چالش بده صحبت.
چالش که میخواد که بهم بک بده. بذار روزبه بعد از من صحبت کنه. ببین آقا دیروز روزبه رای داد، وحید رضا رای داد، کورنا رای داد، رای چهار کی بود؟ رای چهار داشت دیگه، محمد اسلام تاق رای داد. درسته؟ ببین آقا امروز یه دونه تک رای بدید آقای باقری به ساید خودم از بازی خروج پیدا کنه. آقای باقری دیروز یه دونه رای منو داشته، اون یکی رایش کی بود؟ من باگم بچه‌ها؟
نه
یه دونه آقای ببین آقا دیروز آقای اثبات ببین من نمیدونم محمد اثبات چرا اینجوری صحبت می‌کنی. به ده بازی هادی عبادی از نظرت مافیا بوده. من هادی عبادی رو گردن گرفتم، آقای باقری با هادی عبادی دیالوگ کرده، من گردن گرفته، گفته من از بازی خروج پیدا کنم. کیو باید تارگت کنم؟ آقای باقری. کسی هست من یک مافیا داشته باشه یه مایک بزنید از ازش من مافیا. خب پس آقای میثاق شما ببین میثاق جون تو دیروز رأی 2 دادی. از نظرت من اون مافیایی بودم که وحید رضا به واسطه تویی که داشتید آقای چیزو تارگت می‌کردی تو بازی، بهنود احمدی رو تارگت می‌کردی، بهنود یار من بوده. وحید رضا بلند شد تو رو تارگت کرد، گفتم تو هم عملاً کاری نکردی. اجازه بده میثاق تارگتشو به یارم بزنه. یه مایک بزن. آقای میثاق مافیا آخر که باید بین هادی عبادی و آقای باقری باشه. محمد اثبات تک مافیاش آقای هادی عبادی بوده. امروز می‌کنیم بیرون یا آقای باقری فرق نمی‌کنه. اورجینال اینجاست. من دیگه بقیه‌شو
این اصلا الکس که مافیا، الکس که شهروند اورجیناله. از اول بازی من ذهنیتم با الکس بوده که شهروند اورجینال. توی رأی دو هم به نظرم گادفادر نشسته، چون یاکوزای بهنود دیگه فرداش گادفادر با خروج جوزف باید تو فشار میرفته دیگه. حالا کی میرفته تو فشار با خروج جوزف؟ محمد اثبات قرار بوده دیالوگ شهروندی کنه اگه بمونه تو بازی، هادی رو تارگت کنه. باقری هم قرار بوده از طرف خود الکس تارگت کنه. پس میثاق شهرونده دیگه. تو من میگم آقا میثاق شهرونده تو بازی. میثاق مافیا ندارم، حتما شهرونده. خودم الکس سورنا شهروندیم. محمد سیاج هم این ترم شهروندی بود. یه گادفادر هادی باقری نشسته، یه یاکوزایی شده رو من نمیدونم، فکر نکردم منم نشد. فردا صحبت کنه. امروز به نظر من رای بدین هادی بره، چون باقری هم مافیا نبوده با اون دیالوگش.
آره آفریقا عادی صدا منو میشنوی؟
بازیش
عادی عادی عبادی ای خدا چرا ماش میزنی؟ من عادی عبادی صدا باقری مایک میزنی. چرا عجیب عادی صدای منو میشنوی عادی؟ اومد کال داشتی رفت الان دیگه چیه؟
اینا رو ولش کن. این دیگه رو حال کردیم اینا.
من نبودم داداش دیر رسیدم. حیف.
خواستم بگم که به شما گفتم
نمیخوای بگی پس
روز به جنبه بفرم.
شوالشو بک بده.
چون داداش مگه دیروز مگه باقری مافیا نبود؟ مگه اون یارش نمیشد اون؟ الان چی داری میگی آقا بین این و اون تو بازی؟ محمد اثبات که فکر ما تو بازی شهروند تا کردیم بیرون رفت کار برای شما کارتشی کشید. باقری جان چرا الان چالش باید کی بره؟ بگو آقا هادی بره، محمد سیچ بره، سورینا بره. بابا این کارت مافیایی چیه؟ بهنود که اصلا زیر مارکش بود، اصلا این تارگیتش که تارگت بیشتر داد. خود تو بازی میگه آقا مافیایی که هیچ نمیگه، فقط سرویس شده میده داشت. آقا نمیدونم روز بجان، من قراره که روز برسیدم تو کیاس هم به دست بدم، چون من و تو من این بازی خیلی حال کردم که فهمیدن تو بازی شهروند، من فهمیدم تو بازی شهروند. برو بریم آقا یکی بکن بیرون سریعتر تموم بشه حوصله.
آخه داداش من نمیخوام بازی در نیاد، یه دقیقه گوش بده. خودت میثاق سورنا که شهروندی، اینجا اصلا به نظرم گادفادر نشسته. پوزیشن کی بوده رأی دو بده به جوزف؟ باقری یا هادی عبادی؟ باقری که خودش باید حتما رأی میداده. هادی عبادی هم اتکر کارتاش محمد سیه سورنا چی؟
آقای الکس اختار دومین اختار.
آره سیه چم کارش نمیدونم داداش. من پوزیشن کرد. هادی ببن مایک تو تای من ریست کن. ببین من تو پوزیشن هادی خودم رو میذارم دارم میگم بره بیرون. اگه من تو پوزیشن هادی بودم از 3 تا پلیر تارگت میخوردم، یه پلیر کاورم میکرد، فکت ولید برای یه پلیر دیگه میورد، حتما باش رأی میدادم تو پوزیشن شهروند. هادی حتما با یار جوزف باشه که 3 نفر اتکر کارتش بودن، من کاورش کردم به جوزف رأی ندادم. بعد خودم جوزف هم داشت کیا رو تارگت میکرد، داشت تو من و هادی و خود الکس دنبال مافیا میگشت. پوزیشن هادی خیلی بود دیگه. من نمیدونم اشتباهتون این بود رأی ندادید تو هادی باقری. امروز من دیالوگای باقری و با خودم اصلا مافیایی ندارم داداش. باقری اینجور کنسا رو نمیده با مافیا. نظرم هادی بره.
هادی شما صحبت
چالش میدم به همونطوری که نیسان دیروز از کارخانه تنها کسی که از کارخانه دفاع کرد نیسان
مایک نداره.
میدم به حاج الکس.
شما صحبت کنم.
آره بذار من صحبت کنم. من که امروز خیلی رفتم به کار. بچه‌های تهران کسی دستاپوز ملت میخواد؟ خودش هم بارک زنگ زد گفت باهاش اصلا پوز ملت سریع بریم قرار کسی پوز ملت خواست تو تهران واسه ببین روز به جون یاکوزایی شدی قربونت برم. گادفادرت هم احتمالا وقتی اومدم رو کار شنیدم سویچ شهروند کردی باقری گادفادر میکنه داداش. ولی روز به جون میدونی که من حال و اعصاب درست حسابی 2-3 روز ندارم. خودت هم دیروز گفتی چرا انقدر دمر یاکوزایی شدی اومدی داری باقری رو کاور میکنی میخوای منو بکنی بیرون حاجی از دستت ناراحت میشم. بگم یاکوزایی شدی دیگه داداش. مگه میشه اینقدر فشار بذاری من نمیگی کاورت کردم. تنها کسی که دیروز هم من کاور کرد کارتم دفاع کرد حساب سیش منو نواز کرد بلند شد گفتش آقا این مافیاست به روز بگفت در مورد من اعلام نظر کن. حالا رأی ندادم به جوزف که من دیروز خودم چالش هم باقری گرفتم گفتم آقا محمد سیچ محمد اثبات باقری 2 تا توش مافیا هست. یه چشم گذاشتی گفتم جوزف هم میتونه مافیا باشه چون داره نقشه یا فرضی منو بازی میکنه به تو تارگت میزنه. درسته یا نه؟ حالا کیا رأی دادن دیروز تایم من ایزاد اضافه بگیم یا چهارشون کار بودن دیروز سورنا حاج الکس میساق خودت 4 نفری کشیدید زیر این مافیا رفت. اگه بگیم تو اینا گادفادر نیست اوکی. یه نفرم که یاکوزایی شده رفت دیگه گادفادر میمونه بین من محمد سیچ های باقری. حالا من شهروندم تو این ستا دنبال گادفادر میگه میتونی حاج الکس امروز گادفادر رو بین سیچ و باقری پیدا کنید بکنید ببینید که یاکوزایی شده. من شهروندم زیادم تو بازی نیستم. حالا تو هم نفری میساق بگید اگه روز به همچنان خواست من و حاج الکس بکنه بیرون اوکی پس حتما یاکوزایی شده گادفادرش هم بود اذیت میکنم دکتر سیوت بده.
میساق هستی؟ باقری بره میساق سیچ بره کی بره باقری میساق جان با روزبه یاکوزایی شده خوب بازی کرد دیگه داداش مافیا کرد بیرون دیگه چرا الان بتونه یاکوزایی بکنه با نمیدونم آقا من یه رای به باقری میدم یه رای به محمد میدم یه رای مال جون به خودت میدم چون اثبات به تو گفت تو بازی مافیا یه بارم نگفت 10 بار به تو گفت تو بازی مافیا یاکوزایی شده بین این خودمون 4 تا اب نره دیگه برسه برای کیاس پیداش کنیم یه رای میدیم به خودت بده باقری چون بیا بالا صحبت کن دیگه بیا بالا صحبت.
مرسی آقا. 7 ماه که اعلام حضور لطف میکنید برید پلیر میساق میتونی رای بدی دیگه اگه اوکی. رای 1 میگیرم برای الکس 1001 1002 رای 1 میگیرم برای باقری 1001 1002 بعد سالم. رای 1 میگیرم برای میساق 1001 1002 رای 1 میگیرم برای محمد 1001 1002 بعد سالم. رای 1 میگیرم برای سورنا 1001 1002 رای 1 میگیرم برای هادی 1001 1002 بعد بالا. رای 1 میگیرم برای روزبه 1001 1000 3 نفر تو دفاعیان اکسینا ندید که
چسب بزنن بعد بیان حرف بزنن. چالش ها رو میگیریم که باقی کی مافیا. ببین استاد، این حادی تو داری میگی که جوزف نقش یارفرزی تو رو بازی کرده به سینیور شهروند تارگت زده. من مافیا بودم، یار جوزف بودم، مسیرشو بستم، گفتم سینیور حادی به عنوان شهروند تو بازی. حالا پاورمو گرفتم از کارت شما دو نفر تو بازی مافیا بودم. کیو تارگت کردم؟ محمد سیچ. به فرض مافیای من باید بگی محمد سیچ هم کماکان تو بازی شهروند دیگه. یه سگانه میمونه سورنا، میساق، الکس. دو نفر توی بازپرسی بودن، سورنا، میساق. اینا که بازپرس نیستن. منم بازپرس نیستم. محمد سیچ بازپرس بود، من حتما یه سر بازپرسی بودم. چون جایی که فهمید هادی تو بازی مافیاست، گفتم هادی تو بازی شهرونده، دیگه هادی تارگت نکرد، منو تارگت کرد. درسته. پس یه سگانه مونه توشون بازپرس نشسته. آقای الکس، آقای هادی، آقای روزبه. اونی که معتقده که سورنا و میساق تو بازی با هم شهرونده میخونه چی؟ اون بازپرس. پس باکس محمد سیچ به اضافه یک نفر توی سینیور هادی باید مافیا باشه دیگه. سینیور به نظرم تو بازی حتما شهرونده. هادی جان وقتی داری میگی توی محمد سیچ و باقری، خودم دارم میگم محمد سیچ تو بازی مافیاست. دارم میخوام چالش بگم تو رو کاور کنم، بگم تو بازی مافیا نیستی. تو کماکان میگی باقری از بازی باید بری بیرون. پس من بهت رأی میدم حتما که از بازی بری.
آقا اینایی که به جز هادی عبادی و باقری دارن به ما میگن مافیا، بازی مافیا رو در حد تارگت یه مافیا بلدی. الان منطقش رو بهتون میگم. وحید رضا، سورنا، میساق، سینیور دیروز رأی دوهای یه مافیا بودی. خودم توی بازی کیا رو تاچ کردم؟ هادی عبادی، باقری، جفتشون رو با هم گردن گرفتم. مافیا سوم کی بوده؟ بهنود. کسی بوده که میساق تارگتش کرده، وحید رضا میساق گفته تو مافیایی. همونجا تو ترم خودم گفتم وحید رضا چرا داری میساقیه که داری یارمو تو بازی تحت فشار میذاره تارگت میکنی؟ خودت هم داری همین کارو میکنی. شمایی که 4 نفر رای دادید به یه مافیا، من فقط تو تارگت کردن اون مافیا دخیل نبودم. بجز کدومتون دیروز تو بازی تارگت کردم؟ میساق، آقای الکس، سورنا، سینیور یا محمد اثباتی که کارتش کشیده شده شهروند. یعنی خارج از این چینی که مافیا کردید بیرون، من همه جا خلق تارگت کردم. چجوری تو ذهنتون ما مافیایی؟ جدی چرا فکر نمی‌کنید تو بازی؟ آقای باقری دیروز پوزیشنش بوده از خود سینیور که مافیا داشته آقای محمد اثبات رو به چه درست چه غلط تارگت بخوره، از هادی عبادی که تو بازی باهاش دیالوگ کرده، هادی عبادی توی بازیش نگفته شهروند، سورنایی که خودش بین من هادی عبادی و خودش تو بازی مافیا داشته، میساقی که بهنود مافیا داشته و خود وحید رضا ایزن. چرا متوجه نمیشید؟ باقری چرا نیومد بالا؟ یا هادی یا باقری، مافیای اورجینال که اینجا دیگه، این که مشخصه تو بازی. پس رای میدیم باقری، نرفت میکشیم زیر هادی عبادی.
نه، مافیای اورجینال توی ببین آقا، روزبه حاج الکس اگه یاکوزایی نشده گوش کن. باقری جان وقتی من الان بهت رأی ندادم، فقط به سیش رأی دادم، یعنی چی داشت؟ چرا میخوای به من رأی بدی؟ مگه دیروز هاشی من کاور نکردی گفتی سیش مافیا؟ سیش هم به من رأی نداد، به تو رأی داد. اینا باید بفهمن مافیا بین شما دوتاست. من نمیگی میخواستم چالش بگیرم کاور کنم بگم سیش مافیاست. منم روی این شهروند دیالوگ کردم که آقا بین ما باید یه گادفادر باشه، من شهروندم، خودتون میدونید کدومو بکنید. حالا ببین این میساق سورنا، میساق که داشت بهنود تارگت می‌کرد، سورنا گیفشو می‌ذاشت میساق بهنود، اینا گادفادر نمیشن. حاج الکس و روزبه هم که شهروند اورجینال بودن، اینا 4 تایی کشیدن زیر اون مافیا، یه مافیا هم یاکوزایی شد. راحت دارم بهتون میگم حاج الکس، گادفادر باید بین من باقری سیدش باشه، نهایت یه نفرم یاکوزایی شاید دیده باشه، اونا که در نمیتونه بده. پس امروز یه دونه ساید ما رو باز کنید، روزبه حاج الکس بکشید زیر سیدش. دوتا مافیا هم تو بازی باشه، یه شهروند باشه، تو 5 تا من نمیتونم در برم. 5 تا من خودم باقری رو کاور میکنم، من که سلام داشت. پس یه دونه امروز بکشید زیر سیدش، ساید ما رو باز کنید. باقری رای بده به سیدش، من بهش رای بکم ندارم. دونده بکش زیر سیدش بده. 5 تا خون شهروند من خودم کاور میکنم، من.
مرسی آقا. 7 تا مایک حضور بدید. هم ابتدای رای گیری باقری. رای 2 میگیرم برای باقری، 1001 1002 1 رای. رای 2 میگیرم برای محمد سیر، 1001
میشه دیگه، درسته؟ چون تک رأی دو داشتن میدادن. تو بازی چه اتفاقی افتاده بوده؟ روز بوده. من نمیدونم آقا. هادی عبادی که نمیدونم میخوای خودتو دوباره بکشی. هادی نمیشه که یه نفر کشتی دیگه تو بازی. من زمانی که میثاق داشت بهبود رو تاچ میکرد، چرا وحید رضا وقتی داره میثاق یه شهروندی که همتون بهش میگید شهروند داره یه شهروند یارم رو تارگت کنش بگم اون شهروند رو تارگت نکن بزن فشارش رو یارم ادامه بده؟ جدی اصلا به اینا فکر میکنید تو بازی؟ فقط کارت خودتون رو تحلیل میکنید؟ یه نکته، 4 نفر رای دادید به مافیا، خارج از اون چین هم همه رو تارگت کردم به جز شهروندی که محمد اثبات بوده. چجوری ما تو ذهنتون مافیا بودیم؟ چجوری من دان مافیا بودم یه یک به یک گرفتم با هادی عبادی همونو چرخوندم یک گرفتم با باقری؟ روی این استدلال به من رای دادید دیگه. آفرین. پس آقای هادی عبادی گفت با آقای باقری کاور میکنه، خودش میره بیرون. درسته؟ باریکلا. پس توی 5 نفر تک مافیا آقای هادی عبادی از بازی میره بیرون. تموم شد.
باقری روزبه بودم دیدم. بگی از الان شبه بزن شب پلیر دیگه رو مکنه.
نظرم به این بازی میگن بازی فکری.
خیلی توش فکری
جذابه.
خیلی دارم فکر میکنم.
خیلی فکر میکنم. خب با رای دادن رفت ایران. جفتش خیلی من خیلی دلخوش من با نتم دست شد بس نشد.
سورنگ 4 از کجا؟ ولی با رأی بهنود اومده بود بالا، خیلی جالب بود. یارش بهش رأی نمیداد، 4 رأی نداشت بیاد بالا بزنید. عجیب بود.
بهنود بوری سردار رو بتونستم با زمانی که من با خودم رست خودش رو کشت.
محمد احوال هم خیلی داره فکر میکنه زیادی از محمد نسبت. چت بغل نوشته
محمد ارباب که این 2000 سال پیش میتونست فکر کنید زمان هم نسلیاش رفتی کار ما جلو من بشنم این در بستن فایده نداره.
در موسیقی هم این پلیری که تو بازی بوده کیک شده میتونه بیاد حرف بزنه. قوانین عوض میشه. آقا روز شده در روزی که گذشت خدافزی کردیم با آقای سیچ و اما در شبی که گذشت خدافزی میکنیم با اثبات برو دیگه نشستی اینجا برای آقای کوچی گرفتی. آخرین سلام بخوام آخرین سلام. بله خانم لیکانم استلام روند بازی شما 3 مافیا خارج شده بدون چالش از آقای سمیو
امام این کارم امام ایولای شهروندی
با گادفادر سن.
بابا خفه شهادی عبادی تو خودت اومدی گفتی من ریدم باقری سینیور مافیا بودم. چقدر تبایی یه رأی 2 با من ندی این جوزف شو محمد اسمو تو گردن گرفت. آقا نیایید تو دیسکاشن بگید فلان بیسارا عبادی حاجی با دیالوگ من میفهمم فقط تو شهروند یعنی بازی که صفر. یه رأی بدید نمیدونم به نظرم باقری بازپرس
روزبه هستی؟ مشتری دارم روزبه مارک بزن روزبه من کارت دستم به جوریه فقط سیتای بالا بشینم روز یک میشم فقط با گادفادر سایت جدی میگم
گادفادر بودم
چه سایت گرفتی با باقری می‌خواستی بکنیمش بیرون استاد نشسته بودی ته دست به رتبه‌ای که داشت 2 تا مافیا حداقل تارگت می‌کرد داشت می‌کرد بیرون گفتی تو پوزیشنی نیستی که مافیا تارگت کنی یکی سرش هم طلب بده دادی عبادی بره برای تو دیگه های اسم آور مافیا رو هم گرفتی هرچی مدخولی بود زدی به بچه ها بود جوزف رای ندید حالا پوزیشن من اینجوری بود که روز به تو اگر که رای کار
واقعا پررویی واقعا پررویی بی‌شرفانه پررویی
آقا این اثبات رو بدین پایین ببینم اگه میتونه بیاد تو با
این برایند آقای اثبات میگه داری بازگو میکنی یه دقیقه
عادی جان تایمت هم تموم شد
تایمش تموم شد
و
اینا رو دیسکاشن بگید دیگه اینا رو دیسکاشن بگید
میشه اینقدر به دو مایک دو تا اتکر اصلی کارت من روز به سورنا محمد زیش بود سورنا هم معارفه برام مافیا نبود محمد زیش سایت گرفته بودم یه چالش گرفت گفت من صحبت میکنی نباید میشم دیگه شاید هم نبود دیروز یه ریسکی کردیم وضعیت شهروندی بود فکر کردم دیدم فهمیدی؟ حالا مافیا آخر کیه نمیدونم گادفادری که رفته یاکوزایی میکنه
آقا این فیلینگ رو ندارید که سیه چیا کوزایی شده بود رفتار گادفادری نبود به نظر رئیس بود اگه رئیس بود که دیگه خط کشیم که دیگه نقص نداشت روز یک یا کوزایی باید تو رأی دعا شده باشه دیگه کچر من یا کوزایی نشدم میساخت 3 واسه من بذاری من مافیام من به نظرم اگه CH یا کوزایی شده باشه به نظرم باز بین هادی عبادی باقری یه دونه رئیس اگه یا کوزایی نشده باشه باید میساق قابله من به نظرم میساق قابله یا کوزایی بود میساق با الکس یعنی بین این 2 نفر یه دونه قابله یا کوزایی داره
صاحب میتونی حرف بزنی نکته اول به روزبه بگیم خفشه با این بازیش نکته دوم خودم روزبه وحید رضا هادی شهروندیم یه رای بدین سورنا بره دکترم این تباه روزبه رو سیو بده باقری جان خیلی شماست
من نبودم چون شهرونده نیست ببین سورنا محمد سیچه باید بگی گادفادر بوده تو بازی جایی که یه بتل بوده توی میساق و بهنود یه ادامه پیدا نکرده تو ساید اولیه خودت گفته بودی تو باکس سینی و باقری امکان داره تو باکس دوگان شهروند باشه با دوگان شهروندی من و روزبه جزء میشد سیف مافیا بود تو بتل من و روزبه شرکت کرده که به نظرم روزبه تو باکس مافیا هست از 3 تا رأی یک داشته الکس بهم رای داد باید بگی محمد اثبات در موردش صحبت نکن محمد اثبات ذهنیتش با مافیای بهنود نمیرفت که اومده بود بالا داشته من باید دنبال یاکوزایی شده بگردم کیا فکر میکنن میان با من یاکوزایی میکنن این مافیا یه رای تأخیری بهت ندید سورنا من روز بری رای 4 تأخیری رو دارید
آقا امام این کار من رفتم بیرون بری
بابا دهنتو پر حرف نزن
خب آقا به خاطر همین بیادبی امروز سورنا به سایت روز بمیره بیرون به خاطر همین بیادبی کردی اول بازی
بازی چی گفتن احترام به بزرگتر. من با دوست دختر اولم اگر از داروخونه چیزی نخریده بودم الان بچه‌م همسن تو. پس برو گم شو بیرون. سورینا میگم برو گم شو. زهر ما برو گم شو.
امیدوارم پشت مایکتون باشید. 6 تا به اون مایک حضور بدید.
یه طلا به این روزه بدید ما رو گویید.
متشکرم علی جان. لطفا نیاید رو مایک. 1 میگیرم برای روزبه، 1 میگیرم برای هادی، 1 میگیرم برای سورینا، بعد بالا 1 میگیرم برای میساق، 1 میگیرم برای باقری، 1 رای، 1 میگیرم برای الکس. بدون تارگت کاور سورینا جان صحبت.
ببین شما که اکثرتون پی او وی پلیری، یعنی یکی باید بهتون تارگت بزنه بفهمید جور دیگه نمیفهمید که تو بازی مافیاست. روز یک خط کشیم نقص نداشت، سیف ساید درست کردم تو الکس جوزف رای دادم از بازی کردم شما من مافیا رو کشتم، شما که 3 تا رای دادید من مافیا رو کشتم. بهنودم میساق شهروند بود تو بازی دیگه، از معارف رو مافیاش دیسلایک بود، 6 تا تصمیم گرفتید من از بازی. خیلی جالب بود به نظرم. من به نظرم CH آدز یاکوزایی داره، یعنی دون نبود. فردا بدش کن وصیت هم نمی کنم خراب کنم، ولی من به نظرم CH اگه ببین CH یاکوزایی شده باشه هادی عبادی مافیاست. CH دون باشه باید بگی تو الکس میساقی که یاکوزایی شده، من الکس مافیا ندارم. حتما تو میساق مثلا میساق بکنید بیرون. دیروز کیاس بود من وصیت 2-0.
مرسی. 5 تا حضور.
وصیت نکن وقتی
متشکرم. رأی 2 برای آقای سورینا. بعد سالم سورینا جان وصیت.
من تو بازی دکتر بودم، ایشاتشون راحت میشید.
مرسی آقا شب میشه. جدی چه توصیه خوبی کرد. منم متنفرم یکی رو مایک قطع میکنم. مسافرش دکتری بودم.
دکتر بود.
دیگه یه موقع بزنیم تو
بعید ندارم.
نه هرچی بود شهرم بود دیگه. فقط اینجا که ریحانم استفاده
سالبار میتونی ناتویش کنی.
بسته بودم که آقای موبی هم چقدر تبایی معرفش رو شهرم بود قسمت نشد.
بله، از همین الان ابلاغیه گاد به من صادر شد. پلی رفت. فردا کسی تو بازی باشه خارج از ترم بیاد رو مایکش رفته پایین. از همین الان ابلاغیه صادر شد واسه فرداتون مراقب باشید. بله حتما ابلاغیه صادر شد. نگران نباشید. کوچکترین مایک و صدا
آقای میساق مرسی از بازی خوبتون با احترام دمتون سر صحبت الکس
آقا این امام این کار چالش نداره. این امام این کار با این همه پوینت مثبت دیگه جیواش دارن پاره میشه، دکترم تو بازی چه شاد نمیشه. این خیلی موضوع ولی من ندارم روزه به دست میدم عشق
باقری
4 تا رای بدیم الکس بره. ببین الکس تو روز که ما میگفتیم محمد سیاج تو بازی مافیاس خانخوش من یه رای امروز به الکس میدم. الکس میای دفاعی رای تو هم حتما بکنی. چیکار کنی؟
نه 4 تا رای ندید باقری. چون تو اون وضعیت هفته هم که من دیالوگ کردم دارم کاور کردم به روز به الکس گفتم واقعی بکشید زیر سیاج تو 5 تا منو بکنید. خودم تو الکس روز به رای دادیم سورنای افتضاح رای نداد. حالا میدونی سورنا مثل کی بود باقری؟ خودم میاد یه ماک بزن مثل جمهوری اسلامی بود آجی. یه اون مقبر اسرائیل گفت اسرائیل یه شبه زد نمون چه سورنا یه عمر از معارفه ما تارگت زدی چی نکن میدونن دیروز گفتم سورنا رو با 6 تا رای رفت. آجی جدی باید بازی تمام میشد بعد سورنا چرت و پرت میگفت گادفادر نبوده سیچ مثلا گادفادر منم رفتم با سیچ یاکوزایی کردم اگه میشه آجی گادفادر بود سیچ رفته تو پوینت داره بین بعدی مثلا یا خودت نمیدونم مافیا کیه آجی ولی رای ندیم
درد ما رو میگیری با این دیالوگ باقری که حتما شهرونده خودت من کار دست شهروندی نیست شهروندی کار دست دیگه رای بده روز الکس بره نظرم باقری و خودت باشون یاکوزایی باشه من و الکس با منم یاکوزایی نشد ولی الکس حالا من و الکس بودیم دیروز الکس جایی که باقری و خودت داشتی محمد سیج رو تارگت می‌کردی گفتی من یاکوزایی شده ای اومدم باقری گادفادر رو کاور کردم تو رفتی رای دادی مافیا رفتی تو من ذهنم برگشت رو هم دیالوگ کردی رای دادم سیاج رفت دیروزم به سورنا رای ندادم
مرسی. 4 تا حضور بهم بدید. متشکرم. دوباره دو خروج رأی یک میگیرم برای الکس 1001 1002 بله. رأی یک میگیرم برای باقری 1001 1002 رأی یک میگیرم برای هادی 1001 1002 رأی یک میگیرم برای روزبه 1001 1002 الکس جان بدون تارگت کاور بده.
واقعی جان تو چیکار کردی تو این بازیه چیکار کردی تو بازی الان ناراحتی به تارگت زدن چیکار کردی بگو چیکار کردی آقا ما به جوزف که رأی ندادی خودت که گفتی هادی عبادی بره بیرون محمد سیه چی کردی بیرون بعد الانم به من میگی تو بازی مافیاره این روز به شومنلقه دیگه روز به جان از نظرت من شهروند اورجینال بودم الان این باقری یکی گفت سری میخوای منو بکنی بیرون آره ببین امروز یه نفر از اینا گول بزن به من با تو به من رأی بده خب چون دیگه تو کیاس باشم یه کاری میکنم مثلا دست بگیرم خب دست میدم به اون یکی اینو بهت قول میدم روز به جان اینو بهت قول میدم پس سعی کن اینا رو یه جور گول بزنی باید بازی کنم مثلا ردیفش کنم
مرسی. 3 تا مایک اعلام حضور. 2 میگیرم برای آقای الکس 1001 1002 بله. بگم وصیت داره.
بله آقای عروس مسیح
آره من بازی میدم تو شهرمندم بازی میدم تو شهر خب ریحان رفت نه دیگه مدریتور میشیم بلا اعصاب میکنه بعد من الان بخون دیگه دکو بخون دکتر تو بازی منو بده پایین ببینم کی شهرمند بود الان قشنگ آمپرم رفت 99 ردیفش کنم
مرسی آقای الکس عباسی
یه چیزی میگه ایمان به چه مدریتورم اونجا رای میدم دیگه داری میری دیگه ببین میشه مرتب بده
تو 4 تا کیو کردم بیرون میلاد؟ سورنا رو؟
الکس رو کردم بیرون. نه هم زرت زرت دارن نقش میگن. بزن پگاه جا تو حرف خود تو گادی مانی بزن
وین مافیا بزن.
آره بزن
بزن آقا بزن.
روز میشه در روزی که گذشت آقای بازپرس رو اجماع کردیم و اما در شبی که گذشت آقای سنیور هانتر شاد شد که بسته بود به باقری گادفادر. برد مافیا رو تبریک میگه.
یه هفته بود نخنده بودم شد یه 8.
هنوز من حرف کردم.
حالا روز به اون شبی که
بزن بخونه هادی جان
آقای
بزن
فادی
بخونه.
در روند بازی حرف زیاد نمیزد ولی
روز یک باقری جوزف رو نوعات کرد.
بزن دکو بخونه.
من گفتم من دکتر بودم این چیزا از 4 تا بازی
آقا بزن دکو بخونه.
حاجی جان بزن دک بخونه.
به ترتیب تیماپ مافیا باقری گادفادر، بهروز شاید ناتو، جوزف شاید ناتو،
محمد اسمت شهروند ساده لکنر.
سنیور رو میدید باید من حرفم تمام شد بیاد داده. میساق کاراگاه، الکس بازپرس، سورنا شهروند ساده، CH روی تنی بود که باهاش یاکوزایی شد و در جا فروخته شد، هادی پزشک، سنیور هانتر، محمد اثبات هم شهروند ساده. بفرمایید خسته نباشید.
یعنی الکس هم رفت بیرون درست.
آقا یه دقیقه نیا رو مایک عزیزم، یه دقیقه نیا رو مایک. ما بلدی نه شعور رو مایک اومدن نیومدن داری. مرسی. ببین آدم این روز به هادی عبادی که گندگوز کل محلن، یعنی شما فقط میگید گندگوزی میکنید. حالا تو باز بد نیستی. هادی عبادی که اصلا کلا واسه گندگوزی تو مافیاست. محمد سیهشو که کردید چی گفت؟ من که گادفادر، من تخصصم تو پیدا کردن گادفادره. گندگوز محل با شده بود تک مافیاش من بودم. تو چی میگی روز به کچل؟ آخر که ریدید به همین باقری. چالش اول کچل به من دادی کوزو. به من چالش دادی گفتم آقا من با روزبه بازی میکنم. باقری حرف نزده گفتم بری بیرون. چی میگی بابا؟ چی میگی؟
باقر من
آقا
جوزف
تو
باقری
خواهی نکن دیسکارد. تو خودت الان زیر چکلگدی. خواهی روزبه نکن.
جوزف باقری
و من عزیزم اومدم تو کاوه جوزف. یه دقیقه نیا. بلدی نیا رو ما. اومدی جوزف رو بکنی بیرون. گفتم اوکی جوزف بره بیرون. تو به اولین کسی که تو سورنا میساق تو بهنود و میساق خواست دخالت بکنه من بودم. بهنود حرف نزده بود. من گفتم بهنود مافیا داره. میساق فهمید به من رأی یک بده. بابا دنبال پوینت دیگه. به قرآن واسه دیسکاشن بازی میکنی. روزی که برای دیسکاشن بازی میکنی. میخوای 4 تا دختر بکنم پلیری.
بابا خفه شو. موزه داده به من دوبلی مافیا گردن گرفتم. دوبلی مافیا رو کامل کرده.
یه دقیقه نه رو مایک. این حرف من جواب بده. پلیری میگه تو دیسکاشن اول دیسکاشن چی گفت روزبه؟ گفت من دک مافیا رو تارگت دادم. تارگت های روزبه کیا بودن؟
زدم دیگه باقری
غلط کردی به من تارگت زدی داداش. وقتی به من تارگت میزنی من
بابا تو 2 تا مافیا
کدوم 2 تا مافیا رو کاور کردم؟
صحبتش خوبه دونه حرف بزنی.
من کجا کاور کردم؟ من جوزف فقط کاورش گرفتم. تازه دفاعشم بعد بود میخواستم بهش رای 2 بدم. بابا قهرمان آقا کیر خرد سورنا. میام همین ایرانی نیستم ولی تو میام چونت میذارم. گوه میخوره میخندی رو حرف من.
بگو جوزف بگو.
عاملا تک دفاعی که شدم معلوم باقری ذهنش جمع نبود.
آقا اجازه بده من صحبت میکنم شما هم صحبت کن. مایک تو ببند. بگو جوزف.
بازی خوب آمبوله
آقا اصلا نباشید نگاه هست ببین جوزف رای یکی که به تو دادم این بود که باقری بالا نیاد اتش اینا رو پاوندن سریع حشری بودن حشرشون رو پاوندن باقری رفت بازی رو برد کار درستی بود دیگه اینه دیگه میبریم دیگه بدون تمرین میبریم
عفه شو بابا گوزو
تو چقدر سیاوقتی من شهرمن بودی اورده تو باقری هم اورده آج اثبات تو همیشه برای ما قهرمانی دارد ما شرس نکن ما هم که همیشه برنده این طبق من حالا دیگر
آقا من صحبت کنم. مرسی خانم پیگی وقت گذاشتی بچه‌ها که گوش کرد. تبریک میگم به همتون. ببین من نمیدونم چرا انقدر بعد از هم حرف میزنید. یعنی آدم ها رو به مرزی میرسونید که دهنشون رو باز کنن بعد به طرف میگه تو فلان. عادی من داشت معارفه صحبت کردم تو خودت روزه به خنده گذروندید بهتون تارگت ندادم به خودت سورنا هم نگفتم قطعی مافیا گفتم برام مشکوکی بازی رد شده بعد از من تو بازی صحبت شده من دارم گوش میکنم چالشه داره میره بالا پایین دارم گوش کنم ترن خودت هیچی نگفتی دوباره گفتی محمد سیه شوفیاس بعد تو گفتم نه تو جدی تو بازی مثلا شهروند ساده یا دکتر یا روینتنی معلوم میام تارگت میکنم روزبه منو تارگت کرد باز چالش نگرفتم دیگه وقتی تارگت میکنیم که داداش ما که معارف حرف خیلی عجیبی نزدیم که اون تموم شده رفته آقای باقری واضحا از کارت تو من تارگت کرد منم از چیز نرسیدم به شهروندی تو از فکت نرسیدم با دیالوگایی که کردی داشت ناراحتم نشو از دست من حرفم رو میزنم توهین بهت نمیکنم از دیالوگایی که کردی رسیدم به شهروندی فکتی واسم مافیا این یکی من نوازت کردم دارم بهت میگم پس ذهنم مافیا تو با دیالوگ کنت شهروند کردم تو ببین من اون فکتی که واسه شهروند اورجینال بودن خودم روز دیده تو هر اونجایی که داشتم میرفتم بیرون چه فکتی آوردم واسه اورجینال شهروند اورجینال بودن خودم گفتم چهارتایی یه مافیا کردید بیرون من خارج از چین همه رو تاش کردم تو دو تا گردنگیری کردم دان نبودم که تو اون کسایی هم که تارگت زدن یکیشون داشته به یار اونجایی که یکیشون داشته به یارم تارگت زدن من عملا مافیایی بودم که دو تا بعد بگید آقا من مافیا بودم یکی از یارامو فقط داشتم میفروختم پس دان خودم نبودم که اصطلاح مثبتم وقتی داشته میرفته معلوم بود من شهروند اورجینالم نمیدونم چجوری بعد ما پایینیم میگی من تخصصم اینه سیتس خوب بده دکو بخونه حداقل ببینید چیکار کردیم تو بازی به نظرم فقط با دیالوگ واقعیت شهروند میشه من دلم هم نبود تو آقا باقری بلند شد از کارت تو بازی کرد گردنش گرفتم وگرنه به نظرم باید یه فکت نیاوردی تو بازی یه دونه فکت تو بازی تا یکی بهتون تارگت میزنه محمد اسفند ای شما فلانی اون یکی ما یه سال دیگه هم بریم دیگه تو بازی ما
باقری
من کوچیک
باید دیگه
من رأی دادم دیگه رأی یک باقری من بودم یارش دوست داداشی من درست های باقری من داداشی وقتی تو دو نفر تاش کردن صحبت میکنم بیرون تارگت میکنم دیگه نباید من مشکوک باشم بازم روزبه که فوق العاده بود یعنی تو شهروندات اما کسی که خوب بازی کرد روزبه عالی بودی سورنا دیدی پایین بودم چه عشقی کردم اون دیالوگی کرد اون ممسیش تو بازی اورجینال نبود این معلوم بود یعنی عالی بودید به نظر من توهینی هم بهتون نمی‌کنم ولی دلیل کم بازی کردن همینه چون خودم هم این مدلی یعنی دو تا بازی می‌کنم تبریکم میگم به خودم دو تا بازی می‌کنم میرم سراغ گندگویی که اصلا بهم نمیاد لذت بردم باهاتون بازی کردم دمتون
روزبه مسیحپور آقا شما باید خودت توی یه مقدار بکشی عقب بازی از بیرون نگاه کنی عزیزم معلوم بود توی آقای باقری و این آقای هادی عبادی تک آخرین مافیا نشست مافیا یاکوزایی شد خب خودت گفتی چرا کشیدی زیر محمد سیچ نباید بکنی بیرون دیگه. مافیا یاکوز شده رو میکنی بیرون، اصلا جای گادفادر استلام مثبت عوض میشه، اصلا خط کشی بازی ریده میشه توش. یک میگفت تو الکسین آقا یه دونه مافیاست، بین شما باقری یه دونه مافیاست، تو سگانه من هادی عبادی این آقای محمد سیچ یا مافیا هست یا تو بهروز میثاق مافیاست. گفتم یه کسی جنگ شهروندیه که بهروز کارتش رو دیدیم خون مافیا. معارفه داشتید این میثاقو جر میدادی تو اثبات، من دیسلایک میدادم اون مافیا. فردا فک شهروندیشو آوردم باش همراه با اون رفتم بهروز رو تارگت کردم دیگه. گوه فرش هم کشیدم زیر جوزف رفت. چرا تو 6 تا من از بازی کردید بیرون؟ چون حرفای درستی داشتم میزدم. شما حرفای اشتباه میزدید، من چون داشتم حرفای درستی میزدم یاکوزایی شده بودم از بازی کردم بیرون. خب دیگه داداش وقتی اشتباه بازی میکنید همین میشه دیگه. با خود صندلیتو بکش. من تو بازپرسی اومدم چی گفتم روز به جان؟ گفتم باقری مافیاست، چون این آقای جوزف داشت 1 و 8 میذاشت، باقری باید 2 بهش میداد. هادی عبادی پوزیشن 2 دادن نداشت، ولی باقری پوزیشن 2 دادن داشت، باید 2 میداد. جوزف باید تک میکرد بیرون. طمع کرد، چون کاور کرده بود اثبات، طمع کرد. واسه همین دیدم مایک باقری باز نشد من دور انداختم دیگه. فردا یه جوری تارگتمون کردید که تک آقای باقری شما دیدید
رأی دوت سوپر
تو 6 تا داشتم میرفتم یه دونه یک به باقری فقط دادم، به هیچ کی دیگه رأی ندادم.
بابا تبریک بگو این حرفا رو نزن.
من صحبت کنم. تبریک میگم به تیم مافیا، نوش جونتون. من آخرین باری که دیدم تو 4 نفر رأی دادن، خب لس آنجلس مافیا بود 7 سال پیش. من دارم رفتم سوپری خرید کنم. خب رفتم اونجا، اصلا گوشی دستم نبود که این دیسلایک بده. بعدم دیسلایک هم میداد روز به خب دیسلایک هم میداد، نمیدونم اینجوری تارگتش میکنم. برای چی؟ اصلا بچه تو میپرسی؟ تو معارفه فهمیدی گوساله من باز پرسم. تو معارفه فهمیدی که فرد خودتو نزن به نفهمی. تو معارفه فهمیدی. خب فرداش بازپرسی و ملغا کردم، گفتم تک باقری از روند بازی بره بیرون. بلند شدی گفتی نه از نظرم باقری تو بازی شهرونده. چرا باقری تو بازی شهرونده؟ باقری چی گفت؟ باقری گفتی سورنا میثاق تو بازپرسی بودن، بازپرسی ملغا شده، پس تو الک هادی عبادی سینیور تو بازی یه بازپرسه. این تو بازی بازپرسه؟ آره بهش گفتی بازپرس. اینا رو نشنیدی؟ اینا رو گفت. من دارم تو رو داداش تارگت میکنم، یه کار دارم میکنم خودت بیای با من تو کیاس. دارم اینجوری بهت میگم خودت بیام تو کیاس. من میشه تو 4 نفر هادی تو 4 نفر رأی میدی؟ داداش تو 4 نفر با ما دیالوگ کردیم و رأی ندادیم دیگه، گفتیم ولش کن. CH رفت بیرون. برای چی دوباره تو 4 تا رأی میدی؟ برای چی؟ من خودم رأیگیری ملغا کردم. سورنا میگه میثاق باشه یاکوزایی شده، میثاق میگه آقا سورنا تو بازی مافیاست. بابا باقری باید بره دیگه. باقری دارم میگم آقا باقری تو چیکار کردی تو بازی با کارت مافیایی؟ به جوزف که گفتیم رأی بده رأی ندادی. این تا اینجا. من ببین روز به
باقری میثاقو میآوردی ملغا نمی‌کردی. شهروندی جوزف سورنا میثاقو آوردی. اکت تو
وایسا، این حرفایی که داری میزنی برای کیاسه. خب آیا من تو کیاس باشم یا نباشم که باقری گردن بگیرم؟ با حالی دست نمیکنم، دیسلایک نداره. خب تو 4 تا که اصلا نباید رأی بدی داشت. چرا تو 4 تا باید رأی بدی؟ خودم تو 6 نفر 7 نفر گفتم آقا یه رأی میدید به باقری.
با من بازی نکردیم چون من جوزف و باقری رو دستگیر کردم. جوزف اومد ملق بزنه رو کارت گادفادر.
من به جوزف رأی ندیدم. من به جوزف
آنسش کردم. گوش دادی؟
من صحبت کنم.
بگم حرفمو دیگه.
بگی تا صحبت کنم بیایی بعد من صحبت کنم. مرسی باکی بگی میلاد. مرسی از روزبه که نمیشه خورده گرفت. فقط تنها ایران این بود که تو 4 تا گفتم روزبه بیا من ندید بازهای کشید. پس این که بیس بازی شد گادفادری محمد سیچ اشتباه من بود، ولی خب بقیه هم قبول کردن که تو 4 تا بیشتر زیر الکس به ما یاکوزایی شده. بازی اونجایی خراب شد که سیچ رو یاکوزایی کرده بودن. یعنی یاکوزایی باقری سوپر بود. بین پایندارا نکرده بود، بین روزبه و الکس با محمد سیچ یاکوزایی کرد. ما تو هفته کردیمش بیرون. مافیا فکر کرد گادفادر بود. چون گفتیم آقا میساق سورنا الکس روزبه اینا شهروند اورجینالن رای دادن مافیا رو کردن بیرون واقعا هم شهروند از سیه‌شو بکنیم بیرون بین ما سه تا که گادفادر مونده یه دونه یاکوزایی میمونه روزبه کار خودش رو دیگه
باقری بود چرا رای منفی وقتی من
وقتی داشت این که میگی که اولا که اشتباهه من با نقش دکتر سیت 2 گفتم روز به درباره من اظهار نظر کن شهروندت کردم این از این ترم تو رو به محمد اسماعیل توضیح دادم گفتم خودم هم مافیا نگرفتم حرفاتون رو تا سیت قابل گوش میکنم چالش میگیرم بیا با دست یکی بازی کنم میگم مافیا میگم تو سیت 4 منو نوات کردی تو سورنا نوات کردی گفتم خب تو اتکرا باید یه مافیا باشه سورنا مافیا نیست تو مافیایی این از این محمد اسماعیل هم که قبول میداد داشت به روزی که دو تا مافیا گردن گرفته بود گفت نه اشتباه داری می‌کنی عادی دکتر بره من میساق یه شب که شاد ننشست تو رو سیو دادم سورنا اجماع شد گفت دکترم گفتم خب الان میرم روزبه رو سیو دادم یعنی کاش دوباره خودتو سیو دادم بازی در یا آقا باقری در نمیومد دیگه وقتی سیوش رفت بیرون فکر کرد گادفادر دیگه باقری شد شهروند مگر من که چالش گرفتم گفتم روز به این جوزف نقش یارفرزی رو بازی کرده ممکنه مافیا باشه سیه‌شو باقری رو
یعنی یک بازی به کیهاس هم میرسید باقری در نیومد حالی جان
تو کیاس اگه سیو هم میشه مثلا روز برای دوباره سیو میدادم میشه
نه 4 تا رأی نمیدادی
داداش من به تو تنها کسی که رأی نداد من بودم باقری و روزبه کشیدن زیر چی میگی روزبه تو 4 تا اشتباهی کشید زیر دیگه ما خسته نباشید بازی
مرسی بگی تو بازی رو کردی. ببین من 10 تا چین رو تاچ کردم چالش آخری که گرفتم میساق گفتم بین میساق بهنود یه مافیا باقری نوحانس جوزف نوحانس محمد اسحاق سه تایش رو کاور کرد دفاعش بازم من رأی دو دادم رأیای خودت و الکس و سورنا سوپر بود چون من با حادثه کاور محمد اسحاق فکر کنم یاراش رأی میدم گفتم محمد اسحاق تبری رو کاور کرده یاراش میکنن و بفروشنش فردا با من پوینتار شهروند رأیای شما شهروندان جوزف سوپر بود واقعا جوزف عالی بود ولی باید دیگه هادی ببین استاندارد باقری جوزف با هم مافیا چون من ذهنم دیگه اونجا پیچید نتونستم فکر کنم تو 10 تا از تارگت که باقری از من خود جوزف شروع از اون جایی که دنبال گادفادر بودید یک به که تو دیگه با محمد سیج نباید میگفتی با باقری با هم میگرفتی یا خودت میرفتی یا باقری فرداش گادفادر میرفت کیاس محمد سیج دست نمیگرفت
بازم سیه‌ش در نمیومد
سیج دست نمیگرفت چون من تو الکس باقری یه دونه باسپورس داشتم سورنا رو که اصلا مافیا نداشتم با من رای داده بود فکت شهروندی میساقم آوردم گفتم میساق اگه
اصلا
مافیا
روز
بود
به بازی یه جوری رفت جلو بین من واقعی و سیه چه دونه گادفادر در نمیومد
آره نه سیج گادفادر نمیشد دیگه داداش سیج گادفادری بازی نکرد درستش خودتو باقری بود منم اینو گفتم خودتو باقری دوتایی رفتید سیج رو گردن گرفتید من مافیای ذهنی خودم تو یه جور باقری دیالوگاش با من سوپر بود ولی
آقا این باقری گفتش رأیگیری ملغا شده بازپرس تو الکس هادی سینیور چرا تو گو میخوری بهش میگی بازپرس چرا آقا چرا بهش میگی بازپرس وقتی خودش داره یه حرف میزنه چرا بازپرسی میخوای بکنی تو چونغه ای
گفتم بازپرس دیسلایک بازپرسی نداد تو هم
آقا خودش در اومد گفتش رأیگیر بازپرسی ملغا شده بازپرس پس تو الکس هادی بازپرس این بعد چیش میگی بازپرس آمبول میکنی
دقت می‌کنی به این دیالوگ من که دقت نمی‌کنم به این دیالوگ داداش به بازپرس کارتت دقت می‌کنی به این دیالوگ
آقا نمی‌فهمم میگم باقری گفت بازپرس تو فلان فلانیه چرا تو دهنت بعد برسی به این میگی تو بازپرس
میگم تو مگه بازپرس نبودی من یه دیالوگ اشتباه کردم گفتم باقری بازپرسه همونجا میومدی میگفتی داداش اشتباه داری می‌کنی این دیالوگو کرده بازپرس نیست تموم
چرا باید من برو کارت بازپرس میگم برای چی تو ناموسن جون عزیز آقا من سلسله جون
عزیز دست نمیشه من خیلی چیزا رو فهمیدم دیگه
بعد چی باید گفتی شهروند عزیزه ها بعد چی گفتی شهروند اورجیناله بعد چی نگو دیگه آخرش
ولی نباید
منم بگم مسیر یار بهش فهمیدم هانتره، یعنی دیالوگ روز معارفش هانتر بود. بهش گفتم من شهروندم یا محمد سیچ بکن یا خودتون رو رد به جزه. الکس من فهمیدم تو بازپرسی که روزبه خودش بازپرس نبود. این صحبت که هادی به نظرم همین دیدگاهی بود که نمیخواست خیلی گروه رو بازی بکنه، پس تو سگانه تو بازپرس اصلا من یاکوزایی دقیقا با همین ذهنیت رفتم. هادی با محمد سیش کردم که اون چین نباشه که رای دادم از بازی بره بخونه گادفادر، یا تو ذهن شما بخونه گادفادر، دیگه دنبال گادفادر نباشه یه نفر بازی یاکوزایی از میساق دیگه خیلی
بعد
محمد سیش
سناریوتون واقعا خفن.
محمد سیش اصلا
ببخشید باقر اینا سناریو نداشتن. من از دیالوگای جوزف تو بیرون می‌فهمیدم تموم
محمد سیش اصلا یار فروختنی نیست. مجبور بودم تو هفته بدم بره که بخونه گادفادر. لیستش ازش بسخونم بکنم فاوریتش دمتون گرم. سورینا خط کشیش بی‌نظیر بود. خط کشی که سورینا کرد واقعا حرف نداشت. روزبه عالی بود. اون بتل هادی با محمد اثبات به نظر کار شهروندی خراب کرد. مسیر خیلی درست بود. میساقم که مثل همیشه
جوزف تو بیرون گفت باقری داره چیکار میکنی؟ چرا نمیدی دست
گفتم گناه داره خالی نره.
میساق یه سایت بود
روز یاکوزایی با سیچ هیچ شهروندی فکر نمی‌کرد با سیچ.
نمیدونم حالا شانسی
همه فکر می‌کردن
یا تو ذهنشون
همه فکر می‌کردن بین تو و الکس دیگه، سر همین دیگه بازی نشید. ما هم فکر کردیم اگه شهروند
با گادفادری محمد سیچ وحید رضا میشد
آقا یه
حالا این دیالوگی که میگه رو من دقت نکردم. اگه دقت میکردم میفهمیدم دیگه اونجا و خود وحید رضا
خیلی بازی کرده. رضا میگه منم نشیدم، نمیدونم باید بودم.
آقا باقری گفتی یا نگفتی این حرفی که من زدم؟
آره بابا
اصلا گفته تو کارت باسپورت
نشنیدی بعد میشنیدی تو بازی میبودی بگی نشنیدی
آقا بازی آنلاینه دیگه کسخل چیکار کنم نشنیدم
رفتم سوپر چیز بخیرم سیگار
اگه شنیده بودم به باقری نمیگفتم با بین وحید رضا باقری باسپورس به نظرم باسپورس باقریه که اگه شنیده بودم که اینو نمیگفتم. سال اول
آخه ببین شد گوش کن من دقیقه من یه لحظه باک خوردم. خب این وضعیت این چیزم نشدم کشتم روش، یعنی ذهنیتم خراب می‌کردم کشتم توی جزء این میلاد اومد گفتش این روی این تن بود. خب گفتم آقا اگه این تو بازی شهر باشه خود بیشعور تو نیوردم میساق و سورینایی که تو
میلاد چی کار داری تو مگه پلر تو بازی نیستی؟
یه دقیقه گوش کن.
میلاد گفت روی تنه من خندیدم گفتم بریم چه تپانیه این میلاد.
یه لحظه میذاری من تو رأی دعای اون خب رو رأی دعای اون آقا که رفت بیرون خودتو نیوردم. خودم بازپرس بودم میساق و سورینا رو آوردم بازپرسی. خب بعد ملغاش کردم سر صحبت کنم باقری بره بیرون. تو گفتی نه باقری که تو بازی شهرونده این دیالوگاش داره با تو بازی شهروندیه نمیدونم فلان
آره داداش شهروند دیگه دیالوگاشو من روزه گردنش گرفتم 3 بار با من دیالوگ سنگین کرد با من.
من چیکار کردم گفتم ببین آقای باقری به این جوزف که رأی نده، فرداش هم که مافیا ما دکتری تو بازی. خب این سورنای بیشعور زمانی که آلی خودت دکتر بودی پشما خودش دکتر، یعنی مگه میشه با کار هادی مگه میشه با کار دکتری این داره با همه دیالوگ میکنه بازی نره بیرون تارگتش نکنی پشما. یعنی ببین روز به یک کونی ازت پاره بکنم یعنی جرت میدم تو هر بازی مافیا و شهروندم دهنت سرویس کنم یه بازی
همیشه چین میزنم مافیا خواهی نمیکنه منو تارگت تو رو ولی میکنم بیرون.
آقا یه لحظه وایسا عزیزم.
نه این بازی رو نمیگم بازی دیگه هم همینه یا شهروند تارگت
آجی جان 2 نفر داره بیان زیر دکتر 2 تا مافیا هم باقری هم بهنود درسته میساق جان یه چالش نگیره ترن خودش گفت چیزه من اثبات من تو بازی شهروند
باقری بازیاتون تمام شد
ما مثل خودم شاید خدا آزاد کرد
گفتم باختشترین حالت ممکن
آخرین باری که 4 نفر رای دادن لس آنجلس مافیا اون 7 سال پیش بود الان شد
اینا همینم نداداش به لست نشست خوبی آدم حفظ میکنه دیگه گندگوزی هم حدی داره
چه تبری زدم باقری رو نواز کردم جوزف اومد منو تارگت کرد جوزف هم نواز
چی
کرد
گفت شهروندی روز یک شروع بازی من چی بود چالش رو دادی گفتم آقا روز رو شهرونده دیگه چالش
خدا پدرتو بیامرزه من تو رو شهروند داشتم چالش دادم موزه بگیرم ازت تو رو مافیا نداشتم حالا موزه رو گوش بده موزه رو دادی به من دوبلی مافیا رو دارم تارگت میکنم میگی تو داداش مطمئنم امروز شهروند میکنی هیچ حرفی نمیزنی
چرا چون داری میگی من یار جوزفم عزیزم داری میگی من یار جوزفم
قبل از اینکه این حرفو تو قبل از اینکه کاورش کنی زدی اصلا این حرفو
اولین برخورد من تو بازی با تو کاوری جوزف
دیگه کاوری جوزف من میگرفتی وقتی به من موزه گفتی مافیا بکنی بیرون دیگه تانی
خب کاور رو بذار بگیره من برم دفاعیش که برای مافیا بود جون تو من رای 2 میدادم من دیگه اینترنت هم قطع شد
ولی میگم کار تو اشتباه بوده به من موزه دادی من مافیا گرفتم دیگه موزه منو آوردم پایین کار اشتباهیه باید سایدم باز کنی حتی اگه من مافیا باشم باید سایدم باز کنی فردا بهم بگی
نمیدونم من برای مافیا نبودی بابا
میدونم گفتی جوزف هم تارگتت شهروند
نه جوزف رو نگفتم بابا کس خول من چالش آخر به تو دادم 6 نفر 7 نفر چالش میخواستم اصلا میبینم تو چی میخوای بگی خب دیگه اومدی تو تارگت یارو میگی اثبات با جوزف
یاکوزایی شده میساق استعلام منو گرفته بعد دیگه توی حیبون دکتر سیف بده یعنی جدی
سیف بخوام میگم داداش برو پلیری که من کارو درست
خودشو سیف
بده یه شب شاد ننشست ایسا رو میگردشیم
ایسا اونجایی که اومد تو چت رو نوشتم من کارو دارم سوال
من مافیا آخره بودم روز بگم چرا تو شاد نمیشه
یاکوزاییشون خیلی خوب بود
داداش محمد سیچو بگیری گادفادر محمد سیچو بگیری گادفادر تو میشی مافیا یاکوزایی شد نداری تو سرت کارت خودت نکردی انتظار داری ما همه چی رو بفهمیم تو بازی داداش دیگه من دیتا دک جلوم نیست یه دیالوگ رو کارت خودت بکن بگو آقا این اگه باسپورس بود اینو نمیگفت تموم من همونجا میفهمم باسپورس
آقا چرا تو اصلا باید وقتی تو بازی گوش ندادی به اون گفتی باسپورس خب من برای چی باید این کارو بکنم من تو بازی اصلا به این پشمام ریخته مثلا آخرین باری که 4 تا رای دادن یارو مافیا
سرولم معارفه روز یک خودتو باسپورس داشتم آخرش هم بین خودتو باقری باسپورس داشتم این دیالوگو با هم میکردی دیگه چرا نمیفهمی دیالوگو با هم میکردی
باقری گفتش باسپورسی ملغا شده تو بین این و اون تو باسپورس تو نشدی
نشیدم اینو متوجه میشی اینو نشیدم
من چی نشیدی؟ من نشیدم تو که اینقدر بازی گوش کن دیگه.
یه لحظه اجازه میدی الکس؟ آرمان بیا بالا. ما هر موقع آرمان رو صدا میکنیم میره آرمان بیرون.
بابا به من گفتی یه لحظه ساکت چون من فکر کردم به روزبه برینی.
بابا به روزبه دیگه خداگیری تا 2 روز دیدم، بیشتر از این جا نداره. روزبه چوب خطاشو پر کرد. جدی مغزم از دست شما.
بشینید تو بازی حتی تونستید چه اینو بزنید، من ایستاده براتون دست میزنم.
روزبه باید وای میستاری تو 4 دیگه شد.
حرومی اوملت داره میزنه میگه تو بیادبی کردی برو بیرون. چیکار شد؟
ببین سورینا گوش کن دیگه میثاق معلوم
سورینا رو اونجوری کشیدی زیرش تو دفاعش گفت من شهروند نقش دارم.
گوش کن سورینا تو بازپرسی که من مربع کردم گفت ولی میثاق باشه یا خوزایی میشه دیگه خود شهروند ساده. خب من فردش هم اینجا تارگت نکردم دیگه. من فردش هم اینجا من گفتم روز به شاتم نکن که من با تو بیام کیاس دیره داشت. من که میگم تو مافیایی من دست میدم بی تو من دست نده.
دیگه باید جلو باشه 100% بازی کنم. من 90% بازی کردم. تو میگی چرا 90%؟ تو خودت 20% بازی کردی. خودت یه دیالوگ با کارت خودت نکردی. چی داری میگی؟ خورده الکی داری به من میگی دیگه. دیگه جلو میزنم. دیگه جلو میزنم که کدوم شهروند چه نقشی داره برای تو
من چیزی بگم دیگه مایکم ببندم. ببین روز به جون تو بازی باقری زده بود زیر نقش دکتری دیگه. نگفتش روز به من تارگت بزنی فردا ردی فکر میکنم این داستانه. هیچ دیالوگ بازپرس
خودتو باقری یه بازپرس
اون شهروندی که نفهمید من تو بازی بازپرسم بیشعوره داشت. اون بیشعوره. خب شما
برای قومی جماعت نباید یه چیز رو توضیح بدید. دیگه باشه درست کار کرده با این قومی
جون مادر میکنم. گوش کن این آقای باقری گفت بازپرسی ملغا شده فلانی تو بازپرسه. این آقا نشنیده. به من چی نشنیدی؟
تو نصف بازی باگ بودی. به من چه باگی بودی؟ کشیدم زیرت سیکتی.
ولش کن بابا چرا
من دیوونم آقا. با من کل نکنه.
اون بیرون تو باقری با
حتی گفت من بازپرس نیستم. بعد که بازپرسی خودش رفت تو تنش جوزف نوشت تو رو خدا دیگه بازپرسی هم خودت سرد نکن. بذار بمونه تنش.
این
اصلا من بیرون گفتم بین باقری و اکرزه یه بازپرس دارم و اکرزه همونجا چالشو
بیرون تو باقری با کارت مافیایی دیدی چی کار کرده محمد اثبات؟ من از نظرم تو بازی شهروندی. اون یکی جفتشون به محمد اثبات رفتن برای کنسام.
اصلا بازم من گفتم سایت بین بهنود و میثاقه. من بازم درست بود.
بابا تو گفتی جوزف رای بگی دستامو رو قدم
نه من این دفاعیه جوزف خیلی بد. دفاعیش فهمیدم مافیاست. حالا بتونم نمیگم چرا فهمیدم مافیاست. به نظرم روش جواب میده. جوزف زمانی که من کاورش کردم اونجوری سنگین مایکشو باز کرد داشت قش میکرد از خنده. بوزی دیدی سرم فهمیدم مافیه.
جوزف ولی با غیرت بازی کرد دیگه. سر کارت گادفادرش یه کار کرد گادفادر تا کیاس بمونه.
تا عدد گادفادر
بزن بلش کن. حسین اشون تو میشینی جیگرم یا بیارم بالا حسین؟
من نبو
میگم ساعت الان چندی اونجا؟
نه بیدارم. حالا با حاجی بشینید تو دک تارگتش کنی میگه لابی کردیم.
داداش من هر وقت تو اشتباه میکنی کتاب میبینم تو رو یه کار میبینم
صدام هست الان؟ صدام هست؟ گفتم میشه ریحان حجت شد باید
حالا روز بیدید بگم بخندی 3 تا سال
خفه شو وحید رضا دیگه خفه شو بذار دکو بشینه
یه خفه شو
بذار دکو بشینه برام بکش بالا
ببین باقری و روزبه همدیگه رو گردن گرفتن میثاق و بهروز همدیگه رو گردن گرفتن CH و هادی همدیگه رو یه دفعه جوزف مایکشو باز کرد گفت وحید رضا و سینیور با همدیگه مافیا
ببین همه میگفتن جنگ تو دیدی چه دیالوگی کردم همه میگفتن جنگ تو باقری شهروندیه گفتم جنگ سورنا CH هادی شهروندیه عشق کردی خداییش آجی برید گوش برید دیالوگای
داداش تو که خب نمونه ای تو یه دونه ای عزیزم
جون منی تو همون فراد
داداشم به خدا صداتو میشنوم انرژی میگه چقدر با هم
دودو میکشه فراز
عزیزم تو خوبی؟
مدادشم تو خوبی
چاکرت
بگی جان اگر به یک گام میخواستی مدال بدی تو این دیگه کی میدادی مدال رو
بروزو
چیکار کنم دیگه ما گردم بگیر داداش بزرگی هم دیگه مدال گاو شما گردم
مطمئنم یه لحظه عکسمو نگاه کرد و موقع دیره الان میفته میگیره میفته تو گردن ما خیلی ساعتر بباریم
چیکارش کنم
میفته به خدای میفته اینجوری نمیریم ساعت
جدی من میرفتم الان سکته میکته میکنی
بابا من اصلا نمیفهمم دقیقا چرا زمانی که آمبول میشم درجهش دستم نیست به یه درجه زیادی آمبول میشم من نباید بشینم چند اصلا نباید بشینم چند
هنوز رژیمی؟
نه اونجورم ببین نیستم یه ذره شک کردم چون 20 روز مرخصی گرفتم احتمالا یه سفر برم 20 روز کمترم پیدا بیام اوکی میشم نمیدونم کجا برم دوست داشتم بیام ایران نمیدونم فعلا که
ما بعد مگه بیایی بیرونه برق نداریم آب نداریم گاز نداریم هیچی نداریم تو
ایران روزبه داره فراد داره
آخه یه جوری کردن تو کونمون که اصلا گرد نمیاد از تو این چیزایی که کردن
آخه من دوست دارم واقعا توی یه صحنه کلی اونایی که دوست دارم کلاب ببینم
اسمت بیای ایران با همین روزبه میری حضوری تو حضوری سکته میکنی اینو به کل
ولی اسم جدی حالا الان که من تواناییشو ندارم هر موقع میخوایم بچینی میتونیم مثلا 3-4 نفر شیم ایربی‌ان‌بی یه دونه خونه بگیریم مثلا بریم فتیه جایی بریم چشمه ای بریم ترکیه مثلا صفا کنیم 2-3 روز دیگه هم نه الان نه پولشو دارم نه وقتشو دارم
اون زمانی که پول داشته باشه
ولی واقعا مثلا پایم یه ما دیگه همچین برخیرنی بدید.
بعد یه چیزی من به شما بگم، شما
بچه‌ها پارتی بچه دیگه
من یه چیزی بگم، شما کلاب منو حضوری ببینید مثلا وارد اینا قشنگ میگید رسما دیوونه است، یعنی یه حرکت‌های عجیب غریب خودتون در میان
دیگر دیدیم دیگه مافیا نزنیم دیگه بس.
نه بابا مافیا چیه؟
بعد تارگت زدیم 5 سال
من فقط می‌بینم نه بابا مافیا چه میشینیم حالا
اینجا هم قشنگ کانکشن دارم، هر چی بخواید میارندم دارم خونم بوده. نه دود بشنیم روز به یه ذره کیک درست کنیم بکنیم تو حلقش بشنگیم کیک بگونه بیا پاچه تو در دیوار.
اتفاقا من نسبت به مشروط خیلی مقاومم، من نسبت به گل نمیدونم
کیک مشروط
میگم
مقاومت بدنم رو مشروط چوسه ولی
نه من مشروب اتفاقا حالا ببین میزم دیگه، یعنی مشروب اوکی هم ولی تو چیز گل حالا اصلا نکشیدم بگم اوکی هم اینا.
اصلا مشروب خیلی سمه، اصلا چیه این بینا
منچوب خداوکیلی ما ایرانی که اصلا فرهنگشو نداریم، ما میکنیم تا بگیم مشروب اصلا اینجوری نیست که
باطله باید تموم شه، باطله تموم شه
اصلا باطل تموم نشه که تموم نشه انگار ما اینجا کم آوردیم.
یه چیزی رو بگم اسی کلا دنیا اصلا مشروب دیگه داره منسوخ میشه داداش، کلا کارکنان مشروب داره تا میانگینه مصرف مشروب الکلی شده 30%. همه دارن گل میزنن تو ایران هم همین، هم زیاد کسی دیگه مشروب
اینجا آزاد نکردن گل حاجی، اینجا من اینجا اینجا
فعلا آزاد میشه اگر
نه ولی 15 سال پیش یکی از رفیقا اومده بود گل کشیده بود، خیلی خوشحال بود که گل کشیده، اومده بود دبی میگفت شنیدم که میخواد دبی فکر نکنم کلا آزاد بشه، شاید دبی
کلا دبی عمان کشور عربی
دبی یه سری امتیاز داره دیگه، یکی از امتیازاش اینه دیگه از لحاظ هوادی اینا خلاص اینجوری دیگه.
ولی همه چی هست تو دبی،
ببین سوسکی ممکنه باشه،
مثلا کوپولی هست درهم $500.
اسی من رفیقم دبی زندگی میکرد و همه چی هم هست، فقط از خونت نباید بیاری بیرون، باید تو خونت بزنی.
ببین من نمیدونم هست یا نیست، من مثلا قبلا میدونستم مثلا یه سریال نه که رفیقم مثلا میشینم که هست واقعا تو دبی و تو دبی هم نمیدونم حالا ولی احتمال داره باشه، ولی خب به ریسکش اصلا نمیارزه داداش، برید آدم یه سفر بیاد ایران بکشه برگرده بهتره تا اینجا بخواد این بشینیم دیگه فراز اگه بشینیم میچینم، اگه نه که بشینیم حرف بزنیم. فراز جان با شما بودم
من دارم سعی میکنم علی رو پیدا کنم ندارم روز به یه دونه جوکسرم همش دیگه خراب شده.
میشینی حسین؟
تو محل ما فراز اصلا خونه ما مثلا هفته یه بار برمی‌داره.
مال ما هم اینجوریه روز به
احساس گناه میکنم فراز احساس یادشون رفته
روز به مال ما دیروز برای اولین بار نه، برای دومین بار برقامون رفت، ولی چند دقیقه فکر می‌کنی مثلا 10 دقیقه به خدا واسه دومین بار بود از اول قطعی برق. من نمیدونم خوششانسیه برام فکر کنم.
ما تا حالا یه بارم برقمون نرفته
واقعا نیما
نه بابا نیماینا که منطقه اتفاقا منطقه نیماینا سر تایم یعنی سر موقع بود.
آره
دیروز اونجا بودم.
یه بار دیگه اون تکرار بگو 8 هفته و 7 هفته با من
زنگ می‌زدی خانم
آیا رو بیاره بالا
رفتم شه اکبر
زنگ می‌زدی بیبی
نیما میزنی؟
کشید نشست
بزنیم داداش حالا یه دست میزن مزاک میزنی؟
آریا رو بیار بالا بازی
آرمان بیا بالا یه دقیقه وایسا آرمان بیا بالا اگه این دفعه هم میگفتم آرمان بیا بالا آرمان تو روم نبود دیگه سکت نمی‌کرد آخه از صبح تا الان 7 بار دیدمش تو آدینس میرم مثلا این وایتش شدم میبینم که نیستش خب آقا آرمان میساق هستی؟
میساق زده صدا ندارم مودم کنید
اسمی خودت بیا پایین من نه اینا بهتره چرا کی کمتری بیا نقشه همتون کمتر نه بیا حسین بخوای بازی کنی؟ حسین بخوای بازی کنی برو پایین حسین کلیسی بیا پایین جنازه ای؟ بیا حسین کلیسی بیا پایین
یه دست بزنیم بعد مدت ها
بیا حسین اوشنزاده هادی یه کد پاسپورت با تایید بده
چشم
یا مذاکره اگه دوست دارید مذاکره حال میکنید یا هم پاسپورت مذاکره بده آقا مذاکره
بگو تا همه ساکت هم بگو
گفتم یه هفته بود نخنده بودم شد یه 8 40-61
ریحانه صدای من هست یا باگه؟ عالیه
چند 061
حالا واقعا دهنم برو بزن 40-61
چنده؟ خب
هادی بالا دارن دیگه مافیای ما رو میده
اتفاقا خوبه من گفت برستم چه بزن
دیگری
چنده
وحید رضا رو مد کن پس.
کدو بگو آقا کدو بگو
61 داداش 61 سینا جان 61
7 نفر سینا
چه شده
61 آرمان حیدری فرد
آرمان تو دیگه دیگه آرمان پایینه داشت.
خواهد تاکیدش بریم شمارهاتون نقشه ها هم بهتون نگاه کنم تایید بدیم.
بازی مذاکره است
آره بچه تایید بدیم بچه دو تا تایید دیگه بدیم.
بذار محسن نیست محسن بیاد یه نفره آره محسن متین نیست
الان میاد نتش یه ذره مشکل داشت.
نه رو کال بود رفت آقا من باگم نه یه پلیر
پیام داده به من تلگرام آقا ما برقام رفته دیگه من دست میشه خیلی باگم.
بابا
من میرم جا
من میرم ریحانه الکس بازی کنه جاش هم رسید.
من اگه بازی نکنه کسی میکنه
از اون باش چیزی نخون تره
آقا من میرم
اثبات نجوش
بده نقشش
پنل عویز 4061 سب کن بزن من دست بگیزش بازی خوبی داشته باشین. جوزف سر صحبته
رفاقا سلام مثل به نظرم نیمه خاصه نخواسته تو بود شهرونده بین ممزامان فیلینگ هم بیتون مافیا نشسته نیمه هم اون شهروندش این شکلی بود که ذهن شهروند بقیه اصلا هم روشون تکس باشن
آقا خیلی خوشحالم بازی نیما جان جوزف شهروند داری نظرم حتما شهروند جوزف هم شهروند دارم ستاده بین تو حتما یه مافیا نشسته بین جوزه دیالوگات هم چیزی رو هست من نمیتونم اصلا اگه مافیا هم چه ولی به نظرم آقای آرمان تو بازی حتما مافیاست. این سینا افشار سینا داداش چرا وقتی نقش کنه که سناریو مذاکره است نقش چی اومده برات فهمیدی که سناریو مذاکره است حتما بازش رو منم
مذاکره کننده شخصش هست اگه نه هم سینا پرقدرت سلام عرض ادب چاکریم امیدوارم خوش بگذرم اینا دمتون گرم بابت من تصمیمم گرفتم پیروز به نظرم روزبه که معلوم شهرونده جوزف هم در موردش نظری ندارم نمیگم مافیاس چون صحبتش نشیدم گوشیم زنگ خورد ولی چون آقا سینیور گفتن مشکوکه و اینا نیما شهروندش کنین فلان من به نظرم روزبه خودش شهروند ماهیت دستش کارت دستش شهرونده بود عشق منی هم بریم دیگه من شهروند شدم دوست دارم یه سریاتون حتما شهروند باشین که پشت دستتون بازی کنم چون خودم که مغز ندارم
بچه‌ها سلام بعد از ظهر همه بخیر باشه خوشحالم که داریم با هم بازی میکنیم از اینا مرسی حاجیشون با هم بازی را میکنی آرزم که
فضلی نیستش میخوای سب کنی بیاد
سب کنیم تا بیاد سب کنیم تا محمد رضا اومدی بابا فصلی
صدا میاد؟
آره بیبی من صحبت کنم
بوگی شدید
ببین جوزف چرا نظرت من شهروند بودم من شاید مافیا بودم میخواستم بازی رو تپان کنم چون شد فهمیدی من تو بازی شهروندم فکت تو اینه یه روزبه میگه جوزف بره دیگه جوزف رفت فردا تک میریم آقای جوزف میره بیرون به شهروند روزبه داغ پوش تو روز رو به دلت میذارم اسنایپر باید تو رو بزنه اینجوری ماجرا بعد همین دیگه اینا رو فهمیدم فعلا به چرخه
صدام درست میاد الان
آره
خوشحال هم بازی میکنی مرسی گفت بازی را میکنی من نشیدم حرفای هیچ کس من فقط الان این تو جوزفش فهمیدم چون روز به تارگت زده بود بعد در روند بره بیرون خدمت عرض کنم که بریم دیگه من فردا حرف بزنم کسی من مافی داره
محمد رضا باک خوردی فضلی تموم شد صحبتات محمد رضا اوکی آرمان صحبت
سلام خوشحالم که دست کنم همه خوش بگذره از عادی و بقیه تشکر این آقای جوزف که خیلی معارفه بدی داشت چون الان نیما مافیا باشه یه جوری بهش بازی رو باختی که فردا مافیا باشه میکنن در بازی بیرون خود نیما هم معارفش مشکل حتما بین خود و نیما تو بازی مافیا هست دیروز
سینا شما با هم بازی کردی؟ حالا کسی که وقتی بازی نکرده که نمیگه حتما فردا صحبت شما هم یه بار دیگه گوش بدم. به نظرم سایه درست که بین آقای جوزف و آقای نیما.
حسین آقا ایران مرسی برام بازی را میکنیم تلفن باشه نیما چرا اسکلت گوشی برای آرمان مگه اعتقاد نشتی فکت جوزفینه اصلا کلا تو سیتای بالا من یاد تجربه کردم برای اینکه موزت نیاد پایین تارگت رو میخوای بزنی یعنی تارگت رو میزنی که اولا گیر بهت ندن چرا بازی رو ران نکردی دوم که یه نفر رو شهروند میکنی و یکی دو نفر تارگت میزنی مشکوک هست جوزه خود رفتار اسکلت که من آرمان گوشتی مشکوکه الان به نظر جوزه چون شهروند یا آرمان آد گذاشت تو جوزه یار داشته و چی بریم ولی یه حرفی یک دو نفر در مورد کارت سینا زدن گفتن شد مذاکره کننده اونجایی که نقشش بدام چی بود میساره اینا سینا به نظرم عمرن مذاکره کننده نیست چون مذاکره کننده بود اینجوری نمیومد رو مایک بگه مذاکره داری عمرن یعنی در یا مافیا ساده اول یا تکبیره یا مافیا ساده اول یا تکبیره پس در هر صورت تو روز یک نمیذارم بهش دست بزنید چون مافیا ساده اول باشه پوینت رو میگیرید شب یا روز چیز مذاک اسنایپر هم که باشه اسنایپر پس اینو که نمیذارم حق نداره دست بزنید بسم الله دیگه داشتیم بودم پس فهمیدی برای آرمان اسکلت بذاری یه دونه استیکر هفت منم بذاری دیگه پس منم که آرمانم برو صحبت کن
سلام خوشحالم دارم باهاتون بازی میکنم. به نظر نیما نباید برای آرمان لایک میذاره چون مگه نگفت جوزف بره. آرمان هم سوالش این بود که بین خودت و جوزف ساید دیگه به نظرم باید لایک میداد نه اینکه اسکلت بذاره. ببین یه چیزی بهتون بگم من بین فراز و پیروز دنبال مذاکره کننده میگردم. بین فراز و پیروز شماها اونی که دیدید و به من میشه بگید که چی دیدید که به این نتیجه رسیدید که من مذاکره کنندم. فراز یا پیروز این ور بینشون مذاکره کننده است. بین نیما و جوزف و روزبم بقیه رو تا اینجا شهروند داشتیم نفر بعدی هم کاور میکنم. بفرما آقای
آقا سلام محمد خوشحالم که با تو بازی میکنم مرسی عزیزم عادی بازی رو میکنیم الان دیگه بازی شکل گرفته روز به تارگتت به جوزف تارگت روند بود که مافیا داشتش روند بود درسته؟ برات نیما مشکوکه روز به برات نیما مشکوک نیست محمد رضا برات مشکوکه روز به تو برات نیما باید مشکوک باشه یه چیزی رو از نیما خواستی نیما هم کار برات انجام داد دیگه و تو ذهنیت نیما مشکوک بود اگه تارگت روند زدی یه برات حتمی مافیا بود پس اونایی که بهش تارگت زدن باید خواهدی که هنوز فیلینگی شهروندی فکت داری برام دیگه هنوز دیروز هم آخه مشکوکه به نظر تو سینا مذاکره کننده گرفته بود از زمین مد رو مایک میگفت سناریو مذاکره است این که میدونه مهمترین نقش مافیایی تو بازی مهمترین نقش مافیایی خیلی ساده گرفتی اینم از شما من
فکر میکنم یعنی تا الان واسه نشستینا من نظرم شهروند بودم. دو نفر شهروند داشتم تا رو ببینیم فردا چی میشه.
چقدر شهروندی؟
مرسی. یک فاز شب مایکوی بندم میاد. قبل اینکه شب کنم بذار حالی بذار نام میام
آره صدات
جوزف بیارن کار بچه میشه. جوزف اومدی؟ آقای جوزف از الان شب دیگه برنامه رفت.
اگه میبینی مشکل داری تا من نخوابیدم تعویض کارت بزن. فقط وایسا من دارم یه پرداخت انجام میدم وی پی انم قطعه یه لحظه وایسا.
حالا کاراتو بکن.
نه قبل از شوی سلامتی میگم تصمیم بگیر من بخوابم.
اگه میتونی راه کنی که ممنون میشم.
آره میتونم ولی اگه
کاراتو بکن برو بزن.
وایسا یه دقیقه من براتون
ساعت سه.
صدام گونه تست بزن کدو فقط بهم بگو. کدو بهم بگو.
کد فکر کنم جای 61
اول بزن تعویض گرداننده
61
زدی بگو.
زیر بزن.
ببینم درست حد زدم. اینو که درست گفتم ماشاءالله.
باید برات
آره 2 تا رو درست گفتم خدا.
من برم تو گروه فکر کنم گروه نمیری تو درسته؟
نه دیگه گروه واسه من نمیاد چون تو سرچ
واسه من
یعنی روز اعلام کنم برو.
آره
خیلی خوب بچه دیگه قوانین من همتون آشنایید حواستون باشه پایین نبینمتون. برو آقای جون.
چالش نیما چالش رو بگیر ببین نیما
آقا بذار من صحبت کنم. آقا میدونی اصلا میخوام کاورت کنم. آقا استاد آرمان یه نفر بلند شده به من فیلینگی سیت یک گفته از نظرم شهروندی، سیت دو بلند شده گفته که از نظرم این حتما مافیاست. نیما اگه شهروندی باید منو کمک کنی یکو بکنم بیرون. چجوری تو فهمیدی سایت بین من و یک؟ تو هم گفتی سایت بین یک و دو
بذارید من تو بازی مافیا امروز که تشریف بیاری بیرون من سایدم فقط با تو در میاد. من سر تا پای جوزف رو کاور میکنم صحبت نکردم مطمئنم شهروند من امروز تو 10 تا سایدم با آقای آرمان در میاد تک برمید آقای آرمان روند بازی خارج میشه تک هم فهمید آرمان شهرونده رنگ میده من خارج میشم بین من و آرمان یه شهروند یه مافیا
ببین نیما اول با خود صحبت کنم ازم تو بازی شهروند بود چون که بازم کارت مافی نمیدونم که کارت بازم شهروندی مثلا آرمان که تو بازی مشکوکه شماهایی که حالا بعدیاش اوشن سینا محمد مگه شما ببینید پیروز فراز دنبال مافیا نمیگشت دیگه میشد مافیا که بین اونا داشته باشه بفهمید آرمان تو بازی هیچیه شهرونده چون آرمان تو بازی فهمید همه رو خوب کنه بین من و نیما خب من خودم گفتم نیما بازم شهروند نیما کشیدن گردن میگرفت دیگه تو بازی که واسه آسون‌تر باید میشد که آرمان که تو بازی بزنم تو بازی مافیا هست پیروز هم ازم معرفه مشکوک بود چون پیروز به گفت بین 2 و 1 تو بازی مافیا هست این دو که سینیور معلوم بود تارگتش من تارگت رونده فقط خواست بازی اونجا ادامه بده حالا تو فهمید سینیور بین تو بازی مافیا هست مایکش هم نزد باز استوری واسه که بین 1 و 2 تو بازی مافیا هست چی بوده چون حداقل یه فیلینگ رو من با هم یکی مافیا داشتیم دیگه من رضا آرمان من گفتم بین تو بازی مافیا هست حتما بین آرمان پیروز بازی مافیا هست خودم آرمان رو گردن میگیرم تو سایت میگیره مثلا نیما سینیور
چالش رو بگیر شهروندت ندارم چالش مشکوک جوزف رو من اصلا تارگت روند بهش نزدم جوزف شروعش مافیایی بوده داداش شروع بازیش چی بوده بستم رو شهروندی نیماشا حالا من چرا باید نیماشا رو مافیا داشته باشم نیماشا مافیا بود من این کاری داشت براش جوزفی که بسته رو شهروندی شد موزش رو آورده بالا شهروند کنه منم شهروند کنه یعنی منو بشون سر جا بگه تو شهروندی بشین جوزف هم به نظرم شهرونده تو معارفه براش کاری نداشت این کارو امروز هم نیماشه به جوزف نگو شهروند داداش خودت تو شهروند دارم تارگت هم شاید مافیا باشه ولی آرمان اینجوری که جوزف صحبت کرد سری انداخت پشت تو آرمان تارگت کرد به نظرم یار جوزف نیست اگه سر تارگت آرمان به خودت داری تارگتش میکنی جوزف رو من مافیا دارم تارگت روند اصلا بهش نزدم شروع بازیش مافیا بوده تارگت روند هم به جوزف نزدم به نظرم آقای جوزف مافیاست من رسیدم صحبت کنم
چیزش کن ببخشید
بله چشم
داداشم من که نمیدونم تو تارگت روند زدی من سیت دن گفتم روز به جان تارگت روند زدی مایک زدی شاید مایک اشتباه بود حالم از این بود گفتم تارگت روند زدی مایک زدی گفتم پس اگر تارگت روند زدی نیما که اومده گفته اوکی روز به جوزفی که بهش گفته شهروند مشکوک باشه تو ذهنیت تو حتی نیما هم خودم مشکوک نگرده بودم گفتم تو ذهنیت تو باید مشکوک ببین آقا تو این بازی به نظرم به قشنگ ساید نیما و آرمان رو بررسی کنید یعنی حتما بگیریم بررسی کنید حتما هم نمیگم توتون مافیاست نمیدونم ولی ترن جوزف الان برای من شهروندی نبود یعنی خود جوزف الان به نظرم شهروند نبود صحبت کرد بفهم
چالش بدم آرمان صحبت کنه بعد حرف آقای جوزف معتقد من مافیا تو روز معارفه تاکید داشتم که باید توی یک و دو مافیا باشه در صورتی که من گفتم آقای روز به نظر حتما بین خود جوزف تو بازی مافیا بوده من امروز نفهمیدم نمیتونم اعلام موضع کنم راجع به یک و دو تو بازی بگم مافیاست رفتم بعد خودم تارگت زدم حالا یا آقای جوزف معتقد حتما بین آرمان پیروز تو بازی یه مافیا نشسته باکس می‌کنه من با آقای آرمان که من گردن میگیرم آقای آرمان نیماشا تو بازی شهروند میکنه باز تصمیم گرفته منو باکس کنه با آقای آرمان پس آرمان جان چالش بهت دادم فقط جوزف رو تارگت کنم من ندارم من نیماشا نمیدونم چی تو بازی این آقا از کارت نیماشا وارد بازی شده آقا جوزف گفته نیماشا تو بازی حتما شهروند من که معارفه بهت گفتم شهروند تو بازی یعنی عملا امروز با کارت نیما وارد شد پس راه تارگت جای نیما آقای جوزف تو بازی امروز میگیریم جوزف تو بازی خودم برو بیرون داداش
مرسی محمد
داداش اگر نیماشا و جوزف با هم شهروند باشن بین خودت محمد اثبات و روز به 2 تا مافیاست چون اصلا حرفایی که دارید میزنید که خیلی عجیبه خیلی عجیبه
چالش زوری داده به محمد اسحاق میگه من نمیدونم بین آرمان و نیما چه خبره. شما اگه یوسف تو بازی جوزف تو بازی مافیا داشته باشه دیگه باید راحت‌تر بدونی چه خبره دیگه. بعد نیما واسه شهروند باشه، آرمان هم بهش بگی حداقل مشکوکه جوزف بهش تارگت زده دیگه، بگی یار به یار بری یا حداقل سایدو بندازی بین آرمان و جوزف. محمد اسحاق امروز خیلی مشکوکه داشت. من سینا و اوشن رو تو بازی شهروند دارم. نیما جان شما بخوای منو تارگت بزنی بعد ستای بعد از من تحلیل کنی. اما من
چالش کی چالش می‌خواد؟ سینا
مرسی. ببین آقا مگه میشه یه نفری یه مسیری و برای یه نفر یه جور بره برای یکی دیگه متفاوت بره؟ ببین داره به نیما آدرس میده، بعد با کارهایی که خود جوزف داره میکنه رو داره میکنه، بعد میگه خود جوزف مافیا. و روزبه که اصلا نمیدونم مگه میشه بهش نگید مافیا. ببین حالا اصلا جدای این من ببین چون تو آرمان برداشته من مطمئنم بین شما هم باید یه یاری داشته باشه که بخواد اینجا نمیاد در دو تا شهر من یعنی مافیا یه روزبه بگیرم یه یارم باید بین تو آرمان داشته باشه دیگه که اومده هر شما دوتا برداشته. من یک بسکوت بیا جنگ شهروندی رو بردار کنم چه مافیایی و هر اتفاقی هم که این مثلث شما یک علاق مافیا هست، یعنی مثلث روزبه نیما آرمان. من خودم روزبه و نیما رو حالا باز بیشتر مافیا دارم.
نمیدونم معارفه یه مذاکره کننده سینا داشتی تو منو پیروزه داشت میگفتی فراز دیگیس امروز تو اول حرف بزن. چرا چالش شدی اول من حرف بزن؟ چرا اینو نگفتی؟ عمو پیروز معارفه منو مشکوک داشتی؟ عمو پیروز مشکوکم نداشتی. خب سینا خب یه مذاکره بین من و توه، اصلا مذاکره چرا بین من و توه؟ چون گفتیم من گفتم مذاکره سیناست به این دلیل سینا. خب داداش خودم اگه ناظر بر اون نقشه باشم که نمیگم ووش نقشه رو دیدم مذاکره بگم سر سینا تو مذاکره شدی. مگه علی بیازارم داداش من مثلا چی میدونم خدایش چی فکر کنه. حالا من الان نمیدونم دقیقا چه اتفاقاتی ببخشید من نمیدونم چه اتفاقاتی افتاده. نیما شا من آرمان اونقدر مفید ندارم ولی آرمان با کاور کردن اوشن سینا همزمان یه سر کارهای بدی داره میکنه. آرمان
چالش جنسی رو من میدم به
بچه یه لحظه نیما شاه الان متوجه هستین گرداننده عوض شده دیگه همتون حواستون به دیالوگاتون باشه.
باشه من چالش جنسی رو میدم به روزبه صحبت کنم.
آقا سینا تو بازی مافیاست. محمد اسماعیل سینا من مافیا داشتم، سینا شروع کرده دیگه. منو مافیا داشته باشی تو شهروند تو نیمه آرمان داشته باشی باید بگی خود جوزف یارمه دارم مافیا ساده رو میکوشم پوینتشو بگیرم فردا مذاکره کنم. سینا که داره تارگت مفت میزنه به من چون نیما رو خود جوزف بهش گفته شهروند. نیما اتکر کارت آرمان بوده، جوزف با کارت نیما بازی رو شروع کرد، گفته نیما حتما شهروند، آرمان به نظرم قطعی مافیاست. آرمان گفته تو منو پیروز و جوزف دوتا مافیا نشسته، پس آرمان که به نظرم میتونه مافیا باشه. کاملش نمیکنم داداش من ربطی نداره. من به جوزف گفتم مافیا، محمد اثبات هم مشکوکی برام بهم گفته شهروند، جوزف مشکوکه. امروز آرمان رفته کاور کارت جوزف رو گرفته اومده به من تارگت زده. پس میخوای بکنیش بیرون دیگه من مشکلی ندارم.
مرسی
باشه امروز دارم این روزبه داداشم از روند بازی خارج میشه. تو اینکه به سینا تارگت بزنی باید کارت من رو دخیل میکنی. چرا میگی بین من نیما فلان با پس نیما اینجوریه سینا فلان با کارت خود برو سینا رو تارگت کن دیگه. من اصلا به سینا تارگت ندارم، به نظرم شهروند هستم. ببین آرمان جان من چیزی که گفتم خیلی سالمه. تو اگه جانم به انجام چی شد
هیچی یکی محکم کوبیده شد به در فلان شما بگو
مایک تو به من
من چیزی که گفتم خیلی چیز سالمیه. تو اگر نظر جوزف اگه فهمیدی رسیدی به شهروندیش مسیر سبز روزبه مسیحپوره. روزبه مسیحپور مافیای بازیه، گادفادر بازیه. گادفادر بازی روزبه مسیحپوره. باید بفهمی خودت دیگه. تو وقتی سایت با من داری میبندی من دیتا شهروندی کف دکه من که نمیتونی تارگت کنی. هر کی داره رد میشه داره به من میگه شهروند. به من که نمیتونم تارگت زدم به من حرامه. حرام. اینجوری باید خودتو بندازی جلوی من بری بیرون نه که به من تارگت بزنی. امروز دارم این روزبه مسیحپور رئیسه. اصلا اعتبار بازیمو میذارم. یه رای امروز دارم روزبه مسیحپور رو روند بازی با کارت رئیس خارج میشه تا به امید خدا فردا.
نه بازی این شکلی نی. شکلی نی آقا نی. چالشم برای دیروز بعد من حرف بزن. چالش فکر نکنم برسه. شما یه سایت داری با آقای آرمان دیگه. یه سایت تر و تمیز همونجوری که شهروند سینه ها اعلام کرده. بعد آرمانو گردن میگیره دیگه.
اسنایپر زدش.
ببخشید صدای من هست؟ بسخواهی میکنم. آره داداش نه روزبری که فعلا کاور میکنم چون تارگتش جوزف یه دونه از خودش تارگت خورد یه دونه از پیروز. آرمان چالش گرفت گفت اگه جوزف شهروند باشه چه این پیروز روزبه محمد اثباتن. این چه دخلی باید اول کارت جوزف رو ببینیم دیگه آقای آرمان یا نباید ببینیم؟ کارت جوزف رو ببینیم. اگه شهروند بود تازه کارت جوزف رو نبینیم که بازی در کارت کیو میخوای ببینی؟ کارت روزبه رو میخواید ببینید به جای جوزف؟ اگه کارت روزبه رو بخواید ببینید با بگید که این آقای جوزف ساین بالاست دیگه. اصلا این میشه این آقای جوزف شهروند روزبه مافیا باشه یاراش از رو جوزف شهروند بعدم بزنه نه. آره غیر منطقیه فعلا حرف نیما. جوزف رو چالش بده بیشتر حرف بزن.
نیما شاه به نظر جوزف تو بازی شهرونده. آیا آرمان هم تو بازی شهرونده؟ آیا آرمان می‌دونی چی گفت باید با شهروندی آقای جوزف بگه حتما بین اثبات تو بازی دو مافیا نشسته چون دارن حرفای بی‌ربط میزنن. باید منو چین کنم با آقای جوزف تو بازی. خب من چی بودم تو بازی؟ من بلند شدم گفتم آقای چالشام دادم به خود آقای آرمان گفتم آقای آرمان تو بازی شهروندی فقط مسیرت توی تو بازی آقای جوزف. گفتم نیما شاه و این جوزف با کارتش وارد بازی شده مسیر دادم به آقای آرمان خود جوزف رو تو بازی تارگت کنه نکنه تارگتش میکنم. این آقا میگه اینا با هم گفتم من باکسم با جوزف. پس به نظرم بینشون دو مافیا نشسته. آرمان که به نظرم شهروند نیست تو بازی. دوبلیتون رو رای میدم هم جوزف رو رای میدم هم آرمان رو رای میدم. نیما شاه تو
باشه
شهروند
یه چند دقیقه خودتون رعایت کنید من یه 2 دقیقه کار. مرسی پیروز. نمیشنوی صدای من پیروز جان؟ خودتون یه 2 دقیقه رعایت.
عراض چالش نمیخواد. بذار من نیما بدم محمد اثبات صحبت کنیم.
ببین آقا چیزی که آرمان گفت که اشتباست. این که روزبه کرده چاچ تو حلق من گفته یارم یه چالش بگیر برام مشکوک بودی بعدش چالش بگیره بگه آقا من تو اثبات سینا مافیا داشتم که سینا مافیاست دیگه از این به بعد من تارگتم تو معارفه خود روزبه بوده و تو پیروز فراز دنبال مافیا میگشتم. امروز پیروز همراه من داره دنبال مافیا تو فراز تو جوزف میگرده. تازه این چیزی هم که آرمان میخواست من براش انجام داده بودم دیگه. آرمان خودش تو ذهنیتش جوزف مافیا بوده یعنی ذهنیتش مشکوک بوده رو به مافیا. من نیومدم حتما هم سایدو بیارم تو نیما و آرمان. گفتم بذارید حرف این دو نفر رو بشنون. دقیقا چیزی که خود آرمان میخواسته. چرا چالش من مشکوک بود آرمان؟ چرا؟ ببین روزبه گادفادر نیست نیما. اینو من به شما بگم. روزبه گادفادر بازی نیست.
مافیا هم باشه گادفادر نیست. حالا فعلا بسم.
من صحبت کنم. داداش من نمیدونم چی هستی محمد اسلام. آخه داداش شما اگه نمیدونی بین من و نیما چه خبره در مورد روزبه نظر قاطع میدادی دیگه. روزبه فهمید هم من شهروندم هم نیما شهروندم. چالش هم زوری داد به شما و من فیلینگی شما رو تو بازی میده. من بی دلیل که نمیگم که. به فراز داداش الان سینا با چالنجی که گرفت چیا معتقدن من نیما روزبه با هم شهروند میشه بزنن رو مایکشون نیستیم دیگه. تموم شده رفت. سینا چالنجی که گرفت سینا گفت آقا اگر روزبه تو بازی مافیا باشه یه یار کاور کرده بین نیما و آرمان. منی که بهش گفتم شهروند گفت یه یار کاور کرده. اینقدر ذهنش مشکوکه. تو میگی من چرا اینو کاور کردم؟ خب الان خودش به نظر تو سینا تو بازی مافیا بوده؟ نبوده دیگه. آقا من دلیل داره دیگه. دلیل داره میگم روزبه مشکوک بوده، پیروز مشکوک بوده، محمد اسحاق. حالا اگه شهروندی چون آقای پیروز و روزبه جفتشون میگن نیما تو بازی شهرونده، آرمان تو بازی هم روزبه گفت آرمان تو بازی شهرونده، ولی برو جوزف رو تو بازی گردن. در صورتی که چالش نیما رو دیدم میشنم اینا باید میگفتن بین آرمان و نیما تو بازی ما. من جوزف هم نمیدونم محمد رضا جون شما شهروندی مافیایی من جات باشم وارد بازی نمیشم.
مرسی.
من چالش رو بدم به جوزف بعد من صحبت کنم. ولی من فکر کنم فهمیدم آرمان جان شما چی هستی. من تارگت علال حساب تو ده رو توفون کنم. ببین مثلا جوزف رو بگید ساین بالا دوباره باید بگید روزبه یارشه تو بازی. چرا؟ چون بازی رو برگردون دوباره این ور دیگه. حالا امروز یا باید جوزف رو بکنید بیرون اسنایپر مثلا بگید روزبه رو بزنه یا کلا رای ندید امروز. آره دیگه. آره دیگه شما الان روزبه مولد میباشه چی مذاکره کننده است میگه این اصلا بره بخونه تو بازی گادفادر مافیا ساده اول مذاکره میکنن کی میخواد تو دک بشه شهروند. من خودم تو بازی شهروندم به این تاریت نزدم تو بازی اجازه برش آوردیم. من تو 10 تا این آقای آرمان و دکتر حتما سیوش بده نظرم حتما تو بازی شهرونده. من دیگه دارم میخوابم کم کم.
ببین اوشن جان عزیزم آرمان تو بازی شهروند نیما شهروند خودت هم تو بازی شهروند سینا کسی هست مافیا داشته باشه مافیا قطعیش تموم شد دیگه. سینیور پیروز فهمیدم من تو بازی مافیا من مافیا محمد از چالش کرد سینیور فهمید من تو بازی مشکوکم رفتم کیا تارگت زدم آرمان. سینیور تو بازی اصلا نباید میفهمید من تو بازی مافیام. ریحانه بهش میگفت جوزف تو بازی مافیا بعد دیسلایک بهش میداد. چون اصلا نیمای تو بازی شهروند کرد که خود سینیور بسته آقای نیما تو بازی شهروند حتما میتونه مافیا تارگت کنه. من تو معارفه با چیز حرف نیما نشده با کارت مافیا بگم سینیور نیما تو بازی مافیاست. حالا به من که نمیتونی بگید من تو بازی ساین باله مافیام که سینیور تو بازی یادم سینیور چیکار کرد من رفتم واسه پوش آرمان این تو سینیور سناریو من بود کرد گفته نه آقا بذار من جزء فوق سینیور معنیش که حتما دوگانه مافیا حتما دوگانه مافیا.
چالش نمیخوای آقای فراز صحبت نه این وری نه اون وری دیگه. بذارید من کارم رو بکنم دیگه. من بین سینا هاشم من از اون قطعی مافیا هست. دلیلش هم روند بازی نیست. دلیلش مرز خودم نمیتونم بازش کنم مغزم. تو ببین نیما من اصلا این بالا نمیخوام شکم. نیما به نظر از آدز داره روز به مافیا باشه من یارش باشم؟ یه مایک برام بزن. آدز نداره. چرا آدز نداره؟ من که هیچی در مورد روز به نگفتم. آدزش هست دیگه. نمیدونم آقا. ببین من چالش گرفتم که فقط بدونید که من چین سه مافیا نیستم. تو این چالش هم میخوام بگم تو 8 10 یه دونه مافیاست. اینجا یه دونه مافیاست. بقیه‌شو دیگه خودتون. از شما لطفی میکنی امشب منو میزنی و فردا تو این بازی نبینم. به نظر اینطوری خیلی قشنگ‌تره تو بازی نبینم. نظرت چیه فراز جان؟ ریحانه جان میتونه بیاد رو مایکم؟ من رو مایک یه هیچکی نیومدم.
گربه اومده تو روم چیزی نیست.
آقا ولش کن یه لطفی کنید این آقای فراز اگه امشب مرد که مرد نمرد فردا خودم میکشمش. امشب من میزنی شما آقای فراز اگه اسنایپری باید بمیری امشب فهمیدی؟ نمردی فردا من میکشم. روزبر رو امروز رای میدید میره بیرون. همون روند همونه یعنی همونایی که گفتم بینش همونه مافیاست. مذاکره نیست بیان از ساکت
سینا جان رو مایک
آقا اشکال نداره. ببین جوزف نیما آرمان بینشون که حتما مافیاست که اینجا سه شهروند داره. اینا ستایی بازی که یاکوزایی نداره. اینا ستایی دارن میگن من مافیا. آرمان نیما رو قطعی مافیا داشته. جوزف بسته معارفه رو شهروندی نیما شروع صحبتش مافیای آرمان بوده. ستایشون میخوام به من رای بدن. بازی که یاکوزایی نداره. اشکال نداره دیگه. امروز به من رای بده. من فراز پیروز ممرزا رو وصیت شهروندی میکنم. فردا نیما رو بکنیم. نیما حتما مافیاس یارش جوزف رو. یعنی من به نیما اخطار رو تو معارفه داده بودم. گفتم جوزف رو به من بگو شهروند به جوزف نگو شهروند. بهش بگو مافیا. روز یکش رو با مافیای آرمان شهروند قطعی جوزف شد. پس نیما که حتما مافیاس با این جوزف یاره. امروز موشه محمد اسمات فراز پیروز محمد رضا هرکی منو مشروط داره رای بده با سینا و نیما و جوزف و آرمان به من رای بده. من شما رو وصیت شهروندی پیروز فراز محمد رضا که حتما شهروندی که فهمیدم جوزف نیما با هم مافیا. یه دونه مافیا هم تو آرمان سینا هست.
به صدای من میاد دیگه فکر کنم.
نه جوزف نیما مافیا باشه بیارش تو آرمان سینا نیست. تو آرمان سینا نیست. اینا هر ستاشون که آره نمی‌کنن سرت. الان تو داری چین داره آره می‌کنه. حالا دوتاشون میتونه مافیا باشه ولی چین رو تو آره نمی‌کنه. اوشن چه نقش شهروندی واسه آرمان متصور شد؟ زمان آقا من هزار بار گفتم آپدیت میکنید سناریوها رو حداقل به من بگید دیگه. من اینجا ران میکنم بازی رو. امام زمان تو سناریو مذاکره نداره. آقا ولش کن سگ تو زرم. من روزبه رو کاور میکنم. شما که دارید شما که 4-5 نفرید دیگه نیازی به رأی من که اختیارا ندارید. درسته؟ ارزم با
سینا جان عزیزم
من به نظرم
شما یه بار دیگه بیایید رو مایک.
تو جوزف اوشن به نظرم دیگه مافیا هست. آرمانم خیلی شهروند نبود.
مرسی. بچه کسی هست نتش اوکی باشه؟ خیلی اوکی.
همه چیزا استرالینگ
ما زغالی اوشن جان میخوای بازی رو تعطیل کنیم بشینیم شما اطلاعات عمومی تو در اختیار بقیه هم بذاریم.
چرا که من
10 تا مایک میزنید لطفا. آرمان جان هستی؟
میبینم ولی چیزی که خودت گفتی درسته.
آرمان بایست. رای میگم برای جوزف 1001 1002 بله روزبه 1001 1002 5
آقا نیما هست؟
سینا جان بسته
جوزف من آرمان حسین سینا
اینا پلیر خفنای کلاب هاوس فنا میبینیدشون که چجوری رو مایکن بگو نگاهتون سمتون فراز اومدن
پیروز فراز جان هستی عزیزم مرسی رای میگم برای پیروز 1001 1002 فراز 1001 1002 مرسی نیما 1001 1002 محمد رضا 1001 1002 مرسی آرمان 1001 1002 اوشن 1001 1002 سینا 1001 1002 و اثبات 1001 1000
به منو میسوزونم جوزف درباره
نیما شاه صحبت
روزبه درباره
ببین آقای سینا افشار عزیزم من که مافیا نیستم تو بازی دیتا شهروندی من کف که من شهروند دارم روزبه رو میکنم بیرون این روزبه مافیا داره جوزف رو میکنه بیرون خب تمام چرا رای میدی جوزف چیه الان تارگت فورس یه مافیا اسمش شهرونده این بچه که یه هفته از مافیا داره بازی میکنه یاد میگیره آقا گادفادر مذاکره کننده به جهنم استعلام کاراگاه برای شهرونده تیر اسنایپر رو میس میکنه قدرت مافیاست دومین نقش مهم من مذاکره کننده ارزه نداشتم پیدا کنم آقا ببخشید من توتون عذر میخوام من ارزه نداشتم مذاکره کننده پیدا کنم امروز یه رای میدیم ببین آقای استاد آرمان محمد رضا داداش بچه من رای میدیم من که شهروندم چیکار می‌کنی؟ روزبه مافیاست دیگه روزبه مافیاست دیگه امروز یه رای میدیم آقای روزبه مسیحپور از روند بازی خارج میشه
اثبات صحبت
می‌کنه
کنه
رئیس تیم مافیا این کادو من به شما
مرسی اثبات صحبت
فراز خیلی شوی خار مادر نیست فراز زیاد تو رنگیری شوی خار مادر شوی خاک ایف که الان زورم نمیکشه میلیتس بکنم بیرون 2 نفر دیگه تو دفاع ببین رأی یکای جوزف و سینیور تقریبا یکی بودن تنها تفاوتش شاید من بودم که به جوزف رأی دادم به سینیور رأی ندادم نیما تو اصلا نمی بابا یه دقیقه باشه داریم صحبت می‌کنیم دیگه شما مافیا گرفتی اصلا من به تو نیومدم تو موضوع تو بیارم پایین نیومدم موضوع تو رو بیارم پایین دیگه به نظرت من یار روزمن عزیز دل خب محمد رضایی که داری باش دیالوگ می‌کنی داشت معلومه اگر روزبه یار مافیا باشه محمد رضا یارشه معلومه این دیگه مشخصه این 2 نفر همسایه تو داری با محمد رضا هم دیالوگ می‌کنی این جوزف داره با کارت این اون بازی میکنه پس روزبه جان اگه شهروندی گردن میگیری فقط جوزف جوزف
داشت من رأی بیادم که وصیت صفت میکنم تو اصلا تو ته صحبت نمیتونه من بگی مافیا اصلا نمیتونی مافیای من بگه سینا اوشه تو بازی چین نمد که نه سینا هم یه یک به من داده کدومتون گنگستر مگه قاتل آوردین بالا که همتون میخواین بکنید بیرون یکی با خودم ببرم شما شهروند بشین مافیای من میگه من مافیا باشم مافیا سادم شماها نمیتونید مذاکره کنید کدومتون مذاکره اید مگه میشه هرچی بگید سینیور تو واسه فهمیده نیماشا قطعی شهرونده پیروز من محمد رضا آقای سینا سینیور 5 تا رأی بودن رأیا کی بوده من بودم نیما بوده سینا که جفت می‌خواست آرمان بوده مافیای من و نیما که آرمان سینا بود شهروند کدومتون مذاکره
یاراش تو بازی آرمان بوده. تا آرمان جوزف و نیما خوردی ترسیدی. اوشنم فهمید شهروندی قبوله. چرا به من رأی میدی؟ من که تو بازی شهروندم. خودت داداش معارفه نیما رو مافیا داشتی. آقای جوزف فقط داره با کارت بازی میکنه. یه دونه تارگت با کارت خودش نزده. من پیروز محمد رضا فراز محمد اثبات به نظر چین مافیا نشسته. آرمان جان داری به من رأی میدی؟ دیالوگ آخرم بود باهات شهروند. موشن سینا یه دونه مافیا نشسته. آقا تو نیما و جوزف با هم مافیا دیگه. داداش مافیا سوم کجاست محمد اثبات؟ الان بازیو برداشتی رو من تارگت زدی به فراز. این باعث میشه من سر بخورم. داداش من شهروند داشتی جوزف رو من از معارفه دارم صفر گردنش میگیرم. این همه تارگت رو بخورم از معارفه دارم تو درباره میگه جوزف رو صفر گردم بگیرم. تک بدی جوزف به من رای بدی
فقط فراز حق رأی نداره دیگه. بقیه مایکل
7 مایکل مرسی.
آرمان
رای میگیرم برای جوزف 1001 1002 3 رای. مرسی. پیروز جان مایکل رای میگیرم برای روزبه 1001 1003 شب
نه دیگه عکس نه دیگه من نمیفهمم. من فردا بیتارو یک نفر بیاد رو مکتبش کنیم. بچه عکستون رو سریعتر بزنید تیم مافیا. چیزی 10 تا ما کلا حضور خونه نکرده نفهمم کسی صدا نشید فراز آرمان صدای نفس رو مایک بشنوم پایینید با هیچ کی هم طرف ندارم بدون هیچ ترتیب خدافظی میکنیم با 2 نفر. مرسی از بازی خوبتون. نایس شات اسنایپر. سر صحبت امروز فراز به سمت نیماشا با تعارف چالش. غرقم نشید زیر مایکتونا فقط ترنتون صداتون میاد. فراز
برای مافیایی که پوینت گرفت
ببین سینا فراز به نظر مافیاست دیروز رای نداد به جوزف دیگه فراز دیروز به جوزف رای نداد به یارش تو دفاعی بود دیگه محمد رضا رای داده پیروز رای داده محمد اثبات فکر میکنم رای داده درسته تموم شد چیزی هم که جوزف گفته بین پیروز و محمد رضا تو بازی مافیا هست دیگه پس ما این ساید رو فعلا حل میکنیم فراز دیروز من رای دادم سینا رای داده همراه نیما اوشن یه دونه تأخیری داده به روز سینیور
اصلا کلاس کار با تو میشینم تو دک واقعا فرق چقدر با کلاس بزن اصلا لازم نیست فکت شهروندی رو خودم بیارم خودت سریع میاری بازم همچنان این فکت رو میاری بعضی میگن بابا خراس از این کارا میکنه خراس یارش هم تو دفاعی بوده کشیده زیر اون چرا اصلا وضعیت محمد اثبات مافیاست دیگه میدونی حالا چرا محمد اثبات مافیاست دیروز مگه روزبر نبود که همه ضرر کاورش کرد دو بار به عنوان یک شهروند سعی کردم بازی رو از روزبه‌ای که تو ذهنیت محمد اثبات شهروند بوده از شهروندی داشته بازی رو از روزبه برداشتم تازه گفتم آقا چجوری میگید من روزبه نمیتونیم بیار بشیم اتفاقا با این رفتاری که من دارم انجام میدم شما باید بگید آره ما یاری با هم داریم محمد اثبات که تمام شده است
بذار پلیر حرفش تموم شد
زنگ زدی عزیزم دوستم من میرم شو شهروند آقای جوزف صحبت
بسیار من صحبت اول یه آرمان دادش دمت گرم اینقدر قشنگ دیالوگ کردی ببین فراز مگه محمد اثبات بازی واسه مافیا نبود محمد اثبات بازی گفت فراز رو دیدی شو کرد هم پیروز زد ماکش هم محمد اثبات زد ماکش محمد اثبات درباره من گرفت گفت کی گفت حتما سینیور تو بازی شهرونده تو اینا این مافیاها اون گفتن شهروند حتما بعد چالو میکش شد نکش بلش آقای محمد اثبات که روز میاد آقای محمد اثبات بازی خروج پیدا میکنه فهمیده تو بازی سینیور حتما تو بازی شهرونده حتما تو بازی مافیا نیما خودم آرمان که تو بازی شهروندی سینا کی بود رئیس داد سینا بود هر کی که رئیس داد اونم تو بازی شهرونده بین بقیه تو دو
من و سینا آرمان
شما هرچی آقا هرچی نیما من
کجا شد نفهمیدی نفهمیدم کجا شد نفهمیدی خودم سینا آرمان که آنتایم رای داده بود تپان اوشن رای دیر داد تخیلی حساب شد حالا مافیا ساده بود حالا گادفادر نبود مافیا بوده دیگه امروز تو پیروز محمد اثبات باید بره بیرون دیگه امروز اینجا شما بزنید سر و کله خودتون اسنایپر کشتتش چی الان شما ستا رای گفتم اینا فکتای لایه‌ایه که بچه‌ای که یه هفته از مافیا بازی میکنه این مافیا ساده اوله زورش تو جوزف بوده جوزف چیه شهروند ما ستا که رای دادیم چیه شهروند پس تو فراز آقای اثبات آقای محمد آقای پیروز دو تا مافیاست حالا خودتون با خودو بزن سرکله خودتون انتخاب ما تصمیم بگیریم کدومتون بره بیرون
بده من میام.
بله چالشتون رو بده.
چالش سینا پیروز اثبات. من که چالش بودم به پیروز بعد من صحبت کنم. قبل من میخوایی بعد من
قبل بگم آقای نیما شاه اعتقاد داره اون آقای سینیور روز به تو بازی مافیایی ساده بوده، مذاکره کننده که نبوده. خیلی خوب، باریکلا نیما شاه، عالی بودی. مذاکره کننده تو کجا بوده؟ کسایی که اومدن بهش رأی ندادن خودشون رفتن جلوی آقای روزبه تو بازی، یا کسایی که اومدن پوینت اون مافیا ساده رو بگیرن؟ یعنی خودتون با تو چینی که رأی دادی به مافیا ساده تو بازی حتما یه مذاکره کننده نشسته باشه، حتما یه مذاکره کننده نشسته باشه. نمیذارم شهر بکنم دیگه. دیسلایک نداره آقای نیما شاه. من اصلا امروز کسی که رأی دادن به آقای سینیور روزبه میکنه اینجوریه. امروز یه رأی به خودت میدم، یه رأی به سینا میدم، یه رأی به آرمان، یه رأی هم به جوزف.
به نیما که نباید رای بدی دیگه. این نیما بلند شده مافیا رو تارگت کرده بیرون دیگه. اوشن هم نمیره شات کنه که شات اصلا کاری این نیستش که. حالا با اینا بر فرض اینه که روزبه مافیا باشه دیگه، نیما مافیا نیستش. روزبه مافیا باشه بازم باید بگی کی تو مزن به شهروندی جوزف روزبه مافیا رو که شهرونداشی کاورش میکنه، چون من شهروندم کاورش کردم. تو اثبات و پیروزم مگه دوتا مافیا نشسته که نیما جون. تک بدی جوزف بره. فراز با بیل زده بود زیر اسنایپری دیگه. آقای فراز فهیمی با بیل زده بود زیر اسنایپری. ابو فراز کیو زدی شب؟ میشه به ما بگی کیو زدی؟ تک جوزف اومد تک رفت نیما جون. تک اومد تک رفت.
ترن شماست.
در صورتیه که روزبه مافیا باشه شاید باشم مافیا بود. این تازه کل فرضیات. تازه نیما شاه میدونی چی میگه؟ میگه بازی تو فراز، محمد رضا، محمد اثبات، پیروز نگرد. هیچ مذاکره گادفادری از اون مافیا ساده الان ذهنی نیما هیچ دخالتی نکرده. به تیم ضعیف فکر نفسن. فراز چی میگه؟ نیما که الان باید تک فراز رو گردن بگیره دیگه. فراز الان داره میگه اثبات مافیاست. خیلی خب با مافیا بودن من کی بیارمه؟ آقای فراز فهیمی، محمد رضا یارم فراز. آقا منو به ساید فراز بکنید بیرون. مشکلی داره؟ کسی مشکلی داره اینجا؟ من نمیخوام پیروز و محمد رضا برم بیرون. من این دوتا رو نمیخوام بکنم بیرون. فراز داره ملق میزنه دیگه. برو بیرون شوی خار مادر. چجوری فهمیدی دیروز باید رأی یک به من بدی؟ شورول تک رأی یک من بودی دیگه. امروز فراز میره بیرون. یه دودی هم بگیر. پس آرمان داره درست تحلیل
اثبات.
داداش من اشتباه دارم میگم. من صحبتی که کردم اشتباه بوده. اوکی. اصلا اگه بخوای بگی فراز تو بازی مافیاست، تا بگی جوزف یارشه دیگه. یارش تو دفاعیه بودن فهمید. همچین چیزی هم داداش من بعید میدونم. یعنی جوزف آخه میدونی چرا؟ چون روزبه روزش با این شروع کرد که جوزف تو بازی مافیاست. جوزف من تارگت روند بهش زدم ولی نیما تو بازی کاورش نکن. چند بار حتی دفاعیش هم روزبه گفت. روزبه گفت من جوزف رو تو معارفه تارگت کرده بودم. این واسم قطعی مافیا بود. من نمیدونم. آخه ببین نیما، من که نیما از نظرم شهروند. نیما بین پیروز و محمد اثبات هم تو بازی شهروند. متوجه هستی؟ یعنی حتما اینجا دو تا شهروند هستی که داداش.
مرسی
اونا دارن پافشاری میکنن. سینا هم واسم شهروند دیگه. سینا تو بازی شهروند. دوباره صحبت‌های پیروزه یه بار دیگه بشنوم. پیروز جان بین من و نیما سینا هیچی نیست.
چالش میدم آقای فراز صحبت کنه بعد من. ببین آرمان نمیشه. من یه چیزی بهت بگم. من بین خودمون یه گادفادر دارم. کسی که استعلامش منفی باشه خواسته امتیاز مافیا ساده رو بگیره. یه همچین چیزی رو اینجا دارم. دلیل هم که این چیز تو ذهن منه اینه که دیروز جنگ بین تو ندیدم داشته باشه کسی. پس اون که نمیشه اسنایپر زده باشه. پس روزبه رو زده دیگه. حالا اینی که روزبه رو زده من فکر می‌کنم خودت اون اوشن به این نتیجه رسیده بود که تو اسنایپری پس سیف بشی. پس اینطوری من باید بگم به نیما گادفادره. خب این برای بازی یه مذاکره. آقای جوزف شما سورس خودتو نگه دار، دورت بگردم، نمیخواد از کس دیگه محافظت کنی تو این بازی. یه دونه هم مذاکره کننده میمونه که به جوزف رأی نداده، به روزبه هم رأی نداده احتمالا. این یعنی تو روند رأی گیری شرکت نکرده. اگه بخوایم بگیریم اینطوری به فراز میرسه. چون اون وقت اگه جوزف شهران میشه محمد رضا پیروز محمد اثبات رأی داده، فقط بگیم فراز مذاکره کننده بوده نخواسته کثیف بشه. یه همچین چیزی تو ذهن من. حالا باز خودتون چیز دیگه میاد تو ذهنتون، میتونید بگید پیروز محمد رضا محمد اثبات هم دو تا
داداش گلم، خب سایدلس که نمیشینه مذاکره کننده تو بازی فان دیگه. مگه تورنمنته؟ اصلا تورنمنت هم باشه مذاکره کننده با سایدلس نمیشینه. آجی سایدلس بشینه چی کار کنه؟ یا حداقل کاری که میتونه بکنه نمیخواد از یاراش پوینت بگیره، نمیخواد مرا معرفتی از یاراش تو وسط تورنمنت پوینت بگیره، میگه با یکی ساید میگیره دیگه. نه یارش میده پاس یه دونه تو میکشونه یکی بره دیگه. یه کاری میکنه بابا یزید. من نمیدونم بسید چی اوکی. حالا من ببین اگر اون چیزی که میگی درست باشه، میدونی من از چی میترسم سینا؟ از این میترسم نکنه اوشن خودش استایپر بوده رأی نداده زده روز در شبم شاد شده. خب
دستکش بوده. ما نمیتونیم امروز حمله کنیم به با شاه آرمان سینا. ما اصلا نمیتونیم. حداقل باید تو ذهنمونی باشه که یه دونه استایپر اینجا هست دیگه. اونم که به قدر شهروندیش باید رسیده باشه.
من چالش رو میدم به نیما. آره بابا من شو نیما صحبت کن. اینا به من لطف بگو داد.
آره عزیزم چرا نشه. آره من صحبت کنم. پس سینا جان من گادفادر بازی بودم، یه یاری داشتم به اسم روزبه مسیحپور. این سخت محکم قاطع راسخ رفته برای پوش یه شهروند به اسم جوزف. گفتم مافیای سال اول نمیذارم این شهرونده رو بکنی بیرون، جایی که خودم موضع داشتم بودمش تو بازی. گفتم تک یارم بکنی بیرون. با این آرمان خودم تارگیتش کردم، آشتی کردم. این جوزفه آشتی کردیم. با این محمد رضا با خودت دیالوگ کردم. گفتم روز به شانه سینا که داری تارگیتش میکنی از نظرم شهروند مافیا نیست. من خودم شهروندش دارم. توپیدم به همتون، توپیدم به اوشن. گفتم بیاین روزبه رو بکنی بیرون شو خار مادر. سینا افشار که تو بازی قطع به یعنی محافظ هم امروز هم میره بیرون. ببین من چینم این مدلی بود. من یه مذاکره کننده بین پیروز محمد رضا داشتم، یه رئیس توی محمد اثبات و فراز داشتم. ولی مهم نیست. امروز تک آقای سینا میره بیرون. به من تارگت، من گادفادرم، خودت گادفادری، خودت گادفادری. تمام شد. امروز تک آقای سینا میره بیرون.
آقا سینا که یه یارش رفته دیگه نمیاد خودش رو به تو نشون بده، مگر اینکه امروز مذاکرهش داره تارگت میکنه. مذاکرهش کیه؟ جز ایش. تو به نظر تو جوزف و سینا و روزبه یار بودن؟ نبودن. آقا در صورت شهروند بودن جوزف قبول دارید پیروز محمد رضا همسایدن و دوتاشون مافیا میشن؟ خب همین دیگه. بیاید بازی رو ساده بکنیم دیگه نیما جان. بیاید ساید جوزف و دو ستاره دوشو بدید. من که خودم میکشم کنار، میمونه پیروز و محمد رضا دیگه. بیاید اینجا رو مشخص کنیم. آقا شما اصلا پوینت داد. من نمیخوام به نیما و سینا فکر کنم. میفهمی چی بهت میگم؟ نمیخوام به شما دوتا فکر کنم.
آقای جوزف
چالش نیما بدم به آرمان. صحبت کنه. ببین آخه یه سریاتون یه حرفای زشتی میزنید. آقا از تو بازی من مافیا بودم، روزبه تو بازی مافیا بوده، بعد بگید آرمان تو بازی مذاکره کننده بوده که من یه کار زشتی کردم. چالش دادم به نیما که بده آرمان رو گردن بگیره. همونجا سینیور رو تو زرگری با من واسه چی دوست نجات مذاکره تو بازی. آرمان مذاکره بوده که مذاکره بوده. سینا ببین چی میگه، اصلا پس تو بازی مافیا گادفادر نیما میگه خودم شهروندم، آرمان شهروند، خودت شهروند، یه دونه مافیا بین پیروز فراز محمد و محمد اسماعیل باشه. اون امروز میاد پشت گردنش میگه با هم اوکی میشدن، میاد باز میکرد یه شهروند یه بازی کرد. اگه بخوایم بگید پیروز محمد و محمد اسماعیل تو بازی یکی توشون مافیاست، بعد فراز گردن بگید. چرا بعد فراز گردن بگید؟ چون فراز تو بازی وقتی فهمید محمد اسماعیل تو بازی قطعی مافیاست، محمد اسماعیل داشته چیکار میکرد؟ داشته میگفت آقا قطعی آقای سینیور تو بازی شهروند، بعد جزو فراز رو بکنید. زمانی که داشته میگفته فراز تو بازی شوه، هم پیروز هم آقای محمد اسماعیل بهش لایک دادن. پس نمیتونسته با اینا یکی نباشه، اینا رو ایگنور کنه، بفهمه سینیور تو بازی شهروند یا مجهوله. نه آقا روزا که خودتون نمیفهمید بازی، نمیفهمید. امروز که حتما محمد اسماعیل تو بازی مافیا هست. خودم، نیما، سینا، آرمان هر کدوم تو شهروندش رأی دادید. تمام شد. هم تاریخ چیز نکنید. ولش کن.
کیا با جوزف تو بازی مافیا دارن میشه بزنن نو پوزیشن رفت فراز تارگت زد. اصلا یه چیز عجیب غریب جدی دارم میگم. من حرام نیست. میخواستم بگم سایت بین پیروز و جوزفه، ذهنم برگرد این ترور رو زدیم. من بهش رأی نمیدم، چون اسم بهش رأی نمیدم. من به جوزف رأی نمیدم. سینا دوباره 3 بار داره این حرف تکرار میکنه. یه بار روز یک چالش گرفت تکرار کرد. اگه روز به تو بازی مافیا باشه این کار یه بارم امروز با سوال تو بازی تکرار. جوزف شما مسیر آقای سینا میخوره دیگه. نمیتونی بگی بعد دیگه بین سینا و فراز. بعد یه دونه مافیا بین سینا و فراز اگر خود شما تو بازی شهروند باشه. یه دونه هم بین کسایی که به دو دادن که هم چیزی هم من بعید میدونم. پس من یه دونه سینا میدم. یه دونه هم الان
چالش بک میدم معارضه بعد من صحبت کنم. آرمان جان عزیز دلم، این آقای جوزف تو بازی با تارگت که به فراز زد تو بازی ببین چیکار کرد. چون این فراز تو بازی مافیا بود که باید میگفتی حتمی یار خود جوزف میشده تو بازی دیروز. این آقای جوزف 3 تا رأی داشته، آقای فراز 4 رو نکشید زیرش هم بازی بره بیرون. سوده که آقا میخواد خود آقای آرمان معتقده که بین پیروز محمد رضا محمد اسماعیل تو بازی آدز دو شهروند هست. خب با شرکت دو شهروند تو رأی دعای آقای جوزف چرا این آقا نشسته تو بازی؟ در حالی که قبل یه مافیا داشته رأیگیری میشده، 2 شهروند بهش رأی دادن تو بازی، نشسته تو بازی مافیا رو می‌خواستن بکنن بیرون. پس روی تک بدین آقای جوزف بازی بره بیرون. برو از دلم، برو به ساید من و محمد رضا با هم برو. من و محمد رضا همسایدی، با هم می‌خوایم سایدمون در بیاد با آقای جوزف.
آقا ببین اصلا نگاه کن سینا، پس من با سینه ذره حرف بزنم. خودتون من اثبات من این چینه میکش، خودت اثبات با نیمایی که دیروز فرصه گذاشته بود روی اون آقای چیز روزبه با آرمان، یا برید کنار. شما اصلا با روند کاری نداری، شما قضاوت کننده باشید. 4 نفر خارج از چینن، یکی منم، یکی پیروزه، یکی فرازه، یکی جوزف دیگه. یعنی حتما باید تو اینا مافیا باشه. چه کفیه مافیا چه سخت دو مافیا، یعنی این حالت خارج نیستش که یا پیروز تو چین من مافیاست بین جوزف فراز مافیا نشسته، یا اینکه این فراز و جوزف با هم مافیا. مخرج مشترک میشه جوزف دیگه. حالا جوزف با این کاری که داره میکنه، ببین این شما تحلیل کارت کن دیگه، تحلیل کارت جوزف رو نگاه کن. با مافیا اومده بالا نشسته، مافیا رو اسنایپر زده، امروز هم داره مازاد بر تارگت هایی که قرار بوده بخوره داره خودش فراز هم تارگت میکنه. تحلیل کارت میگه این آقا یا زره پوشه یا مافیاست دیگه. این دو حالت خارج نیستش که ما هم جوزف رو بکنیم بیرون هیچ ضرری نمیکنیم. تک بدی جوزف از روند بازی خارج، مافیا میره بیرون. آقا شارژم داره تموم میشه لطفا.
یه لحظه اوکی الان
1002 آرمان 1001
نگار ببخشید میام رو مایک ولی سینا عکس کار داره
رای میگیرم برای آرمان 1001 1002 رای میگیرم برای سینا 1001 1002 4 رای دفاع رای میگیرم برای اثبات 1001 1002 2 رای رای میگیرم برای جوزف 1001 1002 3 رای مرسی محمد رضا هستی فضلی
من هستم
آخرین نفر رای میگیرم برای پیروز 1001 1002 2 رای سینا جان تک
تارگت آقای اسم کاور هم میدم آقای جوزف تو کسی باشه محمد
ببین آقا رأی دو بدید دلیلش هم اینه که سینا یا زره پوشه یا مافیاست رأی دو بدید حتما به سینا رأی دو بدید این از شما سینا دیگه نمیتونست امروز به نیما رأی بده به من رأی بده به جوزف کیا به جوزف رأی ندید دو بدید به سینا اگه زره پوش بود ما هم فردا تو بازی بودیم خودش هم بود تو بازی من برای نباش دیالوگ بکنم پس رأی بدید سینا بره
این آقای اثبات مافیاستا اثبات تو 8 نفر یه نفر که تو داخل چین شهروندی همه داشتن شهروندیش میکردن نیماشا خودش بلند شده بهش گفته فقط به من تارگت زدی دیگه فقط سینا به جرم اینکه نیما گفته رئیس تیم مافیا اومده بالا دیگه چجوری با 4 رای آوردیش بالا در صورتی که من مافیا رو تو 4 نفر دیگه خلاصه کرده بودم خود با من به جوزف رای دادی جوزف مافیا باشه سینا یارشه بهش رای نداده این جوزف مافیا باشه سینا یارشه اثبات مافیاست رای ندید بچه تو 7 نفر اینا برن یه شات میزنن یا هر کاری میخوام بکنن تو 7 نفر هم کاراگاه داریم هم دکتر داریم مثلا شاید شات نشینه دیتای جدید به برچی پلی رو آوردید با شوی بابا اثبات شوی خودتو این آقای جوزف با هم مافیایید شوید
بابا آخه چرت و پرت دارید میگید مثلا بگیریم جوزف وقتی که آرمان این سوالو پرسید که به جوزف کیا رأی میدن فراز محمد رضا پیروز محمد اثبات زدید رو مایکتون دیگه گفتید که آقای جوزف مافیا ده این خوب من نیما آرمان که سوال کننده بوده نزدیم رو مایکمون بهش هم رأی ندادیم فراز هم رأی نداده خب چرا به این نتیجه نمیرسید که من اون حرفی که دارم میزنم درسته که جوزف رو بگیرید شهروند شما مافیا میشه باز این نتیجه میشه میگید مافیا به مافیایی اون رسیدید به مافیایی من خب ولی نمیگید که آقا من اون هر کی باشه دارم میگم این باید بین ما یار داشته باشه دیگه جوزف باید بین نیمایی من که خودم شهروندم این آرمانم که چیز دارم اسنایپر دارم تو بازی خب میمونه یه نیما دیگه نیما نباید به اون رأی میداد توی صحبت میگی من نباید به تو رأی میدادم آقای اثبات مگه به فراز رأی ندادی شما مگه به فراز رأی ندادی من قبل شما به من رأی دادی که من به شما رأی دادم درست هست یا نه آقا رأی نمیدید به من دکتر امشب منو سیو میده من فردا میدونم چیکار کنم تو بازی
رای دو میگیرم برای سینا 1001 1002 4 سینا جان
دونه دونه تون شلوارتون رو فردا در
نه رو مایک که نمیایید که رو مایک که نمیایید تو بسته پلیه
فردا همین جوزف و همینایی که رأی دادن رو میکنم بیرون همین نیما و جوزف و نیما این دوتا که نباید به من رأی میدادن این دوتا که اصلا هم دیسلایک رو این برنامه دارم که بلندت میکنم
مرسی من چی میکشیم از نصف این پلیرهای حضوری شب از این لحظه کسی رو بخیر اکتتون رو بزنید در حال مذاکره. اکت شهروند بازه. لطفاً هر 8 پلیر مایک اعلام حضور بزنن. ببینم شوخی نکردیم کسی نباشه صدامو نشنوه. آرمان. آقای آرمان.
جانم.
سینا که دیروز شیلدش افتاد، همونطور که شنیدید مافیا شب مذاکره کرد. در نتیجه خداحافظی نمی‌کنیم با کسی. سر صحبت امروز آقای آرمان به سمت سینا با تعارف چالش.
اینا هستی پشت مایکه سینا الو سینا صدا میاد هستی به شهروندی رسیدی یا نه دیگه من دیروزم حتی داشتی تارگت می‌کردی گفتم شماها هیچ کدومتون نمیتونید به سینا بگید مافیا. سینا که خط برده است از بین خود منی که دیروز خواستم تارگتش کنم گفتم این اصلا رفته کنار. گفتم یه اسنایپر هم آره بین نیمای آرمان باید باشه. اون روزی که حسین اوشن همون رای تأخیری اسنایپر بازی بوده باشه شب هم رفته باشه زده باشه دلش نیومده تو روز دو بده که پرواز کنه. یعنی من تو ذهنم اینو گفتم آره حرف تو درسته امکان داره اینجا یه مافیا باشه ولی ما اصلا قدرت اینو نداریم بخوایم اینا رو تحلیل کنیم. نیما فهمیدی من اینا رو داشتم میگفتم گفتم بیا بریم این بر مثلا شوزه من دیروزم بهش یک ندادم این پلیر اصلا تو پوزیشنش میتونست منو تارگت کنه. جدی میتونست تارگتم کنه. دیروزم بهش یک ندادم بذار
پایا رو انقدر دیگه داده.
امین جان از شما بعیده. آرمان صحبت
الان محمد رضا و محمد اسقاط بین خودتون مافیا داری؟ جز پس جوزف میشه شهروند دیگه داداش اگه بین خودتون مافیا داشته باشه. این سینا جان من نمیدونم داداش بهت هم رأی ندادم. نیما یار آقای روزبه نبوده عزیز دلم. چون اگر یار آقای روزبه بوده شما اگه من تو بازی بخوای شهروند داشته باشید وقتی من جوزف اومده به من تارگت زده نیما اومده به من تارگت زده من رفتم باشون دیالوگ کردم دیالوگ منو نمیپذیرفت دیگه اونم با من دیالوگ کرد روزبه رو بازی کرد. پس نیما رو تارگت نکن دیگه. من نمیدونم چرا اینقدر پافشاری میکنی رو این حرف. اگه میخواستی شیلت بیفته که اوکیه اون کارم کردن. نمیدونم آقا محمد رضا برخورد با پیروز داداش خیلی عجیبه. یعنی یا میدونی پیروز تو بازی شهرونده یه برخورده عجیب غریبی کنه. پس ساید همون محمد رضا محمد اثبات امروز تو 8 باز میکنه دیگه.
بچه‌ها زنگ بزنم دیگه 10 ثانیه بعد مایکتون رو
بله
جوزف جون زوزه بگیم
بذار من داداش تو که بازی بلد نیستی بذار اینو بهت بگم هم بشنون. اینقدر معلوم زره پوشی که شیلد تو انداختم مذاکره نشی استاد. من میخواستم درباره دفاعیت رو بگیرم اینقدر معلوم تو شیلد داری که شیلد تو انداختم مذاکره نشده باهات. بشین سرت بیاد دیگه داداش اینقدر ادعای بازی نکن دیگه. یه رای بده پیروز آقای محمد رضا فهمید تو بازی نباید بابا بدش کن. سینا بازی کنیم.
چالش رو محمد رضا بدم با هم صحبت کنیم. من صحبت میکنم امروز با من به سینا، من واقعا به همون دلیل بترایی. من از این روزی یک فهمیده بودم تو زره پوشی. من واقعا دادم که مذاکره بشی. فکت محمد رضا رو براتون میسن دیگه، از این فکت ولی تر تو کل بازی نیست. آره محمد رضا دیروز تو کاوری که از سینا گرفت چه چیزی رو عرض کرد خدمت دک فرمودن، گفت آقای جوزف مافیاس، محمد اثبات یارش. حرف محمد رضا تو کاور مگه نبود؟ خیلی آقای جوزف الان فهمیدیم که روزبه مافیا ساده بوده، پس من و جوزف یکی گادفادر یکی مذاکره کننده بود. به نظرت من روزی یک مافیا ساده رو میخواستم نگه بدارم، گادفادر یا مذاکره کننده رو بدم بیرون؟ و حالا برعکس روزبه چالشش رو همینجور کرده تو حلقوم مذاکره کننده، گفته مشکوکی تو توسینا به نظرم مافیا هست. گفت روز ما به نظر تا چه حرکتی کرد روزبه؟ محمد رضا دیروز فهمید که جوزف من گادفادر مذاکره کننده
اثباتو خلاص کنید دیگه، کارتش دیگه
خلاص کن
اصلا نگاه کن، اصلا فکر کنید من که من 2% شارژ دارم، من حرف میزنم رایمو سری میفرستم که اگه نبودم از دهم رایم تاثیرگذار. میگه من شهروندم بین روزبه مافیا ساده و جوزف مذاکره کننده میخواستم مذاکره کننده رو بکنم بیرون. خب امروز بیا مذاکره کننده رو بکن بیرون. این فکتی که میگه رو خود من میشینه. من مافیا بودم، اون مافیا ساده رو داشتم نگم داشتم مذاکره کننده رو بکنم بیرون. بیس حرفی که داره میزنی از بیس شهروندی جوزفه. من فهمیدم پیروز شهرونده آقای آرمان. من دیروز گفتم یا پیروز مافیاست یا اون دوتا با هم مافیا، یه اگریه اثبات دیگه کارتش انداز زمین، خلاصش کنید دیگه. 3 مافیا هستش، اثبات جوزف که حتما مافیا، یه دونه هم یاکوزایی شدن. خب میبازیم بازی رو دیگه. من رأیامو فرستم.
چالش نیما بعد من صحبت کنه. خب ببین سینا جان، من پیروز مافیاس با نگاه با خاطیه بود جان. من به شما دعوتتون میخواستم بگم اوکی، من خودم چی گفتم نیما سینا با هم هستن. حتی اگه تو مافیا هست، حتی تو یه گادفادر اگر استعداد مثبت هست میگوید داداش، دیروز شما تصمیم گرفتی به یه مافیا رای دادی بکن داداش. پیروز پوزیشن رای دو به تو داشته داداش آقای سینا. من که دعوت کردم یه معلوم با زره پوش بود دیگه، دفاعیت زره پوش بود، رای تو انداختم داشت بشینه بازی. پیروز بازی مافیاست، کار دست شهروندی میگه به پیروز محمد رضا محمد مثلا مافیا باشه داداش. پیروز رو بازی بکن بیرون یا نه میخوای من بازی بکن بیرون؟ اگه نشسته باشه که شاتو میزنم بازی تمام میشه، نشسته باشه خودت الان شهروند قطعی مگه نیستی؟ من بهت رای دادم از نظر پوزیشن من مافیا به پیروز مافیا، یه دونه بین مثلا مافیا هیچ جایی نیست، مافیا هم بین من و پیروز کدوم تصمیم بگیر دیگه. این نمیشه که بگیر ما داداش شما شهروندی بگیر ما حتما
سینا من از چیاتیش میگیرم روزی که روزبه داشتش من به جونم میدونم من خودم کسی بودم که بلند شدم توپیدم به روزبه گفتم من سینا اصلا شهروند من تاریخ بهش ندارم. چرا من گادفادر بودم؟ من مافیا بودم بیوجود که نیستم. روزبه با اقتدار یه شهروند میکردم بیرون، بعد میرفتم سراغ این که مثلا روزبه مافیا ساده رو بخوام بفروشم، این نفر رو برم باش مذاکره. هنوزم میگی آرمان و مافیا نداری و فراز و آرمان رو اینجا داری؟ من چی دارم نه دارم به خودم صحبت میکنم، به کسی که احترامی نکردم. ما نمیره تو کتم، بعد بازی میکنیم حتما میکشم زیرت. اگه رأیگیری داشتیم دوباره میکشیدم زیرت. ولی من باز مسیر بازی رو میگم. تو محمد رضا آقای پیروز یه مافیا بود با دیروز برای من، تو اثبات فراز هم برای من یه مافیا بود.
مرسی نیما جان.
آرمان که اصلا قابلیت مذاکره شدن نداره، خودت هم وقتی با منم مذاکره نشده دیگه، خودت در رو بمیشی.
مرسی نیما جان، متشکرم.
چالش سینا بعد از آقای سینا ولش کن، بودم جنگای دیگه. راست میشه بین من و آقای جوزف انتخاب کن تو بازی.
حق رأی دادن به شما نداشتم یا این آقای جوزف؟ تو کسی بودی که از حتمی مافیای من شوسی بهش گفتی شهروند تو بازی بهش رأی یک ندادی. آقای جوزف کسی بوده که دفاع کرد، یعنی رفتی تو سایدش بازی کردی، نه بهش رأی بی خودتو همساید کردی با این آقای جوزف. میگه این آقای پیروز حق رأی داشته به شما بده، خودت که نه حق رأی داشتی به آقای سینا بدی، نه حق تارگت به فراز داشتی بزنی تو بازی. اینا این فراز رأی دو نکشیده بوده زیره، سینا رأی نداده بوده بهت، خودت رأی دو کشیدی زیرش، زرهش انداختی برای اینکه مذاکره نشه تو بازی. داره به شور توهین میکنه سینا جان آقای جوزف. حالا ببین نیما شاه چی گلم حق تو اعتقاد داری بین من محمد اثبات محمد رضا تو بازی یه مافیا نشسته، ما باید جوزف رو تارگت کنی از دلم. مگه میشه من 2 روز فقط تک تارگت هم آقای جوزفه؟ من ببندم جلو محمد اثبات محمد رضا از بیس کارت این آقای جوزف دارن یا میگن تو یار جوزفی، محمد میگه اثبات تو یار جوزفی، اثبات میگه محمد تو یار جوزفی. جوزف فهمیده باید با من سایت بگیره. یا برو بیرون آقا.
اثبات تو داشتی که دیروز ما اینا بازی میکردی. ببین آقای جوزف یه چیزی بهت بگم، ما دیروز از شما کاور کردیم، از شما برداشتیم رأی دادی به یک دادی. حالا درباره خواستی بگیری یا نه؟ دو به ما دادی، باز کاورت کردیم، دو دادی. الان بهت چالش دادم، چالش رو بر نمیگردی میدی یا جای دیگه. خب ببین برادر اسم شما جوزفه، بچه‌ها به من میگن جوزی. خب الان کارایی که کردی رفتی تو مخ من دیگه، مثلا یهو انقدر عصبانی بشم که برام مهم نباشه. مافیا بودی به نفعم، نبودی هم به تو. به همین راحت.
بله مرسی ممنونم. نفر بعد صحبت
چالش فقط ایشون بخوام به صحبت میشون یکی اینو باید بگه راستت. آقای سینا داداش من یه چیزی بهت بگم، من به نظرم حتما مذاکرهشون نشسته. بتونم آقای پیروز و محمد رضا که با هم مافیا، یعنی با هم این دوتا با هم مافیا. آره دیگه پیروز جان من از کارت مافیا اگه محمد رضا رفت چشما رو بکنم این سایده. اصلا ما رو کارت جوزف داریم نمیجنگیم. من حرفم اصلا رو جوزف نیست. محمد رضا به من جوزف گفت همسایه، گفت دوتاتون با هم مافیه. من جوزف یار روز بودیم. نه من به تو میگم سینا جان حتما مذاکرهشون نشسته عزیزم، حتما. اینا هم دارن تو رو بولی میکنن که این جوزف رو بکنی. آقا جوزف رو من میخواستم بکنم بیرون، نمیخوام بکنم بیرون.
میدونی سینا چیه قضیه؟ تو داری الان دوست داری یعنی فرقی واسه دیگه نمیکنه ببریم یا ببازیم سینا؟ اگه فرقی نمیکنه بریم. علی منم زیاد دست به شخص بغضی بهت رای دادم، چون روز یک بهت رای ندادم با این کسی تو برده بودم. روز دو دوباره این برات استدلال شهروندی آوردم، برای خودم استدلال شهروندی آوردم، به یک دادی به این دلیل بهت یک دادم، گفتم تو به شهروندی خود من رسیدی. تو رای یکای دیروزت که داداش مافیا هست، این که تموم شد. این پیروز من نظرم مافیاست، اینجوری داره رو جوزف پارو میزنه دیگه. من تو ما شهروندا، من و تو شهروند نفهمیدیم جوزف مافیاست، روز یک دو بکشیم زیر شب واسه فروش پیدا کنیم. میدونی چی میگم؟ حالا نمیدونم بازم هر چی تو بگی سینا، من با یکم رو باز میشه. من فقط این چیزا رو بهت گفتم که
نیما صحبت
چالش سینا بگی بعد من صحبت کن. آقا سینا هر ندادن دیروز به سینا خودشون خواستن بندازه دیگه. بل کن آقا دیروز پیاده قبول کن سینا. تموم شد دیگه آقا. بعد مگه الان یه شهروند الان داریم دیگه امروز هم سینا آقا ولی فقیه این بازی آقای سینا دیگه. وقتی خواسته شیلش رو بندازه خودش دیده لابد ورسه داره بازی رو در بیاره. سینا جان من یه بار دیگه مسیر ذهنی رو من که سوپر بازی کردم، یه بار دیگه مسیر ذهنی رو بهت میگم، باز امروز خودت یکی رو بکن بیرون. فکر می‌کنی من گادفادر بودم به درک از کار سافلی منو بکن بیرون؟ من شهروندم و من مذاکره ننشسته. بین من آقای پیروز و محمد رضا فضلی یه دونه مذاکره کننده داشتن تا دیروز، یه دونه بین محمد اثبات و این آقای فراس عزیزم گادفادر داشتن. حالا محمد اثبات میگه قطع به یقین مذاکرهشون هم نشسته دیگه، اگه نشسته باشه من اطلاع ندارم باشه، با من نشسته، خودت هم که افتادی، آرمان هم که اسنایپر دیگه. ببین برنامه چیه، چالش به تردستم بهت دادم دیگه، یکی رو بکن بیرون دیگه، یکی رو بکن. من ختمش ذهنی هم بهت دادم، یا مافیاس ببینیم این برای برنامه میکنم بیرون تموم میشه دیگه، حوصله‌مو سرم.
آقا ولش کن باشه باشه. یا باید بگیم پیروز و محمد رضا با هم مافیان، یا باید بگیم محمد رضا مذاکره شده با تو مافیا. شانسیه دیگه، یه دونه این دستت مسئلت ها هست. حالا اگه مذاکره شد این وقتی ها نباشن ولش کن. پیروز همینطوری شانسی بکنیم بیرون. من زره هم انداختم دلیلش این بود که میخواستم مذاکره با من نشه، یعنی گفتم اگه اون روز برفته بیرون، نه اینکه بخوام ادعایی هم تو بازی ندارم آقا دیگه، این هم شانسیه دیگه. یا باید جوزف رو دیروز میکردیم بیرون سایت اینا در بیاد، یا الان دیگه دارید دو طرف برای اون یه سری مثلا محمد اثبات داره فکت شهروندی برای جوزف میاره تا دیروز میخواسته بکنش بیرون، فراز آرمان هم که شهروندش دارن، من خودم مافیاش دارم تو مخم هم هست. یعنی دیگه شانسیه دیگه، میخواید پیروز رو بکنید بیرون، چون پیروز هم من روز یک مشکوک داشتم، سایدش هم باز نکرد دیگه، خودش رو بکنید بیرون حداقل سایدش باز
مرسی محمد رضا هستی؟
سایدش رو باز نمی‌کنید خودش رو باز.
مرسی نفر آخر شما.
من چالیس هم میدم به بعدی که داده بودم.
قربونت برم، جدی پلیر فیلمز. ببین سینا جان عزیزم، با من مذاکره نشده، مورد حرف منم که حتما یار جوزف نبودم تا اینجا، درست؟ روزی یک رای دو دادم به جوزف دیگه. من به نظرم محمد رضا پیروز هم سایدن و دوتاشون با هم مافیا. خب این از من داشت، من وصیت‌وار دارم بهتون. برو از این به بعد دوباره بگرد دنبال پرتغال فروش که محمد رضا پیروز به نظرم همسایدن، جفتی با هم مافیا. چه پیروز بره اوکیه، چه محمد رضا هم بره اوکیه.
آره اوکی، من مذاکره کننده تیم مافیا، چون برای اینکه آقای اثبات در روند بازی خارج شه، چه من یا پیروز، یا من به نظرم پیروز حتما شهروند. خیلی معلومه اثبات مافیاست، خیلی یعنی خیلی واضح اثبات مافیاست، یعنی از این واضح‌تر نمیشه که نیمه گفتی کی بره داشی بازی سپردی دست کی، با دست اثبات بازی کنید، به من رأی بدید، من از روند بازی خارج شم. من
محمد اثبات محمد رضا خودت هم هستی دیگه، نگار هستی شما؟ سر صحبت آرمان بوده، من میبینم فقط هم نگار بیاد رو ما که اگه اشتباه گفتم. رأی میگیرم برای دفاع آرمان 1001 1002 سینا که هیچی، محمد اثبات 1001 1002 یک رأی. مرسی. یه رأی تأخیری. برای آقای جوزف 1001 1002 مرسی، 3 رأی. برای آقای پیروز 1001 1002 4 5 رأی. 1002 یک رأی. مرسی. برای محمد رضا 1001 1002 پیروز تارگت
آقای جوزف
کاور
آرمان.
ببین آقا، پیروز کسی بوده که تو بازی من معارفم با این شروع کردم، پیروز مشکوکه، آرمان مشکوک پیروز گفتم. پیروز 10 نفر فهمید تو بازی من شهروند مافیام. زمانی که من رأی دو داد، پیروز بازی قطعی مافیای من بود. کار دستم گفته بین پیروز محمد رضا محمد اثبات بازی مافیاست. پیروز دیروز چی گفته بود تو همون 8 نفر گفت نه آقا محمد تو بازی شهروند، محمد اثبات تو بازی شهروند نشه. پیروز رأی یک واسش گذاشت، یه رأی کنه خاص محمد اثبات. آرمان نمیدونم تو بازی چیه داداش، تو ازش بگم تعریف کردم گفتم ماشاءالله اومدی دیالوگ کردی، مثلا بازی مولد داشت نکن دیگه آقا. هر کدوم نیما آرمان سینا که شهروندش توشون مافیا بوده که روزتون
میشه کاور برم؟
ببین من که پیروز رأی نمیدم. دلیلم داره. پیروز رفتارش دیروز رفتاری نبوده که دو تا مافیا تو دک باشه به 4 نفری تارگت بزنه که 4 تاشون 3 تاشون رأی 2 داده بودن به مافیا. متوجه هستین سیما جان؟ الان هم تو 8 تاییم. اگه مذاکره نشسته باشه به پیروز رأی بدی که بازی میبازی. خب چون محمد رضا فضلی من باگم بودم نمیدونم به کیا رأیام رفت. شاید رأیام اصلا برعکس رفت باشه. اصلا رفت باشه واسه نیما یا چون از ساید محمد رضا و محمد اسمت تو بازی باز می‌کردیم. من باگ صدا میاد؟
آره بفهم.
اوکی. از ساید محمد رضا و محمد اسمت تو بازی باز می‌کردیم. یه چیزی که مشخصه فراز و جوزف با هم همسایه. قبول داری فراز؟ قبول داری داداش یا قبول نداری؟ چون جوزف دیروز اونم به تو تارگت نمیزد که بهش 2 نده بودی. امروز هم به تو کار نداره. سه تا از رأی 2 هم باز تو دک. متوجه هستی؟ مگر اینکه بخوام بگیم که من آقا رأی نمیدم. من رأی نمیدم. از 8 تا بازی در یه شاد بشه.
از برد شهروند اینه که اصلا من رأی نده تو بازی. چون مذاکره نشسته باشه با این دیتاهایی که اومده تو بازی که فکر میکنم نشسته بازیتون روند بازی این آقای اثبات دیدی چجوری تحقیق کرده. بعد از اینکه خودش گفت تو بازی مذاکره نشسته، آقای جوزف کسی بوده که همسو با من محمد رضا داشته تو بازی تارگت می‌کرد. امروز مافیا شده پیروز محمد رضا تو بازی جوزف رو صفر کاور کرد. آقای فراز مگه تارگت این آقای جوزف بی مورد نبوده به شما دیروز؟ ما بگم تارگت یار به یار بوده ها. به من که امروز شهروند رأی نمیده، چون تو بازی که معتقدی مذاکره شد مذاکرهش نشسته تو بازی با 5 رای تکلیف اومده بالا تو دفاعیه. از شهروند به هیچ وجه به من رأی نمیده امروز. بین این کسایی که رأی دادن آقای نیما، فراز، سینا که یه کارتی اومده دستش که به نظرم مثلا لایقش شیلدشو انداخته، شهروند هزار شده تو دک، امروز میخواد شانسی از دک بکنه.
مرسی پیروز شد. ما کلام حضور بدین لطفا. فعلی آرمان ممرزا ممرزا هستیم؟ اوکی. رأی 2 میگیرم برای پیروز 1001 1002 3 رأی. شب من 3 تخلیه دارم. هیچ کس شما باید نگاه درست دیدم؟ فراز تخلیه درست. شب بزنین اکتتون رو بچه. شهروند بازه سریع اکتتون رو بزنید. با شمارش من روز میشه. حالا ندارم بشمارم. 8 تا مایک الان حضور بدین لطفا هر 8 پلیر. مرسی آقای ارمان، مرسی. درخواست سلامتیت. سر صحبت امروز آقای ژوزف به سمت پیروز. زنگ گذارم 5 ثانیه دیگه خدمت.
آقا خلاصت میکنم آقای محمد رضا پیروز با هم گفتیم با نیما مذاکره شده خلاصت.
پیروز که تو مافیا روز یک مافیا 8 تا پایینش بیرون دیگه تهش میخواید شاد بزنه بازی ببره. الان مثلا چه فرقی کنه؟ خب نه الان نه جدی الان من مافیا بودم من داشتم سینا رو گول بزنم محمد اسپات تو بازی ها نیما تو بازی فهمید که بکشه کنار چیکار کنه. الان فرقش با 8 تا چیه؟ جدی فرقش با 8 تا چیه؟ فهمید پیروز رنگ نده. پیروز که تو بازی مافیاست. فقط امروز پیروز میاد. من نمیخوام بگم کدومتون یکی کنارش مافیایی یه دونه شهروندتون در بیاد بخواد باید بیایید واسه بازی گردن بگیرید. پیروز قطعی مافیاست. فقط پیروز رو به گان کنه.
چالش محمد رضا صحبت.
قبل تو بگم من نمی‌ترس هیچی، یعنی هرسم نمیگیره. اینکه سینا جوزفو گردن نمیگیره تک بکنتش بیرون که هرسم میگیره. پیروز که حتما شهروند دیروز اومد تو دفاعیه این آقای جوزف. ببین آقای فراز بذار با تو حرف بزنم. آقای فراز این جوزف مذاکره کننده تیم مافیاست. خب با روزبه داشته زرگری میزده. حس اطمینان تارگتاشون رو نگاه کن. اثبات اون روزی که من گفتم بازی از آرمان و فراز و سینا و خود اثبات بردارید بیایید جوزف رو بکنید بیرون، روزی که مذاکره نشده بود اثبات شیلد کیو ریخت؟ سینا رو دیگه. جوزف با پیل زده بود زیر سر پوشی تک رای باید بکنیدش بیرون. اینو
نه آقا جوزف هست که اسنایپره از اینکه رفته پای گادفادر رو زده میگه آدز گادفادر شورولی جوزف تو دیگه کسی داره شورولی. این اثبات ما بگیم مثلا اورجینال مافیاست تو بازی. آقای اثبات چی شد این جوزف رو دیگه رنگ ندادی بهش تو بازی؟ چه اتفاقی برات افتاد؟ محمد رضا تو بازی مافیاست. محمد رضا که حتما شهرونده تو حتما شهرونده. منو میخوام بکنی بیرون امروز. دیروز نوبت من بود گذشته آقای اثبات. امروز تک میایم تک.
مرسی فراز.
سینا
لطفا چالش هم نگیرید زودتر نیکس بدید. به آقای پیروز شما دیروز برگشتی گفتی من برم این بازی تمامه دیگه. پس شما اعلام کردی دکتری تو این بازی. شما اگه دکتر بودی بهترین کار این بود که منم سیف بدی. چیو سیف بدی؟ آقای آرمان رو سیف بدی. یعنی قشنگ‌ترین، چون تو و محمد رضا که مشکوک بودی خب خودتون رو که نباید سیف میدادی. منم که دارم خودتو میکنم بیرون. پس چه بهتر که من شاد بشم برم بیرون دیگه. پس یه نفر میمونه باید سیفش بدی، اون آرمانه. و اونی هم که میگی چیزه این اسنایپر جوزف نیستیه. اسنایپر جوزف چیزای دیگه. آقای پیروز اگه دکتری همینجا نقش بدم به بازی زودتر تموم کن. من درد نمیگم.
همینه دیگه مسیر که همینه پیروز. منم بتونم دوم تأخیری شد امروز فرشتم رفتم. چون آرمان اگر پیروز رو کاورش کرده گفته ساید درست تو محمد رضا است. تو درباره گفته ساید درست بین شما دوتاست. امروز نمیتونی بگی جوزف رو بکن بیرون. محمد رضا جان شما باید با وصیت اون شهرونده که رفته پایین حداقل کاری که میکنی محمد اسپات رو گردن بگیری بگی محمد اسپات رو پیروز رو کاورش میکنی. نمیدونم شهر عجیبیه. سینا جون دیگه شما دستور میدونی. چالش جنسی من میدم به جوزف بعد من صحبت کنم. ببین داستانی که دارم میدونی چیه؟ سینا بذار بهت بگم. ببین من تو محمد رضا پیروز داداش دوتا مافیا ندارم. اینجا قطع به یقین مافیا هست. دوتا مافیا من اینجا نمیبینم. استاد اثبات میگه با من مذاکره شده. با من مذاکره شده. من شهروندم موندم. با مذاکره نشده. پیروز و اخیره به من فکر کنید دیگه. آقای محمد اثبات میخواسته جوزف رو بکنه بیرون. از روزبه مافیا ساده اول کاور کرده. روزبه میخواسته جوزف رو بکنه بیرون. اون فراز تارگت زده. امروز هم داره میگه با من مذاکره شده. محمد اثبات شورال مافیاست. هر کی تو دک مافیا باشه محمد اثبات که شورال مافیا هست. ببین سینا یه چیزی ببینم. من فکر کنم محمد اثبات فصلی تو بازی مافیاست. حالا بذار بهت بگم. من همه اینا رو نمیدونم با جوزف نشسته یا کوزایی نشده، ولی شهروند اورجینال که بوده جوزف. قبول داری؟ شهروند اورجینال که جوزف بوده. اینا میخوام جوزف معرض فصلی هم به جوزف معرضشون. اثبات کیه داداش؟ اثبات داره میگه تو ویروس با هم دیگه دوتایی مافیاییم. اثبات چیه؟ امروز روی اثبات روند بازی خارج شده. اثبات مافیاست تو بازی.
چه حرف عجیبی زدی نیما. پس من احتمال با هم نشسته باشه نشسته باشه. درسته؟ محمد ممکن با محمد اثبات خب یه رای میدم به پیروز دیگه. من که بعد بگیم مذاکره نشسته دیگه. خب یه رای میدم پیروز هم
مافیات ندارم خب.
نه محمد اثبات مافیا نیست. با محمد اثبات من یه عده‌ای راضی کرده. من شهروند و سینا شهروندم گول خودی پیروز هم بازی می‌کنیم. خب یه رای دو میدم پیروز هم بازی میدم بیرون دیگه. چرا باید میشستیم گوشه؟ چیز عجیب میگه. آقا پیروز که فقط پیروز مافیاست. داداش سینا من مافیا بودم. سینا رو گول زدم. محمد اثبات گفتم فراز گول زدم. تو فقط تک مافیایی داداش. یا هی ندادم که تک مافیایی. فقط تک مافیایی. از کارت خودم که رای دو داده تک مافیایی.
سینا اگه چالش بخواد بهش میدم. سینا پیروز کسی چالش نمیدم. چالش ببین من هیچ که بازی پیروز اندازه من نمیفهمم. من 6-7 سال با این دارم بازی میکنم. نفس میکشه میفهمم چی. هیچ کدومتون نمیتونید بفهمید پیروز شهرونده یا مافیاست. این مشکل فقط چیه؟ اینا تو گروه رفتن به جوزف گفتن نیما چون عزیزم اگه با یاکوزایی شده یا نشده، تو گروه رفتن به جوزف گفتن که رو پیروز کاراگاهی بلند کن، صفر تارگتش کن. در صورتی من دارم جوزف رو هر روز یک گردم میگیرم دیگه. اینا چنین فکر شما یه دیسلایک کاراگاهی میده آقای جوزف لطفا. حالا فراز دی پیروز مافیاس ایراد نداره. پیروز مافیاس. دیروز رأی تأخیری رو کی بهش داده؟ فراز دیروز نمیدونسته کی یارشه. باهاش مذاکره شده است دیگه. فراز دیگه نمیدونسته کی یارشه. 3 تا رأی آورده پیروز. رأی اون انداخته ترسیده بود پیروز یارش باشه. این فکتای بازی آقای اثبات. اینا فقط خنده داره برای شما که حتما کارت سیاه کشیدی. خنده داره. ببین سینا جون برای بار آخر دیالوگ میکنم. خودت نیما پیروز شهروندی. خب جوزف فراز محمد اثبات مافیا هم. فراز اون مافیا خریداری شده است. حالا شما طبق روز قبل حالا فکر کنی پیروز دکتر نیست هست میخوای بکنیش بیرون نمیخوای بکنیش بیرون. شما زره پوشی برد و باخت کردن شماست. بفهم.
آقا چالش نمیخواد. چالش نده. اثبات تو هم نده. بگو آقا بشین دیگه. بشین. نمیدیم که شهرونده کی مافیاست دیگه. آقا من به عنوان کاپیتان تیم شهروندی میگم به پیروز حمله. ببین محمد رضا میدونی الان تو باید چیکار میکردی؟ تو نمیتونستی بگی من خودت پیروز نیما شهروندی، چون نیما میگه پیروز نره بیرون، تو باید بری بیرون. آقا من یه درخواست از دکتر بازی که پیروزه که امشب میره بازی بیرون دارم. نیما رو سیف نمیدی خب، منو سیف میدی یا اثبات رو سیف میدی. خب آقا نیما رو من میذارم برای اینکه بازیکن قوی از ما بزنید. نیما رو زدید من اثبات رو میکنم بیرون اگه تو بازی بودم. همین راحتی. آقا اصلا اثبات رو سیف بدید ولش کن. منم این کارو میکردم. آقا حمله.
چالش دستور داد چالش ندیم دیگه. فراز خیلی هم وقت همدیگه رو ندیدیم.
یه دقیقه وایس فقط من یه هزینه کردی یه نفر تو آدینس هزار برای من اسکلت میذاره. اون که هزینه کردی رو باید بگو من بازی بعدی مافیا شدم هزینه کنم بیاد اسکلت رو برای من بذاره. نیما فهمید من و محمدرضا با هم مافیاییم دیگه. من و محمدرضا با هم مافیاییم. پیروز رای دو نداد. محمدرضا رای دو نداد. پیروز محمدرضا نیما مگه دیروز نگفت هرچی آقا سینا بگه؟ مگه هرچی نگفت آقا سینا دستور داد پیروز بره. چجور شیلد سینا رو انداختی؟ نخواستی پیروز بره نیما جان. چجور شیلد سینا رو انداختی؟ اون موقع خیلی راحت میدادی. میدونی خودت هم ندادی لاها. این پیروز دیالوگش با تو این بود که نیما جان بیا با هم بازی کنی. پیروز داد بگم تو گناهی نداری قربون. پیروز
دیگه عکس نذارید چون من مایکاتون رو نمیبینم. در حق خودتون اچاف میشه. میدونید که اصلا آدم انتقاد پذیری هم نیستم. از پایینم عکس نذارید. اگه مودریتور رو دیدن ریموف کنن من بهتون رای گیرم. رای یک میگیرم برای آقای جوزف 1001 1002 یک رای. مرسی. من هنوز اسم گفتم دوستان.
نه برای چی؟
رای میگیرم برای پیروز 1001 5 رای. رای میگیرم برای سا 1001 1002 رای میگیرم برای سینا 1001 1002 دو رای. مرسی. رای میگیرم برای محمد اثبات 1001 دو رای. مرسی. پیروز تک دفاع. تارگت
بده کامل بده من رفتم بدش کن یعنی فقط میدونی از چی ناراحتم از اون کارت زره پوشی سینا اون کارتی زره پوشی که این گاو میگیره تو بازی دلش کابا نمیخوام نیکس
اثبات هستی؟
اثبات بگه بیاد.
جانم برو.
ما کلام حضور. رای دو میگیرم برای پیروز. بسی از کن پیروز جان.
کسی که برای شهروندی شو کنه تو بازی زیرشو میندازه که بگه حمله بگه حمله سینا جون اما بگه حمله سینا تو نازکتر کن اینجوری به اون بیشتر میچسبه که برای شو کردن شهروندی زیره تو میندازه تو بازی که همه شهرونده باید رای دادن گفته میدونیم این زره پوشه زرهشو بندازیم زیاد داره حرف میزنه برای میگه حمله من که تو بازی شهروند بودم بازی ها یه ادامه داشته باشه باید بگی مذاکرهشون نشسته وصیتم تک محمد اثبات تک فردا استعلام میگیرید دیگه استعلام میگیری متوجه میشین چی بودم من تو بازی تک اثباتو میکنی قبل نزد به فردا انتظار نمیکشی
مرسی بازی خوبه. مرسی من بهترم افتاده انصاب میکنم شب اکت شهروند بازه. روز میشه. مرسی فراز، مرسی از بازی خوبه. درخواست اعلام وضعیت، آخرین اعلام وضعیت. 5 یه دونه گرفتن.
اصلا نگرفتیم. اولیه.
خب اما که تو ببندی الان دیگه. یه دو مافیا از بازی خارج شد. سر صحبت بازی امروز اثبات به سمت آقای جوزف.
چالش بگو عشقم، من که به تو چالش
بازی پیروز گذاشت.
باشه متوجه شد. بله بفرد.
ببخش پیروز گذاشتت لا دیگه، چون اصلا رأی 3 رو باید به تو میداد بیای بالا دیگه با فرازی که شات شش ببین فراز که شات من نیکه، چون من بودم رو فراز میخواستم به قول معروف گفتنی تارگت رو ادامه بدم. پس این که اصلا باید بگید که امروز همیشه مهیای بیرون رفتن منه دیگه. اثبات مافیاست دیگه، اما اثبات شو بودی دیگه کاریش نمیشه. موضوع که احتمالاً تویی، چون اصلا که به یه یار رای داده به یه یار رای ندادی. این روند
من دو تا فکت همین الان برات میارم. یعنی اصلا فکتای دیروز رو بگم، فکتای دیروز رو بگم. شما فهمیدی پیروز منو گذاشت لا دیگه، درسته؟ پس فهمیدی که پیروز مافیاست منم گذاشته لا. چرا رأی دو ندادی خوشگلم؟ حالا فکت دوم، شما 7 سال پیروز رو میشناسی، فهمیدی پیروز شهرونده، میدی قطعا شهرونده پیروز. هم شده رفت میگه هم فکت شناخت هم فکت استدلالی.
آقای جوزف ترن شماست.
آقا بل کن چالش نمیدونم.
آقای جوزف سینا جان به سمت جوزف. یه بار دیگه بیایی رو مایک دادمت پایین. اصلا من مهم نیست.
آقا بازی جدیدی تو مافیا درست کردم، به مهرزا که میشناخت حمله.
مثل اعتماد کرده خودم خودت محمد نیما تا شهروند دیگه اگه شهروند مونده باشه شهروند بدش کن، مثلا نمیگم چیزی. محمد حساب دیالوگش چون دیالوگ که من مذاکره من عباسی کنم این از چی باید نمیدونم سینا بدش کن بزنم چی میشه. خیلی میگفت پیروز شهروند نمیدونم خیلی آخر همون کار رو نمیدونم. من اینکه بگه مذاکره شای خوب نشسته بدش کن.
نکس داری مهرزا همینجا دیگه چیز نداره دیگه. برو امروز مهرزا. من تو رو مافیا داشتم، از دیروزم گفتم من دیروز مافیا نداشتم، دیدم اون آرمان که معلوم اسنایپر بود. ولی شات خوبی زدین آرمان، من سر اون مرزم کشید رای ندادم، چون گفت تو هفته بازی در بیاد. من محمد خود تو صد روزبه مافیا داشتم روزبه روز میکردم بیرون، تو چوب تا شهر ما کردی. گفت دیگه نه روزبه شهروند و فلان و جزء شما من مذاکره نشده، من شهروندم. من از این آقای سینا شهروندترم مثلا بعد به دلت راه نداره. امروز آقای فضلی علمنده بازی خارج شد، مهرزا مافیا داشتم.
نمیدونم واقعا نمیفهم اثبات بعد من حرف بزن توجه نمیشید دیگه. سینا هم که حمله رو چیز کرد. ببین جوزف یا تو مذاکره کننده باید باشی یا اثبات دیگه، چون روزبه مافیا ساده بوده دیگه با شات رفته بیرون که مذاکره شده دیگه. پیروز دیگه نمیتونسته گادفادر باشه چیز باشه مذاکره کننده باشه همچینش بره این آقای جوزف رو تارگت کنه که. پس پیروز باید بگی رئیس تیم مافیا مذاکره کننده مونه. من با کارت مذاکره کننده 2 تا یارم اینجوری به دندون نمیگیرم. یکیشونو حداقل یکیشونو میذارم برای مذاکره، برای چیزیه مذاکره دیگه. من مافیا بی سناریویی نیستم که. اثبات من آره دیگه ریحانم تیم تموم میشه اشکال نداره.
ببین سینا ارنت، چون من به نظرم تو شاتی. خب ببین نیما موقع جوزف رو میزنه، به جوزف بفهمون که من شهروند و دی عزیزم محمد رضا که امروز میره. ببین نیما اگه تو 8 تا رای میدادی من عمرم به شک نمیکردم، فیروز با دیالوگ شفاعتم رای رو ندی به فیروز دیگه داداش بس. ولی عشق منی ها انشالله شب تو که از اگه ببینش.
مرسی محسن آقا.
ببین سینا افشار الان تو ترنت منو تا ناموست کاور میکنی، میگی نیماشا یه شهروند تو بازی آقای نیماشا فهمیدی به چی گفتم، خیلی هم بهت واضح میگم من که شهروند بودم داره رو من آدز مذاکره شدن میذاره، یعنی باز خوبه که جرأت نمیکنه به من بگه مافیا اورجینال تو بازی. اصلا نیاز نیست من مخی کسی رو بزنم، فکت بازی صحبت کنم. من شهروند ماندم، خواهمم ماند، هیچ اتفاقی با من نیفتاده. اگر تو کیاس بودم خودم بلدم باید چیکار کنم. تو هم اگه خودت تو کیاس بودی بلدی باید چیکار کنی. من فکتاتو یه بزنم 5 ثانیه ببندم. من فکتاتو بیارم. روزبن رو کاور کردی، با فراز شهروند ساید گرفتی، جوزف رو خواستی بکنی بیرون، یه دفعه فیل دادی. محمد رضا پیروز عمری دو مافیای جا نداشتم، سنگ از داستونا دو مافیای جا برای من نبود، یه مافیا برای من بود که اونم محمد رضا. گفتم محمد رضا رو بکنی بیرون دیگه، دیدم جوزف اصرار میکنه آرما هم رای نداد که دیروز خودم رای دادم که پیروز هم خودم برمیدم محمد رضا. پس با استدلال سالم مافیا آخر خودت. مافیا آخر که اثباته؟ بله.
نه رو مایک.
خیلی خوب. ببین آقای جوزف شما تو بازی بودی به اثبات رای دست میگردم. اثبات جان شما تو بازی بودی به جوزف دست میدی، منم که دیگه تو بازی الله رحمت لسین. حالا اگه بودم یهو دیدید بین ما دست میداد، اگه بخوام مثلا بیام تو کیاس داری اینطوری بگم حمله
اشتباه کلام حضور. محمد رضا 2 دفاع 2 خروج. رای برای اثبات 1001 1002. یک رای برای آقای جوزف، برای آقای نیما، برای آقای محمد رضا.
حمله
زهر ما حمله و زهر ما. آقا ببین من که خوبی قضیه میدونی چیه؟ خوبی قضیه اینه که حداقل رئیس تو اینا که میگم جدیه، اینو به خود جدی میگم. من مذاکره کننده بودم، خب با پیروز یاکوس کرده بودم، همین مذاکره است. رئیس تو بازی قشنگیش اینه که اگر کارگاهی تو بازی باشه دیگه دیسیبل میشه دیگه، غیر فعال میشه، با فکت میتونید بازی کنید. این باحالی قضیه همینه دیگه. فقط
سینا دیگه نمک بریزی دادمت پایین. رای دو برای محمد رضا. مرسی. وصیت.
مرسی بازی رو کرد.
ممنونم. مرسی. لطفا خودتون مفتادی از صحبت برگردم. نزاین عکستون. حسین 4 تا مایک اعلام حضور. سینا سر صحبت آقای ژوزف، هر کدومتون 50 ثانیه ترنتونه.
سر صحبت
آقای ژوزف آقای جوزف یوسف خودم.
آقا یه استعلام داریم
سینا داری دیوونم میکنی. استعلام 3 تا مافیا بیرونه.
الان باز بهتر شد. که شهروند هست مذاکره نمیشه. ببین تو 8 تا محمد اثبات رأی داد. یعنی شما شهروند اورجینال بودید. مذاکره شد چه خودت چه نیما. بین نیما و محمد اثبات که مافیا آخره. محمد اثبات تو 8 تا رأی داد. من خودم سینا محمد اثبات فراز تأخیر داریم. شاد کی بود؟ شاد آرمانی بود که بلند شد کاور کرد. شات بعدیش فراز بود. نیما باید شات میشه. نیما باید خیلی وقت پیش شات میشه. نظرم آخری خود نیماه نمیدونم داشت شهروند بود مذاکره شده بود. این شکلی
ببین مافیا آخری که منم این که مذاکره که زره پوشه خود دکتری محمد اثبات هم کاراگاهه. ولی ریحانه جان این مدل ران کردن درست نیست. من شمردم 8 دفعه شما به سینا تذکر دادی 8 دفعه کیکش نکرد. خب این که باید کیک شه کی باید کیک شه هی میگی نه یا داری دیوونه میکنی. پس به دیوونگی صبر لبریز نمیشه. حمله تموم نشد. تا کی حمله؟ ترن ما که میشه که 10 ثانیه صحبت میکنیم میره رو مایی که ما میگید ببر من نفهمیدم چی شد فلان. 8 دفعه بهش تذکر دادی. اینجوری میخواد شهر ببره. من شهروند ساده بودم با اون مذاکره شده. بچه ها رو بیا بالا بذار شهر اینجوری بازی رو ببره. این چه مدل بردنه؟ این چه مدل بردنه؟ من که داشتم با کار شهروندیم ایولا بازی میکردم. این جزده فعالای دست و پا کشیدم بیرون. من گفتم این روزبه بره بیرون. به سینا دیالوگ کردم گفتم شهرونده دارم بگی بشین. حتی اونجا که داشتی میگفت سینا اثبات چیز بره من گفتم یه مذاکره کننده تو پیروز و چیز دارم. من رضا فضلی که فضلی مذاکره کننده بود. بازی بلد نیست. فقط گنده گوزی. من تبریکم به سال شهروند. اگه میخواید اینجوری ببرید سوپر بودید شما ببرید.
ایفون میخونی؟
اومدی بالا مصطفی
تعریفش نکنید
من اصلا برام مهم نیست. چون خود نیما موقعی که روز یک رای ندادم به روزبه اومد روی مایک داد زد گفت نمیدونم بازی حالیتون نیست. به نظرم شما حداقل ازم تو جایگاهی نیست.
من یه بار اومدم 7 دفعه که نیومدم. یه بار
بزن برد مافیا نه آنچه برد بید بزن برد شهروند دیگه برد دیگه چی کنم خدا
اولا که آقای آرمان سوپر بود روز یک چین مافیا رو تارگت کرد. فوق‌العاده با فکت فراز و شهروند کرد. فوق‌العاده جوزف و شهروند کرد. به نظرم با احترام به بقیه‌تون اولین پلیری بود که خیلی خفن فکت می‌آورد. چه واسه شهروند چه واسه چینش چه واسه مافیا. تازه نو پی او وی هم نه کاری با کسی ندارم. نو پی او وی داشت خوب تارگت می‌زد. حالا نقشاتون رو بخونم به ترتیب بقیه‌تون هم خوب بودین. ولی من از بازی آرمان یه موشن کاراگاه که شاد شد با اصطلاح منفی پیروز هم گادفادر فراز شهرزاده. آقای آرمان هم خبرنگاری که با اصطلاح مثبت نیما شاد شد. حالا صحبت کنید راجع به بازیتون هم حرف بزنید. اثبات هم دکتر.
اثبات کارگاه نبود؟
نه دکتر بود. شبم که تو 4 تا سینا شاد شد.
مرسی برام خانم بازی کنید. واقعا پدید آجی چقدر از این مذاکره بدم میاد. هر بازی 3 بازی دیدیم 3 تا سول. آجی من تو رو ندادم به قرآن تو گروه نبودم ها. من بابا شاید یا شاید من ترن دومش رو صحبت کرد شنیدم، گفتم این که حاجی امام زمانه، چون پیروز برام مشکوک بود، رفتار روزبهمونه هم مشکوک. گفتم خب امروز نباید رای بدید شب اسنایپر مونه رو بزنه دیگه، اگه میگید این تو بازی مافیا ساده است یا هر چیزی یا رئیسه. اون مزاک نبود روز بازی خوبی بود جدی. به نظرم دینا حرف نزنه گفتم نمیذارم تارگتش کنید به خاطر اکتش. آرمان هم که تو گفتم تارگت سرندش با آرمان دیگه من رای میداد، داشت من رای میدادی تو 8 تا چرا تو 8 تا کاور گرفتی رای رو من کشید میدم میشد دیگه. در اصلا خسته نباشید، برای هم تلخش نکنید. تو هم سوپر بودی یا نه آن بودم. من رای دو روز بمونه قشنگ اینجوری کج بود، اومده بود زنم رو مایک باز نشد، دوباره دونم رو مایک باز نشد دیگه، دوباره خواستم باز شد. آره بودم داشتم خوبم خریدم. خسته نباشید میگم الان رفیق تلخش نکنید.
میذارم رو به یک بری تو پسر.
بازی خوبی بود. نیما داداش اون موقع که اومدی تو گروه فکر کنم نفهمیدی که اومدی توی اگر نه دیگه جوزف رو گوش میکردی میرفتی که یاکوزایی شدی یه ذره باهوش اگه عمل میکردی چون کارتت دیگه شهروند ساده بود، اینا هم همه نقشدار بودن، باید یه ذره باهوش بازی میکردی جوزف رو با محمد پیروز گوش میکردی میرفت دیگه. پارو زدم رو اثبات
بابا چه میدونم یارم کیان آخه روز به یه چیزی میگی
نه ببین گوش بده، ببین پیروز یه مافیا بوده یا باید بگی محمد رضا پیروز با هم مافیا بودن، یا باید بگی محمد رضا رفتی با پیروز یاکوزایی دیگه کرده دیگه. وقتی روزی که پیروز رفته بیرون دیگه بعدش راحت میتونستی جوزف گوش کنی. ولی بازی خوبی بود. ریحانه هم خورده ای نیست، ولی به نظر من اگه یه حرفی ریحانه اول بازی میزنی رو حرفت وایسه یا نزن اون حرفو، چون این کارت این رفتار پلیر رو آمبول میکنه. وقتی میگی میکنم بکن، اگه نمیخوای بکنی بگو هر کار دوست داری
دیگه وقتی بهش گفتم بیای بگه حمله
یعنی دلسوزی نداره این بازیه، نه رفاقت داره توش نه دلسوزی. یکی که بازی آنفر میکنه چون سینا شیلدش افتاده دیگه، در شهروندی شو شده، یعنی نیازی نداره بیاد رو مایک چیزی رو بگه. برای همین باید اختار جدی میدادی دفعه دوم که کش میکرد. ولی دمت گرم بازی رو کردی، مرسی.
من حقیقتش نداشتم به محمد رضا چون باگ بود هی داشتم میگفتم چه اتفاقاتی
من بچه
فکت بیاره
دست ندارم فقط ببخشید آرمان اگه میخوای صحبت کن، اگه نه که من یه دقیقه صحبت کنم جمعش کنم.
اگه عجله داری بگو حالا بعدش من
آره من عجله دارم.
سوپرمن
داداش هم به خدا همش اصلا این ریاکشنت که اثبات کارگاه نبود که من به من یه اعتماد به نفسی داد که دیگه تو بازی‌های دیگه اینجوری نه اینطوری یا اونطوری. مرسی ریان بازیران کردی، تبریک میگم به هر دو سایت. من به نیمام حق میدم.
تو چرا داری حرف میزنی؟ اول اینو بگو.
من معذرت خواستم کار دارم.
من نشیدم.
معذرت خواستم معذرت خواستم یه این گربه ها به شما لذت شو برید. من بگو داداش حال کنه داره میره بیرون من به تو برید. آقا بازی که خوب بود. ببخشید نیما من روز یک به تو اعتماد نکردم روز ببره بیرون. معذرت میخوام زمان که شرکم. من اگه دقت کنید واقعا من فکت روزبه رو تو ترم معارفه درست آوردم. یعنی بهش گفتم جوزفو چیز گذاشتی همینجور تارگت روند زدی، گفت آره. گفتم پس دیگه نیمه نمیتونه براتون شهروند باشه. این درست بود این ذهنیتم. کاشم چیز بازی میکردم. حالا من یه ذره چیزم دیگه مثلا چه خودت باشه چه روزبه چه اینا زیاد دوست ندارم فشار بذارم به خصوصی روز دو به قول مهدی فیروز حرف قشنگ میگه روز یک رفیق با هم کار ندارن، از روز دو دیگه جنگشون میشه. بازی خیلی خفنی بود. نیما به نظرم واقعا خوب بود با کارت شهروندی. آرمان به نظرم فوق‌العاده من به خدا میخواستم اون شب سیوت بدم، یعنی من به جون آرمان میخواستم سیوت بدم.
آقا فکر کنم من مافیام پیروز شهرونده هاچی این بنده خدا.
آره ولی من دوتاتون رو داشتم، چون به هر حال من شاید یه ذره بیشتر از آرمان شما دوتا رو میشناسم دیگه. شما دوتا وقتی دیگه معلومه هم خیلی، حتی من تو درباره روزبه گفتم نیمو با ممرزا دیالوگ نکن، ممرزا یار روزبه. یعنی من همین حرف رو به نیما تو درباره روزبه زدم، ولی جنگیدن دیگه. به نظرم تیم پررو و پردر و نروی هم بودن دیگه. دمتون گرم. اینا هم عالی بود دیگه. ببین سینا، من به جون داداش مطمئن بودم زره پوش، یعنی مطمئن بودم زره پوش. گفتم بذار این شیلدشو میندازم فردا با دیالوگ درستش میکنم، چون بازی خودم به دیالوگ نرسید. یعنی خودت فهمیدی با فکتایی که دارم میارم شهروند عالی بود. خود جوزف هم باری کرد داشت. جوزف هم به نظرم تحت فشار بود، مافیا رو زد و تبریک دیگه. تیم رو کرد فراز، نفهمیدم
آرمان صحبت کرد؟
اگه عجله داری میکنم.
نه
آقا دمتون گرم، بازی خوبی بود. خانم ریحانه بقیه تشکر میکنم. من داداش اتفاقا رأی ندادم که به نظرم شد، چون نیما رو قشنگ رفتم استعلامش رو گرفتم دیگه. باشقاتی هم که من شدم، جوزف فکت قشنگی آورد واسه شهروندی محمد اسپات.
خبرنگار بودی آرمان؟
آره جوزف هم فکت قشنگی آورد واسه محمد. داداش تو فکت قشنگی روزه من عذرخواهی میکنم، ببخشید روزه هم اومدم رأی میدادم، یعنی ناراحت هم شدم با شهروند میکنید. هر سری هم میشینیم، یعنی تا حالا نشده توی این 3-4 بازی اخیر مافیا نباشه، همش مافیا. تو فکت به این قشنگی واسه روزبه آوردی، یعنی خیلی قشنگ بود فکتش. قبول داری خودت روزبه؟ گفت تو جوزف و تارگت روند بهش زدی. اول ازش پرسید گفت نیما رو تو، خیلی قشنگ گفت نیما رو تو بازی مافیا داری؟ نزد رو من. جوزف و تارگت روند بهش زدی، بعد زد بکشه. اگه این کار کرده باشی که نیما باید افتاده باشه تو ترپت دیگه. یعنی نیما با روزبه بازی میکنن تو ترن معارفه. فکت به این قشنگی آوردی، فرداش چالش داد بهت، بازی میدادم بین آرمان و نیما، ولی جوزف رو تو بازی شهروند نکنید. اصلا من یهو پرام ریخت، گفتم اگه نیما و جوزف با هم شهروند
نیما رو شهروند داشتم معارفه.
خب نیما رو هم تو بازی شهروند داشتم.
نیما تا اولش گفت تو رو بازی تو هم آرمان نگفتم بازی، گفت اگه دقت کردی خیلی هم با حساسیت گفتم بازی رو بیارید توی دوتا، حتی نمیخوام بگم دوتاشون.
آره ولی دیگه تو ترن پیروز رو شنیدی دیگه، من انتظار داشتم روزبه رو قشنگ تحلیل میکردی، چون روزبه خودت تو بازی مافیا داشت، یعنی از مافیای تو داشت میکرد. بازی خوبی بود. من فکر کردم فراز اسنایپر از اون سوالی هم که ازت پرسیدم جوزف با همسایده، چون خیلی خوب کاری کردی رأی ندادی، یعنی خیلی تو ذهنیتم شدی قطعی شهروند. رأی ندادی به جوزف به تو رأی داده بود، چون دو تا مافیا هم اگه باشه اینا بخوام زرگری بزنن دیگه تو رأی میدادی دیگه. واسه همین گفتم شما دو تا همسایه. دمتون گرم دیگه، شهروندا همه خوب بودن، مافیا هم بچه‌ها. دمتون گرم.
من بابت ران بازی تبریک میگم به ساید مافیا و شهروند. من که واقعا میشینم صفا کنم، نمیشینم درنگ بزشم. یعنی من مافیا بودم هم این کارا رو میکردم. نیما نیستش. حالا مثلا محمد رضا میدونن دیگه، روزبه میدونه، آرمان میدونه، من شهروند مافیا همین. چون مثلا برد و باخت مهم نیست، این کسکلک ها رو میکنم بخندیم، اگر نه اصلا
شما رو نگفتم، سینا رو میگفت.
نه همینجوری من بگم یه وقت ناراحت نباشه از من. آره همون وگرنه به خدا من خودت دیدی دیگه مافیا هم میشم فقط میگم میخندم، اصلا واسم مهم نیست ببرم. هیچ وقتم الان مدت هاست اصلا وقتی میبازم شو میشم مافیا اینا اصلا نمیگم آقا دیتا بود تو بازی، اصلا هرسی بازی نمیکنم که بخوام اعصاب خودم میام پلاتون با هم دیگه صفا کنیم دیگه. جوزف دیگه داشتم خایمالیشو میکردم آجی آرمان تو دکه دیگه واقعا من نمیتونم یه پلی روز یک بهش دو نداده تارگت هم کرده، تارگت بهش نزدم، بهم یک داده، بهش یک ندادم هیچی، بهش دو ندادم هیچی، فرداش اسمشو نیاوردم هیچی، یهو تارگت هم کرد دوباره بهم یک داد، 3 تا رای یک داد بهش یک دادم دیگه نمیدونستم باید چیکار کنم این دیگه برسه به شهروند. ولی منم حالا درسته که زیاد استدلال خاصی نیاوردم ولی شهروندام حداقل درست بودن. محمد اثبات هم جدی آرمان به واسطه شهروندی تو به محمد اثبات چیزی نمیگفتم، اذیتش داشتم میکردم، تو ذهنم اونقدر 100% شهروند نبود بگم. سینا رو به قطعی شهروندیش رسیدم دیگه، خودم هم روز یک بهش یکم ندادم ولی سینا گوش نمیکرد، دیوونه شده بود.
من یه چیزی بگم فراز،
خلقلی داشت بازی.
شهروندا خوب بودن، گوش کنین ها. یعنی یه جایی هی مسیر میومد از تو ریل خارج شه، باز یکی میومد میورش رو ریل
جمعش میکرد. مثلا من خودم
که من گفتم آرمان
بکنیم بیرون مهم نیست، برد و باخته مثلا اوکی، منم اوکی ام. ولی پیروز یه دونه جوزف رو پیدا کرده، جوزف هم از فضل همسایه با خودم شد، چیه جوزف رو میخواد بکنه 4 روزه بیرون. اونجا یه نظم به ذهنش دادم دیگه، خودش گفت برو رو بشینیم مافیا رو دیگه داد یعنی بازی حالا برای مافیا شاید خوش نگذشته باشه حداقل، به من که شهروند بودم خوش گذشت، به خدا اگه جای شما بودم به خوش میگذشت، چون خندیدیم به نظرم دیگه، کسی آمبول نشد. همون نیما هم اگه آمبول شد، سینا خب آخه روخ کارو نگاه کن.
آه ممنون ریحان بازی رو هم کردی.
چیکار میکردی تو بازی ها چیه اصلا؟
همتون یه پرسیری به من گفتی. اولا کجا رو ترم اومدم، یعنی خارج از ترم اومدم رو صحبت کسی بخوام بیام که بخوام اختار بگیرم. یه دونه موقع رای گیری بوده گفتم حمله، یه دونه تو ترم خودم بوده گفتم حمله. از آنفر بازی کردنتون آقای پیروز داره میره بیرون، نمیدونم هی بتون کارتی که دست توه تو نمیفهمی، تو نمیدونم فلانی کارایی که با کارت مافیا میکنه. آقای نیما تو باید تا ناموست منو کاور کنی، با کارت مافیایی به من داره این حرفو میزنه تو بازی. بابا یه چیزی نگید. اون موقع که روز قبلی من میخواستم جوزفو بکنم بیرون که روزبه تو بازی بود، که من خودتو فراز اومدم گفتم تو شهروندی آرمان شهرونده، کاری که کردم
اون روز برگشتی، آره اون روز خفم برگشت.
ریپلای بازی هم آنه، میتونید برید ببینید اولین نفری که بگدای روزبه رو آورد کی بود. خود من بلند شدم بگدای روزبه رو آوردم، تا آخر بازی یکی تو من نگشتیم بگیم نمیدونم فلانی بگدای روزبه رو آورد. من اصلا نیما من تو رو از روزبه گادفادر گرفته بودم، یعنی حتی چیزم نداشتم. من ممرزا رو مذاکره شده داشتم تو ذهن خودم، پیروز رو چیز داشتم مذاکره کننده، که حتی برگشتم به فراز و پیروز گفتم یه مذاکره کننده بینتون هست، حالا یه گادفادر. من بگم با ممرزا چیز بیاره بگم تو هم گادفادری که من بین تو آرمان یه دونه یار داشته که این کارو کرده. یعنی این بود تو بازی من نه خارج از ترم اومدم تو بازی، نه بلند شدم گفتم به من رأی بدید از بازی برم بیرون که بخوام زره‌مو بندازم، نه تارگت مثلا خیلی بیشتر حد زدم، نه اومدم به همه رأی بدم که زرم بیفته. یعنی حتی برای اینکه زرم افتاد من نیومدم آنفیل کنم که حتما به من رأی بدم اینا. حتی اومدم چیزام گفتم دکتر منو سیو بده نمیدونم بمونم تو بازی، حتی نخواستم زرم بیفته. پس نمیتونید به من نبگید تو بازی آنفیل بازی کردم، نه تو ترمتون اومدم که بخوام اخطاری بگیرم. موقع رای دادم فقط گفتم حمله، مایکمو وا کردم گفتم حمله، موقعی که میخواستم رای بدم هیچ جایی خارج از ترمم رو مایکم نیومد.
تقصیر این اوشنه دیگه حمله رو مود کرده.
بابا این حمله رو گفتم بخندیم مثلا
میدونم
این بود که
آره اشکال نداره. حاجی من به نظرم خب بهتون خوش گذشت دیگه، به نیما هم خوش گذشت، به منم خوش شد. به نیما بعد یاکوزایی یه ذره بد گذشت چون نیما یه ذره به باخت حساسیت داره. به نظرم میتونستیم ببریم دیگه تو 8 نفر اگه جوزفو، چون اثبات با ما بود تو 8 نفر داشت رای میداد به جوزف. نیما هم رای میداد به جوزف، نیما رای نداد حاجی. نیما موقعی یاکوز نشده بود، شهروند بود، جوزف و سیف شهروندش داشت. بعدش هم دیگه نیما ساید مقابلمون بازی کرد.
نه دیگه موقعی که یاکوزاییش کردی اتفاقا جلوی بیرون رفتن پیروز رو گرفت.
آره
پیروز رو میگرفت. ولی
آره داشت
یاکوزایی نشده بود نه به جوزف رای نداد.
آره دیگه روز قبلش به جوزف رای اگه رای میداد ما جوزف میرفت بیرون، ما با یاکوز میکردیم، ما نیما تموم شد میرفت. یعنی ما تو مرز بردن هم بودیم. خب چون من داشتم از باگایی که چون جوزف تیز داشت حرف میزد، چون کارتش اسنایپر بود. حالا نمیدونم من مدل بازیش اینجوری یا تیز حرف زدن باعث میشه دیسکانکت بشه با بقیه پلیر. حالا اینا پلیرهای گرگ، اینا قوی هن. اینا تحلیل کردن فهمیدن جوزف شهروند. شما با تحلیل فهمیدی جوزف رفتاری کلی مطمئن فکر کردید رسید به شهروندی جوزف. یه دونه از شهروندا یه باگی میده، یعنی یه خطا از یه شهروند یه خطای کوچیک میکردیم ما بازی برده بود که هیچ خطایی از هیچ شهروندی رخ نداد. ما هم همه تلاشمون رو کردیم، من و روز و پیروز و نیما همه تلاشمون رو کردیم، ولی بازی اینجوری چرخید دیگه. من که بهم خوش گذشت. آرمان و بچه‌ام خوب بودن، سوپر بودن، همگی فراز خوب، سینا خوب بود، اینا همه خوب بودن. تو اثبات که سوپر بود، تیم خودمونم خفن بود. من که عشق. یا حالا دیگه چیز نکنید دیگه، سینا رو تلخ نکن. تو هم دهن سرویس دیگه نگا دیگه، یعنی شو شهروند میشی دیگه دیگه نگا دیگه. میدونی یه ذره مماشات کن با تیم مافیا، اینجا اکت مکت نیستش که ضعیف تیم مافیا. برو جوزف صحبت کن.
ببین اصلا سینیو که روز یک میدم حتما ما میزنم، حتما میزنم، چون گفتم سینیو ما از تو بازی مافیا بازم خواستم تو رو بزنم، گفتم سه تا بهم رای داده بودن.
جوزف تو گروه گفتم من اگه رفتم این کارا رو کنیم، من فکر کردم میزنی.
نه همون بعد داشتم فکر میکردم سه نفر بهم رای داده بودن، اشتباهی تو اگه مشاهده باشی بزنم روز به سفید میشه، چون من میدم پایی با اوشن میخوام برم پایی، من که شاتش هم کردم حتما رسیده داره. بعد میگفتن این کیو زده، حتما روز به سفید میشه، سر هم روز به زدم، گفتم حتی
اش کنم نشد.
داخل بازی میرفت بزن میدونی؟
ببین آلمان که اصلا دیالوگش تو 10 نفر روز یک خیلی سوپر بود، یعنی بازی اینقدر واسم موضوع کرد دیالوگی که انجام داد. این قشنگ مغز و سینی و پیروز فراز تو واسه مافیا بود، فراز تو واسه مافیا بود، خیلی اینو پشت دارم فراز اینقدر ساده هم کاور می‌کردم، گفتم این بازی اینقدر ساده نمیتونه باشه. فراز هم گوشه نشست، چون فراز از نظرش تو بازی محمد اسپات بازی مافیا بود، محمد اسپات و خود پیروز هم بهشون گفتن مافیا. وقتی اونا مافیاش حتما من یه دو واسه چیز مینداخت که این داشتن کارش می‌کردن، سر همون بهش مشکوک بودن. بازی قشنگ بود. مرسی ریحان. نیما مونده.
I'm like, it's like maybe $10 or whatever. I would turn around and give you a $10 tip. Just because you knew I was going to order. So I would just double the price.
That's so badass. I appreciate that. You know, like I feel like I learned good tip culture from I think it was my dad. My dad, you know, blue collar, hard worker, hands guy, you know, hands. He worked, he did so much with his hands that they were literally black, like tar black, right? And so that, seriously. And he would always tip me. We would like be struggling, but he always made sure to give like beyond. And I never understood. I remember being a kid being so jealous and angry. I'm like, no, it's only supposed to be 10 or 50 or whatever it was, 10% or 50%. He's like, no, this is what we do. This is what we do. I was okay. So I adopted that, and I've had the best experiences. You know, like I'll never forget about maybe it was, well, I'll never forget. It only happened a couple years ago. There was this. I went to get my hair done, okay, and there was this lady, and she worked so hard. she was telling me, you know, like about her life or whatever. So I decided, you know, and I'm not saying, and I know everybody can't do this all the time, but it just, you know, I just did it, and I gave her a very big tip, and she was just like, no way. She's like, I've never gotten a tip like this before out of like my 40 years of doing this. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Never, not once? I was like, that's insane. And she was like crying and all this other stuff, you know? And it wasn't a crazy tip, but, you know, but it pays off. It pays off, you know? When you see somebody working hard and you pay them, you know what I mean? Like, it's like a respect, you know, when you can.
Like, I've been in restaurants and seen how you girls work or guys work hard and they get bullshit tips. I had a young lady and a young man, 2 different occasions, and the bill was like $200, and they gave me a $20 tip. I said, hey, come over and get off your feet, sit down. They go $200. That's your tip. You done bust your ass serving this whole damn table for somebody to do you like that. That's just wrong as hell in my eye. I don't like cheap tippers. It sounds gay as hell, but I don't like that shit. Other people cheap.
Why do you think not giving big tip is one person abusing another?
Well, you don't have to give a cash tip, but if you're sitting here, just for me, I just feel that way, Steve. I just do. It's like, hey, you've been running around, your feet sore, you know, you're trying to make it through college or, you know, have some money for the summer in high school. It's just me.
Right, and it's interesting because, and again, I'm not picking on you. I'm just pointing out what I heard. Number one, you don't like people that abuse people. I don't like people that abuse people either. I hopefully none of us do. But at least a moment ago, you considered people that don't leave big tips, not any tip, big tips, as one person abusing another. And you specifically pointed out 10%. $200 bill, $20 tip. That is somebody abusing another person. And I just, I'm thinking about that. That's all. I don't mean to pick on you. I'm just pointing it.
Oh, no, you know you're good.
Yeah, the person abusing the other person right now is the one who sets the law to where the tips are taxed and all this other shit where they don't get to keep that money. And I think that's bullshit. If they get a tip, they should keep it.
Yeah, but that's been in existence for 200 years, no?
What, taxed tips?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No. Okay. Well, I do. A tip is considered income, and a tip is considered taxable. Now, whether or not it's reported, whether or not someone picks it up, puts it in their pocket, and don't tell anybody, that's a whole other issue. But a tip is income.
Okay, but the income tax is not 200 years old.
Excuse me? Pardon me?
The income tax is not 200 years old.
You know what? I stand corrected. You're right. It's 100 years old.
I will say that does make a slight difference. Adding another 100 years, 200 years is a big distance.
That's why I admitted I was wrong and corrected my mistake as soon as it was pointed out.
So, I was a waiter in New York in my 20s, and there you can make incredible tips, but it's also you have so many tourists from Europe and Asia. The ones in Asia are fine. They do like 15%, whatever. They're begrudging about it, but they know they have to. The ones from Europe will go to expensive restaurants in New York, and they pretend like they don't know how the American tipping system works, especially the French. And then they'll sort of act, if it's even reference to them in any way, they'll act sort of offended and high and mighty about it. What do we have to? We pay your workers, or and so that's just a gripe.
That's because in Europe they don't tip like we do.
But they know that when they come here, it's different. And so, anyway, I think the more interesting question is, when is the tip, even though it's technically always optional, when is it essentially mandatory? For instance, if you dine at a restaurant in the United States, it's essentially mandatory. And when is it truly optional? I would say, if you get served something at a counter, like a cup of coffee to go, I would say it's truly optional if you decide to leave a tip or not.
And I would say it's always optional, 100% of.
I disagree. I think that if you go to an establishment that requires more than just like go to the counter, if it requires people actually serving you at the table, that you need to, I think that's required. That's just the unspoken required, because they're doing more than just, here's your food back. And that is also a thing where it's because it's so unspoken, it's also where you do know that it's also unspoken that if you come here again and you're not a good tipper or something, we're not going to give you very good service.
And I was just going to ask, if you go to a place for the first time and your service is shitty, have you ever even once not tipped at all?
In an extraordinary circumstance, yeah.
I've never not tipped at all, just because I appreciate the fact that tipped hourly employees are paid less than minimum wage, and so I'm generally a very generous tipper. But if I've had an extraordinarily bad service and it relates to the service provided by the person who is serving me. Like, for example, if I go into a restaurant and it takes forever to get the food and there's something wrong with the food, I'm not penalizing my server for that. But if I go into a restaurant and I have a server that's very short and unattentive and drinks empty for a long time, those are the times when I'll provide like the minimum 15%. But generally, I will tip a lot more than that, just because, I appreciate our tipped workers.
What do you think that the disrespectful ones would still pick up that $1 bill?
What do you think about the restaurants or whatnot that add to the bill an 18% tip automatically?
I think
that's conditional. I think it can be expected. Sorry, Sam.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
There are some nice restaurants that it's kind of like down, but I don't think there's actually a sign anywhere. There could be now because of all this trouble. But I don't know. I'm kind of iffy about that, but I know that there are some like 5-star restaurants that just do that. So if it's a 5-star restaurant, I guess I could see why they do that. But then if that's the case, should I still be tipping the individual?
Well, that's up to you. A tip is optional.
Yeah, so I used to clean up with middle-aged business women as a waiter, and I would always sort of just schmooze them up in just the right way. And I remember I worked at this restaurant where the policy was a party of 6 gets auto gratuity, and so it may have been 18%, and they got the bill, and then they looked at me and they're like, "Oh, you put 18% automatically on the bill. It's too bad because we tipped 25%." And like, they were sort of teasing me, but they did end up giving me money on top. But if you seriously have a problem with the service, you can always ask the restaurant to remove the auto gratuity. That is at your discretion technically.
So you're okay with a 0 tip if the service is bad?
The only time I remember giving a $0 tip was when I had a server that was literally high on heroin and nodding out. All right.
I can't stand restaurants that put automatic tips on the bill Firstly, I do my best never to put a tip on a credit card. I do my best to do it cash, and I do my best to hand it directly to the server in private, hopefully so nobody else sees. If they want to contribute it to the kitty, or if they want to, I don't know if that's the restaurant policy, or they want to keep it. I don't care. I never put a tip on a credit card, and I do believe that if the service is shit, it's perfectly okay to tip zero. I've always thought that a tip is optional. For those of you that are wondering what type of tipper I am, I've always been a 15 to 20%er. However, as was said earlier, when it comes to maybe a cup of coffee or a beer, I have no problem tipping 50 to 100%. Or maybe in the case of a $10 meal, which I haven't seen recently, but then again, I don't go out very often anymore to those types of things. 50 to 100% is not out of the realm of my possibility either, but I'm generally at 15 to 20%.
I'd say a friendly face is worth $10.
Yeah, I think I have to agree with you, Steve. I don't like the restaurants that do the automatic tip, not because I don't want to pay the tip, just because I feel like it's misleading. Like, unless you tell me up front, unless I'm aware, like when I enter, then yeah, that's fine. But it almost feels like you're being not fraud. What is the word I'm looking for?
Deceived.
Deceived.
Misled.
Yeah, it is deceitful. It is
deceitful, misleading. Sure.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I am derisive. I worked in the city too. I worked on the Broadway plays, and I love.
In the theaters or at a restaurant near them?
Mm-hmm. No, in the theater. La Fontaine, Nederlander. I did Beauty and the Beast for a long time when Beauty and the Beast was open, and then it went to Mermaid, and I didn't follow through. But the tipping was amazing, and I really appreciated it. And like it's always surprising. Like, you wouldn't typically think that people that would tip as large as they did were the people that ended up tipping out. And that was always nice and humbling, and I always appreciated that.
Do you remember, as soon as you said I worked in Broadway and I was thinking a restaurant, do you remember that diner that was super kitschy where every 20 minutes all the servers would stop what they were doing and jump on the tables and sing Broadway show tunes?
Oh my gosh. I remember that. That was crazy.
They still do that, don't they?
I'm sure it's like an institution, and and the funny thing is, like, they're all really good because they are all actually aspiring Broadway actors.
They do that at a couple of places in Vegas. And back when I was your guys' age, we used to have a really cool steak and seafood restaurant out here in Los Angeles called Poppy Star. And it was casual dining. The food was better than average, but all of the waiters and waitresses were like studying to be actors and singers, and they all could play instruments and sing like there was no tomorrow. And every half hour, somebody would sing or something. And in fact, where is it? I forgot what the hell it's called. Right outside of Universal Studios in Studio City, there's this Italian restaurant. It's been there for 50 years now. Did you say Michelli's, or what's it called?
Yes, it's Michelli's Pizza. It's started in Hollywood.
Thank you. They have a restaurant in the restaurant. They have a piano in the middle of the restaurant, and I don't know what the timing is or whenever they feel like it, but either someone will get on there and play or someone will sing or whatever, and they're still doing that today. Michelli's. Thank you.
Good shit to the person who spoke up with the location. That was crazy.
Oh, you're welcome. Good morning. Hi, Steve. It's Sue.
Hi, Sue. Good morning.
I wanted to just chime into the room on the tipping. Steve and I are neighbors,
I owe Sue another dinner.
Oh, I'll take it. Okay. And Steve, I don't know if you've noticed it, but I've noticed it. We have an incredible turnaround of restaurants out here. And I have friends that are that do a lot of food tastings. That's their business. And when I go as an invited guest, which I'm very fortunate to do, I go in with my own hat on and I look at the bill that we never get. And there is more of a service charge being added today than there ever was. And in LA, we are now paying $20 an hour for these servers. So we're paying $20 an hour plus the 18% service fee. So when we go to put that tip on our bill, I don't know about Steve, but I can speak for myself. I think twice about that. And I look at the front of the house, I look at the back of the house, I look at the kitchen, and especially with the way things have gone and the sign of our times, I would much rather give that person my dollars than give the establishment my dollars. I'll just line that.
That's exactly what I said a couple of minutes ago. You might not have been here, but I said I never tip on a credit card. I always tip cash, and then I always do my best to hand it directly to the server. It's just something that I do. And I'm a standard 15 to 20% tipper. It doesn't mean I won't tip more, but it also doesn't mean I won't tip less. And I have been known, I said earlier, to tip zero when the service is just crappy. And I know a lot of people don't.
Sue, hi, pleased to meet you. I don't think we have. Do you notice, since they significantly increased the wages of those servers, that the restaurants have less staffing levels?
No. It's not that they've had less staffing levels, they've had less service, period. The service is not better. The quality of the service is not better. The quality out of the kitchen is not better. But at the same time, we've got a lot of issues going on in LA. So on top of all of the wage increases, I'll give you another issue that happened. So driving through LA in April, May, wanting to go to a very high-end Italian restaurant, they had just been raided by ICE and the entire strip mall was gone, all the restaurants. So we're dealing with that too. So put them all together and you're going to start to see a trickle-down effect between costs going up, service going down, rise in prices, and I'm with Steve. I only tip in cash. Here's the other thing that I'm noticing in LA, and this has been going on since COVID, is if you give them a credit card, some restaurants now are rounding up and not saying anything after you leave. I am not one that checks my credit card bill, but I have a dear friend that does. And she has now caught it twice. And Steve, I'll give you the names of the places here in the Valley. One of them is the barbecue place on Topanga, south of the boulevard.
Wait a minute, a mile south of the Rib Ranch? I go there.
Go look at your receipt. Go look at your receipt.
I'll remember that.
They just did it to us last week.
I'll remember that.
I just want to note, too, that I think sometimes people's perceptions of how they treat employees can vary regionally because, for example, in California, I can understand the desire of not getting exceptional service or really having a really bad experience and not tipping that server because California doesn't have a tipped wage earning, so their servers are already making minimum wage, regardless of the tips. Whereas in my state, a server at any given time, you give them a table of 10 people that they're going to spend an hour and a half to 2 hours working on, whether the service is subpar or not. My server is making $2.13 an hour. And that's a huge difference that plays into a lot of why I choose to tip. So, tipped employees regionally can be very, very different. Some states pay their tipped employees really well, others do not.
That is a very good point because in Los Angeles, the minimum wage right now is about $17 an hour. As Sue said, if you're in the fast food industry, and I've rallied against this ever since it happened, fast food workers are a $20 an hour minimum wage, and you asked how it's affected, 18,000 fast food workers have been laid off or cut from full-time down to part-time. That's 18,000 in California alone since the fast food